achieve their end by performing the action, cannot achieve Z by doing Y. FLN does not command an agent to refrain from adopting the alertness maxim, because there is no contradiction in the conception of a hypothetical world in which it is a universal law of nature. It is possible to imagine a hypothetical world in which everyone who gets up in the morning cannot but do something to make themselves alert. But it is widely believed that FLN does command an agent to refrain from adopting the following maxim of false promising: when I am in need of money, I will make a false promise to obtain a loan. 63 Some believe that this is because the action of making a false promise would become impossible, while others believe that this is because the universalization of the maxim would undercut the chance for an agent who makes a false promise to achieve their end of obtaining a loan. 64 The anthropological system-level universalizability test proposed here differs from Kant's CC test. It says, a system that reinforces action on a maxim that cannot be thought as a universal law of human nature fails a system-level universalizability test. 3 differences can be highlighted. First, the test is not a test of a maxim, which is a principle of individual action. It is a test of a system, albeit by reference to a maxim it reinforces. Hence, it is an ethical not a moral test. 65 It is not a test of a capacity that is exercised by an individual in their own name, but a test of a property of society, the presence of a type of system. Second, the hypothetical world whose conception is to be non-contradictory is a hypothetical human world in which, whatever other laws it has, the system-reinforced maxim is a universal law of human nature. To imagine such a hypothetical world is to do no more and no less than incorporate into the thought of a hypothetical world 2 premises from the German ideology: a. Human beings have vital needs that they must satisfy to live, and b. Human needs are open-ended. 66 Third, in conceiving of this hypothetical world, we suppose that its agents think of the adoption of the system-reinforced maxim as permissible. If we suppose that hypothetical agents know that they adopt a maxim by causal necessity, we must suppose that these agents do not think of its adoption as deserving censure. 67 A system can fail the system-level universalizability test on 2 sorts of grounds. One sort of ground arises if a system-reinforced maxim presupposes others as addressees of normatively regulated action. 68 Universalizing the maxim may then so change our understanding of what is permissible, and therefore so change actions proceeding from this normative understanding, that its pursuit is no longer possible, or could not succeed. There is, however, a second sort of ground on which a system may fail the system-level universalizability test, and in the present context, this is the ground to stress. A system-reinforced maxim may presuppose others in an instrumental capacity. Universalizing the maxim may then preclude that service, rendering the maxim's pursuit impossible, or bound to fail. Take the exposition's phrase, cited above, the privilege of living while doing nothing. This suggests the maxim, when I am in need of means of life, I will do no work, to receive my means of life. Any hypothetical world that contained the universal law of human nature, everyone, when in need of means of life, cannot but do no work, and cannot but thereby receive their means of life, is contradictory in conception. All being in need of means of life, and so all having done no work, nothing would be produced. No one acting on this maxim would achieve their end of receiving means of life. So if a system reinforces the living while doing nothing maxim, it fails the system-level universalizability test. A society with such a system is revealed as a divisive society, contrary to self-legislative human community. A system will fail the system-level universalizability test if a maxim it reinforces implies a standard action of social affecting 69 to the maxim's performer, in the above example, another's work for them, that cannot go as planned, once the maxim is permissible and adopted by all who satisfy its conditions. Its thought as a universal law of human nature will give rise to an incompatibility between a. the type of actor another must treat the maxim's performer as for the latter to act successfully on their maxim, beneficiary of my work, and b. how others must act, once the maxim is permissible and adopted by all who satisfy its conditions, do no work. Accordingly, the system-level universalisability test is not a system-level version of a test for what Anthony Giddens calls contradictory consequences. Contradictory consequences ensue when every individual and an aggregate of individuals acts in a way which, while producing the intended effect if done in isolation, creates a perverse effect if done by everyone. If all the audience in a lecture hall get to their feet to obtain a better view of the speaker, no one will in fact do so. 70. Thus defined, contradictory consequences include both reciprocal blocking and what Jean-Paul Sartre called counterfinality. 71. That is, consequences that are even worse for everyone than reciprocal blocking. The system-level universalisability test is not a test for a system that reinforces action with contradictory consequences, for the laws of a hypothetical human world need not be in sync with the probabilistic laws that can be expected to hold in a given social situation, and contradictory consequences may simply reflect the contingencies of a given situation. It is possible without contradiction to conceive of a hypothetical human world in which everyone whose view is impaired at a lecture cannot but stand up and get a better view, if the long-legged sit behind the short-legged. The reason why a system that somehow reinforced this standing at a lecture maxim would not fail the system-level universalisability test is that my standing up at a lecture to get a better view does not require anyone else, here, any other audience member, to perform a standard action of social affecting to me. Suppose Giddens's example describes an actual situation, everyone attending a lecture stands up to get a better view, the long-legged are not sat behind the short-legged, and the result is a case of reciprocal blocking or counterfinality. If so, that situation exhibits what Elster calls a fallacy of composition, that is, the fallacy that what is possible for any single individual must be possible for them all simultaneously. 72. By implication, to describe a situation as exhibiting a fallacy of composition, it is not necessary to identify a maxim that cannot be conceived as a universal law of human nature. But nor does the pursuit of a maxim that cannot be conceived as a universal law of human nature imply that either the situation, or a belief of an actor in that situation, exhibits a fallacy of composition. For example, it need not be the case that everyone who satisfies the conditions of the false promising maxim actually adopts this maxim, nor need the agent who adopts it believe, or act as if they believed, that all could succeed if all were to adopt it. All that someone who makes a false promise to borrow money when in need believes, or acts as if they believed, is that they can get away with it. As the pursuit of a maxim that fails Kant's CC test is not a sufficient condition for applying the term fallacy of composition, Elster is mistaken to subsume this aspect of FLN under that term. 73. The system-level universalisability test is also not a system-level version of the test that underpins Cohen's concept of collective unfreedom. 74. Cohen writes, a group suffers collective unfreedom with respect to a given type of action A if and only if performance of A by all members of the group is impossible. 75. Both the system-level universalisability test and Cohen's concept of collective unfreedom rest on a counterfactual thought experiment. Both ask what would happen if all those in a certain situation act in a certain way, whether or not they do, in actual fact, all act in that way. Beyond this, however, the two concepts have little in common. One difference is that the counterfactual thought experiment presupposed by the concept of collective unfreedom does not rest on any universal law of nature. The system-level universalisability test asks whether or not everyone can act successfully on a maxim if it is hypothetically assumed that everyone who satisfies a certain type of condition performs it whenever they satisfy that condition, and everyone knows that it is known by all to be permissible. By contrast, collective unfreedom may be avoided just by virtue of the fact that it is possible for all members of the group to perform action A one at a time. For example, all members of society at some time or other make a false promise to borrow money when in need. Further, when Cohen says that it is impossible for all members of the group to perform action A, this is shorthand for impossible in a given situation, with given resources and preferences. Thus, not every case of collective unfreedom to A will fail the system-level universalisability test even once this behavior is converted into a universal law of human nature. Facts about existing resources and preferences cannot bear on whether any hypothetical world in which a maxim is a universal law of human nature is inconceivable. 76 To restation example 77 Take the universal law of human nature. Everyone, when they are a tourist at a hotel, will go on the hotel's coach trip, for fun. Now, a hotel may not be able to accommodate all its tourists on a coach trip if, for example, demand exceeds the number of coaches booked, or there are too few coaches available for hire. But facts about existing preferences or resources, although relevant to ascertain a situation-specific case of collective unfreedom, are irrelevant for a universalizability test that rests on the conception of a hypothetical world that is contradictory in conception in virtue of its including a universal law of human nature, whatever other laws it includes. 3. To say that a system fails the system-level universalizability test is not to pass normative judgment on that system. A normative condemnation presupposes a further belief in a type of community. No human community should include a system that encourages people to do what all cannot conceivably do. As the system-level universalizability test does not presuppose this belief, an elaboration of the harm condition for exploitation that rests on this test is non-normative. It does not state an argument for why exploitation is bad, and no terms it contains presuppose that any such argument has already been made. A system-level universalizability test can nonetheless elaborate a harm condition, if those who live in a system that reinforces such conduct can perceive themselves, in the words of Marx's Thesis on Feuerbach, amidst a society split into two parts, one of which is superior to society, 78 or if they can perceive their dependence on nature with regret, as a condition that allows a part of society to act as if it were superior to society. 4. It is not necessary to address all the problems that Kant scholars raise in connection with Kant's FLN. This section considers just two problems among them that are also faced by an anthropological system-level version of the CC test, the problem of false negatives 79 and the problem of relevant descriptions. 80 False negatives are examples of maxims that we regard as innocent, but which Kant's FLN purportedly prohibits. If there are false negatives, then it might be possible for some of them to be system-reinforced. If a system-level universalizability test disqualified systems for reinforcing innocent maxims, it would be questionable how the finding that production with wage labor for continuous money maximization is exploitative, on a system universalizability conception of exploitation, could sustain a normative condemnation. One response to the problem of false negatives is to defuse some paradigm examples. A. I will buy clockwork trains but not sell them. 81 The clockwork train example. B. When there is an after Christmas sale, I will buy next year's Christmas presents, to save money. 82 The Christmas present maxim. C. I will give a larger percentage of my income to charity than the average person does. 83 The charity example. D. I will occasionally accompany others through a doorway, and on those occasions I will always go through the door last. 84 The doorway example as it stands, A. is not a false negative, because A. is not a maxim. Rather, A. describes two consecutive actions. If A. is to become a false negative, it must be further analyzed and supplemented, just to acquire condition means and form. A1. When I have some disposable income, I will buy clockwork trains, to expand my collection. A2. When I have bought a clockwork train, I will not sell it, to preserve my collection. There is, however, no contradiction in the thought of a hypothetical world that includes A1, or A2, or even A1 and A2 as universal laws of human nature. A hypothetical world may include A1 and A2 as universal laws of human nature, because the universal counterparts of A1 and A2 permit all clockwork trains to be bought from those who make clockwork trains. The claim that B is a false negative relies on an extraneous assumption about preferences. It assumes that Christmas presents form a significant proportion of annual sales. It is possible, however, to imagine a hypothetical world with a different annual sales pattern to ours, in which Christmas presents represent an insignificant proportion of annual sales. In such a world, Firms may still have a reason to hold after Christmas sales, for example, to clear stock for January 1st. Everyone who planned to give Christmas presents the following year could then buy presents in the after Christmas sale following the previous Christmas, and save money. B is conceivable as a universal law of human nature, and therefore not a false negative. C is not a false negative, because C is not a maxim. If C is to become a false negative, it must first acquire condition, means and form. As C describes action that exceeds an average, C suggests a maxim whose condition is other people's performance of the same type of action, and whose end is to exceed the average. C1, when others give some of their income to charity, I will give a larger than average percentage of my income to charity, to outdo other people in my beneficence. C1 is not a false negative, because C1 is not innocent. It is not innocent to give money to charity for a reason other than to help the people who are to receive it. If the agent's end was to help those to whom they give a charitable donation, giving more than the average person gives will not be a means to it. That different innocent maxim is conceivable as a universal law of nature. D is similar to C. D is not a false negative, because D is not a maxim. D suggests one or other of the following. D1, when others accompany me through a doorway, I will always go through the door last, to outdo others in courteousness. D2, when others accompany me through a doorway, I will always go through the door last, to be courteous. D1, is no false negative because like C1, it is not innocent. D2, is no false negative, because D2 is not anyone's maxim. If my end is to be courteous, it is not me means always to go through the doorway last. Insisting on going through a doorway last if another person gestures to let me through is not a means for me to be courteous. Adopting an end commits an agent to avoid action that undermines its achievement, and steadfastly refusing others' offers to let one go first would undermine the end of being courteous. In either case, there is no false negative. The problem of relevant descriptions is the problem of how to determine which of the many maxims that could describe an agent's conduct it is relevant to submit to a universalisability test. A system-level version of a universalisability test also faces this problem. But it solves the problem differently. Let us begin with Barbara Herrmann's solution to one aspect of the problem of relevant descriptions when applying Kant's FLN. 85. Suppose, borrowing Herrmann's example, my car breaks down, and I take it to Joe's mechanics for repair. Consider two sincere reports I might give of my maxim. M1, when my car breaks down, I will take it to a mechanic, to get it repaired. M2, when my car breaks down, I will take it to Joe's, to get it repaired. M2, contains a more specific description of the means than M1. We need a procedure that can be applied to determine which of M1 or M2 it is relevant to test. First, we ask an agent what their in order to motive is, to get their car repaired, and what their because motive is, their car has broken down. This gives the end and the conditions of a possible maxim. Second, we ask what any rational being would do to achieve the reported in order to motive. This will give the most general possible description of the means of the maxim. Take it Tosamio who can repair cars, a mechanic. Third way determine what her agent's powers, desires, and beliefs would leave them willing to pursue options conceivably left open by this general description of their means, if the option they chose had not been available. We ask, for instance, if they would have taken their car to Dave's garage or Lucy's garage for repair, if Joe's garage had shut. If the answer to all these counterfactual questions is a yes, we accept the general description of the means. To the extent that the answers are no, we redescribe the means in more specific terms. Even if the agent is aware that Joe's is the only mechanic around, the counterfactual fact that they would have taken their car for repair at another mechanic if only that other mechanic, and not Joe's, had been around, establishes that taking the car to Joe's is not part of their maxim, but rather a choice they make in acting on a maxim whose means is to take the car to a mechanic. Even if we accept this solution for determining the means of a maxim, there remains the problem of determining the end. Reliance on a sincere first-person report raises two worries. One is that the first-person report of an in-order-to motive may be more or less proximate. To continue with the above example, consider the following. M1. When my car breaks down, I will take it to a mechanic, to get it repaired. M3. When my car breaks down, I will contact a tow-away service, to take it to a mechanic. M4. When my car breaks down, I will get it repaired, to be mobile. M3. Shortens while. M4. Lengthens the span of the end in. M1. It is unsatisfactory just to go with the end that an actor happens to report. However, if the span of a reported in-order-to motive may simply reflect the context in which the report is given. 86. A second worry is that, if an end is given by an agent's report, its description may not include all and only those facts that we would deem morally relevant. Derek Parfit offers the example: suppose that being a himsic kleptomaniac I really am acting gon the Maximov stealing from white dress wearing strawberry eating women, whenever I can. 87. The general point is that, if an agent truly is whimsical, their whimsy will be reflected in their maxim. It seems odd to allow an agent's whimsy to influence the assessment of their conduct. A system-level universalizability test is not subject to either of these worries, however. A system-level universalizability test does not assess a maxim that is particular to an individual agent. It assesses a system-reinforced maxim. The end of the maxim whose universalizability is to be assessed is determined by the in-order-to motive that a system enables and unintentionally constrains. The generalized existence of tokens of that type of in-order-to motive must enable and unintentionally constrain tokens of that type. The end is determined by criteria that are not purely subjective. Once the end is determined, we can use a procedure for determining the means that borrows from the procedure just outlined. We can ask what any rational human being would do to achieve the end, consistent with the system in question. If we have selected the end of continuous money maximization, because that is an end that the system of capitalist production enables and unintentionally constrains, we then ask what any rational human being would do to achieve it, consistent with the system of capitalist production. If, in this system, products are acquired by purchase and sale, then the means of the maxim may not disrupt purchase and sale, say, by seizing others' wealth. Whether the system of capitalist production fails the system-level universalizability test thus depends on the universalizability of the system-reinforced maxim. When my monetary wealth is at stake, I will put my possessions to economic use, to maximize my monetary wealth. 6. The causal condition. The causal condition states, the harm is caused by the beneficiary. The causal condition precludes harm-causing action from counting as exploitation if it is merely to the benefit of a third party. It makes exploitation selfing. The causal condition, as presently stated, is underdeveloped, however. Imagine that there are several beneficiaries, must each, or just one, cause harm? And is there any less exploitation if a beneficiary instructs a non-benefiting agent to perform the harm-causing action? In the above form, the causal condition cannot cope with these questions, which expose the limits of the first-person perspective of the phrase I derive benefit for myself by my doing harm to another. 88. From a first-person perspective, the singular I is required to avoid the implication that exploitation presupposes the plurality of beneficiaries. But this leaves the questions as to whether, when exploitation has a number of beneficiaries, each of them, or at least one of them, must cause harm, or whether exploitation might involve a non-benefiting agent of a beneficiary. These questions suggest three types of scenario calling for judgment. In one, all the members of a group know that each member wants the same thing, and will share the spoils, and they decide that the harm-causing action is to be performed by whichever member is presented with the opportunity. In a second, a number of beneficiaries designate one of their number to perform the harm-causing action. In the third, a beneficiary instructs a non-benefiting agent to perform the harm-causing action. The principle to be applied across all three types of scenario is, so long as a beneficiary is the author of harm-causing action, there is no reason to deny that exploitation occurs on account of non-fulfillment of any causal condition. To judge all three types of scenario in conformity with this principle, the causal condition must be rewritten as, harm is caused by a beneficiary, or someone instructed by a beneficiary. A further modification can be made. The expectation that agents will carry out instructions to a certain effect is not so different from the expectation that an appointee will exercise their discretion to a certain effect. Marx remarks in his critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state that a bureaucracy's hierarchy is its chief abuse. 89. One principle suggested by this remark is, if a hierarchy creates an expectation that the discretion of an appointee will be exercised to benefit an appointer, which an appointer takes insufficient measures to dispel, there is no reason to deny that exploitation occurs on account of non-fulfillment of any causal condition if the author of the harm-causing action is not a beneficiary, provided that their appointer is a beneficiary. Modified in light of this principle, the causal condition reads, harm is caused by a beneficiary, or someone instructed or appointed by a beneficiary. 7. The consequence condition. The consequence condition states, the benefit is the consequence of action causing harm. The consequence condition has two functions. One function of the consequence condition is that it requires the harm-causing action to be of a kind that yields a benefit. It excludes the case in which the connection between harm and benefitism or lithutsumio harmed happens also to be the source of a benefit. Call a harm-causing action that does not intrinsically yield a benefit abuse. The consequence condition discounts cases where the abused just happen to benefit their abuser. A second function of the consequence condition is to remove a deviant causal chain 90 whereby the benefit is derived from an unplanned sequence of external events. Suppose that A's attempt to con B inadvertently leads B to seek C's advice, which B follows, yielding the benefit A sought. A obtains the benefit they sought, but inadvertently, because B follows C's advice. By discounting such cases, the consequence condition precludes exploitation by fluke, even when the harm-causing action is normally of the benefit-yielding variety. 8. The means-to-ends condition. The means-to-ends condition states, the action causing harm is a means for the benefit. It also has two functions. One function of the means-to-ends condition is to require that the benefit obtained must be intended or foreseen. It ensures that exploitation is not merely selfing, but self-seeking. Second, the means-to-ends condition removes a deviant causal chain, whereby the benefit is derived from an unplanned sequence of internal events. Consider Roderick Chisholm's story of a man who wants to enjoy a fortune, and believes he will inherit a fortune if he kills his uncle. And then, this belief antis desiri agitate him sa severe lithitha drive successively fast, with the result that he accidentally runs over and kills a pedestrian who, unknown to the nephew, was none other than the uncle. 91. Suppose that, prior to the drive, the man has resolved to kill his uncle, and is proceeding to the uncle's suspected whereabouts. The drive is then part of the man's plan to kill his uncle, and does serve as a means to bring about that result. But it does so inadvertently. The means-to-ends condition excludes flukes of this kind. It ensures that exploitation occurs by design. 9. The system universalisability conception of exploitation. The 5 conditions for exploitation may now be restated as follows. 1. One party derives an exclusive benefit, the benefit condition. 2. Another party features in a course of action whose maxim is reinforced by a system and cannot be thought as a universal law of human nature, the harm condition. 3. The harm is caused by a beneficiary, or someone instructed or appointed by a beneficiary, the causal condition. 4. The benefit is the consequence of action causing harm, the consequence condition. 5. The action causing harm is a means for the benefit, the means-to-ends condition. In short, the system universalisability conception of exploitation says that exploitation is self-seeking action that fails a system-level universalisability test. The system universalisability conception is a general conception of exploitation, because it has any number of potential applications. Production, in capitalism, is not the only context in which exploitation can be said to occur. It is easy to see how a system of production that reinforces the use of slaves must be deemed exploitative, on this conception. Slaves must be owned, but slaves themselves cannot own anything. Thus, any system that reinforces the use of slave labor to acquire property is exploitative. If colonization is analogous to slave ownership, in other words, if colonies must be colonized by a colonizing nation but colonies themselves cannot colonize, it is possible to claim that a system of international relations that reinforces the pursuit of colonization, as in the Scramble for Africa, is a system of the exploitation of one nation. By another point 92, a system that reinforces the charging of rent as a sole source of income will fail a system-level universalisability test for a similar reason as the exposition's idleness example. If everyone were to seek to obtain their means of life solely from renting out any shelter they own, then, all having done no work, no rent could be paid. If the system of production is already itself exploitative, such a relation between landlord and tenant counts as secondary exploitation. Point 93, a system that reinforces a maxim whose permissibility would remove the legitimacy its operations rely on will also fail a system-level universalisability test. Suppose that government administration only possesses the legitimacy it requires to function as such if it can be regarded as appointing people on the basis of an examination of their competence. Any system that reinforces a maxim to make government appointments on the basis that appointees hail from the class of their appointers, interpreted as an indication that they will exercise their discretion to the benefit of the class that the appointers belong to, will then fail a system-level universalisability test and potentially constitute a second exploitation of the people. Point 94, finally, any system that reinforces the pursuit of a maxim whose end is to outdo others will generate exploitation. This is the lesson of the non-innocent charity and doorway maxims discussed above. Suppose that there are a number of schools, some of which perform better than others, on certain widely desirable criteria. Suppose that the system of production is one that produces inequalities of wealth. Rich parents will then have the financial resources to relocate to the catchment areas of the better performing schools. To the extent that learning is dependent on access to cultural tools the trick parents can more easily afford, these schools will continue to perform better than the average, especially if parents are allowed to top up school budgets from their private income. What may initially have been a random variation in schools' performance who knows meant to be a social dynamic. If as we begun by assuming the system of production includes job hierarchies that produce inequalities of wealth, and if their experience of this system leads rich parents to aim to provide their children with an education that will prepare them for a high-ranking job in it, a system that reinforces the maxim, when I have a child, I will move into the catchment area of one of the better performing schools, to give my child a head start in life, will fail the system-level universalisability test, and count as a kind of exploitation. The system universalisability conception of exploitation is a plausible general conception of exploitation. It fits the kinds of phenomena beyond production that Marx identifies as exploitative, and it can be used to describe more contemporary phenomena. 10. Capitalist labor exploitation. An actor who puts their possessions to economic use and thereby maximizes their monetary wealth obtains several types of benefit. They obtain the power to reinvest that wealth, bargaining power vis-a-vis governments, in virtue of the power to reinvest, money for purchasing means of consumption, and the prestige of possessing money, which has advantages independent of its being spent. 95 The causal condition, consequence condition, and means to ends condition for exploitation raise no special difficulties for characterizing hired labor as labor that is exploited by its hirer, and production with wage labor for continuous money maximization was characterized as part of a system in Chapter 6. All that remains to be shown, therefore, to characterize production with wage labor for continuous money maximization as capitalist labor exploitation, is to describe its pursuit as the adoption of a money-maximizing maxim that cannot be thought as a universal law of human nature. In acting on a money-maximizing maxim, it is necessary for agents to decide to hire wage labor to produce. Without production, what some people gain must be taken from others. So, if money maximization is to be a universal law of human nature, there must be production for money maximization, and as argued in Chapter 6, the money-maximizing option in production is to hire wage labor. To characterize production with wage labor for continuous money maximization as exploitative, what has to be shown is that a hypothetical human world thought contains themony maximizing universala wof human nature. Everyone, when their monetary wealth is at stake, cannot but put their possessions to economic use, and cannot but thereby maximize their monetary wealth. Is contradictory in conception. It is necessary to show that not all those who perform the function of wage labor can maximize their monetary wealth by performing that function. It is worth stressing that a system-level universalizability test determines the identity of the agents who are thought to adopt a maxim by the criterion, the type of agent on whom a system imposes a constraint. Having determined the identity of one type of agent in this manner, the criterion types of agent presupposed by the constrained actions of the constrained agent is used to identify the types of agent that must also belong to this hypothetical world. The system of capitalist production imposes money maximization as a constraint on each capitalist firm. As money maximization by firms presupposes wage laborers, the system-level universalizability test is applied to the system of capitalist production by asking whether there could be a hypothetical human world in which all firms and all wage laborers maximize their monetary wealth by virtue of these functions. We are examining behavior at the level of the capitalist firm, and those it hires as wage laborers. As wage labor is hired by money maximizers, wage labor must be assumed to be paid either by time worked, or in the form of piece rates. To maximize their monetary wealth, each wage laborer must maximize the time or output they hire themselves out for, perform the labor, and minimize their expenditures. Universal activities of these kinds are so far from enabling wage laborers to maximize their monetary wealth, however, that the Grundriss refers to them as the demand for industriousness and also for saving 96 directed at them by capitalists. It remarks, if workers generally were to act on these demands, that is, as workers, what the individual worker does, or can do, in contrast to their genus, can only exist as an exception, not as a rule, because it does not lie in the nature of the relation itself. Thesis as a rule then, aside from the damage they would do to general consumption, the drop would be enormous and hence to production as well, thus also to the number and volume of exchanges they could perform with capital, hence to themselves as workers. The worker would employ, absolutely, means that abolish their own NDR absolumittel anwendet, dieren Einjenswick aufheben, and which must directly degrade him to an Irishman. To a level of wage labor at which the most brutal minimum of needs and means of subsistence appear as the sole object and end of his exchange with capital. 97. This passage is valuable because its italics and syntax, the latter by bracketing irrelevant matters, confirm Marx's awareness of two distinctions that must be drawn in applying a universalizability test of contradiction in conception. First, to apply a universalizability test, one must imagine a hypothetical world in which some conduct is universalist. Accordingly, Marx asks what happens if workers generally pursue the means of money maximization available to them. The first pair of brackets indicates that it is irrelevant if some workers can maximize their monetary wealth as exceptions to a rule. Second, to apply a universalizability test of contradiction in conception is to ask, if I try to conceive of a world in which everyone who satisfies a type of condition unfailingly performs a type of action and thereby unfailingly achieves a type of end, must I conceive of at least one agent who satisfies that condition as failing to perform that action or as failing to achieve that end by performing that action? To put money maximization to this test is to ask, if I try to conceive of a world in which all wage laborers as well as all capitalist firms cannot but maximize their monetary wealth, must I conceive of at least one wage laborer as unable to perform the actions of working and saving, or as unable to maximize their monetary wealth by such actions? The second pair of brackets highlight that this question differs from the question of whether the unintended consequences of universalizing money maximization would increase its relative cost and difficulty. Would the system contract, and capital hire fewer workers? 98 Marx implies that any such hypothetical world is contradictory in conception by stating that it would become every wage laborer's sole, and to acquire means of subsistence to satisfy a minimum of needs. What would make wage laborers' attempts at money maximization unsuccessful is hirers' money maximizing response. If all or the majority are extra hard-working, they do not increase the value of their commodity, but merely its quantity, and thus the demands placed upon it as a use value. If they all save, a general reduction of the wage will put them back on the right track, for the general saving would show the capitalist that their wage is generally too high, that they receive more than their equivalent for their commodity, for the capacity to dispose over their labor. 99. Every general increase in work is evidence of the greater use value of labor power. It shows that, over a given period, the average wage laborer can work for longer or produce more output than was previously demanded. With any general increase, each money-maximizing firm would be compelled by competition to impose that increased standard on their workforce as the norm, hiring fresh hands if its existing workers fail to maintain the pace. The value of labor power is not thereby increased, however. Second, every general saving by wage laborers is evidence that labor power was purchased above its value. It reveals that over a given period labor power can on average be produced with fewer purchases than were affordable at the previous wage level. Money-maximizing firms would take advantage of competition between those dependent on wage labor to reduce wages to the level at which only the value of labor power was paid. In combination, these responses leverage laborers expending maximum effort for minimal reward. Marx claims that this submission would make it impossible even to strive for wealth in general form, as money, stockpiled money 100 by precluding the necessary self-control. But in any case, universal money maximization is inconceivable. If all try, capitalists, but no wage laborers, can succeed. For Marx, the distinction between use value and value explains why. To be sure, the system universalisability conception of capitalist labor exploitation is based on a thin portion of text. To think of this as a decisive objection would be to raise an impossibly high bar, however. If a conception of capitalist exploitation can only be ascribed to Marx if it is fully elaborated in several explicit statements, no conception of capitalist exploitation can be ascribed to Marx. The reconstructive response is to formulate a conception of capitalist exploitation in the spirit of Marx's projectantexts. It would beams take it as suppose a thought no criteria are left to assess such a reconstructive response. The question is whether a system universalisability conception of capitalist labor exploitation can facilitate a solution to any of the problems that arise if Marx is read on his own terms. In this spirit, three problems will be discussed. While the exploitation and need problem is posed by Cohen, and the agency problem by Postone, the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem is posed here for the first time. 11. The exploitation and need problem. The exploitation and need problem is introduced by Cohen as follows. Particularly problematic, from the point of view of a socialist political philosopher, is the coming apart of the exploitation and need features of the revolutionary agent of Marxism, which features, Cohen allows, used to converge somewhat on a single set of people jf. It forces a choice between the principle of a right to the product of one's labor embedded in the doctrine of exploitation and a principle of equality of benefits and burdens which negates the right to the product of one's labor and which is required to defend support for very needy people who are not producers and who are, a fortiori, not exploited. This is the central normative problem which Marxists did not have to face in the past. 101. According to Cohen, it is a fact that there is now less overlap of the exploited and the needy than in the past. Although Kohina Lost Hatana group of people who are both exploited and needy have a compelling interest in replacing capitalism with socialism, now that this group is smaller, socialists face more pressure. Cohen says, Tauri about the exact ideals and principles of socialism. 102. It is now necessary, for practical reasons, to determine how a socialist political philosophy can consistently condemn exploitation and advocate support for the very needy, including very needy non-producers. Only with a solution to this problem is it rational for a sufficient number of people to engage in a socialist revolution, Cohen implies. The exploitation and need problem may be stated as follows. How can a socialist consistently combine a principled condemnation of exploitation with a principled defense of support for needy non-producers? For the purpose of engaging, in the exploitation and need problem, even those who would deny the fact on which Cohen insists, Two qualifying remarks may be made to clarify that the exploitation and need problem, as just stated, does not arise only for those who accept this fact. Firstly, it is not necessary to believe a thought theorist's greater social differentiation of the exploitanthonedy in advanced capitalism than in earlier periods of capitalism to be exercised by the exploitation and need problem. If there has always been little convergence, the problem still arises as a practical and a theoretical problem. Secondly, the exploitation and need problem arises as a theoretical problem, even if not as a practical problem, even if one were to believe that at some future date at which society will become ripe for a transition to socialism, convergence between the needy and the exploited will be re-established. One may still want to know how a socialist can consistently condemn exploitation and defend support for needy non-producers. Even those who do not accept Cohen's factual claim, or deny the persistency of the fact reports can ponder the exploitation and need problem. As the exploitation and need problem is a genuine problem, consider the form in which Cohen introduces it. Suppose, as Cohen says, that the socialist principle that condemns exploitation is the principle of a right to the product of one's labor, while the socialist principle that defends support for the needy is the principle of a right on the part of the needy to means of life. The exploitation and need problem must then be solved by means of an ordering principle. For without an ordering principle that establishes the priority of the one principally over the other, providing needy non-producers with means of life, you will violate a producer's rights to the product of their labor, and distributing the product of labor to producers will violate needy non-producers' rights to means of life. An ordering principle that orders these two principles can either state that the anti-exploitation principle has priority, or that the need principle has priority. To endorse the former ordering principle is to be callous to the needy, while to endorse the latter is to be reconciled to compromise with capitalism. If workers are hired by needy capitalists. 103 in saying that the problem no faced by socialists forces a choice between an anti-exploitation principle or a need principle. Cohen reveals that he takes it to be unthinkable that a solution to the exploitation and need problem could be found without one or other of these ordering principles. The system universalizability conception of capitalist labor exploitation facilitates a solution to the exploitation and need problem without either of these ordering principles, and so without falling into the trap of believing that the exploitation and need problem, which is genuine, forces socialists to license either callousness or compromise. It facilitates a system universalizability principle of justice, which says, exclusive advantages obtained by pursuing system-reinforced ends that cannot be universalist are unjust. This principle condemns capitalism, because money maximization fails the system-level universalizability test. But as this principle does not rest on the premise that a producer has a right to the product of their labor, it is possible, without inconsistency, to use it to condemn capitalist exploitation, and to defend the provision of means of life for needy non-producers. What society sets about doing in enforcing the former principle against capitalist labor exploitation is removing the system that enables and constrains the hire of wage labor to produce. For continuous money maximization. Prohibiting capitalist labor exploitation on this basis will create cases of conflict with the principle of providing means of life to needy non-producers only if it is possible for the latter to fall into a situation where the only way to provide them with means of life violates the system-level universalizability test. But it is implausible to suppose that, whatever policy of support for needy non-producers a socialist society adopts, whatever the means and end of such a policy may be, it will fail the system-level universalizability test. The system universalizability principle of justice thus solves the exploitation and need problem. The problem appears acute only if one accepts the premise that an anti-exploitation principle must appeal to a producer's right to the product of their labor. Cohen's belief that a Marxist is committed to this premise 104 has led him to pose the exploitation and need problem in the form of a trap, callousness or compromise. The system universalizability conception of capitalist labor exploitation allows the problem to be posed in a purer form, and to be solved, without licensing callousness or compromise. 12. The agency problem. The agency problem is posed by Postone. Overcoming capitalism, then, must also be understood in terms of the abolition of proletarian labor and, hence, the proletariat. This, however, renders very problematic the question of the relation of working-class social and political actions to the possible abolition of capitalism. It implies that such actions, and what is usually referred to as working-class consciousness, remain within the bounds of the capitalist social formation. Capital rests ultimately on proletarian labor, hence overcoming capital cannot be based on the self-assertion of the working class. Even the radical notion that the workers produce the surplus and, therefore, are its rightful owners, for example, points to the abolition of the capitalist class but not to the overcoming of capital. 105. According to Postone, the fundamental feature of capitalism is not a capitalist class, but capital. What is fundamental to capitalism, for Postone, is not the differentiation of a propertyless group that produces from a property-owning group that does not, but the dynamic of capital accumulation. Once capitalism is analyzed on this basis, however, Marx's belief in the revolutionary agency of the working class is said to be rendered very problematic. According to Postone, the ultimate goal of working-class social and political actions is the abolition of classes, and this stops short of overcoming capitalism. The agency problem may therefore be stated as follows: how can any group within capitalism develop an interest that can lead it to seek to overcome capitalism? Or, as skeptics of Postone's conception of capitalism may prefer to phrase it, how can a group within capitalism develop an interest that can lead it to seek to overcome value production? The solution presented here is formulated in the terms of the first statement of the problem. The reason for this is that the interaction recognition antinomy thesis defines the system of capitalist production by two types of generalized interaction: generalized purchase and sale, and generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. These generalized interactions sustain the dynamic of capital accumulation that tends to differentiate actors into classes without logically presupposing that this differentiation has already taken place. Even if, as Marx says in the Grundriss, the separation of the direct producers from the objective conditions of production is one of the historical conditions of capital. 106. It is not a logical condition. It is possible to conceive of a system of money-maximizing production in which, at least initially, each individual performs wage labor and owns a money-maximizing unit of production, whether the same unit as that for which they work, as in a society of money-maximizing producer cooperatives, or in a different unit. Such a system would facilitate a dynamic of capital accumulation, if competition led each unit of production to seek to accumulate as great a proportion of the value of the total social product as possible. Capital accumulation could still shape the techniques employed in production, the time devoted to labor, the kinds of product produced, and the occurrence of crises. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis offers no grounds for denying that such a system of capital accumulation is a form of capitalism, and so there is no cause, here, to substitute the first formulation of the problem with the second. Although the agency problem is a genuine problem, it is possible to answer it by denying that working-class social and political actions must stop short of abolishing capital. In the above passage, Postone suggests two distinct reasons for holding that working-class agency cannot abolish capital, one related to self-assertion, and another related to the vindication of rights to product. Both may be challenged, although it is the second that relates the agency problem to exploitation. Suppose it is accepted that overcoming capital involves overcoming proletarian labor. If it is then argued that, as action by the working class is a self-assertion of the working class action cannot abolish proletarian labor, it follows that working class action cannot abolish capital. This argument rests on an ambiguity, however. The actions of X will always exert X's capacities, equals self-assertion 1. But only some of X's actions need aim to strengthen X, equals self-assertion 2. While working class actions are always acts of self-assertion 1, that is no reason to think that they are always acts of self-assertion 2. It is in general false that, if X is to be abolished, X cannot do the abolishing. The sense in which it is correct to say that actions of the working class are self-assertions of the working class is no reason to think that such actions can abolish an activity that these members perform, proletarian labor. It is no reason to think that working class agency cannot abolish capital. Postone's second and more interesting suggestion is that the horizon of working class action does not extend to the abolition of capital because it is limited to vindicating workers' rights to what workers produce. Even if the vindication of these rights precludes the existence of a separate group of non-producers who appropriate product and direct investment, it does not preclude capital accumulation under the management of producers themselves. To reject this second reason for denying that an interest of the working class can lead it to seek to overcome capitalism, it is necessary to reject the claim that working class social and political action is limited to the vindication of workers' rights to product. What is surprising about this second suggestion is that Postone's endorsement of the idea that working class agency is limited to vindicating workers' rights to product reflects a failure to question an assumption of traditional Marxism, the very tradition of thought that Postone purports to oppose. Traditional Marxism, according to Postone, is the critique of capitalism from the standpoint of la bourgeoisie found in capitalism. Working class actions that proceed from the standpoint of labor as it is found in capitalism are those that seek to prosecute the claims of workers that arise from a positive evaluation of the contribution that workers make in virtue of performing labor as it is found in capitalism. The traditional Marxist critique of capitalism rests on the premise that the working class is the truly productive 107 class, and, as such, it alone has a right to product. It follows that, for traditional Marxism, there will be a redistribution of value from non-producers to producers on which capitalist exploitation ceases. Once all value is taken away from capitalists and returned to the producers 108, that is the end of capitalist exploitation and of capitalism, for traditional Marxism. There is no outstanding claim for producers to prosecute. If the traditional Marxist account of working class agency is sound, Postone is right to doubt that the agency problem can be solved by appeal to working class agency. But it has yet to be shown that the traditional Marxist account of working class agency is sound. The case for saying that Postone's second suggestion reflects a failure to question the traditional Marxist account of working class agency is that Postone remarks, the universality represented by the proletariat ultimately is that of value. 109 This remark suggests that Postone is as confused as traditional Marxism is as to the dimension to which the most direct expression of working class resistance belongs. The most direct expression of working class resistance to the system of capitalist production is not the assertion of a right to a greater share of value or product. To assert such a right already presupposes a willingness to submit to the discipline of value production. The most direct expression of working class resistance to the system of capitalist production is resistance to the extension and/or intensification of the working day. It is directly expressed, that is, as resistance in what the system universalisability conception of exploitation acknowledges as the dimension of capitalist exploitation. If the most direct expression of working class resistance concerns labor time, self-assertive working class action need not be confined to the form of asserting a right to the product of value production. It need not be confined to the form of asserting a right whose vindication presupposes that proletarian labor and capital continue to exist. The system universalisability conception of capitalist labor exploitation suggests that there may be a solution to the agency problem, by locating capitalist exploitation in the dimension of laboring activity, and defining it in terms of the systematic pursuit of money maximization. There is no longer any reason to hold that working class action is fixed on something short of the overcoming of capital on account of the centrality to it of resistance to capitalist exploitation. The overcoming of exploitation in capitalist production is not the overcoming of the unproductiveness of a class of non-producers, but the overcoming of value production itself. A positive solution to the agency problem can consist in an argument to the effect that participants in a working class movement to limit the working day can conclude that workers have an interest in abolishing value production. An antinomy-based argument to this effect that relies on the system universalisability principle of justice is presented in Chapter 12. 13. The capitalism, rights, and injustice problem. The capitalism, rights, and injustice problem is, how is it possible to hold that capitalism is unjust without appeal to rights? The capitalism, rights, and injustice problem arises on acceptance of two premises. I. Capitalism is unjust. 2. Capitalism is not to be condemned by appeal to rights. Before arguing that the system universalis abilitae conception of capitalist labor exploitation facilitates a solution to this problem, it is necessary to show where the problem arises. This will be done by arguing that socialists like Marx have raison to accept I. 2. First, however, it is helpful to note some differences between what it is to solve. The capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, and the nature of the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice, whose best-known summary is an article by Normangerus entitled The Controversy About Marx and Justice. 110 To solve the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, it is sufficient to condemn one injustice of capitalism without appeal to rights. It is not necessary to offer a comprehensive account of the injustice of capitalism, according to Marx. This injustice need not be a distributive injustice. Moreover, distributive justice is concerned with the question of what benefits or burdens it is just for people to have equal amounts of. 111 To solve the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, however, it is sufficient to argue that capitalist labor exploitation can be condemned as unjust without appeal to a right, although this injustice, because it is independent of any unequal distribution of labor, or product, within a society is nota distributive injustice. If capitalist abur exploitation is an injustice by virtue of the system reinforced and it imposes on labor, if, that is, it is unjust because, in the words of the Grundriss, it is theft of alien fremder labor time. 112 Then the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem can be solved by showing that this charge of injustice does not rest on a right. Third, to offer a solution to the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem based on Marx's writings, it is sufficient to show that Marx's writings contain the resources to solve it. Showing that Marx's writings contain the resources to respond to a problem is not the same thing as defending a view about what Marx had in mind. These points are worth noting, for much of the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice takes the form of addressing the question of whether Marx, consistently, thought that capitalism was unjust on grounds of distributive justice. This is not the only question for debate on Marx and justice to address, and it is not the question directly addressed here. After presenting a solution to the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, a critique of the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice will be offered. One upshot of these differences is a reduction in the textual burden of proof. To solve the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, it is not necessary to cite passages related to the injustice of phenomena other than capitalist labor exploitation, or to multiply textual evidence for a given position, or to cite passages purely to diffuse apparent inconsistencies. The important thing here is not how frequently or consistently Marx expresses a view that solves the problem, but whether Marx's writings offer the resources to formulate a view that can solve it. With this in mind, we can turn to the task of motivating the problem's two premises. The first premise of the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem is, capitalism is unjust. All this means is, capitalism stands condemned by a norm that ought to be enforced impartially, now if not forever. To say that a norm ought to be enforced is to say that everyone it affects has a reason to accept it. The qualifier now permits material or social circumstances, such as the level of productive power, to be taken into account in deciding what norms to enforce, while if not forever indicates that the judgment is noncommittal as regards whether or not the norm ought to be enforced in the best possible society. A norm is applied impartially if it is applied without deference to the affected person's own assessment of the matter, by those in no special relationship with them. For example, the principle toic according to their needs, 113 would not be applied impartially if its application deferred to each actor's self-assessment of their needs. A commitment to need not reflect a belief that justice is the first virtue of social institutions. 114 As Rawls says, perhaps a norm ought to be enforced impartially now, although the best society is not one that includes impartially enforced norms, in a normatively fundamental role. It is consistent to believe that capitalism is unjust, and that the best society would realize other virtues only, or other virtues over justice. To motivate the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, it is not necessary to show that Marx held a view of justice as those norms that ought to be enforced impartially, now if not forever. Nonetheless, the Marxist pedigree of the ought to be enforced impartially view of justice is affirmed below. Premise I also does not imply that capitalism is to be criticized on the basis of moral goods, that is, as contrary to or failing to promote valuing or doing something because conscience or the moral law tells us we ought to. 115 Just norms may be observed for a variety of motives, may be valid and/or applicable in light of historical facts, and, rather than binding an individual's will, offer a mutual guarantee. Nor need action in accordance with just norms be prized for its instrumental value in promoting moral goods. It can be prized for honoring the value of a property of a society. If Marx's rejection of morality as in remarks of the kind, communists do not preach morality at all 116 is a rejection of moral goods, then the distinction between moral goods and non-moral goods shows that this rejection is consistent with a belief in I. 117.13 Step Argument 4, I, as a claim that socialists like Marx have reason to accept is to say that anyone who regards a revolutionizing 118 agent as necessary to bring about a socialist society is committed to I. First of all, it is reasonable to hold that a revolutionizing agent is necessary to bring about socialism, because socialism presupposes that wealth and power have been taken away from the enormously wealthy and the enormously powerful, and no enormously wealthy and powerful class gives up its wealth and power entirely voluntarily. No transition from capitalism to socialism will be possible without an agent at least raising the threat of physical force against the enormously wealthy and powerful. So, if socialists require a normative reason for replacing capitalism with socialism, this reason must license a people's threat of physical force. In view of the reluctance of the enormously wealthy and powerful to give up their resources voluntarily, and adopting an ought to be enforced impartially conception of justice, we can say, if socialists require a normative reason for replacing capitalism with socialism, they require a principle of justice, on which capitalism, but not socialism, is unjust. Second, all anti-capitalist revolutionaries require some principled reason for replacing capitalism. Those who attempt to bring about or who, tacitly, support a new order, to which the previously ruling class publicly voices its opposition, must be convinced of the validity of that new order, on grounds that they can give publicly and sincerely. Moreover, it is foreseeable that, to overcome the opposition of the enormously wealthy and powerful, those who bring about or support a new order will be required to make sacrifices, and to call on everyone willing to join them in doing so, to achieve their goal. But if that is so, given preferences alone cannot be expected to provide a sufficiently stable basis of revolutionary motivation. Some or other principled reason will have to provide a basis of revolutionary motivation. The case for saying that anti-capitalist revolutionaries who are socialists like Marx require a principled reason for replacing capitalism that everyone affected has a reason to accept, and thus a principle of justice, relates to the fact that their goal, socialism, is a form of society in which everyone is treated equally in certain respects. In Marx's vision, emergent communism adopts the principle of an equal right to means of individual consumption proportional to productive contribution, while developed communism adopts the principle from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. 119 No one denies that, in Marx's vision, emergent communism applies a type of equal standard. 120 While developed communism also adopts an equal standard, which is not a standard of equal right. 121 If an equal standard is a principle that applies to a kin respect of attributus that any human being ordinarily has to some degree, such as abilities and needs. 122 If the goal of an anti-capitalist revolution is a form of society in which everyone is to be treated equally in certain respects, its agents must be able to give a public and sincere reason for replacing capitalism to anyone willing to help replace it that everyone affected has a reason to accept. For otherwise, the basis of revolutionary motivation does not prepare people for socialism. Anti-capitalists who aim to replace capitalism with an elitist culture or with a society based on principles that do not treat individuals as both distinct and equal are not committed to a principle of justice. But such anti-capitalists are not socialists like Marx. To show that Marx is faced with the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, it is unnecessary to show that he would frame the problem in its terms. Hence, the above argument for I could afford to make no mention of Marx's view of justice. It may also be argued, however, that Marx has a view of justice that allows the problem to be framed in these terms. In other words, it may also be argued that Marx has an ought to be enforced impartially view of justice. Two views of justice are standardly attributed to Marx. On the narrow view, justice consists of the juridical norms, internal to each social order. 123. On the broader view, justice consists of the proper distribution of advantages and disadvantages quite generally. 124. The ought to be enforced impartially view of justice differs from the narrow view, for the norms that ought to be enforced impartially, now if not forever, may be incompatible with an existing social order. It also differs from the broader view, on two counts. The broader view includes, as part of justice, any ethos operating within the bounds set by the norms that ought to be enforced impartially, and that contributes to the proper distribution of benefits and burdens. 125. The ought to be enforced impartially view of justice does not include any such ethos in its conception of justice. The broader view is also in one respect not broad, it is a view of distributive justice. The norms that ought to be enforced impartially, now if not forever, may include norms other than those that contribute to distributing a society's benefits and burdens. Marx's vision of developed communism creates a problem for both the narrow view and the broad view that does not trouble the ought to be enforced impartially view. For Wood, who proposes the narrow view, Marx's view of justice is one on which the justice of an action, transaction, or system of distribution consists in bearing a certain relation of adequacy, correspondence or functionality to the social mode of production within which it takes place. 126. Yet Wood also says that Marx looks forward to a more distant future in which he hopes people will not have to think in terms of right or justice. 127. The more distant future that Marx looks forward to includes a communist mode of production. No mode of production can exist without some activities being adequate to or functional for it, however. Nor can the adequacy or functionality of existing activities for an existing mode of production escape reflection. To look forward to the future to which Wood says, Marx looks forward, Marx must have a view of justice different to the one that Wood attributes to him. 128. Guerraz, meanwhile, openly concedes that the broad view conflicts with what Marx says about developed communism, for Marx does not realize what he is doing. 129. By contrast, the ought to be enforced impartially view of justice can be affirmed, while affirming that, on Marx's vision of it, developed communism surpasses the horizon of right, and the horizon of justice. 130. The ought to be enforced impartially view of justice also captures the functions and drawbacks with justice that Marx identified. Impartially enforced norms offer a kind of guarantee and recognition. If they are clearly formulated, have adequate sanctions, and are reliably enforced, impartially enforced norms are the kind of norms that self-interested actors can expect one another to conform to as nunuil wish to incur the sanction. Moreover, if impartially enforced norms are publicly declared, they are the kind of norms that can be recognized to have a content and standing that is independent of the judgment of the actor to whom they apply. These two functions distinguish impartially enforced norms from the norms of an ethos. But they also ensure that the conditions in which a progressive interests stand in need of a mutual guarantee. 131 are also the conditions in which b. punishment, coercion, contradict human conduct. Law must be one-sided, and must abstract from individuality. 132 The ought to be enforced impartially view of justice accommodates both realist, a. like statements as well as critical, b. like statements. As the ought to be enforced impartially view of justice is in line with Marx's vision of developed communism, and accommodates both these sorts of statement, it is reasonable to suppose that Marx could have framed the above argument for why socialists like him are committed to premise I, in its terms. We cannot turn to the second premise of the capitalism rights and injustice problem. 2. Capitalism is not to be condemned by appeal to rights. Two arguments will be offered for why socialists like Marx have reason to accept. 2. The first is simply a broader form of the argument that exposed the limitation of the needs version of Cohen's product-based charge of capitalist exploitation. 133. The second is Marx's recognition-based critique of rights. The needs version of Cohen's product-based charge of capitalist exploitation is limited by the fact that the principle of a right to product based on need cannot condemn capital accumulation if it is overseen by capitalists whose personal reward is limited to an amount of product calculated by need. The first part of the first argument 4.2 is that the same type of limitation will be exhibited by any socialist principle of right to product. If, say, the principle is that of a right to product proportional 134 to productive contribution, the principle cannot condemn capital accumulation overseen by capitalists whose personal reward, like that of others, is proportional to their productive contribution. The form of reasoning is as follows. Capitalism is a system of capital accumulation, in which purchase and sale and production with wage labor for money maximization are generalized. To whatever principle of right to product a socialist might advocate, it is logically possible for a tax scheme to regulate capital accumulation to yield that distribution. 3. Therefore, no right to product that a socialist might advocate can condemn all capitalisms. 4. Socialists condemn all capitalisms. Therefore socialists' condemnation of capitalism cannot be alto a right to product. The form of reasoning is not that a socialist principle of right to product would not be rationally applicable to capitalism. 135 Rather, it is that it would not condemn all possible capitalisms. The crucial step is step 2, and what supports step 2 is that a principle of product distribution says nothing about the dynamic of production. If a tax scheme can be used to redistribute product, a principle of product distribution does not in principle exclude any particular production dynamic. Hence, it does not exclude capital accumulation. The argument is incomplete, however, because capitalist labor exploitation is not a matter of the distribution of value or product. It must be extended as follows. 6. Capitalist exploitation belongs to the dimension of laboring activity. 7. To condemn capitalist exploitation by appeal to a right, it is necessary to appeal to a producer's right not to perform surplus labor. 136 Or to a producer's right to withhold surplus labor from a capitalist. 8. A socialist cannot appeal to a right not to perform surplus labor, for then people whose impairments prevent them from producing cannot be guaranteed means of life, which is contrary to socialist values. 9. A socialist cannot appeal to a producer's right to withhold surplus labor from a capitalist, for that allows each producer to choose to let a capitalist benefit, and if enough producers agree, some capitalist production can proceed. Therefore, together with socialists' condemnation of capitalism cannot appeal to a right. The crucial steps are adiondix. But is uncontroversial and x follows from 4. A second argument 4.2 is Marx's recognition-based critique of rights. In its discussion of communist principles of distribution, critique of the Gotha program suggests a problem in the form of right. This problem is that the express standard of right does not reflect its actual content. Right, Marx says, can only consist in the application of an equal standard. 137 To apply an equal standard of right is to treat right shoulders from a determinate point of view that sees nothing further in them, disregards everything else. 138 Yet factors disregarded from a determinate point of view do not thereby cease to take effect. As a result, right is inherently short-sighted. Its standard may not express what it tacitly recognizes. Critique of the Gotha program offers one example, the right to product in proportion to productive contribution. This right applies an equal standard to all. The same output by any two different individuals gives each a right to the same amount of product. But this standard ensures that equal efforts are not equally rewarded. For unequally talented individuals must put in different amounts of effort to produce the same output. As the talented are able to put in less effort than the less talented to receive the same amount of product, this right tacitly recognizes Erkennt, an unequal talents as natural privileges. 139 What right tacitly recognizes differs from what it expressly recognizes. This is Marx's recognition-based critique of rights. Marx's recognition-based critique of rights revolves around the distinction between what is express and what is tacit, not around the distinction between universality and particularity. Critique of the Gotha program is often read as offering a critique of the universality of right. William Booth, for example, claims that its critique of right is that the universality of right must pass over the irreducible particularity of the individual. 140 This can be challenged, on two counts. First, Marx says that right disregards everything else. 141 Everything else is not reducible to every other difference between individuals. Right remains subject to a recognition-based critique on the counterfactual assumption that all individuals are identical. The independent rightful actions of identical rights-endowed individuals could create a social dynamic that is not expressly recognized by right. Second, Marx does not here reject any system of general rules. 142 A system of general rules leading to no divergence between what is expressly and what is tacitly recognized is not subject to a recognition-based critique. To say that recognition of X is but the recognition of Y is to distinguish what is expressly recognized from what is tacitly recognized. Marx therefore also offers a recognition-based critique of individual human rights and on the Jewish question. The Liberty-Freiheit of the egoistic human being and the recognition anerkennen of this liberty as a human right (JF) is but the recognition of the unbridled movement of the intellectual and material elements which form the content of his life. 143. To bestow rights on individuals is to presuppose that each individual, or at least some number of individuals, has a capacity that they would need to exercise, to make use of that right. Only then is there a practical point in awarding the right. Insofar as a legal order is based on right, the exercise of this capacity, in respect of what the right gives each a right to do, is subject only to the negative limits imposed by other individuals' rights and public order. The concatenation of every individual's rightful exercise of this capacity may, however, set in train a social dynamic. For example, one social dynamic set in train by the exercise of private property rights is capital accumulation. Another social dynamic set in train by the exercise of private property rights is the commercialization of the press. 144 Whether or not such social dynamics are foreseen by a lawmaking body, they are not what a rights-based legal code expressly recognizes. What it expressly recognizes is the liberty. Yet all social dynamics set in train as a result of individuals' rightful exercise of their rights are public knowledge. So, if a social dynamic is set in train by individuals' rightful exercise of a right, any disparity between what the law expressly recognizes and the social dynamic it tacitly recognizes is public knowledge. But if it is public knowledge that such a disparity exists, laws are not, as Marx urges in debates on freedom of the press, conscious reflections of life. 145 If laws are not conscious reflections of social life, then a member of society, in obeying them, is obeying something other than them. In that case, legal norms do not objectify freedom as self-legislative. Human community. If socialists like Marx are committed to the value of self-legislative human community, they cannot condemn capitalism by appeal to rights. Marx's recognition-based critique of rights is a critique of the form of right, rather than a critique of its content. That is, it is a critique of giving a fundamental role to outcome-independent constraints on conduct based on the notion of an individual's non-derivative value. This critique does not require that rights give expression to egoism. 146 or that rights lead individuals to see others as undesirable constraints on their action. 147 or that rights perpetuate inequalities. 148 Without doubt, rights are used in capitalism, by their holders, to pursue egoistic interests, in the context of their pursuit individuals view others as undesirable constraints, and the results inequality. But imagine a society with their rights-based legal code in which independent individuals as their rights for altruistic ends and thereby set in train a social dynamic that results in an egalitarian distribution. The social dynamic produced by the concatenation of everyone's rightful exercise of their rights may still lack express recognition in the law. If so, the law would not objectify freedom as self-legislative human community. Leopold suggests 3 reasons for thinking that Marx and/or socialists confine, or should confine, criticisms of rights to their content as distinct from their form. 1. to suppose that human beings have a standing that inanimate objects do not, that people count in a way that filing cabinets do not. 149 is to be committed to rights. 2. To recognize that there are constraints on how we are permitted to treat persons based on factors other than the goodness of outcomes. 150 is to be committed to rights. And 3. It is implausible to think that a society could exist in which rights are superfluous. 151 These suggestions are not compelling, however. Firstly, to say that members of the human species have a value that transcends that of any type of inanimate object, or any other type of species, is not to imply that each individual also has a non-derivative value. Hence, it is not to be committed to rights. Secondly, to recognize constraints on how we ought to act towards other human beings that are independent of the goodness of outcomes is not to say that these constraints are owed on account of the value of a type of individual property. Hence, it is not to be committed to rights, as distinct from duties to the whole. Thirdly, to say that rights are never superfluous is not to say they must be normatively fundamental. To motivate a critique of the form of rights, it suffices to claim that a type of individual property is not the ultimate object of value, so that treating it as if it was, by adopting rights as fundamental, will require members of society, in obeying the law, to obey something other than it, and none of the above suggestions count against this claim. The Communist Manifesto describes communism as an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. 152 This suggests that freedom, for Marx, has a development component and an awareness component. Freedom consists in a. The cultivation of one's abilities and the enjoyment of their exercise, and b. The institutionalized awareness that this activity is in harmony with, rather than at the expense of, that of others. This is a wholly different sense of freedom to that in which a person's freedom is diminished when his private property is tampered with. 153 It is a freedom in which, as on the Jewish question puts it, the human being has cognized and organized his forces proprias as social powers. 154 If the principles of an association are to offer its members, b. They must accurately reflect harmonious social dynamics. If a legal code that prioritizes rights is a legal code that cannot expressly recognize the social dynamics it sets in train, or that sets in train social dynamics in which actors' pursuit of ends is not harmonious, it cannot be the legal code of the association Marx envisioned. Formulated as a rejoinder to Hegel's philosophy of history, Marx's recognition-based critique of rights is that if world history is the progress in the consciousness of freedom. 155 A form of society characterized by a legal code that prioritizes rights cannot be its end point. Socialists like Marx must be able to condemn capitalism without appeal to rights, to be able to insist on the freedom they value, the autonomy of social humanity. 156 In some socialists like Marx are faced with the capitalism rights and injustice problem. How is it possible to hold that capitalism is unjust without appeal to rights? The interaction recognition antinomy thesis says, by adopting a system universalisability principle of justice, according to which exclusive advantages obtained by pursuing system reinforced ends that cannot be universalist are unjust. A system universalisability principle is a principle of justice because it is enforceable, in the form of measures to remove the systems that enable and constrain non-universalisable ends, and if it can be recommended on the rational grounds that antinomies in the social world ought to be resolved. 157 It condemns capitalism, because money maximization fails the system-level universalisability test. It is not a rights-creating norm, because it grounds prohibitive measures that give no individual an unconditional advantage. To endorse the system universalisability principle of justice is not to be committed to rejecting rights. It is simply to be committed to a legal code in which rights are not prioritized, on the basis that what it is possible for all to have a right to do is an unsuitable basis for removing systematic incentives to do what it is inconceivable for all to achieve. If the libertarian conception of justice treats the non-violation of rights as a side constraint upon action. 158 The interaction recognition antinomy thesis replies, a duty to the whole can be a side constraint on a right. A duty to the whole can serve as a criterion for not awarding or for limiting a right. The normative charge accompanying the system universalisability conception of exploitation rests on the same value, self-legislative human community, informing Marx's recognition-based critique of rights. The basis for saying that capitalist labor exploitation, and thus capitalism, is to be condemned as unjust, is also the basis for not condemning it by appeal to a right. 159. Two different sorts of argument might be offered for denying that something like the system universalis principle of justice is a principle of justice. One is to deny that any duty to the whole is a principle of justice on the grounds that no duty to the whole is enforceable. Hillel Steiner claims, any of the properties standardly and distinctively attributed to correlative duties is that they are enforceable. 160. According to Steiner, duties for which there is no correlative right are not the kind of duties that can be enforced, because such duties are only discharged if they are discharged with an ethical motive. But that is false. A duty to the whole need not be discharged with an ethical motive. It may be underpinned by a value that can be promoted in a certain context without ethical motivation on the part of those it binds in that context. A duty on a government to keep the workings of its institutions open to the public is an enforceable duty that has no correlative right. No individual has an unconditional right to be admitted. It also has a value, or values, public access and public scrutiny, whose promotion does not depend on the ethical character of the motive of those who uphold it, who may be officials who seek to be paid. Likewise, self-legislative human community can be promoted by measures to remove the systems that enable and constrain non-universalisable ends, even if the motive of those who implement the measures is not specifically ethical. A second type of argument is offered by Cohen. Cohen claims, it is an insult to the status of persons when certain acts are forbidden to them. 161. A prohibition is an insult to the status of persons, Cohen says, if and because it seeks to make me unfree in a respect in which no one need be unfree. 162. As the system universalis principle of justice restricts liberty, that is, what one has no duty not to do, for the sake of something other than liberty, Cohen might deny the justice of the system universalis principle of justice as follows: 1. Personhood is fundamental to justice. 2. Restrictions on liberty insult personhood. 3. Therefore, a principle that restricts liberty for the sake of something other than liberty is not a principle of justice. 4. The universalis principle restricts liberty for the sake of something other than liberty. 5. Therefore, the system universalis principle is not a principle of justice. 1. May be rejected. Prohibitions to uproot systems that reinforce ends whose universalization cannot be thought without contradiction do not seek to stop anyone from doing what no one need be unfree to do. Their prohibition does not make it the case, but acknowledges it as the case, that members of a community cannot be free in the respect. Such prohibitions are the kind of prohibitions that Marx affirms in 1842 when he claims that the lawgiver does not make the laws, he does not invent them. Hemmer le formulates them expressing inconscious positive lost heiner laws of relations of spirit geistiger Verhaltnisse. 163. To be insulted by a prohibition licensed by the system universalis principle of justice, an actor must view themselves as outside relations of spirit. They must view themselves as others superior. They must demand respect for their end-setting capacities in disingenuous abstraction from the value of the community whose existence the presuppose hen-setting theme that is to be uprooted. Prohibitions on transactions designed to uproot systems that fail the system-level universalis test cannot insult those who do not kid themselves that they are not equal members of a community. The liberty of persons is not fundamental to justice, but only to a particular conception of justice. Marxists who believe that, if one avoids appeal to rights, one cannot appeal to justice, or that, if one rejects capitalism on grounds of justice, one must be appealing to rights, adopt an economistic version of Marxism. Economistic Marxism is a version of Marxism that loses sight of the implications of Marx's analysis of the commodity form, and instead adopts assumptions tied to the concept of an economic good. As argued in Chapter 3, if the total social product is conceived as a total of economic goods, the only conceivable principles of justice in respect of product are principles with correlative rights. Economic thought including economistic Marxism cannot but identify justice with rights. Thien tire anglophone et bation markand justicia is a symptom of economistic Marxism. Its three positions are articulated by Wood, Young, and Cohen. According to Wood, Marx never criticized capitalism on grounds of right or justice 164 but only on other values. According to Young, Marx did consistently think that capitalism is unjust because it violates the rights of workers, and any contradiction is merely apparent. 165 According to Cohen, Marx did not always realize that he thought capitalism was unjust. 166 Cohen's claim, which, it is high time to acknowledge, echoes a century-old Kantian critique of Marx 167 has generated the largest chorus of approval. Stephen Lukes, acknowledging Cohen, writes, Marx and Engels plainly believed that capitalism was unjust, but they did not believe that they believed this. 168 Elster concurs, Marx may have thought that he had no theory of justice, but his actual analyses only make sense if we impute such a theory to him. 169 According to Garas, Marx did think capitalism was unjust but he did not think he thought so. 170 Ellen Meixenes Wood endorses Garas's persuasive argument that Marx himself did, if involuntarily, have a concept of justice. 171 Kai Nielsen agrees that Cohen's is the right stance to take. 172 Rodney Peffer accepts the conclusion that Marx seems to have explicitly held capitalist exploitation to be just while implicitly condemning it as unjust. 173 Jeffrey Ryman endorses G. A. Cohen's wise and wily conclusion. 174 Justin Schwartz concedes of Marx's views that W.E. must throw out something, either his official views of justice or his use of terms like theft. 175 David Leopold suggests a parallel claim to Cohen's. Marx did believe in moral rights although he did not think that he did so. 176 John Rawls follows the fashion, Marx did condemn capitalism as unjust. On the other hand, he did not see himself as doing so. 177 Alex Kallinicus views Garas's case as a definitive solution. 178 to the Marx and justice debate, while Pablo Helibert agrees with Garas that Marx did hold quite strong views about justice even though he was not fully aware that he did so. 179 Notwithstanding the difference in Wood's, Young's and Cohen's interpretive findings, they all rest on the same false substantive premise. They all survey Marx's work on the premise that a duty of justice has a correlative right, call this the correlativity premise. Wood recommends that we use Mill's admirably clarifying and theoretically neutral definition of justice or right 180 to decide whether or not exploitation is unjust, on which justice requires a right in some person, correlative to the moral obligation. 181 Accordingly, when interpreting Marx's texts, Wood treats the possibility of injustice in an economic transaction in which interest is paid to a lender as equivalent to the question of whether its payment is an injustice to the borrower. 182 Likewise, for Wood, the judgment that an exchange between capitalist and worker does no wrong or injustice, unwreaked, at all to the seller is equivalent to saying that it is a just transaction. 183 Young, 2, claims, if the extraction of surplus value is theft, workers must have some property right in surplus value. 184 Cohen's comment that to steal is, in general, wrongly to take what rightly belongs to another. 185 signals Cohen's agreement with Young's claim. Wood, Young, and Cohen all affirm the correlativity premise in the domain that they regard as central to the question of whether Marx thought capitalism unjust. The correlativity premise is neither clarifying nor theoretically neutral, however. Although Wood cites Mill as an authority for the correlativity premise, not even all of Mill's own characteristic views are consistent with it. According to Mill, the peculiar evil of silencing the expression of an opinion is that it is not simply a private injury to one or more individuals, but an act of robbing the human race. 186 Clearly, for Mill, justice in respect of freedom of expression is not exhausted by obligations that have correlative rights in some person. Nor does the literature on libertarianism make the mistake of assuming that a duty of justice has, by its very concept, a correlative right. Libertarians, as Peter Valentine notes, all hold that the only enforceable duties are interpersonal duties where interpersonalgities are duties that are not impersonalgities. 187 But this view, Valentine notes, is a controversial claim. 188 It would be perverse to hold that those who do not define justice so as to make this libertarian premise true by definition fail to appreciate the neutral character of the definition that would do so. In the domain of property, the correlativity premise must be rejected. Theft or stealing is wrongful appropriation. But wrongful appropriation need not imply the violation of a right. If I steal the only copy of a book in the public domain, no one is at liberty to use it as they please. But I steal it nonetheless. Likewise, the theft of unallocated tickets to a public gallery need not violate a liberty. Would-be ticket holders are not at liberty to enter, and the gallery may be duty-bound to admit the public. 189 The correlativity premise is no more theoretically neutral than the concept of an economic good. It excludes all theories of justice that acknowledge enforceable duties to the whole. Marx's remark in the Grundriss that the capitalist usurps the free time created by workers for society 190 allows that Marx, too, rejected the correlativity premise in the domain to which the charge of capitalist labor exploitation belongs, if society is wronged. The Anglophone debate on Marx and justice has failed not only to identify the domain in which capitalist exploitation is located, but also to adopt a conception of justice suitable for assessing Marx's pronouncements. Let us turn the tables on this debate. In 1981, Cohen claimed that the language of natural, or moral, rights is the language of justice, and whoever takes justice seriously must accept that there are natural rights. 191 Later, however, in self-ownership, freedom and equality, Cohen allows justice to include enforceable duties that are not correlatives of rights. Having said of the case in which I have a non-contractual moral obligation to assist my mother if she falls ill, that my having an obligation to her need not mean that my mother has any right against me. 192 Cohen says that a similar point can be made about the legal obligation of a state. If a state has a duty to tax because the socialist constitution requires the state to tax redistributively 193 that does not mean that that duty is owed to some person with a right to have the state set taxes. Similarly, away from the context of Marx and exploitation, Wood says, in Kant's theory, the fact that non-rational beings have no rights does not entail that the general will of a state may not legislate restrictions on how they may be used or treated. 194 Wood's point here is that, within a Kantian account of justice, there is room for duties that do not have correlative rights, for example, a duty not to hunt and kill members of an endangered animal species, which does not give animals, or non-hunters, rights. If Wood's point here is granted, namely, that there is a plausible account of justice on which not all duties of justice are correlative to rights, the entire Anglophone debate on Marx and justice is compromised. 195 Cohen's and Wood's contributions to the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice are informed by a conception of justice that lacks the virtues claimed for it, and that they themselves do not always affirm. The only fitting response to the fashionable but superficial claim that this debate has cemented, therefore, that Marx did not always realize that he thought capitalism was unjust 196 is that of a riposte. Interpreters of Marx do not always realize that they think about justice like economists. Marxists who believe that Marx is confused about justice are themselves confused about justice. Thesis universalis abilitae conception of exploitation is defended on the following grounds. What it identifies, in capitalism, as capitalist labor exploitation, is 1. A systemic feature, not a merely individual trait, 2. Fundamental to the commodity form, not a contingent condition or consequence, 3. Activity of which a rate of surplus value can be an expression, 4. Suggestive of a solution to the agency problem. Further, the system universalis ability conception of exploitation, 5. Identifies other kinds of exploitation, that Marx identified, while its associated system universalis ability principle of justice, 6. Rests on the value of self-legislative human community, 7. Offers a solution to the exploitation and need problem, 8. Offers a solution to the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, 9. Facilitates a critique of the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice from the perspective of commodity form philosophy. Copyright Koning Clique Brill NV, Leiden, 2019 doi 10.1163/9789004384804_010. Chapter 9. Recognition and Self-Ownership. In The Gift, Marcel Mauss reports that, in some early societies, a refusal to give or a refusal to accept a gift was thought to lead to illness or death, and could even be understood as a declaration of war. 1. Reciprocating a gift was viewed by clan members to confer authority and power on the donor. 2. In these various ways, gift-giving in early societies displayed a social significance irreducible to its effect in distributing goods. From one angle, the system of capitalist production presents a marked contrast with such societies. Commodity exchange is conducted for the sole purpose of acquisition. Yet, even though, or rather just because, commodity exchangers in order to motives are to acquire commodities or money, purchase and sale has an unintended social significance. It exhibits a kind of as-if mutual recognition that helps sustain, on the part of persons, a belief in the principle of self-ownership. In Chapter 8, it was argued that a society based on the system of capitalist production lacks self-legislative human community. However, that is not to say that this system yields no sense of community. Marx's economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 remark, under the semblance of the recognition Anerkennung of the human being, national economy, whose principle is labor, is merely the consequential implementation of the denial of the human being. 3. This chapter concerns the first part of Marx's remark. Notwithstanding Marx's judgment of production for money maximization, what kind of recognition does purchase and sale exhibit, and what are its consequences? Marx claims that commodity exchange exhibits a kind of recognition on two key occasions. Marx does not elaborate a conception of recognition to underpin this claim, however. Section 1 attempts to fill this gap, by outlining a pragmatic conception of recognition. Section 2 then draws attention to the peculiarity of Marx's conception of private property ownership in Capital. Chapter 2, private property ownership is distinct, by virtue of recognition, both from commodity possession and from law. Section 3 employs the pragmatic conception of recognition outlined in Section 1 to defend this conception of private property ownership. It defends the idea that commodity exchange is characterized by the as-if mutual recognition of animus domini. Section 4 argues that such recognition implies the as-if mutual recognition of personhood. Finally, Section 5 suggests that this as-if mutual recognition can lead actors to identify themselves as persons in virtue of commodity exchangers' social interest in security. If actors identify themselves as persons, then they will be led to affirm a principle of self-ownership. 1. A pragmatic conception of recognition. In English there are three uses of the verb to recognize: I, to identify someone or something already known or previously encountered, to recognize someone in a photo, for example; 2, to cognize that something is so, to recognize the fact that X, and 3, to appreciate someone or something as having a valued quality, for example, to recognize someone's achievements. 4. The German verb s4, I, anerkennen or wiedererkennen rather than anerkennen. The German anerkennen is only used for 2, 5 or 3. A further distinction can be drawn within the evaluative of anerkennen. 6, 3, encompasses both the activity of acknowledging correctness, such as acknowledging the correctness of an opinion, as well as conduct that amounts to behaving appropriately to another. To interrupt a judge mid-flow by shouting "yes, that's right," would acknowledge the correctness of their opinion. But it would not be considered appropriate behavior. To oversee a learning environment in which learners can make mistakes without being made fun of may be to treat them appropriately. But it need not acknowledge the correctness of their opinion. Unless explicitly indicated, the English word recognition is reserved, from now on, for the evaluative conduct-based use of anerkennen. Arto Leitonen distinguishes two conceptions of recognition, a practical and a symbolic conception. The term recognition can be taken to refer to the ethically adequate or inadequate treatment of persons, or to the treatment as interpreted to be an implicit delivery of a message: you are Z and you ought to be treated accordingly. For example, you are a person, you are a person with certain kinds of merit, you are a special person to me. Let us call these the practical and symbolic conceptions of recognition. The practical notion of recognition can be paraphrased as, A treats B in accordance with B's Z-hood. The symbolic notion can be paraphrased as, A reveals to B that A thinks that B is Z and ought to be treated accordingly. This revealing can be implicit in the nonverbal treatment. There is no need to think dualistically that there are separate symbolic acts distinct from other behavior. Reading the message is a matter of interpreting how the recognizee is taken into account in the motives of the recognizer. Point 7. I shall argue that neither the practical nor the symbolic conception of recognition is a satisfactory conception of the evaluative conduct-based use of Anerkennen. The distinguishing feature of what Leitonen calls the practical conception of recognition is that it suspends judgment about the recognizer's normative beliefs. Whether the recognizer believes that they ought to treat the other as they do, ethically adequate, or whether the recognizer has no such normative belief, ethically inadequate, is immaterial, on the practical conception of recognition. All that matters is that the recognizer's conduct in regard to another is appropriate. The practical conception of recognition is distinct from the symbolic conception, for acting merely as if one has the attitudes is not the same as having the attitudes. Point 8. The problem with the practical conception of recognition is that, like the other senses of Anerkennen listed above, recognition is a kind of judgment. To say that A recognizes the fact that B has died is not to say that A merely acts if they believed that B has died. Similarly, to acknowledge the correctness of another's opinion is to do more than pay lip service to its correctness. By the same token, if A recognizes B, it must be possible for B to assume that A has normative beliefs as to how they ought to treat B in a given situation. B would revis their view that A had recognized them if B was to learn that A lacked mental capacity or that A simultaneously whispered something to contrary to how A's behavior otherwise appeared to be. The practical conception of recognition denies that any such revision of view would be required. This illustrates why it is not plausible. The symbolic conception of recognition avoids this objection. It requires conduct to be seen to involve a kind of judgment. It insists that a recognizee attributus normative beliefs to or a cognizer in light of the latter's conduct. Point 3. Beliefs must be attributed by the recognizee to the recognizer. One belief is that personhood, or else a particular characteristic, or else a specific individual, is of value. A second belief is that the recognizee is a person, or has the particular characteristic, or is the specific individual, that is valued. The third belief is the belief that this fact ought to bear on the recognizer's actions in the given situation. The objection to the symbolic conception of recognition is not that it requires the recognizee to attribute these three beliefs to the recognizer. Rather, the objection relates to the account of how a recognizee is led to attribute these beliefs to the recognizer. On Leitonen's account of the symbolic conception of recognition, it is less than clear how the recognizee is to attribute these beliefs to the recognizer. Does the recognizee attribute these beliefs to the recognizer in light of behavior that provides an implicit delivery of a message about the recognizer's beliefs? Or is it rather the case, on the symbolic conception, that these beliefs are attributed to the recognizer in virtue of the recognizee's assumption that they inform the recognizer's behavior, and so feature in its motives? These are different elaborations. Expressive movements 9 can provide an implicit delivery of a message. If I see you blush, I may know that you believe you have been embarrassed. But expressive movements are not intentional. Blushing is not something done in order to achieve something else. Contrariwise, action that cannot be construed as an implicit delivery of a message may still lead a recognizee to attribute to a recognizer the normative beliefs that recognition is said to require. Let it be granted that action without any communicative intent can provide an implicit delivery of a message about an actor's beliefs. For Leitonen, in a piece co-authored with Heikki Akahimo, distinguishes recognition in a broad sense from recognition in a more limited sense, and argues that the former may be present even if expressing recognitive attitudes is not among the purposes of the action at all. Point 10. Even granting this, action done with the specific intention that it not be communicated to another, for example, entries in a private diary, cannot be regarded even as an implicit delivery of a message to another. Yet a private diary can fall into the hands of someone who interprets the in order to motive of an entry to be informed by normative beliefs about them. A may read an entry in B's private diary which begins, "I am writing this down to remind myself to treat A better." The cases of expressive movements or private diary entries are not brought forward as paradigm case of recognition. Rather they highlight an acknowledged conceptual difference in the two elaborations that are offered for what is supposed to be one and the same symbolic conception of recognition. To hold that a recognici tributis beliefs or a cognici on account of behavior by them that delivers a message about their beliefs is a different elaboration of how a recognici attributes beliefs to a recognizer than an elaboration that appeals to an assumption on the part of the recognici about the recognizer's motives. Only the delivery of a message elaboration of the symbolic conception reflects Leidenen's true position, for two reasons. One reason is that Akahimo and Leidenen claim that actions are not a necessary constituent of recognition at all. 11 This directly rules out the motive elaboration. No normative beliefs can be taken to inform a recognizer's in order to motive unless they are taken to perform action. By contrast, as expressive movements show, some forms of behavior can deliver a message about an actor's beliefs although they are not oriented to an in order to motive, and hence are not actions. If action is just a vehicle to deliver a message to the recognici about the recognizer's normative beliefs, it is unnecessary if there are alternative ways to deliver that message, as indeed there may be. The second reason why only the delivery of a message elaboration reflects Leidenen's true position is that only it elaborates a conception of recognition that deserves to be called symbolic. A conception of recognition is symbolic if it takes action that treats another appropriately to be just a symbol or test of what really constitutes recognition. For Leidenen, recognizing is a matter of having the attitudes, and actions are a test of whether one genuinely has the attitudes. 12 To hold that recognition is provided when an in order to motive is taken to be informed by certain normative beliefs is not to view action as just a symbol of what really constitutes recognition. The action is then constitutive of recognition. On the motive elaboration, to take the action out of recognition would be to deprive recognition of its medium. From now on, the symbolic conception of recognition is identified with the delivery of a message elaboration of how a recognici attributes normative beliefs to the recognizer. The objection to this symbolic conception of recognition is that behavior must do something other than deliver a message about its actor's beliefs, if it is to lead to recognition. The argument for this objection proceeds from the premise that interpretation in the social world is pragmatically conditioned. 13 In Schutz's phrase. In other words, the segment of another's behavior that an actor singles out for interpretation depends on its relevance to the plans that this actor is pursuing. That is on its relevance to their conscious life activity. 14 An implication of this premise is that the extent to which A views others' behavior as extending positive evaluation to A will depend on the standards A takes to apply to a given situation, as the latter is interpreted through the visor of A's plans. The crucial point is that the standards A applies are not simply standards concerning the beliefs that it is appropriate to communicate. They include other standards of appropriate conduct besides. If for example, A has joined a queue, A will be less concerned with whether people communicate, expressly or implicitly, a belief in the rule of first come, first served, than in whether they observe it. If A views the situation as one in which it is appropriate for B to let A back in the queue once A has caught up with their runaway toddler, that action by B is an object of normative expectation in its own right, irrespective of whether the beliefs that A attributes to B suffice for recognition. As the standards of appropriate conduct that A takes to apply to a given situation may include standards other than those about what message it is appropriate for others to communicate, implicitly or explicitly, what the symbolic conception of recognition counts as recognition, may not suffice for recognition. Depending on A's plans, it may be irrelevant to the fulfillment of the expectations arising from A's interpretation of the situation and the standards A thereby takes to apply, that A is aware that B is of a certain belief. The treatment that B's belief would warrant may still not be forthcoming from B. If the absence of conduct by B that B's belief would warrant foils A's plans on account of violating the standards A took to apply to the situation, A will not experience recognition from B. 15 If A is aware that B is of the belief that B ought to have done what they did not do, A's disappointment may be mitigated, although, if B's omission persists, there may come a point at which it will cease to be believable, for A, that B does in fact have that belief. But even so, A's awareness of B's belief, in combination with whatever was the vehicle for it, cannot suffice for recognition, if it is consistent with A's awareness that B has foiled their plans by not acting on it. The symbolic conception of recognition must be rejected, because being an object of normative expectation in its own right, the function of action for recognition is more than just symbolic. The pragmatic conception of recognition can avoid this objection. On the pragmatic conception of recognition, recognition requires a recognizee to take note of their recognizer's conduct to interpret it as action that amounts to appropriate conduct, and to be able to view it as informed by normative beliefs about them. 16 The pragmatic conception of recognition, like the symbolic conception, does not suspend judgment about the recognizer's normative beliefs. It insists that the beliefs that the symbolic conception has the recognizee attribute to the recognizer are attributed. But it also rests on the premise that all interpretation in the social world is pragmatically conditioned. The recognizee must be able to experience the recognizer's conduct as extending positive evaluation to them, by virtue of the in-order-to motive they can ascribe to it, in light of their projects and stock of experiences, including their experiences of the recognizer, and/or of actors of a relevant type. The recognizee attributes beliefs to the recognizer by attributing them with an in-order-to motive that implies those beliefs, either by virtue of its goal, or its means. The pragmatic conception of recognition differs not just from the practical and symbolic conceptions of recognition outlined by Leitonen, but also from Hanath's expressive conception of recognition. Hanath argues in The Struggle for Recognition. Acts of recognition represent a distinctive phenomenon in the social world that is accordingly not to be understood as a byproduct of an otherwise directed action anders gerichteten Handlung, but rather must be grasped as the expression of an independent intention, whether we are talking of gestures, speech acts or institutional procedures. Expressions or measures are only cases of recognition if their primary purpose is in some way positively directed to the existence of another person or group. This conceptual pre-commitment excludes, for example, counting as a form of recognition the positive attitudes that unavoidably accompany the pursuit of a series of other interactional interests. If I have a strong desire to play chess regularly with a particular person, that probably expresses a special esteem for their intellectual abilities, but the primary purpose of my action's intention is directed at playing chess together. 17. Hanath's conception of recognition here is neither practical nor symbolic. Contrary to the practical conception of recognition, Hanath does not abstract from a recognizer's normative beliefs. Contrary to the symbolic conception, action, for Hanath, is not merely a symbol of what really constitutes recognition. But further, and contrary to the pragmatic conception of recognition, Hanath requires recognition to provide an action's primary purpose. For Hanath only action whose primary purpose is to express a positive evaluation of another, counts as recognition. On the pragmatic conception of recognition, by contrast, it is immaterial whether a recognizee attributes normative beliefs to the recognizer in virtue of what they take to be the recognizer's goal, or in virtue of what they take to be the recognizer's choice of means to that goal. It is also immaterial whether or not the action that leads a recognizee to attribute normative beliefs to the recognizer recabits any communicative intent towards the recognizee or to anyone else. From the perspective of a pragmatic conception of recognition, two responses can be offered to Hanath's expressive conception. One is that Hanath misconstrues the force of his example. Suppose A plays chess regularly with B. B has license to attribute to A the belief, it is worthwhile for me, A, to play chess with B. By implication, B has license to attribute to A the belief, B's intellectual abilities are such that it is worthwhile for me, A, to play chess with B. But B does not have license to attribute to A the belief, I ought to treat B in a way appropriate to B's intellectual abilities. On any conception of recognition that requires normative beliefs to be attributed to the recognizer, B is not recognized by A. For those who share Hanath's judgment that B is not recognized by A, the example has no force in deciding between conceptions of recognition that require normative beliefs to be attributed to the recognizer. The second response is that it is misguided to reject a pragmatic for an expressive conception of recognition on the basis that, because the pragmatic conception does not require recognition to be an action's primary purpose, it fails to capture the distinctive character of recognition as a phenomenon of the social world. It is false that a phenomenon is only distinctive of the social world if it provides an action's primary purpose. Expressive movements are a distinctive phenomenon of the social world, but they are never the primary purpose of an action. The social world certainly includes occasions on which a formally prescribed mode of procedure is specifically set aside for the purpose of ensuring that actors give special thought to the consequences they are incurring, for example, marriage vows. But as the social world cannot be reduced to the following of formal procedures, an expressive conception of recognition that requires recognition to be an action's primary purpose is artificially overdemanding. A final point about the pragmatic conception of recognition is that some recognition may be mutual. No actor can value another's positive evaluation of themselves if, in the situation as they interpret it, the other is of lower value than themselves. Recognition can only come from someone the recognizee regards as at least their equal in the relevant respect. This carries a further implication: if A is to be recognized by someone, B, to whom A performs an action of social affecting, B must then feature in A's action as at least the equal of A. But if A demands recognition from B, B only features in A's action as A's equal if B features in A's action as someone who is entitled to demand the same recognition from A as A demands from B. Recognition can be mutual, therefore, if an action of social affecting by A to B that amounts to a demand for recognition from B aims to affect action by B that amounts to a demand by B for recognition from A, that A must observe for A's initial action to succeed. For if it is a condition of the success of A's action that it leads to demand by B for recognition from A that A is committed to honoring, A is committed to regarding B as someone who is entitled to demand recognition from A, and thus as their equal, and thus as someone who can recognize A, and A is also committed to recognizing B. If A's action succeeds, A and B mutually recognize one another. As Hegel remarks in Philosophy of Mind, in mutual recognition, it is aware of its recognition in the free other, and is aware of this in so far as it recognizes the other and is aware that it is free. 18 What, then, is the effect of recognition? Hanneth describes the effect of recognition as follows. Only the person who knows that she is recognized by others can relate to herself rationally in a way that can, in the full sense of the word, be called free. We can only actually direct verfugen our potential abilities if we can completely identify ourselves with them. In our recognitional attitudes, we respond appropriately to evaluative qualities that, by the standards of our life world, human subjects already possess but which they can actually direct actual verfugen con, and only once, in virtue of the experience of recognition, they can also identify themselves with them. 19. Hanneth makes two important claims. I. Recognition enables a recognizee to identify themselves with the qualities for which they are recognized. 2. This identification permits a free self-relation that was not previously possible. One elaboration of these claims, inspired by Frankfurt, to whom Hanneth refers 20, is to say that recognition enables a recognizee to take a certain attitude to their wants. Recognition allows a recognizee to want to be moved all the way to action. 21 That exercises the quality for which they are recognized. If an actor wants to be moved all the way to action, they can exercise freedom of the will. 22 They can seek to bring the actions they actually pursue into line with what they want to be moved all the way to do. Take, first, the claim that recognition allows a recognizee to identify themselves with a quality for which they are recognized. To be recognized is to take note of another's positive evaluation of oneself. It is natural for A to value qualities of A that are objects of esteem for others in the respect in which A holds them in esteem. But if A, too, values one of their qualities, it must make a difference to A if A fails to exercise it appropriately in what A interprets as an appropriate situation in which to exercise it. 23 A's attitude may exceed a sense of pleasure that A has a want to exercise a quality for which A is recognized. For example, A's sense of pleasure that A wants to tidy the house before visitors arrive. A's attitude may extend to wanting to be moved all the way to action that exercises that quality. A wants to be moved all the way to tidy the house before visitors arrive. In wanting to be moved all the way to this action, A can hope that there will be a value to what A will have done. Suppose an actor is disposed bethura cognition theory sieve tobe moved all the way to exercise one of their qualities in the situations in which they deem its exercise appropriate. They may then seek to bring the actions they actually perform into line with what they want to be moved all the way to do. Two implications can be noted. First, an actor may withdraw from a want of theirs that is simply given. That is, they can give it no weight in their deliberation of what to do. If, for example, A wants, in conditions of visitors' impending arrival, to be moved all the way to tidy the house, and, in what A interprets as an instance of visitors' impending arrival, A wants to watch television, and A judges that it is impossible both to watch television and to tidy the house before their visitors arrive, A can withdraw from their want to watch television. As A believes it would lessen the value of what they will have done if A were not to tidy the house, A will not want their want to watch television to interfere. Second, an actor can prioritize between different actions they are moved all the way to do on grounds other than the intensity of their wants. Suppose A wants to be moved all the way to tidy the house before visitors arrive, and to watch the news at election time. If A judges that it would be impossible to watch election time news and to tidy the house before their visitors arrive, A may decide to watch the election time news, even if A's want to tidy the house is greater, provided A deems watching the election time news more important. A's judgment will depend on A's projects, stock of experiences and interpretation and evaluation of the reasons for why their qualities are recognized. In sum, ongoing recognition enables actors to develop dispositions to be moved all the way to exercise the qualities for which they are recognized. They need neither act purely on the relative strengths of their wants, nor randomly select one want to pursue over another. What kinds of qualities tend to be recognized, and so what kinds of action actors tend to be moved all the way to do, will vary from one form of society and context to another. 2. Possession, private property ownership and recognition. There are two key passages in which Marx says that commodity exchange exhibits a kind of recognition, one in Capital Chapter 2 and the second in marginal notes on Adolf Wagner's Lehrbuch der politischen Ökonomie, Notes on Wagner. They are best studied together. Commodities cannot go to market and exchange themselves. We must therefore turn to their keepers, the commodity possessors wherein besitzern. In order to relate these things to one another as commodities, the commodity keepers must relate to one another as persons whose will resides in those things, such that it is only with the other's will, and thus, by means of an act of will common to both beiden gemeinsamen Willensakt, that each appropriates the alien commodity, by alienating their own commodity. They must therefore mutually recognize anerkennen one another as private property owners privateigentumer. This relation of right Rechtsverhältnis, whose form is contract, whether legally developed or not, is a relation of will in which the economic relation is mirrored. The content of this relation of right or relation of will is given by the economic relation itself. Point 24. For him Wagner J.F., first there is Lawrecht and then there is Commerceverkehr. In reality, it's the other way around, first there is commerce, and then a legal order develops out of it. In the course of the analysis of commodity circulation I have shown that, in developed barter, the exchangers recognize anerkennen one another tacitly as equal persons and owners of the respective goods they are to exchange. They already do this while offering their goods to one another and reaching agreement on the deal. This de facto factisc relation, first arising through and in exchange itself later receives legal form in contract etc., but this form creates neither its content the exchange nor the relation of persons to one another existing in it, but vice versa. Point 25. One common feature of these passages is that the connection they draw between commodity exchange and mutual recognition is not in the first instance, a connection between commodity exchange and the mutual recognition of legal rights. Both passages say that there is a kind of mutual recognition in commodity exchange that does not, conceptually, presuppose law. Call this the de facto recognition claim. If Thesis passage sadvanseth de facto recognition claim, it would be incorrect to gloss them simply by saying, it is crucial that the owners of commodities should respect each other's property rights. Point 26. There are two pieces of evidence for interpreting the above passages as advancing the de facto recognition claim. One piece of evidence is Marx's insistence that commodity exchange exhibits a kind of mutual recognition irrespective of whether the agreement through which it occurs has a form that is legally developed. Any kind of mutual recognition common to an agreement with a legally developed form and an agreement without a legally developed form cannot be the mutual recognition of anything legal, such as legal property rights bestowed by a constituted power. It must be the mutual recognition of something de facto. The second piece of evidence is Marx's insistence that a legal order develops out of the mutual recognition attached to commodity exchange, or that latter creates the legal form it receives. If commodity exchange is to exhibit a kind of mutual recognition that explains the legal order of capitalism, the mutual recognition it exhibits cannot be described in terms that presuppose any of the rights of that order, for that would be to presuppose what was to be explained. The only terms in these passages that, taken in isolation, could sustain an objection to the de facto recognition claim, are private property owners/owners and relation of right. But they, too, can be accounted for, on the current interpretation. The objection related to the term private property owners is that the statement they must therefore mutually recognize one another as private property owners implies that what commodity exchangers recognize is not non-legal. The objection has three premises. The first is that, if the recognizer and recognizee of a kind of mutual recognition are defined by a legal status, that recognition cannot be non-legal. The second is that private property ownership is, for Marx, a legal status. As Emile Angern puts it, property is the legally legitimated, circumscribed form of possession secured by the state. Point 27. The third is that capital describes the recognizer and recognizee of the mutual recognition that accompanies commodity exchange as private property owners. The conclusion is that the mutual recognition that capital identifies as accompanying commodity exchange cannot be non-legal. The same premises must lie behind the objection that the use of owners in notes on Wagner implies that recognition in commodity exchange is not de facto, but a recognition of legal property rights. To rebut this objection, it is necessary to dispute the premise that private property ownership is a legal status, at least in the above passage. Now, Marx did at least sometimes use the term property to denote something other than a legal status. The German ideology claims that a thing only becomes a thing, actual property, in commerce Verkehr, and independently of law Recht. Point 28. The issue here, however, is whether private property owners is used in the above passage from capital to denote something other than a legal status. The argument for this is that capital says that it is commodity possessors or commodity keepers who mutually recognize one another as private property owners. As argued in Chapter 7, possession is possible even in the absence of law. Its two conditions, detention and animus domini, can be described in non-legal terms. If possession is defined in legal terms, so can commodity possessors' actions. As the mutual recognition exhibited by commodity exchange consists of action by commodity possessors, it, too, can be grasped in non-legal terms. If actions of mutual recognition by commodity possessors turn commodity possession into private property ownership, private property owners can denote a de facto status. Insofar as Notes on Wagner is an explication of what Marx says in Capital, its use of owners can also denote a de facto status. Point 29. Capital's non-standard use of private property owners has a clear motivation. Marx needs a new term, distinct from commodity possession, if he is to identify a kind of de facto mutual recognition in commodity exchange. For it would be wrong to claim that commodity exchangers mutually recognize one another as commodity possessors. Thuolofa commodity possessoris animus domini. To have animus domini is to have no regard to anyone else's permission or instruction in respect of a thing. To have no regard to another's permission or instruction in respect of a thing, it is both not necessary to recognize another as having a claim over some other thing, and impossible to recognize another's claim to the thing over which animus domini is asserted. As Savinus says, Only he can count as a possessor who treats the thing whose detention he has as an owner, i.e. who wills to dominate it factually just as an owner is empowered to do by their right, and hence, more particularly, without willing to recognize einer kennen sie wollen another more entitled than himself. 30. The will of a commodity possessor is not a will to recognize another. Nor does the will of a commodity possessor, animus domini, presuppose the effects of a prior recognition. An actor with no experience of recognition can have a want for a thing. As an actor can be led by a want for a thing to recognize no one else's permission or instruction in respect of it, animus domini does not presuppose any prior recognition. To describe the will of a commodity possessor as it is modified by mutual recognition necessitates a different term. The term Marx chooses, in capital, is private property owners. Using the term private property owners in a non-legal sense, as advertised by the phrase legally developed or not, suggests a connection between de facto mutual recognition in commodity exchange, and the bestowal of legal property rights by a constituted power. The final phrase to be squared with the de facto recognition claim is relation of right Rechtsverhältnis. To characterize a kind of mutual recognition or relation of will as a relation of right could again be taken to imply that it is the recognition of a legal status. What needs to be shown is that the substance of Capital's argument remains unaffected if its first use of this term is replaced by a relation of will, and its second use is eliminated. The context of Capital's use of the term relation of right is a claim by Hegel in Part 1 of Elements of the Philosophy of Right, entitled Abstract Right das Abstract Recht. In 71, Hegel claims that private property owners' relation of will to will is the distinctive and true ground in which the freedom of abstract right JF has existence. 31 Capital refers to an agreement between Kommoditätspossesser relation of right to signal critique of Hegel's account of abstract right. The substance of this critique is that the relation of right or relation of will characteristic of abstract right has a content given by an economic relation. The substance of this critique would remain unaltered if Capital's two uses of relation of right were replaced or eliminated. But without the term relation of right, readers of Capital, so Marx could think, might be less inclined to identify its implicit critique of Hegel's account of abstract right. Its use is understandable, but incidental. In Notes on Wagner, which was not written for publication, relation of right does not appear. Capital's implicit critique of Hegel's account of abstract right may be put as follows. Hegel seeks to offer a philosophy of recognition. He seeks to defend private property ownership by appeal to the freedom established by recognition in exchange. But generalized private property ownership presupposes commodity possession, and the will of a commodity possessor is animus domini, which is a will not to recognize another. By incorporating a defense of private property ownership in a philosophy of recognition, Hegel founds his philosophy of recognition on a will not to recognize another. As Hegel's philosophy of recognition is founded on non-recognition, Hegel does not offer a true philosophy of recognition. The term relation of right does not need to be retained to advance this critique. In sum, all the phrases in the above passages from Capital and Notes on Wagner can be accounted for if these passages are read as identifying a kind of mutual recognition that does not presuppose law, that is, as advancing the de facto recognition claim. By contrast, the majority of phrases in the above passages cannot be counted for if law is instead assumed to form the recognition referred to. The common thought in these two passages is that a private property owner is a commodity possessor whose animus domini is recognized, and that this recognized will explains the legal order of capitalism. Alas, no reader of the official translations of Capital is in a position to formulate this thought. The Aveling/Moore translation directly rules it out by the sentence, they must, therefore, mutually recognize in each other the rights of private proprietors. If the object of mutual recognition were something legal, such as rights, then its object could not be animus domini, and it could not explain a legal order. The Fouque's translation discourages this thought more indirectly, through its use of the bogus term commodity owner/owner of commodities. As the Aveling/Moore translation also contains this bogus term, it also discourages the thought indirectly. As noted in Chapter 7, Marx repeatedly uses the terms possession or commodity, possessor in Capital Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Marx never uses commodity owner/owner of commodities. All appearances of the latter term in translations of Capital prior to the aforecited passage, and elsewhere, are bogus. The aforecited passage is the first paragraph in Capital to use owner in connection with commodity exchange. But the fact that a reader of Capital in translation cannot know this has a certain effect. Mutual recognition is not mentioned in connection with ownership until Chapter 2 of Capital. By this time, however, a reader of Capital in translation has encountered commodity, owners/owners of commodities in its opening chapter. So, it cannot strike a reader of Capital in translation that ownership is constituted by a kind of recognition. If ownership is constituted by a kind of recognition, Marx would have said so in introducing the concept in Capital Chapter 1, or else not introduced it until the moment at which it was possible to say so. This reader must assume that recognition is incidental to ownership. But having made this assumption, there is no reason to suppose that Marx has a recognition-based reason to use private property owners to denote something de facto in Capital Chapter 2. As recognition is incidental to ownership, it cannot determine the nature of private property ownership. Hence, there is no recognition-based reason to suppose that Marx departs from the standard view of private property owners as a legal status in Capital Chapter 2. If Marx has no recognition-based reason to depart from this standard view, then the legal status of private property owners must determine the character of the mutual recognition to which Capital refers. This must appear to be backed up by the fact that the Fouque's translation describes this mutual recognition as a juridical relation, whose form is the contract, whether as part of a developed legal system or not. 32 From this description a reader could infer that a juridical relation is a legal relation, and that Capital is advancing a claim for which it is material whether the legal system of which it is a part is developed or undeveloped. 33 A reader of Capital Volume I in translation who nonetheless picks up on the idea, visible from a translation of Notes and Wagner, that commodity exchangers recognize one another as owners irrespective of legal form, is left with a puzzle. The puzzle of recognition and ownership is, 1. Capital Ch1 refers to ownership without mention of recognition, 2. Therefore, recognition is not constitutive of its concept of ownership, 3. Therefore, there is no recognition-based reason for Capital to depart from the standard concept of ownership, 4. The standard concept of ownership is that of a legal status, 5. Therefore, Capital's concept of ownership is that of a legal status, 6. Therefore, the recognition of private property owners in commodity exchange is the recognition of a legal status. Yet, 7. Notes on Wagner says exchangers are owners irrespective of legal form, 8. Therefore, the recognition of owners in commodity exchange is not the recognition of a legal status, 9. But 6 and 8 are contradictory. The puzzle of recognition and ownership is solved by correcting the official translations of Capital. If these translations are corrected, it is apparent that 1 is false, and if 1 is false, 2 and 3 are false, as are 5, 6, and 9. The suggested contradiction between what Marx claims in Capital, and what Marx claims in Notes on Wagner, is unfounded. But it is perhaps as a result of the translation errors that produce the puzzle of recognition and ownership that the above passage from Capital, which Burkhard Tuschling could refer to as the most prominent remark of all 34 in German language debate on Marx's account of law, is largely unremarked upon in Anglophone works in Marx's views of law and justice. 35 According to Marx, a private property owner is a commodity possessor whose animus domini is recognized, and this recognized will explains the legal order of capitalism. To develop these thoughts, it is necessary to explicate the de facto mutual recognition exhibited in purchase and sale, and to link it to the legal order of capitalism. 3. As if mutual recognition in purchase and sale. The first task is to describe, in non-legal terms, a kind of mutual recognition in purchase and sale. If this argument is successful, it will show that the commodity form generates a dialectic of non-recognition and recognition, that is, that commodity possessors, precisely in virtue of being unwilling to recognize anyone else in respect of their own possession, nonetheless engage in a kind of mutual recognition. A contract of sale, according to Savigny, consists of two declarations of will whose content is in agreement. 36 A declaration of will is the signal of an intention to alter one's legal rights and/or duties. Two declarations of will are in agreement if they indicate the same generic object of sale, and same value to be given in return. A non-legal account of these actions in terms of possession was offered in Chapter 5. A signals their intention to let B possess X on condition that B lets A possess Y, and B signals their intention to let A possess Y on condition that A lets B possess X. What now needs to be shown is that a kind of mutual recognition can be identified in these actions. Take the first action, A's offer to let B possess X on condition that B lets A possess Y. As regards A's will in respect of X, A's offer is an assertion of animus domini by A over X. It exhibits A's will to dispose over X independently of B's permission or instruction. It asserts that, as far as A is concerned, the only condition to which B's possession of X is subject is whether or not A agrees, no one else has a say. The same goes for what B's counter-offer or acceptance of A's initial offer displays as regards B's will in respect of Y. B thereby asserts animus domini over Y. Now consider what A's offer to B presupposes as regards B's will in respect of Y. A's offer operates on the assumption that B has animus domini over Y. A would not make an offer for Y unless A wanted to acquire possession of Y by agreement. As A's offer is directed only at B, A assumes that B is the only one who must accept it for an agreement to arise. A can suppose that only B need accept their offer, to acquire possession of Y by agreement, if A supposes that B possesses Y. For then A and B are agreed that no one but B has a say over the disposal of X. In directing an offer for Y at B, A presupposes that B has animus domini over Y. Nor is that all. A's offer also abides by B's animus domini over Y. By making an offer to B, or by accepting B's counter-offer, rather than coercing or deceiving B, A refrains from upsetting the animus domini that A presupposes B to have over Y. In sum, A's offer is both an assertion of A's animus domini over X, and a non-disruption of B's presupposed animus domini over Y. Likewise, B's counteroffer or acceptance of A's offer is both an assertion of B's animus domini over Y, and a non-disruption of A's presupposed animus domini over X. This assertion of animus domini and non-disruption of the other's presupposed animus domini by both commodity exchangers in reaching an agreement can be likened to mutual recognition. It is apparent, on this analysis, why actions that can be likened to mutual recognition. First 37 arise when exchangers make offers and strike a deal, as notes on Wagner says. The assertion of animus domini in exchange is detached from any pursuit of ends in relation to the use value of the object over which animus domini is asserted. A thing cannot be offered for exchange in some respect and at the same time consumed in that respect. So, in exchange, each possessor's animus domini in respect of their own possession must appear to the other as unencumbered by any of the concrete ends for which that thing, as a use value, might be used. In virtue of that lack of encumbrance, the will of each can and must appear to the other as of the same kind as their own, that is, as a will in the determination of animus domini, notwithstanding the differences in the use value of what each offers. Each therefore features in the other's action as the same type of being the other asserts themselves to be. But it is only once trade begins that each features in the other's action as just the same type of being the other simultaneously asserts themselves to be. For prior to that point, the will of each in respect of their possession must appear to the other as bound up with its particular use value. The actions can only be likened to mutual recognition, however. For mutual recognition to be genuine, each commodity exchanger must be able to attribute to the other the judgment, you are a possessor, and your animus domini ought to be respected. Each commodity exchanger must be able to construe the others in order to motive as, acquisition of the other's possession, by means that respect the other's animus domini. But there is a difficulty in this. Each must assume a thought theathers in order to motive self-seeking acquisition. 38 As the Grundriss puts it, the other is also recognized and known as likewise realizing their self-seeking interest. 39 If each must assume a thought thesis in order to motive is self-seeking acquisition, each must assume that the other's choice of means to that end, acquisition by agreement, is based on nothing more than self-interest. If, given their own stock of experiences, each can assume that the other is aware that their interest in acquisition is promoted by such means. Here it is relevant to recall Weber's remark that even if commerce is lacking any normative regulation or coercive guarantee, the transacting parties can still count on the other's own interest in the continuation of a particular consensual act as such. 40 Ordinarily, each will want to have the chance to continue to do deals with another, and/or with others who may learn of their dealings with that other. To that end, it is necessary for A to keep enough of their side of the bargain with B to ensure that the prospect of future dealings with A is regarded as an economically desirable prospect by those with whom A may need to have future dealings. Those with whom A may need to have future dealings will not regard future dealings with A as economically desirable, however, if they know that A is likely not to meet their expectations of what it is to keep to one side of a bargain. They will not regard future dealings with A favorably if they know that A is likely to do what any bargainer would want another to avoid, engage in coercion or deception. A, aware that they depend on future dealings with others, and aware that the prospect of future dealings with others is made more difficult if they are known not to meet transactional expectations that anyone may have of them, has an interest in meeting those expectations. Thus, each commodity exchanger, anticipating that the other is aware that it is in their interest to meet the transactional expectations that anyone may have, can anticipate that the other will meet those expectations. By implication, each can expect that the other will not disrupt their animus domini. Given generalized purchase and sale, it is unlikely that anyone known to disrupt animus domini would be regarded as someone with whom it was desirable to have future dealings. As each commodity exchanger can expect every other to be aware of that fact, each must assume that the other's non-disruption of their animus domini in commodity exchange is based on self-interest. But in that case, neither commodity exchanger can attribute normative beliefs to the other, either on account of their interpretation of the other's goal, or on account of their interpretation of its means. Hence, neither can experience the other as recognizing them. No recognition can occur. It therefore cannot be the case that the exchange relation is in itself, as a historically determinate type of social action, a relation of right because and insofar as the participants in this transaction recognize one another as free and equal persons, recognize the respective objects as parts of the other's sphere of will, and, thirdly and accordingly, perform this exchange as a common act of will. 41. Rather, in making offers and reaching agreement, everything happens as if commodity possessors mutually recognize one another's animus domini. As Evgeny Pashukhany's first put it, the commodity possessors conduct themselves as if they recognized each other as property owners. 42 There are two ambiguities in the concept of as if recognition, however. One concerns the perspective from which an actor's behavior is judged to be consonant with what genuine recognition would be. In Andrew Chitty's conception of as if recognition as my behaving towards you exactly as if I cognitively recognized the thing as yours, but without necessarily having the corresponding thoughts. 43 It is the recognizer's perspective that is adopted. Recognition is merely as if recognition if the recognizer knows that they do not have the beliefs that genuine recognition would require. On a pragmatic conception of recognition, by contrast, it is the recognizee's perspective that determines whether behavior counts as genuine recognition or not. To say that behavior is merely consonant with what genuine recognition would be is to say that an as-if recognizee cannot assume that they enjoy more than an instrumental status in an as-if recognizers in order to motive. A second ambiguity in the concept of as-if recognition concerns the determinacy with which it is denied that normative beliefs inform the recognizer's conduct. For Chitty, as-if recognition is where an actor need not have the relevant normative beliefs. In contrast, George Lohmann's claim that commodity exchangers do not act out of moral duty, but only in accordance with duty in Kant's sense, insofar as their self-centered actions are contingently in accord with these moral norms. 44 suggests that behavior counts as if recognition if it must be taken to lack normative motivation. On the pragmatic conception of recognition defended here, as if recognition is conduct about which an as if recognizee must conclude that they have an instrumental status in the as if recognizer's end. What makes this behavior as if recognition is that, with the change in the as if recognizee's stock of experiences about the as if recognizer, or actors of a relevant type, they could interpret their behavior as genuine recognition. The finding that purchase and sale merely exhibits as if mutual recognition of animus domini is significant, as only genuine recognition allows actors to identify themselves with their qualities. If an actor cannot assume that a quality of theirs is an object of esteem for others in the respect in which they hold those others in esteem, others' conduct will not lead them to identify themselves with it. If purchase and sale merely exhibits as if mutual recognition of animus domini, it will not ensure that actors develop an attitude of wanting to be moved all the way to act independently of anyone else's instruction or permission in regard to objects over which they have detention. If the as if mutual recognition of animus domini in purchase and sale is to explain the legal order of capitalism by virtue of what it leads actors to be moved all the way to do, it can only do so in conjunction with some additional factor. For Marx's concept of a person. Before seeking this additional factor, it is important to note that animus domini is not the only object of recognition in purchase and sale that Marx identifies. In both of the aforecited passages from Capital and Notes on Wagner, Marx claims that commodity possessors recognize one another not merely as private property owners, but also as persons. Similarly, later on in Capital Chapter 2, Marx says that exchangers must confront one another tacitly as private property owners of those alienable things, and thereby endangered as independent persons. Personen. 45. This comment suggests that a commodity possessor's recognition as a private property owner already implies their recognition as a person. Accordingly, if Marx's use of private property owners in Capital Chapter 2 is de facto, then Marx's conception of a person, here, is also de facto. A person is an actor whose will in respect of their parts and capacities is recognized in the respect in which it is a condition for animus domini. The type of will an actor must have in respect of their parts and capacities, to have animus domini, is an analogous, possessing will in respect of them. Animus domini is also act independently of another's instruction or permission in regard to a thing, including in the obstruction of any uninvited effect by another. But it is only by willing to exercise one's parts and capacities that one can will to act in regard to a thing. So, to will to act independently of another's instruction or permission in regard to a thing, it is necessary to will to act independently of another's instruction or permission in regard to one's parts and capacities. One could not have animus domini over anything, if one were to treat the exercise of one's parts and capacities as subject to the instruction or permission of someone else. A person, for Marx, is an actor whose will in respect of their parts and capacities, which has no regard to anyone else's permission or instruction, is recognized. The will of a person has the same exclusive character as the will of a private property owner. The difference lies in their object. The will of a person, unlike that of a private property owner, is not a will in respect of a part of the world beyond their own parts and capacities. If private property ownership is the post-recognition term corresponding to commodity possession as its pre-recognition term, person is the post-recognition term corresponding to an actor's exclusive will in respect to their parts and capacities as its pre-recognition term. Marx's concept of a person in these passages from Capital and Notes on Wagner is highly abstract. It is nohow indeterminate, and ends indeterminate. It is nohow indeterminate for the same reason that the concept of animus domini does not presuppose the concept of use value. Just as it is logically possible to take possession of mere stuff that cannot be used as a means to satisfy a want, it is logically possible for a person whose parts and capacities could not be used to accomplish anything to have an exclusive will in respect of their parts and capacities. Marx's conception of a person is also ens indeterminate for the same reason that the concept of animus domini is ens indeterminate. Animus domini is the will to rule over an object of the external world without regard to another's permission or instruction. It does not require an actor to want to put a thing to some particular use. Likewise, a person who is recognized as the exclusive decision-maker over their parts and capacities need not have any specific end in respect of their parts and capacities. In particular, it need not be a person's end to exercise their parts and capacities for their own benefit. Accordingly, Marx's concept of a person is not an application of what Crawford McPherson calls possessive individualism. To exhibit possessive individualism is to behave with a view to one's own interest. 46 Marx writes in The Holy Family. 46 McPherson 1962, p. 263. 314 Chapter 9. The members of bourgeois society are not atoms. The atom's characteristic property is to have no properties, and hence no relationship, conditioned by its own natural necessity, to other entities apart from itself. The egoistic individual of bourgeois society, in their senseless imagination and lifeless abstraction, may inflate themselves into an atom. 47. The know-how indeterminate and ends indeterminate concept of a person can be likened to the notion of an actor as an atom, rather than to the notion of an egoistic individual, even if it is the pursuit of self-seeking motives in purchase and sale that leads actors to think of themselves as persons. Lohmann has argued that, if a normative critique of capitalism is to be extracted from Marx's account of recognition in commodity exchange, the scope for recognition in commodity exchange must be counterposed to human beings' full intersubjective recognition as persons. 48 The critical potential of Marx's account of recognition in commodity exchange rests, for Lohmann, on the idea that, in commodity exchange, personhood is recognized regardless of whether exchangers can avail themselves of the means that would allow their unconstrained development as persons. 49 On the current interpretation, by contrast, there is, for Marx, no aspect of personhood that remains to be recognized, as regards resource distribution, beyond what the recognition of private property ownership in commodity exchange delivers. If Marx had sought to appeal to the value of personhood to criticize the limited scope for recognition in commodity exchange, he would not have claimed, in Notes on Wagner, that commodity exchangers recognize one another as equal persons. 50 Marx would have claimed that, while commodity exchangers recognize one another as persons, they do not recognize one another as equal persons. If Marx's account of recognition in commodity exchange is to support a normative critique of capitalism, it must do so in some other manner. 5. Security and self-ownership. We may now return to the task left hanging at the end of Section 3, which is to find a factor in conjunction with which the as-if mutual recognition of animus domini in purchase and sale can explain the freedom of will of a person. The argument presented here appeals to commodity exchangers' social interest in security. Together with as-if mutual recognition of animus domini in purchase and sale, a social interest in security leads commodity exchangers to advocate the principle that animus domini accompanying detention ought to be respected. Advocacy of this principle generates a type of genuine recognition promoting the freedom of will of a person. The freedom of will of a person can thus be explained by generalized purchase and sale, without contradicting the analysis of exchange, an independent exchange, in Chapter 7 as necessarily self-seeking. This freedom of will can then also explain why commodity exchangers advocate a principle of self-ownership. The argument has 6 steps. The first step is to connect the as-if mutual recognition of animus domini in purchase and sale to the concept of an exclusive will in respect of one's parts and capacities. As animus domini presupposes an exclusive will in respect of one's parts and capacities, purchase and sale, by exhibiting the as-if mutual recognition of animus domini, exhibits the as-if mutual recognition of personhood. Purchase and sale deposits the concept of an exclusive will in respect of one's parts and capacities in commodity exchangers' stock of experiences, as a concept they can apply, non-normatively, both to themselves and all others. Second, generalized purchase and sale ensures that commodity exchangers have a social interest in security. Marx writes in On the Jewish Question. Security is the highest social concept hokus des Begriff of bourgeois society. It is the concept of police, i.e. that the entire society only exists to guarantee to each of its members the preservation of their person, their rights, and their property. 51. A social concept can be understood as a goal pursued by a power that acts in the name of society, whose promotion for all is a good for each. On this understanding, To say that security is a social concept of bourgeois society is to say that a constituted power persists he security of the members of bourgeois society as a goal, and the promotion of security for all as a good for each. Security is a social concept of bourgeois society if the satisfaction of any one member's interest in security has general positive spillover effects 52 on everyone's satisfaction of it. 4 If so each member in lie tends to satisfactory security under conditions that promote its satisfaction for all members. The property and person of the members of bourgeois society are insecure if the animus domini asserted in purchase and sale likely to be disrupted and / or its members can reasonably fear that it is likely to be disrupted. It is likely to be disrupted if it is likely that another will seek to dispose over a commodity offered for exchange without its possessor's permission or instruction, by force, threat, or deceit. The satisfaction of any one member's interest in security has general positive spillover effects if each stands to be disadvantaged by the character traits that are promoted in perpetrators and / or victims by the reasonable fear of successful incidents of disruption. This claim rests on two premises. The first premise is that, in a society characterized by generalized purchase and sale, money generates acquisitiveness. Money, a universal equivalent serving as a general means of exchange, generates acquisitiveness, that is, a will to possess more means to acquire whatever one wants to acquire, because, I, there is no limit to what money can acquire, 2, there is no limit to the amount of money one can acquire, and, 3, whether or not money exists, people compare their judgment of how they are doing with others' judgment of how they are doing, and compare how they are doing with how others are doing. If money generates acquisitiveness, there is no reason to suppose that those who cause and gain from one incident of disruption to an exchanger's animus domini will stop there. The second premise is that the same amount of monetary wealth is no less worth gaining from one commodity exchanger by force, threat, or deceit than from any other. On these premises, a rise in incidents of disruption to animus domini in purchase and sale is a disadvantage to each, on two counts. Firstly, as perpetrators are emboldened by their successes, animus domini in purchase and sale is now more likely to be disrupted. Secondly, a greater likelihood of disruption also creates a greater general level of reasonable fear of disruption. Security of animus domini accompanying detention is a social interest of commodity exchangers, that is, an interest that each commodity exchanger only tends to satisfy under conditions that promote its satisfaction for all. Third, commodity exchangers are led by their social interest in security to articulate the principle, animus domini accompanying detention ought to be respected. Self-interest presents no barrier to articulation of a practical principle, if the principle upholds a social interest. The principle that animus domini accompanying detention ought to be respected upholds commodity exchangers' social interest in security. Hence, commodity exchangers' self-seeking in order to motives are no barrier to their articulation of this principle. Indeed, its articulation strengthens their security. It gives them de raison to hope for less future incidents of disruption to animus domini in purchase and sale. They can hope that such future incidents of disruption will not arise from those who conform to the principles they know others believe in, even if only because such conformity is in their self-interest. Fourth, if commodity exchangers articulate this principle, its very articulation can provide the kind of genuine recognition lacking in purchase and sale. Firstly, each articulator of this principle must esteem every other articulator of it, if it is a principle they believe in. Secondly, what articulators of principles esteem are the qualities that the principles they articulate urge people to respect. Articulators of the principle animus domini accompanying detention ought to be respected. Esteem animus domini accompanying detention. As it is natural to value qualities that are objects of esteem for others in the respect in which one holds them in esteem, each of the articulators of this principle can, as a result of recognition, value animus domini accompanying detention. Each can develop a disposition to be moved all the way to act on their animus domini in respect of what they have detention over, and to genuinely respect others' animus domini in respect of what they have detention over. Fifth, the relation of implication between animus domini and an exclusive will in respect of one's parts and capacities now assumes a new aspect. By articulating the principle that animus domini accompanying detention ought to be respected, commodity exchangers commit themselves to the principle that each exchanger's exclusive will in respect to their parts and capacities ought to be respected. So again, as a result of articulators recognizing each other, each can value an exclusive will in respect of one's parts and capacities. Each can develop a disposition to be moved all the way to act as a person and to respect others as persons. In this way, as if mutual recognition in purchase and sale helps to lead commodity exchangers to enjoy freedom of will of a private property owner and a person even without purchase and sale exhibiting genuine recognition. An actor exercises the freedom of will of a person by seeking to bring the actions they perform into line with what, as an exclusive decision-maker over their parts and capacities in a society of such decision-makers, they are moved all the way to do. For example, they may withdraw from a given want to follow another's instructions or to seek their permission in respect of their parts and capacities, or withdraw from a given want to instruct another of their parts and capacities without their agreement. Finally, they may also be emboldened to articulate principles of legal private property ownership and self-ownership, as principles for guaranteeing this freedom of will. The principle of self-ownership, in John Locke's phrase, is that every man has a property in his own person. 53 It says that each individual, and only that individual, has enforceable rights over all their parts and capacities. Each is to have the enforceable right to do as they please with their parts and capacities, provided others' rights in respect of their parts and capacities are not violated. No one is to be permitted to impose enforceable obligations on anyone else without their agreement. The principles of self-ownership and legal private property ownership provide the enforceable freedoms for satisfying actors with the freedom of will of persons, for they allow decisions taken by decision-makers with an exclusive will in respect of their parts and capacities to be given legal effect. Indeed, there is both a negative and a positive reason for commodity exchangers to affirm the enforceable principles of private property ownership and self-ownership. The negative reason is that commodity exchangers are not immediately concerned with the motivation of the conduct that accords with the practical principles they articulate. As such, no barrier prevents them from believing that force may be used to uphold any practical principle they articulate. Thepasitivirisness that coercive guarantee would promote a commodity exchanger's social interest in security, by preventing disruptions from those who had not will to conform to these principles, or by assuring those whose observance of them rests on an assurance that others will observe them, that others will face a coercive sanction if they do not observe them, or by allowing a settlement to be imposed in cases where people honestly and reasonably disagree about how these principles apply. This explanation for the appeal of the principle of self-ownership is consistent with its rejection. If, as the principle of self-ownership holds, it is always wrong to impose enforceable obligations on anyone without their agreement, the rights of each individual over their parts and capacities are unconditional and conclusive. A principle that holds that rights are unconditional and conclusive presupposes a judgment about the value of their subject, that the subject of unconditional and conclusive rights is of value. In particular, it presupposes the judgment that the subject of self-ownership rights is of value because this subject is able to guide its conduct by any enforceable principle that is of value, which is to say, by the principle of self-ownership. To affirm the principle of self-ownership is thus to be committed to the judgment that the subject of self-ownership rights has a capacity to limit its conduct by the principle of self-ownership. Indeed, it is to be committed to the judgment that the subject of self-ownership rights has this capacity in a pre-social situation. 54 For otherwise, the conditions of existence of those social phenomena that were taken to be conditions of this capacity would be taken to be conditions of their being subjects of self-ownership rights. In that case, measures to maintain these social phenomena would be of value to believers in this principle irrespective of individuals' choices to maintain them. Their value might have to be balanced against respect for self-ownership rights, and potentially override them. That would contravene the principle of self-ownership, however, which says that self-ownership rights are unconditional and conclusive. The above explanation for the appeal of the principle of self-ownership did not grant that the subject of self-ownership rights has a capacity to limit its conduct by this principle in a pre-social situation, however. It said that actors learn to believe in and act on the principle of self-ownership in virtue of generalized purchase and sale. If, to affirm the principle of self-ownership, generalized purchase and sale must first be affirmed, as a social condition under which actors can learn to limit their conduct by this principle, and so possess the value that this principle presupposes the subjects of self-ownership rights possess, then self-ownership rights cannot be unconditional and conclusive. The maintenance of those social conditions is already taken to have a value that may need to be balanced against, and even override, self-ownership rights. This point casts doubt on Cohen's assertion that the thesis of self-ownership cannot be refuted. Point 55 The thesis of self-ownership is refuted if its advocates are committed to the judgment that pre-social individuals have a capacity to limit their conduct by the principle of self-ownership when this capacity can only be acquired from a social learning process. Chapter 10. Recognition and Bureaucratic Domination. The concept of domination, as an asymmetrical power relation, admits of various different conceptions. The preceding accounts of exploitation and recognition impose negative and positive conditions on how domination is to be conceived. Negatively, they discourage a conception of domination on which the value of non-domination lies in an unsullied choice situation. Positively, they allow domination to be will-directed. These conditions are honored by conceiving of domination as the command of an alien will. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis says that bureaucratic domination is an essential feature of capitalism. Romer once viewed domination as room for arbitrary exercise of power one over another. Philip Pettit has since developed a systematic account of this view, as a contribution to Republican political thought. For Pettit, one party dominates another to the extent that they have the capacity to interfere on an arbitrary basis in certain choices that the other is in a position to make. Point 2 If, following Romer and Pettit, domination is viewed as the capacity to arbitrarily constrain another's choices, then non-domination is a state of affairs in which individuals' choice situations are amended so that they are not sullied by this capacity. Point 3 Indeed, Pettit identifies freedom with such non-domination. Pettit takes the goal of the state to be the promotion of freedom as non-domination, for the goal, not a goal. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis takes a different view of freedom and of non-domination. To be sure, there are differences between viewing freedom in terms of an unsullied choice situation and in terms of liberty, having nagidinato. Viewing freedom in terms of an unsullied choice situation does not presuppose that freedom is separable from the capacity to act, or that freedom is only reduced by actual interference. For Pettit, a choice situation consists of the range of options presented as available. Point 5 An option is only available if a chooser is able to take it. An unsullied choice situation therefore presupposes capacities on the part of the chooser to pursue certain options. This distinguishes an unsullied choice situation from liberty. I am at liberty to take a holiday in a faraway place just in case I am not prohibited from doing so, even if I am unable to go because I have no money. But taking a holiday in a faraway place is not one of my available options unless I am able to go. I must have enough money to go. Suppose that I know that the border guards at this faraway place have discretion to conduct humiliating strip searches on visitors. Their discretion sullies my situation in respect of my holiday choices only if I have enough money to go, for otherwise, it brings about no worsening of my choice situation, and even if their good mood leads them not to strip search me when I go. Notwithstanding these differences, a policy of securing an equally unsullied choice situation for all individuals still provides a license to exploit. It allows systems to reinforce ends that cannot be universalist, or that otherwise reproduce social antagonisms, provided that they proceed with others' agreement, and are enabled and constrained by impersonal dynamics, rather than by a need to kowtow to others' arbitrary exercise of power. Freedom is not to be identified with such non-domination, therefore. Rather, an account of domination is to be based on the same ultimate value as an account of exploitation. As the charge related to the system universalisability conception of exploitation rests on the autonomy of social humanity. 7 The interaction recognition antinomy must offer an account of domination that can support a charge related to the obstacles on individuals willing to engage in rewarding activities that are known to be in harmony with those of others. In Chapter 9, recognition was conceived pragmatically, as what a recognizee can experience as positive evaluation by another. The form of recognition encouraged by generalized purchase and sale is the recognition of animus domini and personhood. Although this founds recognition on non-recognition, it permits the assumption that actors in capitalism have a will. A thesis about domination in capitalism can extend this line of thought by conceiving domination as the kind of asymmetrical power relation that is directed to another's will, and precludes a will to engage in rewarding and evidently harmonious activity, or such activity itself, and by arguing that the bureaucratic command of an alien will is essential to capitalism. To consider the place of domination in Marx's critique of capitalism is not, then, to be committed to recover Marx taught for the tradition of Republican political thought. William Clare Roberts suggests that the explication of Republican freedom as non-domination provided, among others, by Pettit, tracks much more closely the range and types of Marx's concerns that does the more traditional attribution to Marx of a positive conception of freedom as collective self-realization. 8 As Roberts studies of Marcus the author of Capital Volume I, one reply to this suggestion is, if Roberts had not neglected Marx's accounts of recognition and of the right's antinomy in Capital Volume I, he would have struggled to resolve the right's antinomy without principally reflecting the value of social humanity articulated in its vision of a higher form of society whose foundational principle is the full and free development of each. 9 Even putting this aside, Roberts does not explain why a view of freedom typically advanced on premises that preclude the feasibility of capital's vision should be expected to illuminate its concerns. For one argument for the idea that the people ought to have powers to resist existing rules and author new ones, and so for freedom as non-domination, is that class conflicts or social inequalities are things that every political order necessarily abets. 10 Incorporating a critique of the capitalist domination of labor and a thesis of commoditiform philosophy committed to self-legislative human community is one way to challenge the idea that Marx's thought is susceptible to reconstruction within the Republican tradition. The argument begins by identifying the three conditions of Marx's general conception of domination in the Grundriss. Sections 2-4 elaborate each condition. Section 5 restates this conception as the command of an alien will. The analysis then shifts to the specific context of capitalist production. Section 6 offers an interpretation of what Marx refers to as the formal subsumption and the real subsumption of labor under capital. Sections 7-8 then argue that formal subsumption generates labor domination, while real subsumption gives labor domination a bureaucratic form. Section 9 presents an analysis of occupational identity, and offers a responsibility-related and an expertise-related reason for holding that the administrative personnel of a capitalist firm can assume that wage laborers recognize their commands. Finally, Section 10 summarizes the respects in which bureaucratic domination is contrary to self-legislative human community. 1. Marx's general conception of domination. Marx's most explicit general statement on domination is found in the Grundriss. A relation of domination Herrschaftsverhältnis through appropriation cannot obtain over an animal, land, etc., although the animal serves. The appropriation of an alien will einen fremden Willens is a presupposition of the relation of domination. That which lacks a will, an animal for example, can certainly serve, but that does not make the appropriator eigener a master Herren. 11. Marx's general conception of domination can be stated in three conditions. 1. One actor appropriates the will of another. 2. The other's will is alien to the appropriator. 3. The appropriation makes the appropriator a master. Each condition separates Marx's conception of domination from a conception of domination as the capacity to arbitrarily constrain another's choices. The capacity to arbitrarily constrain another's choices is neither necessary nor sufficient. Consider each condition in turn. 2. Domination and the will. The first condition of the Grundriss conception of domination says any actor appropriates the will of another. It excludes any service on the part of a living organism that lacks a will from counting as an instance of domination. Domination requires the dominated to have the specific attitude to their wants called a will. An actor's will is what they want, after consideration, to be moved all the way to do. For A to appropriate or direct B's will is for A to influence what B wants to be moved all the way to do, with the result that what B does contributes, as A anticipated, to the achievement of A's end. An animal cannot be dominated, therefore, if an animal is not able to want, after consideration, to be moved all the way to action. Frankfurt gives the name of a wanton 12 to a being who is unconcerned with what they are moved all the way to do. A wanton simply does what they are most inclined to do, without caring what that might be. A wanton could not be dominated, therefore. A wanton's behavior can be influenced by another, but not by means of domination. A wanton has no will for another to direct. A wanton addict, for example, is an addict without a will. A wanton addict does not care that what they do is take a drug. Suppose someone tries to wean a wanton addict off the drug. They can offer the man object of greater pleasure instead or try to antiseth to an environment in which they have an inclination to take the drug. But, for the time being at least, they cannot reason with them. They cannot identify a goal, z, that the wanton addict wants to achieve, for which they would have to stop taking the drug. Say to the wanton addict, if you really want to achieve z, you should stop taking this drug. Make available the means for the wanton addict to achieve z, and hope that they use their judgment not to take the drug. The only measures that can initially be used to wean a wanton addict off a drug are akin to the measures used to entice an animal. The concept of a wanton reveals that the first condition of Marx's general conception of domination rests on an assumption. If a will-directed conception of domination is to identify a general phenomenon, it must generally be the case that actors have a will. If a will-directed conception of domination is to identify a general phenomenon of capitalism, actors in capitalism must generally have a will. Freedom of will is enabled by recognition. So, if a will-directed conception of domination is to identify a general phenomenon of capitalism, the system of capitalist production must generate a kind of recognition. A will-directed conception of domination can be used to theorize a general phenomenon of capitalism, therefore, because generalized purchase and sale is essential to capitalism, and generalized purchase and sale leads commodity exchangers to develop the freedom of will of persons. On Marx's own analysis of capitalism, Marx is entitled to use a will-directed conception of domination to theorize it. The will-directed character of the Grundriss's conception of domination is one of three differences from the conception of domination advanced by Romer and Petit. According to the Grundriss, not every arbitrary power to constrain the choices 13 of another is a sign of domination. The arbitrary power to constrain another's choices does not suffice for domination, because it does not presuppose that the choice-constrained subject has a will. To say that A is able to exercise arbitrary power over B's choice situation, it is not necessary to deny that B is a wanton. The capacity to arbitrarily seize a wanton addict's stash of drugs would alter their choice situation. But it is not an instance of domination. 3. Domination and alien will. The second condition of the Grundriss's general conception of domination says, the other's will is alien to the appropriator. From the appropriator's perspective, the other's will is alien or foreign. It features in their course of action as diverging from their own will, and thereby as potentially thwarting it. The will of the dominated does not feature in the course of action of the dominating party as identical with, or purely enabling for, the latter's will. 14 To illustrate the possibility for the direction of another's will to be the direction of an identical will, consider the plight of an unwilling addict. If a wanton addict is an addict without a will, an unwilling addict, by contrast, suffers from weakness of will. An unwilling addict struggles against their want for a drug, but to no avail. They fail to bring what they do into line with their will. They are moved to act by a conflicting want. If someone concerned with the well-being of an unwilling addict seeks to get them to refrain from taking the drug, they can try to direct their will. But that direction is not domination. The directors will is voor het dicter freen en thun willen addicts will lister freen. The directing actor cannot regard the unwilling addict's will as alien if they regard it as identical to their own. To illustrate the possibility for the direction of another's will to be the direction of a purely enabling will, imagine a jazz band, each player in which seeks his own fulfillment as a musician. 15 The wills of the jazz players are not identical. By playing together, each player seeks to hone their own skills. But one player may view the will of another as purely enabling. If one player directs the other's will, because the other is suffering from weakness of will, there is no domination. The second condition of the Grundriss's general conception of domination is hidden, therefore, by the MECW translation of Fremden willens as another's will. The adjectives fremd and ander are not interchangeable. A need not regard an attribute of another actor, B, as fremd, and an attribute A regards as fremd need not belong to another actor. To describe an individual attribute, a will, a power, an activity, and so on, as fremd is to presuppose a perspective from which it is regarded as foreign, just as a foreign language, fremdsprach, is not simply another language, and foreign soil, fremder boden, is not simply another country. Indeed, the perspective from which an individual attribute is regarded as foreign need not imply, as another implies, a numerically distinct individual. Andre Brink's novel on the contrary gives the following first-person description of the plight of a prisoner in the dark hole of a castle. I cannot trust my own presence. When I clutch myself in the cold to cherish what meager warmth the body fabricates, what I feel is alien. I have already taken my distance from it. 16. Here, a prisoner describes their own body as alien, and the German translation of Brink's novel, fairly, renders the clause what I feel as alien as halt ich etwas fremds in den Armen. 17. The second condition of the Grundriss's general conception of domination is not satisfied by Erich Ollenreit's account of domination, which, like Weber's 18 and Petit's 19 is ens indeterminate. To say that A dominates B is to say that A not only tells B what to do or in other ways directs B's activities, but also that A has the capacity to constrain B's attempts at transforming the relationship between und to subordinates not simply to be in a position in which one's given orders, but to be unable to transform the relationship of command obedience. 20. Wright's account is subject to two doubts. One is that it subsumes cases of direction that merely seek to correct for another's weakness of will and cases of direction where actors' wills diverge so as to potentially thwart one another. On the evidence of this passage, there is, for Wright, no domination-relevant difference between directing a wage laborer to produce in order to maximize profit and directing Ganon Willenjadik to cannot voluntarily withdraw from a rehabilitation program. To apply ends indeterminate terms to describe a form of society in which actors' ends are not identical or purely enabling is to leave unquestioned the nature of those ends. Second, Itasunka irwa subordinates incapacity to transform their subordination, let alone the circumstance that the capacity to constrain such transformation is in the hands of the commander, is included in a conception of domination. One argument for including this incapacity would be to hold that, if a subordinate knew that they could transform their situation, they would not allow themselves to be dominated in the first place. But that is false, for it could be the case, as Rousseau claims, that citizens let themselves be oppressed only so far as they are swept up by blind ambition, and, looking below more than above themselves, come to hold domination dearer than independence, and consent to bear chains sut hath a my tim possession sonatherson turn. It is very difficult to reduce to obedience someone who does not seek to command commander. 21. Suppose A is in a position to offer B the option of dominating C, if B agrees to be dominated by A. If B prefers to dominate C and be dominated by A to doing neither, A could dominate B even though B may voluntarily terminate the arrangement with A in which B is dominated without any cost to themselves, other than the loss of an opportunity to dominate. To be sure, domination is more stable if the dominated are unable to terminate it because of significant domination-independent costs, or if the dominating party is able to constrain their attempts to transform it. But it is one thing to elaborate a conception of domination, and another to explicate the conditions under which domination, as already defined, is more stable. Conditions that merely make domination more stable do not belong to a conception of domination. They are not necessary to ensure that the will of the dominated appears to the director as alien. For domination and recognition. The third condition of the Grundriss's general conception of domination says, the appropriation makes the appropriator a master. The context in which to locate this condition is Hegel's account of the master-servant relation in the Phenomenology of Spirit, where the master makes instrumental use of the servant, by putting them to work. This moment of recognition is present there such that the ether consciousness sublates itself as being for itself, and it thereby itself does what the first does to it. This is equally the case for the other moment. What the second self-consciousness does is the first's own doing, for what the servant does is really the master's Herrn doing. 22. Hegel here describes a kind of one-sided recognition of the master by the servant. The servant does not just fear the master. The servant believes that instructions from their master ought to bear on their actions. The servant makes the master's instructions their will, by setting aside any contrary want, the first moment of recognition, and acting on those instructions, the other moment of recognition. Accordingly, if, as the Grundriss says, the direction that defines domination makes the director a master, then that is equivalent to saying that it meets with a kind of one-sided recognition. To count as domination, the direction of another's alien will must take a form by which the director can be recognized as a master, and that recognition must be forthcoming. On a recognition-inclusive conception of domination, not every power to arbitrarily constrain the choices of another individual, with an alien will, is a sign of domination. A may be able to arbitrarily constrain B's choices only if A avoids being identified by B as the source of this constraint. A may be able to constrain B's choices by denying B knowledge of the options available. 23 To the end of exercising this power, it may be necessary for A to conceal not only the action by which A denies B knowledge of an available option, but also the fact that A had the opportunity to deny B knowledge of it. If so, A has the power to arbitrarily constrain the choices of another individual, with an alien will, but A cannot demand or receive recognition from that individual in virtue of holding or exercising this power. One form of direction that intrinsically leads to a kind of one-sided recognition is the issue of a command. A command is a specific instruction to an identifiable group of persons, issued in the belief that it ought to be carried out obediently. Hobbes states, command is, where a man saith, do this, or do not this, without expecting other reason than the will of him that says it. 24 HLA. Hart highlights two features of this definition. One is that a command is peremptory. The addressee is required to take the expression of the commander's will as a reason for acting in place of any deliberation or reasoning of his own. 25 The addressee is not invited first to consider the merit of letting the commander decide what they are to do. Second, a command is content independent. Its addressee is required to take the expression of the commander's will as a reason for acting independently of the nature or character of the actions to be done. 26 The addressee is not invited first to consider the merit of what they have been instructed to do. A command, then, is an instruction carrying the force of a peremptory, content-independent reason for acting. It is issued in the belief that its addressee is to do what is instructed of them because it has been commanded. The addressee is not taken to be owed any further explanation. As a commander, by issuing a command, intends its addressee to make it their will, they presuppose that its addressee has a will. A kind of recognition is provided to a commander if, a commander can regard the addressee of their command as their equal in respect of possessing a will to engage voluntarily in the same domain of action as them, and, 2. A commander can interpret their addressee's response to be informed by the belief that they ought to do what they have been instructed to do in order to carry out a command of their commander. In combination, 3 further implications of commanding add to the import of the recognition that obedience provides. One implication is that the issuer of a command must believe in its legitimacy. If A says to B, do X, but I am not sure you should, or A otherwise comports themselves to the effect of expressing that doubt, it cannot be clear to B that A has commanded them. B would have the same justification for making A's doubt their will as they would to make A's command to do X their will. If do X carries peremptory, content-independent force, then so does the expression of the doubt that follows it. If A says to B, do X, but I am not sure you should, and B does X, B has not obeyed a command. If an instruction is to take effect as a command, it must be issued with conviction. A command can only be issued with conviction, however, if its issuer issues it in the belief that they are entitled to issue it. So, for a command to be issued with the conviction its effect requires, its issuer must believe in its legitimacy. Second, commanding need not be arbitrary. Pettit writes, an act is perpetrated on an arbitrary basis, we can say, if it is subject just to the arbitrium, the decision or judgment of the agent was in a position to choose it or not choose it, at their pleasure. Point 27. On this definition of arbitrariness, decision-making is not arbitrary if the decision-maker is subject to others' scrutiny as to whether or not they followed a certain procedure, or if the decision-maker must respond to justifithi content of their decisions. If such a decision-maker were to make decisions just as they pleased, they could expect to incur disadvantages for doing so. Commanding need not be arbitrary, therefore, for a commander does not cease to command if their commands are subject to scrutiny in their procedure or to calls to justify their content, for example, by superiors in a command hierarchy. Third, commanding affects exclusion. Commanding affects exclusion by virtue of the fact that the addressees of a command are required to obey it, and cannot be among its co-authors. For someone other than the commander to be the co-author of a command, that someone must appoint the commander, and be able to hold them to account. To the end of holding a commander to account, it must be possible to demand reasons from them for thinking that they have done their job. In that capacity, those who hold the commander to account must challenge any command from the commander. Faced with a commander who responds to an awkward question about the job they have done with a command to stop asking questions, those who hold them to account must restate the question. A readiness to challenge a commander's commands in the capacity of holding them to account must, however, jeopardize any obedience to the same outside of that capacity. Those with both the functions of obeying a commander's commands and of holding them to account must first, before obeying, consider for themselves, or ask a third party they'd legate that decision to, whether the situation is one in which they are to obey or hold the commander to account. But if the addressee of an instruction must first consider such a question for themselves, or ask a third party they delegate that decision to, before they execute it, they have ceased to regard it as a command. An instruction would lack the force of a peremptory, content-independent reason for acting if its issuer issued it in the belief that its execution was properly preceded by this consideration. Commanding affects exclusion, therefore, as the addressees of commands cannot be their co-authors. If commanding, I, rests on a commander's belief in the legitimacy of their commands, 2, need not be arbitrary, and 3, affects exclusion, then that adds to the import of the recognition that obedience provides. This recognition may provide a commander with a sense that their decision-making has an objective value that does not extend to the addressees of their commands. By virtue of recognition in the form of obedience, a commander is not simply moved all the way to command, and to respect other commanders' commands. They are moved all the way to act to express the fact that commanders are entitled to command and their addressees are not entitled to hold them to account, for example, by putting the addressees of commands in their place. In so acting, a commander can hope that there will be an objective value to what they will have done. Relatedly, if several commanders command in a domain of action, commanding can yield a sense of us and them among commanders vis-a-vis the commanded, due to each commander's sense of the objective value common to each commander's commands, their common entitlement to command, and their addressees' common lack of entitlement to hold them to account. The relation between command and recognition through obedience must be qualified, however. Commanding is an exercise of de facto practical authority. 28 Because a command is issued in the belief that it is a conclusive reason for acting, whether or not it really is a conclusive reason for acting. As the addressee of a command need not respond as this belief anticipates, however, a command must be accompanied, if only implicitly, by a threat of sanction. Hart continues. Of course the commander may not succeed in getting his hearer to accept the intended peremptory sonasuk. The hearer may refuse or have no disposition at all to take the commander's will as a substitute for his own independent deliberation, and it is typical of commanding, therefore, to provide for this failure of the primary peremptory intention be adding further reasons for acting in the form of threats to do something unpleasant to the hearer in the event of disobedience. Point 29. The threat of sanction is what Hart terms a secondary provision 30 of commanding, for it aims to give the addressee a reason to act in the event that a command's peremptory, content-independent force, that is, the assertion of de facto practical authority, goes unrecognized. The designation of authority as primary and the threat of sanction as secondary is a phenomenological ordering from the commander's perspective. A commander cannot regard their authority as what they fall back on when their threats of sanction hold no fear. Rather, they regard their threats of sanction as what they fall back on when their practical authority holds no sway. This phenomenological ordering does not imply a corresponding claim in respect of the relative causal impact of authority and threats of sanction, however. It is possible for a commander to be convinced of the legitimacy of their commands and to continue to issue them in that belief although they are aware that the influence of their authority is outweighed by their threats, or by their capacity to threaten. Phenomenological priority, authority backed by threat of sanction, is distinct from, and not an indication of, relative causal weight. Indeed, the fact that a commander's capacity to threaten to initiate a sanction does not remove their need to believe that their command is legitimate imposes a condition on any threat of sanction. A threat of sanction must not only warn an addressee of a disadvantage that a commander can cause to be brought about, that is, be a credible threat. To endure as a secondary provision of commanding, as distinct from constituting a bare threat, the form in which a sanction is threatened as well as its type and nature of execution must all be consistent with a belief in the legitimacy of the command it is to support. The threat and execution of a sanction are then further contexts in which commanders in a given domain of action can bond as a group that is marked off from those they command. 5. Marx's conception of domination restated. The three conditions of Marx's general conception of domination in the Grundriss may now be restated as follows. 1. One actor issues a command to another, the command condition. 2. The addressee's will is not identical with or purely enabling for the commander's will, the alien will condition. 3. The commander is recognized through the addressee's obedience, the recognition condition. In short, domination is the command of an alien will. Types of domination can be distinguished by their domain of action, the source of belief in the legitimacy of a command, and the type of sanction. At issue, here, is domination in the context of the system of capitalist production. 6. Formal subsumption and real subsumption. In purchase and sale, commodity exchangers act as if they mutually recognize one another as private property owners and persons. Neither treats the other as someone who has to follow anyone else's instructions, or get anyone else's permission, to exchange. By implication, neither acts as though they thought of themselves as entitled to command the other to alienate their commodity. No domination takes place therefore by virtue of a single token interaction of purchase and sale. Capital says that commodity exchange includes, in and of itself, no other relations of dependence Abhängigkeitsverhältnisse than those that arise from its own nature. 31 That is, debt and compensation for breach of contract. But to say that commodity exchange can include relations of dependence is not to say that it can include relations of domination, Herrschaftsverhältnisse. A credible threat to take someone to court over non-payment or non-performance is not just for that reason a secondary provision of commanding. If circulation consists in the totality of purchases and sales, no domination takes place in circulation, either. The circulation of commodities ensures that market actors can only achieve their ends by falling into line with unpredictable movements in prices that result from nothing but the caprices of their customers and competitors. 32 But this sort of dependency cannot lead domination to take place in circulation. It does not subject anyone to the commands of an alien will, or lead to their recognition. It does not subject anyone to a will at all. Movements in prices do not have a will of their own. The Grundriss describes circulation as an alien social power. 33 Rather than as a power of an alien will. Just as a system that aggregates X is not itself X, so a system for aggregating arbitria. 34 is not itself an arbitrary will. If A's dependency on movements in prices is a dependency on a system for aggregating arbitria, it is not dependency on a will. If domination is nothing more than a metaphor, if it loses all reference to an arbitrary, incontestable will 35, then the notion that there is impersonal domination in circulation is nothing more than a metaphor. The premises of those who locate domination in circulation can be used to deny that it is located there. If the system of capitalist production is to generate domination, that can only be on account of its production process. Elster, however, advances a claim that suggests an objection to this view. Elster claims, the exercise of power occurs when the contract is signed by the capitalist taking advantage of the lack of property of the worker. The enforcement of the contract is not then a further exercise of power. 36. Elster claims that, as the capitalist exercises power over the worker when the labor contract is signed, and as the capitalist production process is merely an enforcement of this contract, to count the capitalist production process as a further instance of the capitalist's exercise of power is illicit double counting. Now, from the fact that an enforcement of a contract is not a further contract, it does not follow that enforcing it involves no further exercise of power. But even if it did follow, and even if it were true, which it is not, 37, that the capitalist production process merely enforces a labor contract, it would not be illicit double counting to count the actions in this production process as domination, because no domination, no command of an alien will takes place in the purchase and sale of labor power. Further, if a wage laborer is dominated in the capitalist production process, that need not be on account of any imperfection in their labor contract. Romer has claimed that domination in the capitalist production process is a substitute for a perfect contract. 38 An imperfect contract, Romer says, is a contract that fails to specify precisely the terms of what is bought and sold, so as to avoid disagreements in the terms. 39 Accordingly, an imperfect contract may allow one contracting party, equals A, to arbitrarily constrain the other, equals B. If A is less dependent on B than B is on A, imperfections in the contract's terms will then give A the capacity to get B to do what only an interpretation of the contract favorable to A would require B to do. If, due to competition with the unemployed, a wage laborer is more dependent on a capitalist firm than the latter is on them, an imperfection in a labor contract will give a capitalist firm the capacity to get the wage laborer to do what only an interpretation of the labor contract favorable to the capitalist firm would require them to do. But the capacity to arbitrarily constrain another's choices is neither necessary nor sufficient for domination. Even if a labor contract were perfect, including its specification of who was to instruct whom, domination in the capitalist production process would still occur. The explanation for domination in the capitalist production process lies elsewhere. The cause of domination in the capitalist production process is capital itself, that is, generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. In other words, the cause of domination in the capitalist production process is what Marx refers to as the formal subsumption and theoreal subsumption of labor under capital, to some degree. To subsume one thing under another is to treat the former as a particular instance of the latter. To say that labor is subsumed under capital is to say that it is subject to just those conditions that arise from capital. The formal subsumption of labor under capital, hereafter, formal subsumption, is the subjection of labor to just those conditions of purchase and sale that arise from capital, while ethereal subsumption of labor under capital, hereafter real subsumption, is the subjection of labor to just those conditions of the technical production process that arise from capital. This section merely attempts to explicate the notions of formal and real subsumption. Marx's results of the immediate process of production describes formal subsumption in terms of two features. The essential features of formal subsumption are, 1. The purely monetary relation between the one who appropriates surplus labor, and the one who provides it. 2. The worker's objective conditions of labor, means of production, and subjective conditions of labor, means of life, confront them as capital, as monopolized by the purchaser of their labor capacity. 40. Regarding point 1, there is a purely monetary relation between a producer and the appropriator of their labor if their relation is a result of the producer's sale of their labor power for a determinate period, and the concrete Type of labor power hired is determined purely by monetary considerations. As argued in Chapter 6, the optimal money-maximizing arrangement for capital is to hire wage labor. The concrete type of labor power that is hired is determined purely by monetary considerations, because the system of capitalist productionalism maximizersto hiring a number of wage laborers for all types of labor. Money maximizers need not remain in a less profitable branch of production just because they have technical skills specific to that branch, for they can hire a workforce large enough for them not to have to perform a productive function. If money maximizers are able to switch to more profitable branches of production irrespective of their technical skills, then the concrete type of labor power they hire will be determined solely by monetary considerations. Point 2. Encompasses two additional aspects of formal subsumption: all means of production are monopolized by capital, and all means of subsistence are produced by capital. Each aspect arises from the facts that a. Any alienable resource, including all alienable inputs used in the production of means of production or means of individual consumption, can be bought by money maximizers, and b. Capitalist firms can outcompete non-capitalist hirers of wage labor who produce for the market. 41 What real subsumption entails is indicated by and under the subheading Real subsumption of labor under capital, or the specifically capitalist mode of production. 42 Under this subheading, Marx discusses the social productive power of labor created by cooperation, the division of labor in the workplace, the application of machinery. 43 The social productive power created by cooperation is the power of two or more individuals doing the same thing together to produce, in less overall labor time or with fewer costs, what the same number of uncoordinated individuals can achieve. The phrase doing the same thing together detto include performing the same action together, or using the same conditions of production, for example, the same building. The social productive power created by a division of labor in the workplace is the power of two or more individuals assigned with different sets of tasks to produce, in less overall time or with fewer costs, what the same number of individuals periodically rotated between those sets of tasks could achieve. The social productive power created by the use of machinery is the power of one or more machine operators to produce, in less overall labor time or with fewer costs, what the optimal number of individuals could achieve by using handheld tools in place of a machine incorporating their functions. To outdo or match its competitors, a capitalist firm will employ any and only those social productive powers that promise to raise the productive power of its workforce to make a product it can own, or reduce the costs that it bears, provided it can expect to recoup its outlay. The unintended consequence of competition between capitalist firms is the general adoption of social productive powers, within these limits. A further aspect of real subsumption arises from social productive powers, however, the utilization of social productive powers scope for what Lukács calls rational calculation. 44 The use of social productive powers within the above limits increases a capitalist firm's scope to calculate what use of power will yield what volume of output by reducing the effect of wage laborers' individual idiosyncrasies. In regard to cooperation, the social productive power of two or more wage laborers producing the same thing together is more likely to approximate to the average productive power of that number of individuals, than the productive power of a single individual acting alone is likely to approximate to the average productive power of one individual. In regard to a division of labor in the workplace, it is easier to ascertain the time it ought to take to accomplish X, Y, and Z, and to identify any cause of failure if X, Y, and Z are assigned to different wage laborers than if 3 wage laborers do some of each of X, Y, and Z. In regard to the application of machinery, automated rhythms can be used to steady the pace of work in advance. The scope for calculation attached to the adoption of social productive powers is independently significant, because the money-maximizing use of productive power is not necessarily the use that yields the greatest volume of output use value. Capital says, is never to be regarded as he capitalist's immediate end. 45 If the greatest volume of output that given productive powers could yield is unmarketable at a given price, it may be more advantageous to lower output, rather than to incur storage or disposal costs, or to reduce the price. A production process run for continuous money maximization will therefore be organized to make use of social productive power's scope for calculation. The ideal situation for a capitalist firm is to have each of the following: the social, productive power to produce as much of a given type of product that it can expect to sell in the foreseeable future at the price that will yield the highest return, a capitalist firm's ideal level of productive power. 2. The capacity to control its use of power to yield the intended output with minimal wear and tear to its power, a capitalist firm's ideal capacity for efficiency. 3. The capacity to calculate what use of power will yield what output, a capitalist firm's capacity for calculation. Due to the upkeep and depreciation costs of dormant productive powers, and any lost opportunity to hire them out, a capitalist firm will not aim to acquire or keep hold of a vast excess of productive power for long. In effect, therefore, a capitalist firm will tend to organize its production process to accord with its calculation of what it can achieve near to full capacity, with the expected degree of efficiency. For the purpose of the above analysis, formal subsumption and real subsumption were distinguished. In reality, however, they are intertwined. Formal subsumption and real subsumption do not correspond to discrete historical periods of capitalism, let alone admit of definition in historical terms. One without the other is no more than a hypothetical, and each promotes the other. Consider, first, why neither may be defined in historical terms. One positive piece of evidence for this claim is that the above quotes do not mention historical periods. In particular, neither of the two features of formal subsumption Marx notes is defined in historical terms. Yet Marx does seem to imply that formal subsumption and real subsumption are to be understood in historical terms elsewhere. Just prior to the quote from Results of the Immediate Process of Production cited above that notes the two features of formal subsumption, Marx says that formal subsumption of labor under capital is so called because it is only formally distinguished from earlier modes of production. 46 It is easy to see how one might be led to conclude from remarks such as this that formal subsumption is to be defined as the form of a capitalist production process that is technologically unchanged from a pre-capitalist period. 47 But here is the objection. To say that the production process at T2, capitalism, is technologically unchanged from an earlier production process at T1, pre-capitalism, is to say nothing about the technological character of the production process at T1. For all the lack of technological change from T1 to T2 implies, the production process at T1 may have used social productive powers, cooperation, for example. Yet the use of social productive powers is what, for Marx, defines real subsumption. If formal subsumption is defined as the form of a capitalist production process that is technologically unchanged from a pre-capitalist period, any social productive powers thought of as belonging to the technological production process of that earlier period are counted twice, both as an aspect of formal subsumption, and as an aspect of real subsumption. As formal subsumption and real subsumption are not meant to overlap, and a historical definition of formal subsumption would fail ensure a lack of overlap, formal subsumption is not to be defined in historical terms. But in that case, neither is real subsumption. We can now ask why neither formal subsumption nor real subsumption without the other is more than a hypothetical. To imagine formal subsumption without any degree of real subsumption, one must suppose that, when the money-maximizing option is to hire several wage laborers, this is consistent with having each of them produce a product under wholly separate conditions, not even under the same roof. Any phase of any one employee's tasks must be supposed to be technically independent of any phase of every other employee's tasks. Formal subsumption without any degree of real subsumption is no more than a hypothetical, therefore, for it is hard to imagine a scenario where the money saved, in accountancy costs, by using a single budget for several separate production processes cannot be increased by technical cooperation. Real subsumption without any degree of formal subsumption is also no more than a hypothetical, for producers subject to personal, non-monetary, relations of dependence cannot be expected to use expensive machinery with the minimum of wear and tear and damage. 48 Moreover, formal subsumption and real subsumption also promote one another. Formal subsumption promotes real subsumption, because purely monetary relations between hirers and hired and a total monopolization of resources by the former, such that the latter are entirely dependent on work for capital, make for the type of producer most responsive to a hirer's monetary incentives. Their labor is the most amenable to calculation. Real subsumptional sa promotus formal subsumption forast grundris remarks itis only with greatest development of production based on capital that general conditions of production, such as roads, canals, etc. can be organized by capital rather than by government. 49 Capital must have developed, in part by means of real subsumption, to afford the investment that would enable it to monopolize all branches of production, and so remove the related job opportunities from government auspices. 7. Domination and formal subsumption. To show that formal subsumption is a cause of capitalist labor domination is to show that formal subsumption, to some degree, gives rise to a relation that satisfies the three conditions for domination outlined above. This section focuses on the first two conditions, the command condition and the alien will condition. Discussion of the recognition condition is postponed to section 9. The command condition for domination says, one actor issues a command tone other. The idea that the command condition is satisfied by virtue of formal subsumption is suggested by a remark in Capital where Marx recapitulates his argument up to that point. The commanding power commando of capital over labor originally appeared to be merely a formal consequence of the fact that the worker labours for the capitalist rather than for himself and hence labours under the capitalist. 50. In considering why labor that is formally subsumed, to some degree, satisfies the command condition, two issues can be distinguished: why it is possible for a capitalist firm to command its wage laborers, and why it is necessary. To show that it is possible for a capitalist firm to command its wage laborers involves showing that it is possible for the capitalist to believe in the legitimacy of instructions issued to the wage laborer, and to reinforce such instructions with the credible threat of a sanction. First of all, one actor can only command another by relating to the other's will. The case of the wage laborer presents no difficulty on this score. The wage laborer has a will by virtue of their recognition as a person. Moreover, their labor power is not like a pair of prosthetics or false teeth that may be taken away from them while they sleep put to use, and then returned. Whoever uses a wage laborer's labor power must engage the wage laborer's will. Call the doctrine that an individual is bound by an obligation if it results from an exercise of their right to bind themselves the doctrine of individual responsibility. A commander can believe in individual responsibility as a source of legitimacy for their instructions if they can believe that each has a right to perform a certain type of action and to choose whether or not to follow instructions in how they perform it, and if they can believe that others have in fact chosen to perform such action under their instruction, and that they have in fact chosen to instruct them. If a commander has the C4 beliefs, they may view their instructions as a form of respect for their addressees, as beings who, like them, may assume the consequences they choose to assume. They may view an attempt to disrupt them from instructing, or an attempt not to comply with their instructions, as a form of disrespect. A capitalist has acted as if they have the first two of these beliefs, beliefs of right, by seeking a wage laborer's agreement, and only that wage laborer's agreement, before instructing them. They have the remaining two beliefs of fact, if they believe that the instructions they issue remain within the agreed remit. The sanction available to a capitalist is to terminate a wage laborer's contract. A wage laborer who fails to carry out a capitalist's instructions within the remit of their contract is in breach of contract. To let them go is consistent with a belief in individual responsibility as a source of legitimacy of the capitalist's commands, if that sanction is only employed when a wage laborer breaks conditions of employment they agreed to be bound by. If contracts are enforceable, the threat is credible provided there is what Capital calls a relative overpopulation 51 of wage laborers. In reference to a relative overpopulation of wage laborers, Capital remarks, the silent compulsion of economic circumstances Verhaltnisse seals the domination Herrschaft of the capitalist over the worker. 52 In other words, a wage laborer's anticipation of the undesirable uncertainty attached to being in the position of having to compete with the unemployed to find work in order to live gives force to the capitalist's threat to let them go. A capacity to execute this credible threat seals capitalist labor domination by prompting compliance where a capitalist's authority yields no obedience. True, breaches of contract may not be automatically detectable. Nor may it be possible for responsibility to be automatically pinned on particular individuals. But a capitalist firm is able to monitor labor both to preempt shirking and to pin shirking on particular individuals, and to adopt disciplinary procedures. It is able to take the steps that it must take to ensure that its threat to let a particular wage laborer go is credible. The necessity for a capitalist firm to command its wage laborers is threefold. Firstly, it is unconvincing to object that commanding is possible but not necessary because a wage laborer could read through their contract, which they cannot be commanded to accept, and honor it without instruction. No agreement can regulate every eventuality in advance. Moreover, the capitalist production process cannot conceivably consist in just the enforcement of a labor contract. If production is with wage labor and for continuous money maximization, both the purchase of labor power and production are intermediary steps in the firm's pursuit of continuous money maximization. A labor contract only limits the actions of a capitalist firm by limiting the arrangements in production by which continuous money maximization can be pursued. It only limits the firm by limiting its means. As a labor contract only limits its means, the capitalist production process is never merely the execution of a labor contract. Imagine that all contractual terms admit just one interpretation, all violations chevet sanctions and all sanctions are instantly enforceable, even against a firm. An unquestionably lawful option is then the firm's money-maximizing option. But to say that an unquestionably lawful option is the money-maximizing option is not to say that the firm has only one unquestionably lawful option. To grant that all contractual terms admit just one interpretation is not to say that they permit only one course of action. Even if there is only one way to interpret the prohibition "do not walk on the grass," there are many ways to observe it. Which unquestionably lawful option is the firm's money-maximizing option cannot be determined by the labor contract, for it is only determined once labor contracts are interpreted, and factored into projections of every relevant actor's likely behavior over the period for which the firm is seeking to ascertain its money-maximizing option. The interpretation of labor contracts, together with trends among competitors and buyers with whom the firm has no special relationship, are the data for estimating that likely future behavior. Likely future behavior is what a firm takes into account when making its decisions, because all its decisions revolve around what investments to make and which conditions of work to implement in order to continue to accumulate as much capital as possible. As a capitalist firm regards a labor contract as just one of the data for estimating the likely future behavior to which its production process is adjusted, no labor contract can remove the ongoing need to issue instructions to wage laborers. Finally, there is the compulsion imposed by competition. Assuming that commands are well directed, then, in combination with the threat of sanction and the monitoring that gives this threat credibility, their effect, Marx writes, in results of the immediate process of production, is greater continuity and intensity of labor, and greater economy in the application of the conditions of labor. 53 But if that is so, because commands adjust the production process to the firm's money-maximizing option without using up any more of the wage laborer's time, then they require to understand what they have been commanded to do. Then each capitalist firm must command wage labor, just to match the productivity of its competitors, whose own level of productivity already includes this effect. We can now turn to the alien will condition. The commands of the capitalist firm satisfy the alien will condition if the wage laborer's will is not identical with or purely enabling for the capitalist's will, which is for the firm to maximize its monetary wealth. The wage laborer's will is not identical with or purely enabling for this will, because the firm's pursuit of continuous money maximization generates a displacement-based antagonism. A displacement-based antagonism arises from the fact that the unconditional investment in and use of money-saving technologies and techniques requires their implementation, where necessary, at a workforce's own expense, and thus even when jobs are lost and/or desk-idled, leading to a fall in wages, as a consequence. To the extent that the capitalist firm is aware of this possibility, and that it may meet with resistance on the part of its wage laborers. It must regard any wage laborer's will as an alien will. If wage laborers recognize the commands of their firm, there can be no reason to deny that domination occurs on account of non-fulfillment of the alien will condition. Already by this point, we can agree and yet disagree with Postowne's claim. In Marx's analysis, social domination in capitalism does not, on its most fundamental level, consist in the domination of people by other people, but in the domination of people by abstract social structures that people themselves constitute. Within the framework of Marx's analysis, the form of social domination that characterizes capitalism is not ultimately a function of private property, of the ownership by the capitalists of the surplus product and the means of production. Rather, it is grounded in the value form of wealth itself, a form of social wealth that confronts living labor, the workers, as a structurally alien and dominant power. A central hallmark of capitalism, then, is that people do not really control their own productive activity or what they produce, but ultimately are dominated by the results of that activity. This form of domination is expressed as an opposition between individuals and society, which is constituted as an abstract structure. Point 54. In this passage, Postone broaches two questions. One is the question of the cause of domination in capitalism, which is ultimately a function of or grounded in. Here Postone considers two possibilities. Either domination in capitalism is explained by class division, a division between owners of means of production and product, and non-owners, or it is explained by the value form of wealth. Postone suggests that domination in capitalism is explained by the value form of wealth. A second question is what domination in capitalism consists in or by what it is constituted. Either domination in capitalism consists in domination by other people, or it consists in domination by an abstract social structure. Postone takes the latter view. It is possible, however, to agree that what Postone refers to as the value form of wealth is the cause of capitalist labor domination, because its cause is formal and real subsumption, but to take a different view of what capitalist labor domination consists in. It is unclear what is supposed to justify Postone's contrast between domination of people by other people and domination of people by abstract social structures. If what distinguishes domination of people by other people from domination of people by abstract social structures is intentional activity on the part of a dominating actor, the notion of domination of people by abstract social structures should be rejected, indeed, on the basis of Marx's Grundriss, the text from which Postone claims inspiration. Point 55. If, on the other hand, domination by social structures consists in an intrastructured intentional activity of domination, and abstract domination is domination in the pursuit of abstract wealth, then the distinction can be upheld. Capitalism, as a system of production that reinforces the pursuit of money maximization, gives rise to domination of people by abstract social structures in this sense, that is, to the intrastructured, because competitively imposed, command of an alien will in the pursuit of money maximization. On this latter elaboration, however, capitalist domination is conceived differently to Postone, for whom domination has nothing specifically to do with commanding. On a command-based elaboration, too, the main cause of capitalist labor domination is formal and real subsumption, not class division. It is possible to conceive of a system of money-maximizing production in which, at least initially, each performs wage labor in a different money-maximizing unit of production to one they co-own, and in which shares cannot be exchanged for money, and dividends can only be converted into shares. If so, formal and real subsumption is logically possible without initial class division. But if formal and real subsumption is logically possible without initial class division, and is sufficient to give rise to capitalist labor domination, then the value form of wealth must be regarded as the primary cause of capitalist labor domination. By contrast, if all that is stipulated about a society is that it is initially divided into private owners of means of production and product and free non-owners, it need not possess the productive power required for capitalist production. Class division without formal and real subsumption is not sufficient to give rise to capitalist labor domination. 8. Domination and real subsumption. We have already seen, in connection with formal subsumption, that it is both possible and necessary for a capitalist firm to command wage labor. Part of this argument consisted in showing that a capitalist can believe in the legitimacy of the commands issued to a wage laborer on account of a belief in the doctrine of individual responsibility. Thiswicanawadthatrial subsumption generates a belief that the commands of a capitalist firm possess a second type of legitimacy. Capital volume I implicitly distinguishes the aspect of command that is tied to the capitalist use of social productive powers from the aspect of command that results from formal subsumption in its remark. With the cooperation of numerous wage laborers, the commanding power commando of capital develops into a requirement for carrying out the labor process itself, a real condition of production. The capitalist's command before in the field of production now becomes as indispensable as the general's command on the field of battle. 56. Before providing a positive account of how real subsumption accentuates capitalist labor domination, however, it is important to reject one line of thought that relates to a mistranslation of a neighboring passage in Capital Volume I. All immediately social or communal labor on a large scale requires, in varying degrees, a directing organ direction that harmonizes individual activities, and assumes the general functions arising from the workings of the entire productive organism, as distinct from the movements of its independent parts. 57. To say that all large-scale social processes of work, whether in a capitalist firm or not, require a directing organ, is to say that they all require the administrative tasks of planning and execution to be assumed by certain identifiable people. All large-scale social processes of work generate a need to decide between various views of how to realize one and the same goal, and to reconcile each actor to that decision. Second, all large-scale social processes of work depend on continuity. To that end, the requisite means must be supplied without delay, in sufficient quantity, to the correct people, and tasks must be distinguished and assigned so that they can be performed no later than the moment at which their non-performance interrupts others. Sadly, in both the Aveling/Moore and the Fowkes translations of Capital Volume I, direction is rendered as directing authority. That is inaccurate, because capital does not refer to autoritat, authority. Here. 58. It is misleading, as a direction is an administrative unit, and an administrative unit need not exercise de facto practical authority. In other words, it need not issue instructions with peremptory content independent foreseen he belief that it is legitimate for it to do so. If Marx had wanted to imply that de facto practical authority is required for any large-scale social process of work, nothing would have been easier than for Marx to have written commando where in fact he wrote direction. A reader of Capital in translation may infer that Marx believes that, in virtue of the twin administrative tasks of planning and execution, all large-scale social processes of work require the exercise of de facto practical authority. One interpreter to defend this conclusion is Ali Rat-Ansi. Rat-Ansi repeatedly cites the Aveling/Moore translation of this passage as crucial proof that Marx came to regard authoritative regulation as an aspect of any large-scale work process. 59. Similarly, David Harvey's companion to Capital says, any cooperative endeavor requires some directing authority. 60. Nothing could be further from the truth. In and of themselves, administrative planning and execution lack all three qualities of domination: a command, an alien will, and the recognition of a command. Neither administrative planning nor execution requires a command or its recognition. The exercise of administrative skill is conceivable without the exercise of de facto practical authority. It is conceivable for administrative policy and administrative appointments to be subject to the approval of a forum, constituted on the initiative of those whose activities are to be administered, in which their rationale is scrutinized. Any instructions issued by people who assume administrative tasks are then issued with the implicit acknowledgement that it may be proper for their addressees to question them. They may be owed a further explanation, if that would bear on how the forum is to scrutinize the rationale of the instruction or the rationale of having them assume administrative tasks. As instructions issued with this acknowledgement lack peremptory, content-independent force, they are not commands. They do not effect exclusion. Their execution is not the recognition of a command. Nor need administrative planning and execution imply the direction of an alien will. Administration need not serve an end from whose perspective the wills of those whose activities are administered appear as foreign. The official translations of Capital prevent readers from concluding that, if it were not for certain features of capitalism, social productive powers could, Marx allows, be used without the use of commanding power. They preclude those who want a Marxist analysis of capitalism to focus on its distinctive features from employing a command-based conception of domination to analyze capitalism. What those who are duped by the ideology in the official translations of Capital must fail to grasp is this. Marx's claim is that real subsumption modifies the character of domination in the capitalist production process due to the conjunction of a large-scale social process of work, and the separation of those who own the firm from those who perform the activities that are administered, and not because of the fact of a large-scale social process of work alone. Commands presuppose a belief in the legitimacy of issuing instructions with peremptory, content independence force. The legitimacy of commands issued to a wage laborer by a capitalist firm can rest on a belief in individual responsibility, and a belief that the facts accord with it. By the same token, if a capitalist concludes separate contracts with several wage laborers to work with and on the same means of production, then, provided those contracts provide for a social process of work, a belief in individual responsibility will allow a capitalist to issue commands in respect of wage laborers' interactions with these means. Indeed, if a capitalist can believe, on grounds of individual responsibility, that they are entitled to command wage laborers they hire in a social process of work, they can also believe, on the same grounds, that those they hire to command others they hire are entitled to issue commands to the latter, provided that suitable provision is made in wage laborers' contracts. The same applies to these administrative personnel themselves. A capitalist can believe, on grounds of individual responsibility, and subject once again to the same contractual provision, that the administrative personnel they hire to command other administrative personnel they hire are entitled to command the latter. This arrangement has a specific consequence. If administrative personnel are all hired by a capitalist who decides who works with, under, or over whom, administrative personnel will be bound not to deliberate with subordinates, or explain the rationale of their decisions to subordinates, if they are so instructed by someone authorized by the capitalist to issue that instruction to them. Its purpose may be to keep a firm's special knowledge or strategy from competitors, or to confine controversy or disagreement among members of a workforce, whose will is alien. With this instruction, they are bound to secrecy. Occasions may arise in which subordinates come to administrative personnel with a problem related to a matter on which administrative personnel are bound to secrecy. On such occasions, administrative personnel have no option but to exercise de facto practical authority. To solve the problem, they must issue instructions, but as they are bound to secrecy, they cannot explain these instructions. Even if it were not the most time-efficient option, their response would have to take the form, "Do this, because I say so." The exercise of de facto practical authority by administrative personnel is thus an inherent feature of the administration of a large-scale social process of work in an entity, like a capitalist firm, whose legal owners are separate from those who perform the activities that are administered. Marx's claim in Critique of Hegel's doctrine of Thesis that the authority of administrative personnel is based in a hierarchy of secrecy 61 applies to capitalist firms as well. To be sure, administrative personnel, can believe in individual responsibility as a basis for the legitimacy of their commands, just as the capitalist, can. A need only suppose that those they command contract with C to be instructed by A, just as A contracts with C to instruct them. But a belief in a second type of basis for the legitimacy of these commands may also arise. As no plan can regulate every eventuality in advance, administrative personnel will need to respond to unforeseen problems of an administrative nature. But as the problems they must respond to are administrative in nature, and as administrative personnel are employed on account of their administrative ability, any command by administrative personnel can be accompanied by a belief in administrative expertise as a basis of its legitimacy. This belief takes the form, it is legitimate for me to issue you with an instruction carrying peremptory content-independent force because I have administrative skill, or else because the person whose instruction I relay has administrative skill. The form of the belief is not, it is legitimate for me to issue you with an instruction carrying peremptory content-independent force because it is informed by administrative skill. As the latter belief is a judgment about the instruction, it is not the kind of belief that can underpin a belief that an instruction has content-independent force. The former belief is backed up by a suitable credible threat of sanction if the power of dismissal is delegated to administrative personnel, or if they have the discretionary power to vary a wage laborer's ex posurto capture by company records and that surveillance is regarded as tiresome or humiliating. Capital makes 3 further points about the occasions for domination in a capitalist firm. The capitalist's direction is not just a particular function arising from and inherent to the nature of the social process of work, it is also a function of the exploitation of a social process of work, and thus conditioned by the unavoidable antagonism between the exploiter and the raw material of their exploitation. Likewise, the imperative to control the proper use of the means of production, which confront the wage laborer as alien property, grows with their advance. Further, the cooperation of wage laborers is a mere effect of the capital that simultaneously deploys them. The connection of their labors therefore confronts them intellectually as the capitalist's plan, and practically as the capitalist's authority autoritat, as the power of an alien will fremden willens subjecting their doings to its purpose. 62. The first point Marx makes here is that occasions for domination are increased by the fact that a firm's pursuit of continuous money maximization may antagonize its producers, who do not share this end. A capitalist firm may whet the ambitions of its workforce by encouraging them to increase their own monetary wealth by acting to maximize the firm's. But that must whet their ambitions for higher positions. The Communist Manifesto refers, like capital, to surveillance from a full hierarchy of lieutenants and officers. 63 If the loyalty of those who monitor labor must be purchased by status and reward, the apparatus for imposing domination is also a career path, and thus an object of potential conflict in its own right, potentially calling for more domination. Second, real subsumption permits calculation, and calculation is entwined with domination. In the above passage, Marx says that, as investment in technology increases, capital accumulation increasingly depends on its proprius, that is, on capitalist efficiency. The damage of technology that is a relatively greater part of outlay is more crucial for a capitalist firm to avoid. But capitalist efficiency rests on capitalist calculation. To get wage laborers to put a given technology to its intended use with minimum wear and tear presupposes a target for what counts as a proficient use. Thus, if the damage of technology is increasingly crucial to avoid, it is increasingly crucial to devise firm predictions as to what counts as a proficient use. That gives capitalist labor domination an extended license. Commands are required not just to uphold capitalist efficiency, but to ensure a firm's efforts at calculation, in other words, to ensure that its employees keep, and are captured by, company records. Third, real subsumption ensures that it is the social process of work that provides the focus of a firm's commands. Just as a firm's concern is with the money its total output represents, and only with the use value of that output because nothing without use value can be of any monetary value, so its interest in any wage laborer's set of tasks is as a contribution to the monetary value of its total product, and to minimizing the costs of total wear and tear to all its means of production. What a capitalist firm seeks from any given wage laborer, therefore, is that they perform their tasks without delaying or counteracting the tasks assigned to its other employees, in circumstances where the division and length of tasks is oriented to continuous money maximization. The effect of that orientation on a workforce is that each member is encouraged to see in the tasks of every other member a potential prompt for their own domination, which must again give rise to further conflicts to be managed. As real subsumption includes a division of labor in the workplace, it includes an administrative division of labor. Some administrative personnel draw up the plan that others execute practically. But if a capitalist firm implements an administrative division of labor, by hiring separate planners and executors. Planners and executors must then relate to each other. A remark from Marx's critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state implies that the internal relations of a bureaucracy, that is, a professional administration in which a belief in administrative expertise underpins a belief in the legitimacy of its commands, will be characterized by a degree of collusion. Theta echelons entrust the lower orders with knowing the details, whilst the lower orders trust the top echelons with knowing generalmeters, and in this way they mutually deceive themselves. 64. R.D. Lang and Aaron Esterson have argued that if, to live out a fantasy of myself, I treat another not as they are, but as a figure in my fantasy system, collusion arises if it is the case for each that the other person's fantasy of what one is, coincides with one's own fantasy of what one is. 65. As Martin Howarth Williams elaborates, the particular function of collusion seems to be the mutual confirmation of the player's fantasy positions by each other. Thus, suppose P fantasises that he is an intellectual and O that he, O, is a he-man, whereas in fact they are neither. Collusion would occur if P tacitly agreed to confirm O as a he-man in return for O confirming him, P, as an intellectual. This elaborate fantasy system is not, of course, made explicit by the players. 66. In the case of a capitalist firm, planners are in the default position of having a duty not to disclose the rationale behind their plans. A firm's special knowledge, competitive strategy, or internal work atmosphere might otherwise be compromised. Yet planners may not be able to extract from executors a relevant account of executors' actions without being prepared to risk some disclosure of the rationale behind the plans that executors are supposed to implement. To the extent that that risk is to be avoided, planners entrust executors with a plan's execution. Yet, insofar as planners entrust executors with a plan's execution, they will be unable to ascertain the extent to which the plans they drew up were applied, and thus were apt to be applied. All they can then do is verify, from company records, whether or not executors' captured behavior is in order and has yielded the projected results. Planners thus need to believe in the image of good executors, which they cannot confirm, to believe in themselves as good planners, which they cannot confirm. Executors, on the other hand, are in the default position of having to exercise de facto practical authority over wage laborers. In doing so, they may have to relay instructions from superiors and administrative hierarchy and so trust in planners' administrative expertise. Yet executors cannot properly implement a plan, as distinct from achieve its targets, if they are not privy to the rationale behind it. So, executors, too, need to believe in the image of good planners, which they cannot confirm, to believe in themselves as good executors, which they cannot confirm. 9. The recognition condition and occupational identity. The argument thus far has focused on the link between formal and real subsumption on the one hand, and the command condition and alienable condition for domination on the other. We now turn, finally, to the recognition condition for domination, which says, the commander is recognized through the addressee's obedience. The question is whether the administrative personnel of a capitalist firm can experience the response of wage laborers to their commands as one of recognition. Capital offers the suggestive remark: it is not enough for the conditions of labor to amass at one pole, as capital, while human beings with nothing to sell but their labor power gather a theatre. Nor is it enough to compel them to sell themselves as voluntarily. As capitalist production advances, a working class develops that, by education, tradition and custom, recognizes anarching the requirements of that mode of production as self-evident laws of nature. 67. Marx here insists that the lack of alternative options of the propertyless to selling their labor power is no guarantee of the survival of capitalist production. The survival of capitalist production requires education training und custom of the kind that leads wage laborers to recognize its requirements. As these requirements include the execution of commands, Marx implies that we can infer from the survival of capitalist production that the recognition condition for domination is satisfied. In other words, the administrative personnel of capitalist firms who issue its commands can believe that the in order to motive of their addressees is, working for a wage in order to live, by obeying the firm's commands. To count forth his recognition, Marx refers obliquelito education tradition and custom. Whatever education, tradition, and custom includes, it includes the cultural effects of formal and real subsumption. The following analysis is confined to this effect. It may also be borne in mind that the question here is simply whether it is possible for the administrative personnel who issue the commands of a capitalist firm to believe that their commands are recognized. The recognition condition is satisfied even if its relative causal weight in explaining why commands are observed is modest in comparison to the threat of being let go or the prospect of career advancement. One contributing factor, related to formal subsumption, is the attribution of a belief in individual responsibility. By signing a contract all by themselves and only for themselves, aj labura can be understood to assert a right to work and to be instructed in that work. The administrative personnel of a capitalist firm who issue its commands can also reason from the fact that, as results of the immediate process of production puts it, each wage laborer is responsible to himself for the manner in which he spends his wages. 68 If a commander can assume that a wage laborer believes that a means of consumption they purchase ought to be delivered to them, then, by the same token, a commander may assume that a wage laborer's in order to motive in observing their commands can be informed by a normative belief that they ought to do as instructed in order to carry out a command off someone the agreed to be instructed be. A second contributing factor relates to real subsumption. As we have seen, a further basis for administrative personnel to believe in the legitimacy of the commands they issue is a belief in their administrative expertise. The recognition condition for domination can also be satisfied therefore if it is possible for administrative personnel to believe that a wage laborer does as they instruct in order to carry out a command of an administrative expert. This possibility rests on an additional premise, that a wage laborer who is the addressee of a command identifies themselves with their productive activity. If A obeys B's commands on account of a belief in B's administrative expertise, A can feel assured that their work is in safe administrative hands. But A must identify themselves with their activity for this assurance to be of value to them. In fact, for this assurance to be of value to them, A must identify themselves with their activity so as to identify no ability of their own to assess the administrative tasks it generates. Otherwise, it is unclear why A's interest in an assurance that their activity is in safe administrative hands should not lead A to challenge B's de facto practical authority. The German ideology insists that productive activities do more than just yield output. They also mold individual identity. A mode of production is not merely to be observed as the reproduction of individuals' physical existence. It is also a definite type of activity by these individuals, a determinate way of expressing their life, their distinctive mode of life. The manner in which individuals express their life makes them what they are. 69. One form of identity generated by the system of capitalist production is occupational identity. The German ideology remarks that an occupational title like that of painter is a name already capturing well the parochial character bornier that of their occupational development and dependence on the division of labor. 70 If receipt of means of individual consumption is conditional on performing work, and if all offers of work are offers to perform activities for firms that operate in particular branches of production, then each wage laborer tends to face pressures to continue to remain in a particular occupation. Each is led by that occupational confinement to assert an occupational identity: painter, baker, train driver, tailor, doctor, and so on, because each cannot simply quit their current occupation and maintain their standard of living, because each is recognized as making a productive contribution to social wealth only through a paid occupation, and because each is led to cultivate indifference to general affairs beyond their occupation by continual exposure to contexts in which a single sectional interest is articulated, and by the difficulty of switching occupations. For A to assume an occupational identity is for A to want to be moved all the way to action by the value bestowed on A as a practitioner of an occupation on which value is bestowed. Suppose A's occupation is driving. Insofar as A assumes the occupational identity of a driver, A will want to be moved all the way to action by the value bestowed on A as a driver. If an interest is what an actor, in light of their will, can believe they have a reason to do or to favor, then A's occupational identity gives A an interest to do or to favor what A judges necessary to express or preserve the value bestowed on A as a driver. The assumption of an occupational identity is not to be confused with an actor's identification of themselves with a normatively regulated activity. For B to identify themselves with a normatively regulated activity is for B to want to be moved all the way to action by the norms of that activity. For B to identify themselves with driving is for B to want to be moved all the way to uphold the norms of driving. B's will is to drive well, by the standard of those norms. B's will to perform an activity well is, however, a different kind of will to A's will to express or preserve the value bestowed on A as a practitioner of a valued occupation. The will to drive well is distinct from the will to express or preserve the value bestowed on oneself as a driver. To be moved all the way to action by the norms of an activity, an actor need not assume an occupational identity. Indeed, an occupational identity can even incline an actor to violate the norms of the corresponding activity. Suppose that there are traffic regulations such as speed limits for good driving. If B identifies themselves with the activity of driving, then B will want to be moved all the way to observe these traffic regulations, to drive well. B can want to be moved all the way to observe them even if B does not think of themselves as a driver. Perhaps B only thinks of themselves as someone who drives to work. It is possible, moreover, to imagine that someone whose occupation leads them to adopt the identity of driver believes that, as they are such a great driver, by the criterion, say, of how much money they make from driving compared to what other drivers make, or of how many more kilometers than other drivers they have driven, they need not observe the traffic regulations that other drivers ought to observe. They need not regard it as necessary to abide by a speed limit to preserve their value as a driver when they can measure their value as a driver by an independent criterion, a criterion thought compares themos a driver to their drivers, rather than their driving to norms of driving. An occupational identity is so far from being equivalent to the identity provided by a normatively regulated activity that it is conceivable for it to lead an actor to violate that activity's norms. This difference can also be illustrated in the terms of Marx's famous 11th thesis of the Theses on Feuerbach. Philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change at point 71. Marx is not claiming that philosophies only interpret the world in various ways, and the point is to change it. If that had been Marx's claim, it would have represented a rejection of his earlier view, in letters from the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, that philosophical consciousness itself has been drawn into the torment of the struggle not merely externally, but intrinsically. Point 72. Rather, the 11th thesis says that philosophers only interpret the world. The occupational identity of philosopher will not move philosophers to change the world, even if it is anti-philosophical not to. Kohengetsting sexigt lirong when he provides the 11th thesis with gloss. Commitment as a philosopher will compel him to become a political activist. Point 73. It is not the value bestowed on an actor as a philosopher that may lead them to a revolutionary commitment. Rather, one thing that, for Marx, may produce this commitment is the value an actor puts on philosophizing well. If, as Marx believed, the capitalist world order is one that generates illusions, antinomies, collusion, secrecy, and lies, all of which impede a search for truth, then someone who values philosophy, understood as a search for truth, has a reason to change the world, even if a philosopher does not. Just as commodity form philosophy utilizes the concept of use-value, which is distinct from the concept of a good, so it distinguishes normatively regulated activity from occupational identity. The concept of use-value abstracts from all forms of distribution. It is distinct from the concept of a good, because a good presupposes the thought of a subject with the will of a possessor. Likewise, the knowledge of what it is to perform an activity well and the sense of self that is enjoyed by performing it well abstracts from its distribution as a paid occupation, and from the associated occupational confinement and occupational identity. Marx's economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 urge that all physical and intellectual senses are to be freed from the sense of having. Point 74. This is a plea not just for a critique of goods and discipline of thought in which use value only exists in the form of economic goods, but also for a critique of occupational identity and any inquiry in which occupational identity is treated as a natural form that a sense of self related to productive activity is to take. Occupational identity is neither a sufficient nor a necessary condition for meaningful work. An occupational identity is not sufficient for meaningful work, for even mechanically repetitive jobs that are resented as a form of drudgery may form the basis of an occupational identity. The assumption of an occupational identity is not necessary for meaningful work either. An actor can take a sense of accomplishment from their work if they can affirm its intrinsic value for a life worth living, and occupational identities are not necessary to affirm a life plan that includes productive activities as ends in themselves. A world is possible in which an actor takes a sense of accomplishment from having spent part of their life writing a book, for no other end than that of expanding human knowledge, without either writing as a paid occupation, or thinking of themselves as a writer. However, for actors in a system of production that imposes occupational confinement, and who therefore assume occupational identities, it must seem that their own value rests in their continued performance of the corresponding activity and that the world depends something for it. It is impossible for Simeon, within the occupational identity they assume, to conclude that they have the ability to help meet a need that goes beyond it. Nor insofar as they regard others within the occupational identities they assume, can they conclude that others have the ability to help meet needs that go beyond those occupations. Painters, as distinct from human beings who amongst other things, also paint 75, cannot conclude that they are able to help meet the need for coats or for driving, and a painter cannot believe that tailors or drivers, as distinct from human beings who make coats or drive, are able to help meet the need for painting. As a painter cannot conclude that they, as a painter, have the ability to meet needs besides the need for painting, or that tailors or drivers can help meet the need for painting. A painter must suppose that their own value rests on their continuing to paint, and that the world depends on painters like them to meet its need for painting. The same goes for every actor who assumes an occupational identity. Occupational identities therefore sustain two jointly acting reasons for a capitalist firm's administrative personnel to assume that wage laborers do as they instruct in order to carry out a command of an administrative expert. The occupational identities that administrative personnel can attribute to wage laborers in non-administrative jobs do not allow administrative personnel to assume that wage laborers identify any ability in themselves to perform administrative tasks. But wage laborers attributed with non-administrative occupational identities can be thought to welcome administrators' expertise for managing the only productive contribution that their occupational identities allow them to believe they can make. Indeed, administrators may believe that wage laborers assume occupational identity as their commands on the grounds of their administrative expertise, even if they cannot believe that wage laborers obey them on the grounds of individual responsibility. An actor succeeds in terms of their occupational identity if they meet their targets. To achieve this success, they need not believe that their targets represent no more than the amount of work they agreed to perform. If administrators who view wage laborers in terms of their occupational identities can assume that the latter have a reason to strive to meet a target even if it exceeds what they agreed to, they may suppose that wage laborers obey their commands even when they cannot believe that a belief in individual responsibility gives wage laborers a reason to do so. Further, occupational identities not only reinforce wage laborers' obedience, they also reinforce compliance. They allow the sanction of terminating a labor contract to derive its force not just from the undesirable uncertainty of having to compete with the unemployed for work in order to live, but also from the undesirable state of having no recognized identity, in virtue of being deprived of the employment that gave them one. The German ideologies claim that everyone is a hunter, fisherman, or shepherd, or a critical critic, and so they must remain if they do not wish to lose their means of life. 76 is irreducible to the claim that everyone must continue to hunt, fish, breed stock or philosophies if they do not wish to lose their means of subsistence. 10 Summary. The foregoing account of capitalist labor domination reflects a commitment to the value of self-legislative human community. From this perspective, capitalist labor domination is concerning, because 1. A system that relies on commanding affects social division. As the addressees of commands cannot be their co-authors, the recognition of commands encourages commanders to express the fact that while they are entitled to command, their addressees may not hold them to account. This yields a sense of us and them. 2. when the commanding that a system relies on has individual responsibility as a source of belief in its legitimacy, commanding will also, a. encourage each individual to care exclusively for their own powers, or for achieving the targets imposed on them, whether as a result of recognition, threat of sanctions, or incentives, b. bind commanders not to disclose the position in a command chain that an instruction, which they may not be permitted to explain, originates from. 3. When the commanding that a system relies on has administrative expertise as a source of belief in its legitimacy, it will also thereby be prone to a degree of collusion among the personnel at different administrative levels, b. a degree of disinterest towards matters beyond a given occupational identity, and c. a degree of violation of the norms of normatively regulated activities. These concerns are occluded by the official translations, and they lie beyond the vision of Marxist accounts of domination that focus on room for arbitrary exercise of power. 77 or dependency on a system for aggregating arbitrary. 78 They could remain live concerns even if contracts were perfect, and even if the conduct of owners and managers of firms was subject to effective third-party scrutiny based on an evaluative judgment that compared needs for products. Chapter 11. Antinomy and State Form. A philosophical analysis of the state of capitalist society differs from a comparative analysis of the states of historical capitalism. State of capitalist society is the term used here for the most developed type of state that is compatible with the system of capitalist production, and its culture of recognition. 1 The state of capitalist society is a rights-based and popular sovereignty-based state with a parliamentary bureaucratic government. It cannot avoid an antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. On the Jewish Question declares its concern with the state of capitalist society in its claim that political emancipation is not the final form of human emancipation in general, but the final form of human emancipation within the existing world order. 2 In other words, the existing world order is said to be able to do no more than provide a limited type of freedom, called political freedom. A limit in the existing world order is not merely a limit common to all instances of a given type of phenomenon that exists in the world at a certain point in time. It is a limit that is characteristic of a type of phenomenon that is essential to a world recalpic. No matter how developed instances of this type become, they, and therefore the epoch, exhibit the limit. The difference between a philosophical analysis of the state of capitalist society and a comparative analysis of the states of historical capitalism is apparent when one considers that not a single state in the world at the time Marx wrote on the Jewish Question, 1843, had yet to test the limit of political emancipation. It would have been clear to Marx that his was a philosophical claim. Critiquio thegathe programmi advances a related sort of claim right can never be higher than the economic formation of society, and the development of culture. This conditions. 3 The degree to which a society can exhibit principles of right is said to rest on material, social and cultural factors other than those principles themselves. Should a society's economic formation and culture be limited, its principles of right will be limited. This claim can be linked to that of On the Jewish Question on the uncontroversial assumption that, for Marx, the system of capitalist production is a limited form of social wealth. For then, the critique of the Gotha program's claim in respect of capitalism is that its principles of right are limited because its system of production and culture of recognition is limited, and On the Jewish Question insists that one limit of right in the capitalist world order is that it can do no more than provide political freedom. What needs to be explained, on this interpretation, is how the system of capitalist production, along with its culture of recognition, generates political representation, and why the freedom provided by a representative form of government is inherently limited. An explanation of the state of capitalist society by its economic formation and culture presupposes a term, such as Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, translated either as civil society or bourgeois society, for by which this economic formation can be singled out. In the first text in which Marx assesses the term Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, his critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state of 1843, Marx claims, the Constitution is nothing but an accommodation between the political and the unpolitical state, hence it is necessarily, in itself, a treaty traktat between essentially heterogeneous powers. 5. In Elements of the Philosophy of Right, Hegel uses Traktat to denote an agreement between independent states with particular wills. Point 6 By referring to the constitutional relation between powers of the same state as a treaty, Marx suggests that no power of this state can root out the other, although each asserts its particular interests vis-à-vis the other. Marx thereby implies that the state of capitalist society cannot realize freedom as self-legislative human community. In writing for the Königszeitung the previous year, Marx suggests that the state in which the individual obeys, in the laws of the state, only the laws of nature of his own reason, human reason is a great organism. Point 7 A type of state can be likened to an organism only if it possesses what Kant, in Critique of Judgment, terms organization, that is, only if each member in such a whole should indeed be not merely a means, but also a purpose. Point 8 If a type of state can only realize freedom as self-legislative human community if its powers relate to one another harmoniously instead of asserting particular interests vis-à-vis one another, and if the constitutional relation between the powers of the state of capitalist society is that of a treaty, then the state of capitalist society is not able to realize freedom as self-legislative human community. A type of state that can do no more than provide political freedom is limited on account of that fact, if political representation is but part of a constitutional arrangement in which the various powers of state assert particular interests vis-à-vis one another, precluding freedom as self-legislative human community. Marx's claim in Critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state may be defended as follows. To accommodate popular sovereignty and freedom of choice, the lawmaking power of the state of capitalist society must have the form of a representative assembly. As a representative assembly requires law implementation, state bureaucracy and representative discussion and bureaucratic authority are opposed both in spirit and in practice, the state of capitalist society is not a real unity. One backdrop to this conflict is an antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. Section 1 derives the juridical logic of freedom of choice by outlining a guarantee-related reason and a recognition-related reason for commodity exchangers to call for legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership. Section 2 recasts these legal norms in terms of absolute innate rights and examines Marx's claim that absolute innate rights must appear as natural rights. Natural rights are not, however, the only apparent supralegal source of justification on which the state of capitalist society can rely. Section 3 argues that the system of capitalist production precludes monarchical sovereignty, and, if only for the sake of equal liberty, necessitates an appeal to, an institutionalization of, popular sovereignty. Section 4 summarizes the resulting antinomy. It necessarily appears to be the case both that government action is only justified if and because it remains within the limits of natural rights, and that government action is only justified if and because it is authorized by a decision of the people for equal liberty. Section 5 presents a representative assembly as the form of lawmaking power that accommodates freedom of choice, and popular sovereignty. Section 6 argues that its representative form requires law implementation to take a separate bureaucratic form, with which it must collide. 1. A derivation of the juridical logic of freedom of choice. Capital and notes on Wagner suggest an explanation of the law of capitalist society. Thought begins from commodity exchange. Point 9 In commodity exchange, buyer and seller act as if they mutually recognize one another as private property owners and by implication as persons. Through such as if mutual recognition, generalized purchase and sale deposits the concepts of animus domini accompanying detention and an exclusive will in respect of one's parts and capacities in commodity exchangers' stock of experiences. Commodity exchangers are led to apply these concepts, by their social interest in security. A commodity exchanger's interest in the security of animus domini accompanying detention is a social interest, because no significant subgroup of individuals can withhold from others the general positive spillover effects of the satisfaction of their interest in its security. Commodity exchangers' self-interest is thus no barrier to their articulation of the principle that animus domini accompanying detention ought to be respected. But if such a principle is articulated, the ensuing recognition allows commodity exchangers to develop the freedom of will to use their possessions, parts, and capacities without regard to anyone else's permission or instruction, and to respect such uses by others. that can embolden them in calling for the enforcement of legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership. Commodity exchangers have two reasons to call for legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership. One reason relates to the guarantee function of law. Laws offer a mutual guarantee 10 or mutual insurance 11 for the interests they protect. If legal norms are clearly formulated, have adequate sanctions, and are reliably enforced, each can act on the expectation that, since nunuil wish to incur the sanction nunuil obstruct them if their actions are permitted by these norms. The guarantee is mutual if it removes the risks for one actor to perform a certain type of action only by removing the risks for all, by means of a general norm. The second reason relates to the recognition function of law. Marx writes in Debates on Freedom of the Press, 1842, that laws are positive, clear, general norms in which freedom as obtained an impersonal theoretical existence independent of individual caprice. Point 12. To be sure, Marx rejects this view of the relation between law and freedom in the Holy Family, 1844, due in part to a reassessment of the impact of coercion on freedom. Punishment, coercion, contradict human conduct. Point 13. Relatedly, Marx's vision of developed communism in Critique of the Gotha program is one in which society will ultimately write on its flag, from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. 14. A flag, or public declaration, can serve a recognition function, but not a guarantee function. This reassessment does not negate the point at issue, however, which is that Marx identifies a public recognition function of law. Marx's reassessment simply shows that he came to believe that coercively guaranteed law is not the only form that can serve this recognition function. Whether a publicly declared principle is guaranteed by coercive force or not, if it is publicly declared, it is proclaimed as having a standing above any individually held view to the contrary. To put this into relief, imagine a society in which liberty is coercively guaranteed but in which each person is told what they are at liberty to do by being given a set of tickets detailing what their liberties are. Point 15. We may suppose that the tickets inform the holder of three further things: that every other person is at liberty to do the same things as them, that the tickets received by every other person also inform their holder that everyone else's tickets give them the same liberties, and that no one is to speak publicly of this. The coercion used to uphold these liberties could serve a guarantee function, if the liberties are clearly formulated, have adequate sanctions, and are reliably enforced. But as their enforcement is not an enforcement of publicly declared liberties, it would not serve a recognition function. Accordingly, a second reason for commodity exchangers to call for legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership is that they can will for it to be publicly declared that these norms ought to be upheld, to express their will that the after regulate however yon behavis. The public declaration of these legal norms flags that they have a standing above any individually held belief to the contrary. Enforceable and publicly declared, and publicly declared as enforceable, general norms are the means to guarantee and recognize principles that articulate persons' social interests. Commodity exchangers have a social interest in the security of animus domini accompanying detention, and, by implication, of an exclusive will in respect of one's parts and capacities. This is not their only social interest in security, however. In the words of Debates on Freedom of the Press, commodity exchangers also have a social interest in a positive, clear 16, which is to say, determinate, formulation of legal norms, as distinct from a vague public declaration, backed by coercive force. Commodity exchangers have a social interest of security in the determinate formulation of legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership, because a norm can only serve as a common measure 17 in Locke's phrase, if it obtains a determinate formulation. As we saw in Chapter 7, for a measure of value to exist, all commodity possessors must regard one and the same type of commodity as a measure. Likewise, it is unsatisfactory for a commodity exchanger to view their own conception of the legal norm of private property ownership as applying to all. Each commodity exchanger has a social interest in a situation where everyone knows that everyone knows that everyone knows, that a legal norm of private property ownership entails such and such. The extent to which ignorance or uncertainty over what it covers can contribute to the prevalence of the character traits that have disadvantages for all is then minimized. So, each commodity exchanger has a social interest in a determinate formulation of the legal norms that guarantee and recognize private property ownership and self-ownership. But if so, each commodity exchanger may articulate the determinate formulation of these norms as a principle. They can recognize attempts to give these norms a determinate formulation. To articulate the principle that animus domini accompanying detention ought to be respected as a determinate, enforceable, and publicly declared norm generates a new logic. A legal private property owner is someone who enjoys freedom of choice in respect of their private property, and a self-owner is someone who enjoys freedom of choice in respect of their parts and capacities. As Savigny writes in Volume 3 of System of the Modern Roman Law, in the sphere of law we do not engage with the speculative difficulties of the concept of freedom. What concerns us is simply freedom in appearance, that is, the ability to make a choice from several conceivable decisions. Point 18. Or as Marx remarks, in comments on the latest Prussian censorship instruction, for the law, I do not exist, am no object for it, apart from in my act. That is the only thing to which the law is to hold me, for it is the only thing for which I demand a right of existence. Point 19. The juridical logic of freedom of choice may be put into relief by recalling Frankfurt's analysis of addiction. Point 20. Neither a wanton addict, nor an unwilling addict, enjoys freedom of will. Neither is able to bring the actions they pursue into line with what they want to be moved all the way to do. But the law may safeguard the freedom of choice of both types of addict, provided the drug to which each is addicted is legal. If the drug is legal, no one is entitled to interfere with its consumption simply on the grounds that its consumer is addicted. If, say, either type of addict turns violent as a result of taking the legal drug, the law may permit their arrest. But the ground of their arrest is not that they have indulged in addiction to a legal drug. The ground of their arrest is the violent act they have performed. As the grounds on which an addict lacks freedom of will are not by themselves grounds for others to interfere with their legal drug taking, freedom of choice does not imply freedom of will. 21. And the discipline of jurisprudence Savigniensists is not directly concerned with freedom of will. That someone has indulged in addiction is irrelevant both to whether they are to be held responsible for their choice of act, and to whether another is infringing their freedom of choice. What unwilling addicts demand a right of existence for, that is, demand to have effects that are not cancelled, as distinct from what they merely will to take effect, are their chosen acts of drug taking. It is only chosen acts that may prompt a sanctioning use of force. The legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership cannot guarantee a person's freedom of will in regard to their possessions, parts, and capacities directly. Legal norms can only guarantee that will indirectly, by guaranteeing freedom of choice. Although a specific type will through a private property owner and a person, explains the existence of legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership, what the latter secure is freedom of choice, which has its own logic. An explanation is a derivation if the logis it explains is reveal a dace a logic that is bound to register its cause as just one of the phenomena that is subject to it. The explanation offered for the juridical logic of freedom of choice is a derivation. Its cause is the freedom of will generated by the commodity form, and yet freedom of choice is safeguarded even for those who do not enjoy this freedom of will. Even if an addict ceases to have the will of a private property owner if, say, they would not regard it as interference if someone sold their stuff behind their back, and gave them their drug of choice in return, they enjoy the same legal protection. They are legally entitled to complain about the invasion. Or suppose that an actor acts out of a sense of a non-voluntarily assumed moral duty. The fact that they have not acted as a person will not stop a legal system based on norms of private property ownership and self-ownership from holding them individually responsible for their choice. Suppose an environmental activist violates a legal norm of private property ownership for the sake of an ecological principle, from which they take care not to exempt themselves, and that they regard as a non-voluntarily assumed duty on all rational inhabitants of the world. They are not permitted to petition anyone who also regards the action they performed as entailed by this duty to serve any share of imprisonment they receive as punishment. The German ideology claims This same jurist's illusion of property as the freedom to choose what to do with an object JF explains the fact that for them, and for any code, it is entirely contingent that individuals enter into relations with one another, e.g. contracts, and und that, for any code these relations are valid gelten as relations that one can enter into or not at will, and as relations whose content rests entirely on the individual volition of the contracting parties. Point 22. The German ideology's claim in the part of this sentence following the semicolon is that the law of capitalist society codifies freedom of choice as the ground on which agreements are to be given legal effect. Agreements are to be given legal effect to respect the choices people make. To this end, it is not necessary for judges, a. to take a view of the facts on which any interaction given legal effect as a binding agreement is viewed to reflect nothing but the parties' preferences. Freedom of choice can serve as the ground on which an agreement is given legal effect even when it is known to be a fact that one or more of the parties had no other easy, costless or satisfactory option, and so agreed to something they would have preferred not to have agreed to. For freedom of choice to provide the ground on which agreements are to be given legal effect, it is also not necessary for judges, b. to take a view of the facts on which both parties are viewed to have intended to enter into the agreement. Freedom of choice can servest he ground on which an agreement is given legal effect even if it is known that one party did not intend for their behavior to be taken as an offer or acceptance, provided they were negligent or reckless and the other is found to have honestly and/or reasonably taken it as such. Point 23. Indeed, the German ideology's claim is that freedom of choice is the ground on which agreements are to be given legal effect at the level of a legal code as a whole. This claim is consistent with believing that the law of capitalist society, c. includes some norms that, if they were applied as part of a different code of a different type of society, need not give legal effect to freedom of choice. Consider for example the law of unjust enrichment which rectifies the outcomes of mistaken payments. Suppose A mistakenly pays B. A law against unjust enrichment says that B, the recipient of the mistaken payment, is under an obligation to pay A back. The reason why B must pay A back is neither a contract nor a wrong. Point 24. B may be required to pay A back even though B did nothing to bring about A's mistake. So, B's obligation to reimburse A need not be incurred by virtue of anything that could be construed as a choice on B's part vis-a-vis A. But still, in capitalism, a law against unjust enrichment may serve to return A and B back to a position in which freedom of choice is to be given legal effect, because this law is part of a legal code whose other norms give effect to freedom of choice. In socialism, by contrast, a law against unjust enrichment would instead serve to return A and B back to the position they would have been in had B not received something from A to which they were not entitled. It would neither give legal effect to a choice nor return A and B to a position in which freedom of choice is to be given legal effect above all. As the example of a law against unjust enrichment shows, the claim that the law of capitalist society adopts freedom of choice as the ground on which agreements are to be given legal effect must be advanced at the level of a legal code as a whole. The law of capitalist society does not just secure personhood only indirectly, then, by guaranteeing freedom of choice. It guarantees any individual's freedom of choice only indirectly, by a. guaranteeing everyone's freedom of choice, b. using typical interpretive schemes to judge individual acts, and c. bringing to bear an entire legal code. A further aspect of commodity exchangers' security interest in respect of the legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership is an interest in bringing closure to disputes over their implications, and the consequences for punishment. It is a form of insecurity to know that a norm's application to a given case can always be altered, or that any punishment can always be resumed. It would be to live with a constant fear of future disruption. It is a security interest to know when an interpretation is final, that is, cannot be disputed or annulled, and to know when a punishment has been served, that is, cannot be augmented. A single determinate procedure is required in each case. Commodity exchangers' security interests in a single determinate procedure for the interpretation of legal norms and in a single determinate procedure for the punishment of violations are social interests. It is unsatisfactory for a commodity exchanger simply to suppose that on their own conception of the procedure for interpretation or punishment, the latter has run its course. Unless everyone can be sure that everyone can be of the same mind in regard to whether the procedure has run its course, no one can be sure that it has run its course. A security interest in closure over these disputes can only be satisfied, therefore, by publicly determining that a procedure for interpretation and punishment is to be used. Everyone can then tell whether or not interpretation and punishment in a given case has run its course. As a single measure for interpretation and punishment can only be obtained for one if it is obtained for all, a security interest in a single determinate procedure for interpretation and punishment is a social interest. As commodity exchangers' self-interest is no barrier to their affirming a principle whose object is a social interest, commodity exchangers can recognize attempts to establish a single determinate procedure for interpretation and punishment. Part of what it is to know if and when an interpretation or punishment is final is to be able to identify the individuals who are to interpret and punish. But in addition to that, it is an aspect of the recognition function of the law of capitalist society that those who interpret legal norms, and punish norm violations should be independent of all parties of the dispute. That is, they should be non-identical with them and in no special relationship with them. The recognition-related reason for commodity exchangers to call for legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership is to flag that these norms shall be standing above any individually held view to the contrary. To enjoy that standing, their interpretation and the punishment of violations must be seen to be more than just the judgment that certain particular individuals' private property ownership or self-ownership is to be upheld. It must be seen as giving effect to a general principle. In order for interpretation and punishment to enjoy the standing of the implementation of a general principle, both must be seen to those with no particular interest at stake, beyond the social interest in security that any commodity exchanger has. To say that the responsibilities for interpretation and punishment are to be assigned to an independent instance is to say that they are to be assigned to a court. The recognition-based reason for commodity exchangers to call for legal norms of private property ownership and self-ownership is therefore also a reason for them to call for their interpretation and the punishment of violations to be assigned to a court. Marx writes in the Grundrisse, every form of production generates its sound legal relations form of government, etc. The crudity and lack of conception lies in relating contingently, bringing into a merely reflective connection, what organically belongs together. All that occurs to bourgeois economists is that production is better with the modern police than e.g. with self-help Faustrecht. They forget that self-help is also a right, and that the right of might recht des Starkeren lives on in another form even in their Rechtsstaat. 25. Marx's rebuke is directed at John Stuart Mill. In Principles of Political Economy, Mill suggests that the protection of industry provided by the soldier, the policeman, and the judge is arranged by government on account of efficiency. Such services are of better quality at a much smaller cost if they are financed from taxes than if producers obtain them directly by engaging armed men themselves. 26 In Marx's rebuke, the qualifying phrase all that occurs implies that, even if one were to assume, for argument's sake, that it was no more expensive for producers to hire qualified armed men themselves than for a government to arrange their employ, the crucial question can still be posed: why does the law of capitalist society include a modern police, and not self-help, that is, a right on the part of those who are wronged to redress the wrong by their own force, without involving a court? The interaction recognition antinomy thesis says, generalized purchase and sale leads actors to conceive themselves as private property owners and persons, who can only guarantee their social interest in security and give the norms of private property ownership and self-ownership the standing they believe they ought to have through determinate, coercively enforced and publicly declared general norms with independent procedures for interpretation and punishment. This explanation avoids the Grundrisse's charge of being merely reflective, for it does not simply cite an economic function, but appeals to actors' self-conceptions. It also implies, like the Grundrisse scare quotes, a critique of the concept of a Rechtsstaat. A Rechtsstaat is a state whose sole task is to uphold right, and hence is organized in accordance with right. As Karl Welcker, a German liberal, remarks in Die letzten Grund von Recht, Staat und Strafe, the ultimate grounds of law, state and punishment, 1813 it must necessarily be prior to the Rechtsstaat, for the latter can only ground its rightful existence upon it. Point 27. One line of critique of the concept of a Rechtsstaat is to argue that the centrality of right as a principle of social organization arises from generalized purchase and sale. For then, if a state is to be a Rechtsstaat, it must uphold generalized purchase and sale, as the condition under which actors, as private property owners and persons can believe in the fundamental status of the right that a Rechtsstaat is organized to uphold. But if so, its task cannot just be to uphold right. If it does not uphold generalized purchase and sale, there are no persons to demand right as the fundamental principle of social organization. To secure its existence, it must uphold generalized purchase and sale, even if necessary at the expense of right. Yet a state that upholds generalized purchase and sale even at the expense of right is not a Rechtsstaat. The demand for a Rechtsstaat is the kind of demand that, in the words of a phrase Marx uses elsewhere in the Grundriss, can only be satisfied under conditions in which it can no longer be raised. Point 28. 2. Individual human rights. The character of a legal code in which freedom of choice is the ground for giving agreements legal effect can be illuminated by considering Marx's account of human rights in On the Jewish Question, in light of a classification of legal norms. On one classification of legal norms, which uses two criteria, there are four types of legal norm. First, a legal norm may impose a duty and no right, no unconditional advantage, or award a right. Second, that duty or right may require non-interference from all others, or a particular action from another specific agent. Some legal norms that regulate public office impose duties on officials without creating a right on the part of those they serve. A legal norm may impose a duty on an official not to exclude, arbitrarily, those who qualify for an advantage. An official may have a duty not to exclude, arbitrarily, any willing individual, who satisfies the relevant criteria, from accessing a public facility, a park, gallery, etc. No right is thereby awarded, because the advantage is subject to capacity, and the conditions for maintaining the facility. Point 29. Alternatively, a legal norm may impose a duty on an official to require a particular action from an individual, or group of individuals, who fulfill the relevant criteria. An official may be under a duty, in defined circumstances, to conscript able-bodied adults of a given age. While the first type of duty-creating legal norm leads no particular action to be imposed on anyone but the duty-bound official, the second type of duty-creating legal norm does, in some circumstances, lead a particular action to be imposed on ordinary citizens, regardless of choice. Alternatively, legal norms may award rights. A right shoulder's advantage is like cancelador waived in an occasion if they, arete kento, agree. Rights awarding legal norms can also be classified according to whether they require non-interference from all others, absolute rights, or a particular action from another specific agent, relative rights. An example of the former is a right of private property. If A has a right of private property over X, then the advantages in respect to X that A enjoys cannot be taken from A without A's, real or fictional, agreement. From a phenomenological point of view, what makes this right an absolute right is that, if it is violated, then, in the absence of other modifying relations, the thought of its violation is separable from the thought of a special relation to another agent. It may be B, or C, or D, or, who violates it. An example of a relative right, besides those that arise from the exercise of the right to contract, is a right to legal representation before a court, or a right to government benefits. Again, these advantages can only be waived by the right shoulder. But if the right is relative, the thought of its non-performance cannot be separated from the thought of a special relation. It is always some specific agent, B, who does not perform. The thrust of self-ownership and private property ownership is that, if, without my agreement, another can enforce that I do something, or enforce that I part with fruits of what I do or property I own, they wrongfully infringe on my freedom of choice. Self-ownership, like private property ownership, is guaranteed by legal norms of the form that award absolute rights, including the right to contract. as awarding such rights only on the condition that a person performs some act would itself violate self-ownership. The absolute rights that guarantee self-ownership are also innate, rather than acquired. Indeed, self-ownership and private property ownership do not leave the other three types of legal norm in the above classification any obvious role, except as means to support absolute innate rights, or as outcomes of their exercise. Own upshot of this classification of legal norms together with the distinction between innate and acquired rights, is that, if Capital and Notzen Wagner suggest a plausible explanation of the law of capitalist society, then its critique is a critique of a legal code that prioritizes innate absolute rights. A critique of a legal code that prioritizes innate absolute rights need not imply a critique of all possible legal codes. But it need not simply be a critique of the values and interests which are protected and promoted by particular rights. Point 30. Not every critique of rights that is not a critique of their form 31 need focus on the values or interests they protect or promote, because a critique of the content of rights may include a critique of an illusory status that they enjoy. Nor need a critique of the content of rights, be it of the values and interests they promote, or of an illusory status, be confined to a critique of their content in a particular jurisdiction. It may be intrinsic to that type of right. On Leopold's reading of On the Jewish Question, the latter offers a critique of the individualistic content that two particular categories of rights have in jurisdictions dominated by an egoistic civil society, but no critique of a content intrinsic to any right or category of rights, and no critique of the form of rights or of a category of right. 32 By implication, On the Jewish Question on Leopold's reading, offers no critique of a legal code that prioritizes absolute innate rights, beyond a critique of the individualistic content such rights may be used to pursue in jurisdictions dominated by an egoistic civil society. Leopold is right that On the Jewish Question merely discusses individual human rights and political human rights, and such rights do not exhaust all rights. Neither category of rights includes all relative rights such as rights to government benefits. Nor do individual human rights include acquired individual rights, such as the rights that a professional acquires in virtue of meeting professional standards or obligations. Besides overlooking the passage in which On the Jewish Question offers a recognition-based critique of the form of individual human rights similar to that of Marx's critique of the Gotha program. 33 Leopold goes too far in saying of Marx's attitude to each individual human right, liberty, property, equality, and security, that Marx does not reject the value of the relevant good as such. 34 And Leopold also does not remark on the Jewish Question's illusion-based critique of the type of legal code that prioritizes innate absolute rights. 35 By way of introducing his analysis of individual human rights in On the Jewish Question, Marx says that he will examine human rights in the authentic form 36 they enjoy in North America and France. To take an interest in the constitutions of these two places as constitutions in which human rights obtain their authentic form is not to take an interest in two merely contingent arrangements of human rights. If Marx cites a definition of a human right from these constitutions, this definition is not, according to On the Jewish Question, to be taken as a particular conception of this human right, the value of which one might reject while continuing to affirm the value of the human right itself. Any defect in the authentic form of something is a defect in its essence. That Marx singles out France's most radical constitution, the Constitution of 1793-37, is in line with the thought that Marx is out to examine the limits of individual human rights in their authentic form. Marx's analysis of individual human rights begins with his citing, from the French Constitution of 1793, the list, l'égalité, la liberté, la sûreté, la propriété. 38 The first item from this list that Marx discusses is la liberté. After quoting further statements from the French Constitution of 1793, Marx concludes, Liberty Freiheit is thus the right to do anything that does not harm another. 39 The implicit standard of harm is harm to another's right. One individual harms another if they violate the right of any other individual. If people are to be at liberty to do anything provided that no one else is harmed, then liberty is only to be constrained for the sake of liberty. According to On the Jewish Question, the fundamental idea of individual human rights is that liberty may only be constrained for the sake of liberty. The rationale for counting events that violate rights as harm, but not counting other events as harm, is that the avoidance of the former has special importance. But the only value that justifies assigning special importance to the former's avoidance is the value of freedom of choice. The absence of rights violations cannot guarantee freedom of will. A nation of law-abiding citizens may be a nation of drug addicts or a nation whose a culture in which members of certain social groups are systematically not recognized as competent or as properly engaged or seen within certain domains of action, as long as this informal culture stops short of what counts as illegal discrimination. An absence of rights violations also cannot guarantee that rights will be used to advance some particular end. The prioritization of the individual human right of liberty in a legal code is therefore a prioritization within it of the value of freedom of choice. If the individual human right of liberty is to be awarded, it must regulate individuals' relation to their parts and capacities, by characterizing the individual's relation to their own parts and capacities. An individual's parts and capacities are the means by which they give effect to their choices. So, if the individual human right of liberty is to be awarded, then, in the absence of further legal norms, each individual is to be awarded rights of self-ownership. The individual human right of egalite, Marx writes, is nothing other than the equality of the liberté described above. 40 The principle of equal liberty is the principle that, for any X it is possible for each individual to have the innate absolute right to do, everyone ought to have the innate absolute right to do X, subject only to the proviso that the overall package of innate absolute rights enjoyed by each individual is to be the best overall. The principle of equal liberty therefore already incorporates the individual human right of la propriété, in the form of private property. The practical utilization of the human right of liberty is the human right of private property. 41 La Surette, as we have seen, incorporates the modern police, and the courts. 42 The core principle of material, non-procedural, individual human rights is the principle of equal liberty. Besides the right to private property, the Jewish question mentions several other material individual human rights. These include, the right to practice a religion. 43, the freedom to choose to practice a religion, or none, the right to publish views and opinions. 44, the freedom to choose what, if anything, to communicate publicly, the right to assemble sich versammeln. 45, the freedom to choose whether or not to gather together, the right of private correspondence. 46, the freedom to choose with whom if anyone to correspond, and the right to practice a trade. 47, the freedom to choose what employment, if any, to seek. This list of material rights may presumably be extended, however, by any right that can assume the form of an equal liberty, and contribute to an overall package of innate absolute rights. Even allowing for this type of extension, it is apparent that Marx's conception of human rights on the Jewish question is narrow, when compared to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948. Articles 25 to 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights include, as human rights, the right to the satisfaction of vital needs, to healthcare, education, and culture. 48 Such rights, which are not political rights, amount to claims vis-a-vis a government or other international public body, for certain forms of positive assistance. They therefore do not take the form of equal liberties. The positive assistance they require from a public body qualifies as harm, on the standard of harm implicit in the concept of liberty. To place a public body under a duty to provide specific groups of individuals with certain forms of positive assistance is to leave it no choice but to provide that assistance. One reason to continue to separate individual human rights from the kind of rights that appear in Articles 25 to 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is that generalized purchase and sale only leads commodity exchangers to affirm the former. Whether or not any social, economic, and cultural relative rights vis-a-vis a public body can be explained as the result of class struggle, or by other phenomena generated by the commodity form, their explanation is distinct from that of innate absolute rights. Moreover, if relative rights vis-a-vis a public body for forms of positive assistance are recognized in circumstances where innate absolute rights appear as natural rights, and one of the latter, private property rights, must be taxed to fund them, then they cannot claim the same legal status 49 as innate absolute rights. On the Jewish question's illusion-based line of critique of individual human rights is that individual human rights appear to possess a supralegal legitimacy that they do not have. Droits de l'homme appear as droits naturels. 50 To claim that innate absolute rights appear as natural rights is to claim that they appear to be grounded in the nature of human beings. To make this claim is to advance an illusion-based critique, if the appearance is no accident, but false. On the Jewish question explains this appearance as follows. The droits de l'homme appear as droits naturels, because self-conscious activity is konzentriert sich auf the politikalik. The egoistic human being is the passive, merely found result of the dissolved society, an object of immediate certainty, hence a natural object. Political revolution dissolves civil life into its components without revolutionizing these components themselves and subjecting them to critique. It relates to bourgeois society, the world of needs, labor, private interests, and private law, as to the foundation of its existence, as a precondition that has no further grounding, hence as its natural basis. 51. Political revolution is the process whereby the right to hold and vote for representative office comes to bewaarden abstraction from religious, economic, sexual, tribal, and other differences, leaving the nationality and maturity of those who live in a state's territory as the only prerequisites. To treat the nationality and maturity of those who live in a state's territory as the only prerequisites for the right to hold and vote for representative office is to treat all adults of the same nationality as equals, as far as these political rights are concerned. Insofar as representatives are elected by veryonuhosities fieskertain basic prerequisites, representatives must exhibit a commitment to a set of objectives that they can present as reasonable for everyone to accept. Political activity is self-conscious activity in the sense that it is would-be common good promoting activity. Droits de l'homme can only appear as droits naturels if social life is regulated by droits de l'homme. Everyone is permitted to pursue whatever projects they choose, with whomever they choose, just as long as they do not harm the rights of others. As this principle leaves everyone having to fend for themselves in order to meet their needs, however it leads to the pursuit of egoistic interests. Representatives' relation to social life is thus a relation of would-be common good promoting activity to a domain of particular interest pursuing activity. Representatives view the latter domain as the foundation of their activity insofar as they view it both as falling outside of their own domain, which is that of would-be common good promoting activity, and as the domain from which they are to extract a common good. If social life is a domain of particular interest pursuing activity, however, it will include attempts to influence representatives to uphold particular interests, rather than the common good. Representatives' activity can only be would-be common good promoting activity, therefore, if it abstracts from or disregards any purely particular interests of social life when devising law, the political human being is merely the abstracted, artificial human being. 52 By contrast, lawful particular interest pursuing activity in social life does not abstract from or disregard some other known interest. It is not formed by inoculating itself from a type of interest other than itself. Unlike representatives' activity, therefore, it appears basic to human beings. But then the rights that enable its pursuit must appear to be grounded in human nature. Hence, droits de l'homme appear as droits naturels. If this is Marx's argument, it is not convincing. One activity can appear more basic than another without appearing to be transhistorical, while the pursuit of particular interests could be enabled by rights besides absolute innate rights, leaving no special reason why it should be droits de l'homme that appear as natural. Capital Volume I suggests a better argument to this conclusion, however, based on the connection between value, possession, and self-ownership. The first part of this argument was outlined at the end of Chapter 3. As the exchangeability of one type of commodity can only be expressed in another, the form in which a commodity's power of general exchangeability is expressed cannot make it apparent that it only has this power in virtue of social relations of generalized production for exchange. Rather, it appears to have this power of general exchangeability by nature, by the same cause that gives the other commodity, in which this power is expressed, all its other properties. But if commodities appear to have value by nature, then the subjectivity through which their value is realized, and any presupposition of this subjectivity, must appear as natural. As argued in chapters 7 and 9, commodity exchange, in which value is realized, is a mode of possession on both sides, and possession presupposes an analogous exclusive will in respect of one's own parts and capacities. So if commodities appear to have value by nature, possession, and an exclusive will in respect of one's parts and capacities, appear as natural human subjectivities. If these subjectivities are guaranteed and recognized in law by absolute innate rights of private property ownership and self-ownership, then these absolute innate rights appear as natural rights. If this argument holds, it provides an alternative basis for affirming Marx's claim on the Jewish question that rights discourse in capitalism is inherently skewed. For if innate absolute rights appear as natural rights, they appear to constitute external constraints on the exercise of political human rights. That is, they appear to be justified independently of any procedure by which they are posited. Tehesatoyan is declared the servant of the egoistic 53. For representatives' activity appears to be justified only if it confines itself to upholding supposedly natural absolute innate rights, which, by leaving everyone fending for themselves to meet their needs, cement the pursuit of egoistic interests. 3. The system of capitalist production and popular sovereignty. On the analysis thus far, absolute innate rights occupy pride of place in the law of capitalist society. Yet the call for equal liberty also connects the state of capitalist society to popular sovereignty. This connection must now be examined. One approach is suggested by a remark in Marx's critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, sovereignty of the monarch, or sovereignty of the people. That is the question. 54. If monarchical sovereignty or popular sovereignty are the only two options, then if the state of capitalist society is connected to popular sovereignty, it ought to be possible to establish this connection by arguing that, were the system of capitalist production to coexist with monarchical sovereignty, it would lead to a call for equal liberty based on an appeal to popular sovereignty, and to the institutionalization of that call. To begin, we can examine the claims advanced on behalf of monarchical sovereignty by one of its defenders, Julius Friedrich Stahl, author of Die Philosophie des Rechts nach geschichtlichen Ansicht, 1830-37, Philosophy of Law in Historical Perspective. This work formed the basis of Stahl's intellectual reputation when, in 1840, the then Crown Prince of Prussia, Friedrich Wilhelm, soon to become King Friedrich Wilhelm IV, intervened in Stahl's move to the University of Berlin. 55. A position from which Stahl could combat the influence of Hegelianism. In this work, Stahl argues that equal liberty in private matters can only be guaranteed in a monarchy, not a republic. 56. Equal liberty in private matters is said to be owed to all persons on account of their likeness to God. 57. And only a state whose authority is acknowledged to derive from God is said to be able to cultivate the obedience that the existence of a state, and thus the guarantee of equal liberty in private matters, requires. 58. According to Stahl, equal liberty in private matters is not the state's ultimate end, and so the true state is never simply a mutual insurance or guarantee. The state's ultimate end is to realize its Christian purpose. A guarantee or insurance, by contrast, removes risks from action whose performance is conceivable without it. But a monarchy is nonetheless the only type of state that can provide this guarantee, according to Stahl. As a sovereign monarch can bestow supralegal legitimacy on equal liberty in private matters, and as monarchical sovereignty is compatible with an independent judiciary to decide civil cases. 59. The system of capitalist production can be connected to popular sovereignty only if monarchical sovereignty and popular sovereignty have differing implications for lawmaking or law execution. A sovereign monarch is incompatible with the system of capitalist production if the implications of monarchical sovereignty for lawmaking and/or law execution compromise its guarantee of equal liberty in private matters. State power is characterized by monarchical sovereignty if its authority expressly derives from God, and the head of the state is a monarch with personal power. 60. A monarch has personal power if the constitution gives the hereditary monarch a power to rule that cannot be compelled by any other organ of state, whether an assembly, a minister, or a court. The monarch, in their capacity as lawmaker, may be required to signithi pruvalofen, estates-based, assembly, and the latter may be able to dispute the actions of ministers who exercise the monarch's executive power. 61 But there is no capacity in which the monarch themselves can be held responsible. 62 A sovereign monarch is both the lawmaker, and the head of the executive. 63 And no judicial finding on the illegality of a minister's conduct sets a precedent for the interpretation of the Constitution. 64 There is, then, as Marx puts it in his speech at the trial of the Rhenish District Committee of Democrats in 1849, no law, no custom, no organic institution, which imposes upon it the limitations of a constitutional executive power. 65 A sovereign monarch could only be reduced to the role of a constitutional executive power if they were made subordinate to a separate lawmaking power, and the latter would presuppose a source of authority distinct from and higher than the monarch. As no sovereign monarch could recognize any such power, monarchical sovereignty would cease with its recognition. In the event of its recognition, there could at most be a republic with a monarchical appearance. 66 The argument for saying that monarchical sovereignty is incompatible with the system of capitalist production is that equal liberty in private matters cannot be guaranteed by an assembly that has influence, but no share of state power. The argument rests on the premise that the system of capitalist production is unlike a cultural relic that can be preserved by ensuring that everything stays the same. A cultural relic whose preservation were assured if everything around it stayed the same, and whose surroundings could only be altered following a change in the law, could be guaranteed by an agency with a mere veto power. The need to obtain the agency's approval for any change to the law would allow it to veto any threat to the relic's conditions of existence, and thus guarantee its preservation. 67 But the system of capitalist production is not like a cultural relic. As the Communist Manifesto claims, the bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, hence the relations of production, and thus all social relations. 68 It is for this very reason that the Communist Manifesto proceeds to claim all status standisc and standing evaporates, and all that is holy is desecrated. 69 A system of production for continuous money maximization involves constant technical change, in both the means of production, and the means of communication. But no assembly that lacks the power to compel a monarch to act can ensure that each aspect of equal liberty relevant for capital accumulation will be guaranteed as and when the technical possibility of its use arises. No sovereign monarch can be counted on to do so by themselves. Moreover, when they are bound, by conscience, to view individual interests as subordinate to the majesty of the realm of the state, and its religious purpose. The system of capitalist production can only be guaranteed, therefore, by means of a lawmaking power with independence from a monarch. The existence of such a power is indefensible in terms of monarchical sovereignty, however. Hence, the system of capitalist production is incompatible with monarchical sovereignty. Moreover, as no sovereign monarch can recognize a lawmaking power that is independent of it, the establishment of such a lawmaking power for the sake of securing the equal liberty that the system of capitalist production requires, can only be achieved in opposition to a sovereign monarch. This opposition sets in train a certain dynamic. In The Bourgeoisie and the Counter-Revolution, Marx writes, the bourgeoisie had to vindicate its share of political power to itself, already for the sake of its material interests. Only the bourgeoisie itself could give its commercial and industrial needs statutory validity. To achieve its end, it had to be able freely to debate its own interests and views, and the actions of the government. It called that the right rect of freedom of the press. It had to be able to associate unhindered. That it called the right rect of freedom of association. To oppose the court, it had to court the people. Perhaps it really took itself to constitute an opposition for the people. The rights and liberties it sought for itself could naturally only be demanded from the government under the slogan of popular rights and popular liberties. 70. The bourgeoisie's desire for a lawmaking power independent of a monarch and willing to guarantee equal liberty in commercial and industrial matters always has some historical occasion. It is bound up with its desire for a guarantee of some aspect of equal liberty, related to the issues of the day. Agreement on such issues can only arise among private competitors, however, through some degree of negotiation in public, by which each can be seen by others to commit to a common position. So, as a condition of any common agitation for a new lawmaking power, the bourgeoisie must negotiate some common ground in public on the issues of the day. Some public exchange of ideas is allowed even from the perspective of the private law of a monarchy. Insubordination only occurs if public statements raise demands in respect to the form or function of public office, or encourage others to raise such demands. While a monarchy might permit the publication of demands directed by one private individual to another, to raise demands in respect to the form or function of public office is a different prospect. Any such demand presupposes that state power is properly subject to public contestation by an agent lacking any formally constituted power. Just as a sovereign monarch cannot recognize an independent lawmaking power, no sovereign monarch can permit such demands. Their toleration would be the toleration of a second sovereignty. 71 A bourgeoisie that publicly articulates a desire for a lawmaking power independent of a monarch must articulate this desire as a demand, to exert pressure on a sovereign monarch otherwise unwilling to recognize any such lawmaking power. Yet any use of the press by an agent without formal power to raise demands in respect to the form or function of public office, as distinct from other tones of commentary on public affairs, or demands by one private person to another, must be defended not only on a basis other than the law of the existing monarchy, but on a basis other than the law of any possible state claiming direct authority from an otherworldly source. To defend a use of the press to raise demands in respect to the form or function of public office is to defend the press as a means that, among other things, may be used to exert pressure on public office. Any such defense implies that the state has no license to censor the press beforehand 72 and thereby deny it this effect. Any such defense therefore redoubles the challenge to monarchical sovereignty. A challenge is posed to monarchical sovereignty both by the principle demanded, a lawmaking power independent of a monarch, to guarantee aspects of equal liberty related to the issues of the day, and by the claim to have the right to raise such a demand. A similar double challenge to monarchical sovereignty is posed by any association that does not simply pursue merely private affairs, but seeks to promote the idea of a new lawmaking power. An association, as distinct from a corporation, is a form of organization whose formation, activity, and dissolution fundamentally lies at the disposal of its members. 73 To found an association to promote monarchical sovereignty would be a performative contradiction. Any such association would have to be viewed by a sovereign monarch as a second sovereignty, and so as undercutting its declared aim. Any association that promotes the idea of a new lawmaking power independent of the monarch therefore challenges monarchical sovereignty both by virtue of the idea it promotes, and by claiming the right to encourage others to raise the demand. One feature common to the two rights that Marx mentions in the foregoing passage, the right of press freedom and the right of association, is that a right whose restricted use can be justified irrespective of the choice between monarchical sovereignty and popular sovereignty may, if exercised to the end of exerting pressure on or opposing a sovereign monarch, be exercised in a way that can only be justified on the basis of popular sovereignty. To use the press or an association to raise a demand in respect to the form or function of public office is to issue a demand to institute a particular principle. But regardless of the particular principle demanded, the right of an informal agency to raise such a demand presupposes popular sovereignty. It rests on the premise that the authority of state power derives from the people. If, in seeking to establish a new lawmaking power, the bourgeoisie must publicly defend the right of press freedom and the right of freedom of association it asserts in demanding this lawmaking power, it can only establish a new lawmaking power consistently with this defense by resting its case for it on popular sovereignty. Any informal agency that raises a demand for a lawmaking power independent of a monarch is compelled, by its invocation of popular sovereignty, to address issues that, in the conjuncture, must be addressed, to successfully lay claim to speak on behalf of the people. No informal agency can have full control of what these issues are, however. Anyone in a monarchy who holds no office may take themselves to belong to the people, and no group can control whether or not other groups will use the press and/or associations to assert their own potentially conflicting demands. Antinomy of the people. The bourgeoisie may unite other groups behind it if it can articulate a social interest it shares with other groups, requiring the removal of a common foe. 74 Such as the principle that birth should not determine life chances. But it may not wish to prolong a political revolution if the uncontrollable effect of its appeal to the people, on which its political leadership rests, stands to destabilize the status quo to an extent from which its own particular interests may not recover. Yet, whatever the extent of political revolution, the institutionalization of a lawmaking power independent of a monarch is the victory of one supralegal source of authority, of constituted power over another, of the people over God. In that victory, there is no continuity of power. The most fundamental level of constituted power is the constitution-making power, that is, the power that draws up the constitution. As Marx puts it in his critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, the constitution has also not made itself of its own accord. A lawmaking power in Gesetzgebungsgewalt must exist, or have existed, prior to the constitution and outside the constitution. 75 But there can be no continuity between a sovereign monarch and the constitution-making power. That establishes a constitution whose lawmaking power is to be independent of a monarch. No sovereign monarch is entitled, as a sovereign monarch, to transfer its power to any such power, for they would thereby abandon their duty, in terms of the old constitution, to uphold the old constitution. Any such constitution-making power, no less than a political confrontationalis of the press or of an association, must derive its authority from the people. Concluding his trial speech of 1849, Marx says of the relation between a sovereign people and the constitution-making power: the National Assembly has no rights for itself, the people has simply transferred to it the assertion of its own rights. If it does not execute its mandate, the mandate is extinguished. The people itself, in its own person, then enters the stage, and acts on its own supreme power. Machtvollkommenheit. 76. To appreciate what Marx says here, let us recap the argument so far. The system of capitalist production must lead to conflict with a sovereign monarch, because a sovereign monarch cannot guarantee equal liberty even in private matters. By using the press and associations to publicly tie certain issues of the day to a demand for a lawmaking power independent of a monarch, the bourgeoisie commits itself to popular sovereignty. This compels it to seek to unite any other self-assertive group behind it. Insofar as the bourgeoisie obtains popular backing for its demands, it creates the conditions for convoking a power tasked with drawing up a new constitution. It is only if such demands are popular that a constitution-making power can be convoked and meet unobstructed. As these demands must already be publicly raised and recognized for the constitution-making power to meet and be recognized, they constitute its mandate. If the constitution-making power cannot exist without a popular mandate, it is not the constitution-making power that is sovereign, but the people. By provoking the formation of a constitution-making power with a mandate from the people, the system of capitalist production entails the institutionalization of popular sovereignty. For the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. In combination, the foregoing arguments point to an antinomy in the justification for government action. 77 An antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. On the one hand, if some rights appear to be natural rights, it must seem that the standard by which government action is justified is the extent to which it guarantees these rights. This standard is independent of any popular decision, because independent of any act or procedure by which such a decision could be taken. On the other hand, if state power is authorized by a decision of the people for equal liberty, then government action is justified if it falls within the terms of this authorization. The proofs take the form of latching on to a premise in the argument for the other assertion, the premise that each individual has an exclusive claim to their parts and capacities, and reasoning to an incompatible positive position for how government action is justified in relation to it. Thesis: government action is only justified if and because it guarantees natural rights. Proof: suppose that government action is only justified if and because it is authorized by a decision of the people for equal liberty. If adherence to the terms of this popular authorization is to justify government action, the people must be entitled to authorize the government to uphold equal liberty. It would be contrary to equal liberty to suppose that the people are so entitled, however, unless they have the permission of everyone whose liberty they are to authorize the government to uphold. Every individual taken together can give the people the permission it requires if each has an exclusive claim to their parts and capacities. But if, prior and therefore independently of constituted power, each individual has an exclusive claim to their parts and capacities, the task of government is to guarantee innate absolute rights as natural rights. Hence, government action is only justified if and because it guarantees natural rights. Antithesis: government action is only justified if and because it is authorized by a decision of the people for equal liberty. Proof: suppose that government action is only justified if and because it guarantees natural rights. If the guarantee of natural rights is to justify its action, that can only be because each individual has an exclusive claim to their parts and capacities. But if so, a government can only justly come into being if it comes into being without violating these claims. To justly come into being, it must be authorized by all of the individuals within the territory it is to govern. Only all of the individuals taken together as a people have all of the permissions that it must acquire. But if the government justly comes into being by the people authorizing it, its action is justified if and because it falls within the terms of the authorization it receives, to uphold equal liberty. Hence, government action is only justified if and because it is authorized by a decision of the people for equal liberty. The thesis asserts that government action is only justified by the conditions of its intervention. It asserts that the government is bound to act to protect actions that are sound and to repair actions that are defective, where the criterion for soundness and defectiveness is whether or not they give effect to the choices of the holders of natural rights. The antithesis, by contrast, asserts that government action is only justified by its observance of a means-ends relation. It asserts that the government is bound to adopt the means to bring about the end state that it is authorized by the people to maintain, namely, equal liberty. It is possible to imagine a government that seeks to utilize both types of justification for its actions. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, the 18th Brumaire, Marx examines the case of a government that guarantees the right of private property, inheritance, and freedom of religion, while curtailing political uses of liberty as a means to providing the former guarantee. 78 But the two justifications are not compatible. Giving legal effect to the choices of right shoulders need not serve to bring about the equal liberty that the state is authorized to bring about, and the means necessary for ensuring that equal liberty is upheld may not give legal effect to the choices of right shoulders. By way of illustration, consider the case of conscription. If the thesis of the antinomy is adopted as the standard, conscription cannot be justified. Conscription violates the innate absolute right to one's parts and capacities. It is false that full compensation for that violation nullifies it, for the right entails a liberty and power to do what is necessary to prevent such incursions on what one owns. Jf. 79 By the standard of the thesis, a prospective conscript is entitled to flee from any agency that tried to detain them for conscription purposes, and to lay a cease and desist order against it. If, by contrast, the antithesis of the antinomy is taken as the standard, conscription may be justified. A popular authorization to uphold equal liberty permits a government to adopt the means to minimize the violation of the equal liberty it is authorized to uphold. In some contexts, these means may include the conscription of some of those who authorized it, to positively assist in preventing or redressing violations of the liberty of others who authorized it. Conscription illustrates that the thesis and antithesis can sustain incompatible judgments. Or consider the declaration of a state of siege. 80 Marx's comment in the 18th Brumaire that the declaration of a state of siege is regulated by the French Constitution of 1848 as an organic institution. 81 Together with his claim, in Revolution in Vienna, that it is a universal means that, like revolution, has toured around the world. 82 suggests that Marx considered the legal institution of a state of siege to serve a specific purpose in the law of capitalist society. The declaration of a state of siege allows certain liberties to be suspended, including personal liberty, freedom of the press and association, subordinates civil administration to military command, and permits offences to be tried by court-martial. 83 Liberties are merely suspended, however, their exercise temporarily postponed, as the state of siege is to recreate the conditions for restoring their centrality. The declaration of a state of siege is not justified by the standard of the thesis, but it may be justified by that of the antithesis. If a justification may be said to be asserted even when it is merely implied by conductoire purposis practical, the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization may inform Marx's remark in On the Jewish Question that the human right of liberty Freiheit ceases to be a right as soon as it enters into conflict with political life, whereas in theory political life is only the guarantee of human rights, of the rights of the individual human being. 84. To uphold equal liberty, a government must preserve its own existence. Conflicts between needs of political life and the guarantee of individual human rights are thus one form of expression of the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. To take two of the rights mentioned in On the Jewish Question, the antinomy may be expressed in incompatible judgments about, say, the justification for the secret services to read private correspondence, or for the police to profile suspects on the basis of likely religious beliefs. The antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization may also find expression in constitutional limitations imposed on rights. Marx claims in the 18th Brumaire that every paragraph of the French Constitution of 1848 contains its own antithesis, for each of these liberties Freiheiten is proclaimed as the unconditional right of the French citizen, but always with the proviso that it is unlimited insofar as it is not restricted by the equal rights of others and the public safety, or by laws which are to mediate this harmony of individual liberties with one another, and with the public safety. 85. In Legalitat und Pluralismus, Legality and Pluralism, Ulrich Preuss formulates the general point at issue. Preuss suggests that the law of capitalist society can be expected to contain a substance term that informs the interpretation of all the rights-related articles of a constitution, and whose realization the behavior of subjects is to serve. 86. In other words, a substance term is a term that encapsulates the mandate to uphold equal liberty that the government receives from the people, and that can be cited to limit rights, allowing a government to depart from the task of giving legal effect to them. A substance term provides a government with a legal license to adopt the means it deems necessary to bring about the conditions for a future in which equal liberty is upheld. If, as in the case of the French Constitution of 1848, this license is filled out by ordinary laws, the guarantee function of the law of capitalist society will not match the Constitution's recognition function. The extent to which the Constitution encapsulates the thesis of the antinomy will be out of sync with the extent to which a government acts on its antithesis. As Marx puts it in the 18th Brumaire, the constitutional existence of liberty Freiheit remains unbroken, inviolate, however much its ordinary existence is destroyed. 87. 5. Parliamentary representation. According to the argument thus far, the system of capitalist production gives actors reason to adopt a legal code that prioritizes freedom of choice, and to institutionalize it alto popular sovereignty. The form of the lawmaking power must therefore incorporate both values, freedom of choice, and popular sovereignty. Marx remarks in Critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, civil society would renounce itself, if all were the lawmaker. 88. To uphold freedom of choice, responsibility for lawmaking must be assumed voluntarily. But universal voluntary participation, where every individual is allowed to decide for themselves whether or not to assume any lawmaking responsibility, is excluded. Even if universal voluntary participation were possible from a technical point of view, it is ruled out on principle. If the lawmaking power is to be a popular power, no individual of bourgeois society may share in its responsibilities just by virtue of their own choice when this choice cannot be dissociated from the pursuit of a particular interest. The lawmaking power must be a popular power, for it concretizes the Constitution. The Constitution-making power is itself a popular lawmaking power. It executes its popular mandate by drawing up a constitution, which consists of principles. But the constitution it devises must be extended not merely formally, by constitutional amendment, but informally, by ordinary laws. Marx's remark in critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state that the constitution is, by definition, unalterable, although it does actually alter, only, this alteration is unconscious, it does not have the form of an alteration. 89 can be related to Ernst Wolfgang Bekenfordt's distinction between interpretation and concretization. Interpretation is the discovery of the content and meaning of something already given, which may thereby become more complete and internally differentiated, and so also richer in content. Concretization is the creative elaboration of what is only fixed in direction or principle, but otherwise remains open, and first requires defining determination to become an executable norm. 90. If a constitution includes principles, where principles, as a condition of their application, require further determination, a constitution requires concretization by ordinary laws to fully apply. If so, those ordinary laws, even if they do not formally belong to the constitution, are an integral part of it. To regard a document drawn up with the aim of regulating social life, which includes principles that cannot be applied without further determination, as complete in itself, is an illusion. It is an illusion to suppose that a constitution does not alter when the ordinary laws that concretize it are altered. If the lawmaking power is to promulgate laws that concretize the constitution, it must be exercised in the same spirit as the constitution-making power whose productivitas to concretus. Its laws and thus the lawmaking power must be mandated by the people, if the people are not to alienate their will in respect of how the principles of their constitution are to be concretized, which is to say, in respect of the aim for which the constitution was drawn up in the first place. Popular sovereignty therefore requires a lawmaking power that concretizes a constitution to be authorized by the people. As bourgeois society rests on freedom of choice, and its lawmaking power must be a popular power, the members of this lawmaking power cannot be identical with the individuals of bourgeois society. Bu must bekassenbetham. But that is not all. The members of the lawmaking power must be chosen by a popular means. If A chooses B to carry out a function for A need not authorize B. A member of the Christian Church may choose their confessor, but that does not mean that they authorize them. 91 If the non-performer of a function can choose another person to perform it for them without authorizing this other person, to say that members of the lawmaking power are chosen by the individuals of bourgeois society is not yet to say that the lawmaking power has a popular character. The means by which its members are chosen must be of the type that can display their popular mandate. The only selection procedure to respect freedom of choice is selection by vote, as distinct from selection by birth, lottery, expert appointment, or acclamation. Indeed, selection by vote only fully expresses the value of freedom of choice if anyone can stand, and the principle of one individual, one vote, is combined with universal suffrage. 92 Selection of the lawmaking power by a general vote also has popular significance, however. According to Marx's critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, its election is the immediate, direct, not imaginary Blossvorstellend, but existent relation of civil society to the political state. 93 As candidates for election publicly declare a commitment to a set of lawmaking objectives, an election result is a verdict directly from the people on how the constitutional mandate to uphold equal liberty is to be concretized. The combination of popular sovereignty with freedom of choice also explains why the elected lawmaking power is an independent assembly. Marx writes in Debates on Freedom of the Press. It is a senseless contradiction that the function of the state that exhibits, more than any other, the self-activity of the individual provinces, is even removed from their formal participation, joint knowledge, the senseless contradiction that my self-activity is to be another's act of which I am unaware. 94. Popular sovereignty requires the elected lawmaking power to be responsible. Popular lawmakers, unlike a sovereign monarch, must be bound by the law they make. If lawmakers were above the law they make, they would not be of the people. The people, through them, would not make the law. Lawmaking would not be a people's self-activity. Further, this elected and responsible lawmaking power must be a publicly deliberating plurality, or assembly. 95 If lawmaking was delegated to a single person, that person could announce their decision. But, lacking political equals, they could not publicly discuss it beforehand. Only through a plurality of lawmakers who discuss in view of the public, can the people enjoy formal participation. Only the form of an assembly allows everyone to know that the reasoning that precedes a decision is conducted in the name of the people. The value of freedom of choice explains the independent character of this assembly. The specific characteristic of independent public deliberation is that it guarantees deliberators freedom of choice. Marx comments in Critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state that the members of an independent assembly are formally commissioned formell committeerd, but as soon as they are actual werklich, they are no longer commissaries committeerd. 96 Candidates for popular elections must be identifiable and cannot voluntarily substitute themselves. That is what it means to say that they are formally commissioned. No candidate, if elected, can withdraw and select their replacement, or from time to time confer their voting rights on certain matters to others, for that would imply that the people had alienated their will. However, when the members of an independent lawmaking assembly are actual, that is, discuss and vote, they do not act on a formal mandate or instruction. A formal mandate or instruction would not only abolish members' freedom of choice, by taking away their freedom to choose whether or not, and for what position, to speak and vote. It would abolish citizens' freedom of choice too. For if members of the lawmaking assembly were to be given a formal instruction or mandate, at least some number of citizens would be required to issue them, but freedom of choice includes the freedom not to express any opinion on public affairs at all. As the form of lawmaking power that incorporates popular sovereignty and freedom of choice is an elected, responsible, independent assembly, modern politics is defined by a dialectical contradiction: the mandate that must be given by the people to the constitution-making power, namely, to ratify a constitution that upholds equal liberty, can only be fulfilled through its opposite, independence from mandate. The system of capitalist production brings it about that bourgeois society must mandate a lawmaking power to establish the independence of a lawmaking power from mandate. As Marx claims in his critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, the separation of the political state from civil society appears erscheint as the separation of the deputies from their mandators. 97 A lawmaking power has mandators if it is created by a constitution-making power in execution of a mandate it has received from the people. Any lawmaking power of capitalist society must also uphold freedom of choice, however. To that end, it must be independent, and so exclude mandate. Mandate must appear as its opposite as separation or independence from mandate. Marx remarks in Capital that all Science-Wissenschaft would be superfluous, if the form of appearance Erscheinungsform and the essence of a thing were immediately to coincide. 98 One way to interpret this remark is to say that derivation is central to commodity form philosophy. Capitalism is characterized by multiple logics, each of which has a commodity form-related cause. Just as the freedom of will generated by the commodity form explains the juridical logic of freedom of choice, the system of capitalist production generates a popular mandate that explains the logic of political representation. Just as the juridical logic of freedom of choice must register a right shoulder with the will of a person as simply one of the phenomena subject to it, the logic of political representation must register the people as mandators of equal liberty as just one of the phenomena subject to it. To defend this claim, it is first necessary to clarify what is meant by political representation. The German ideology claims, our representation is an entirely specific product of modern bourgeois society. 99 Representation is a specific product of modern bourgeois society if modern bourgeois society explains the existence of a lawmaking power with a certain form, and representation is conceived of as an act of a lawmaking power with this form. A conception of representation as an act of an elected, responsible, independent lawmaking assembly, albeit as an act conceptually distinct from lawmaking itself, is in line with Marx's remark in Critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, distinguishing the lawmaking power, as the actual lawmaking function, and as the representative, abstract political function. 100 Political representation is the making present of a people before a public audience by an elected, responsible, independent lawmaking assembly that claims a monopoly on representation. One defining feature of political representation, on this conception, is that a people and nosomy authority must be represented. The lawmaking power, Marx says, is representative of the people. 101 To put this into relief, consider Stahl's account of political representation. For Stahl, a sovereign monarch is the representative of the state. 102 The monarch is the representative of the state, because the state authorizes their power. A monarcha west here personal power to thyrifus which theosum in accordance with the constitution. 103 A monarch does not represent the people, because a monarch does not owe their personal power to the people. The people is instead the obedient part in the state. 104 Indeed, as, for Stahl, the essence of the state is personality, the monarch is the only representative of the state. The essence of the state is personality, according to Stahl, because there is to be an isomorphism between God's superiority over the Torah, and the role of personality in supplying dignity to the laws that enable the state's creative intervention. 105 As the state is essentially personality, it can only be represented by the highest person in the state, the monarch. If, by contrast, state power is authorized by the people, any representatives must represent the people, and be responsible. Further, the people, as a plurality, must be represented in a plural form, rather than in a personal form. Only an assembly allows it to be known, through its public deliberation, that its decisions are made in the name of the people. As Marx remarks in the 18th Brumaire, the National Assembly exhibits, through its individual representatives, the manifold sides of national spirit. 106 A lawmaking assembly makes a people present if its lawmaking is regarded as a common good promoting activity in a society otherwise characterized by the pursuit of particular interests. A representative lawmaking assembly is thus an independent assembly. The condition under which the lawmaking assembly can be representative is the condition under which, to be representative, it must be independent. Further, if the people must be represented by an independent lawmaking assembly, then representation requires a public audience. Representation must be asserted by the representative, and believed in by the author. But the fact that representation must be evident or has a further implication, if the representative is independent of their author. It must occur before them. Only if acts of representation occur before the represented can they effect the belief in representation that representation requires. Consider, by way of contrast, representation in the sphere of private law. In the sphere of private law, one actor, the agent, may act on another's behalf, the principal. An agent is not independent of their principal, however. The agent is under an obligation to report back to their principal, and follow additional instructions. A principal can be assured of their representation by the fact that their agent is under these obligations. As political representatives are independent from formal mandate or instruction, their author can only be assured of their representation if they are included in the audience before whom representation occurs. As political representation must occur before an audience that includes its author and must represent its author, it follows, as Marx writes in Debates on Freedom of the Press, that our representation removed from the consciousness of those who commission it committanton is no representation. 107 No non-public act is representative, for no non-public act can include the people as its audience. Without the people's inclusion in the audience of representation, the people cannot believe they are represented. Although a public sphere may be conceivable without representation, representation is inconceivable apart from a public sphere. Marx claims in the 18th Brumaire, it is impossible to create a moral power by paragraphs of law. 108 Going by this claim, an independent lawmaking assembly is not representative assembly simplibedent of the fact that a constitution declares its members to be representatives of the people. Representation must be certed and accepted. The main formal channel by which the people can accept representatives' claims to represent them is through their election. Members of an independent lawmaking assembly must publicly discuss and vote on laws. Insofar as they do this as members of the people, they cannot deny the people the right to publicly discuss and vote. For by such a denial, they would elevate themselves above the people. As these rights are exercised by the people in an election, it is in the form of their own election that representatives must have their claim to represent the people accepted. The people accepts a responsible independent lawmaking assembly as its representative by casting votes for its election, provided its votes are cast for those who accept the existing constitution, and provided that it does not heed any other would-be lawmaker. According to Marx's critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state, an independent lawmaking assembly's claim to represent the people is a claim to a monopoly 109 on its political representation. A representative assembly is an independent assembly, and an assembly only asserts its independence by formally refusing all mandates or instructions, such as any other lawmaking power would have to issue to it. If a representative assembly that recognized another lawmaking power alongside itself would thereby confessed Hittite was not free from mandated instruction and not representative, any claim to represent the people is a claim to a monopoly on its political representation. This conception of political representation as the making present of a people before a public audience by an elected, responsible, independent lawmaking assembly that claims a monopoly on representation offers a way to interpret the representative, abstract political function 110 of the lawmaking power. In the sphere of private law, not only can an agent represent their principal without the latter as an audience. The agent's acts of receiving instructions from and reporting back to their principal may also be entirely distinct from the acts of representing this principal vis-a-vis a third party, that is, asserting the principal's interests vis-a-vis a third party to win the latter's agreement. By contrast, in political representation, the people has three roles. Firstly, representatives represent the people. Secondly, the people are the public audience before whom representation occurs. Thirdly, the people are to be won over by representation. Acts of political representation affect the belief in representation that representation requires by winning over the people who are thereby represented. The function of representation is to offer, to the end of arguing for or against a set of electoral objectives, a law, a minister, etc., an image of the people to the people that the people accept. In Section 1, the juridical logic of freedom of choice was derived from the commodity form. Although a legal code that prioritizes freedom of choice can be explained by the commodity form, freedom of choice can be given legal effect even for those who do not possess the will of a person. It can be given legal effect for those who lack freedom of will, addicts, and for those with freedom of will who do not act as persons, such as those who act from a non-voluntarily assumed duty. So, from the perspective of this legal code, its cause appears as just on a phenomenon subjectoits logic. The same go as for the logic of political representation. The commodity form explains the logic of political representation by the popular mandate generated by the system of capitalist production, which must be fulfilled by a representative lawmaking power. But its cause, too, appears as just one phenomenon subject to its logic. The logic of political representation must register the people as mandators of equal liberty as just one of the many possible representations of the people. For political representatives can also represent the people as a people that is not sovereign, that is, as a people that is not entitled to mandate a constitution-making power, or as a people that is entitled to mandate a new constitution-making power. From the perspective of political representation, its cause is just one possible image of the people that can be offered to the people for the people to accept. Indeed, a representative assembly may represent the people as inherently bound to an existing constitution however thought constitution is thought to come about, and have its claim accepted on any occasion on which it is formally required to have that claim accepted. Elections are the main formal occasion on which a representative assembly permits the people to accept or reject its claim to represent it, and elections are verdicts on how to concretize an existing constitution. A representative assembly can therefore represent the people as bound to the existing constitution, and have its claim accepted on any occasion on which it takes itself to be required to have this claim accepted. 6. The separation of powers. Marx's critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state attempts to explain the separation of powers by saying of the lie that the people is the interest of the state. This lie has established itself as the lawmaking power precisely because the lawmaking power has the universal as its content, is more a matter of knowledge than will, is the metaphysical state power, while the same lie, as the power of government, etc., would either have to dissolve at once, or be transformed into a truth. 111. The premise of the explanation is that a representative assembly is a lie. A representative assembly is a lie if its members' claim to represent the people rests on something they know to be false. What is it about representatives' claim to represent the people that they know is false? Marx's recognition-based critique of rights in On the Jewish Question and critique of the Gotha program suggests an answer. 112 Marx's recognition-based critique of rights concerns the disparity between the liberties that rights-creating norms expressly recognize and the social dynamics they tacitly recognize. A constitution that includes a right of property does not expressly recognize the capital accumulation to which it gives rise, just as a constitution that includes a right of freedom of expression or a right to form a political party does not expressly recognize the commercialization of the press or the hierarchization of electoral political parties. A significant, publicly known disparity between what the law expressly recognizes and what it tacitly recognizes nonetheless ensures that, in obeying the law, members of society know that they are obeying something other than the law, the furtherance of whatever dynamics form as a result of the concatenation of right shoulders' independent exercise of their rights. As far as a representative assembly is concerned, the main formal occasion on which representatives must have their claim to represent the people accepted is at elections. A representative assembly counts an election as a verdict on how the Constitution is to be concretized just as long as the people exercise their freedom of choice by voting, in conditions of legality, for candidates who declare a commitment to a set of constitutional lawmaking objectives. That is to say, a representative assembly deems the successful candidates to be representatives of the people just in case their election can be viewed as the culmination of a legal process. But as just argued, rights-creating norms tacitly recognize dynamics that they do not expressly recognize. So, by adopting the legality of the election process as the test of whether its result is to be recognized, a representative assembly allows dynamics not expressly recognized by law, but which merely form as a result of it, to influence the objectives that candidates declare a commitment to or the reasons that votes are cast for them, at no cost to its recognition of the result. In other words, it regards the successful candidates as representatives of the people notwithstanding the fact that the dynamics that influence whether or not they triumph are not expressly recognized in the name of the people. To hold that, simply by virtue of being returned at a legally binding election, candidates have had their claim to represent the people accepted, is a lie, if their success depends on whether their declared commitments or appeal are in line with opinions that flourish by virtue of dynamics that are known not to be expressly recognized in the name of the people. But that is just what representatives hold, and is a lie, if a representative assembly treats the legality of the election process as the test of whether its result is to be recognized, and the law is founded on innate absolute rights. The fact that political representation is a lie helps to explain the separation of powers because, if political representation is a lie, some implementation of the law will have to be conducted out of the public glare. Law implementation must be conducted in private if, the anticipation of, prior public debate and announcement of a decision would increase the degree of public controversy to an unmanageable level. The number of full-blown public controversies must be limited, if the law is to perform its guarantee and recognition functions. When, however, the law is to be implemented in contexts that affect particular interests buoyed by dynamics that the law does not expressly recognize, its public implementation, starting with holding all meetings of ministers in public, would increase public controversy to an unmanageable level. If the lawmaking power is a representative assembly, some law implementation must be conducted out of the public glare. If law implementation must be conducted in private, it cannot be conducted by a representative assembly. If an assembly had two functions to perform, one of which had to be conducted in private, it would first have to decide which function the deliberation of a given issue belonged to. That decision could not itself be taken in public, for its aim would be to determine whether or not an issue was to be aired in public at all. So, if an assembly had two functions, one of which had to be conducted in private, its entire activity would first have to be cleared by an initial round of private deliberation. But if an assembly with responsibility for lawmaking had first to meet in private, to determine whether or not it was to meet in public, it could not retain its representative character. That people could not know the discussion was conducted in their name. As the form of lawmaking power in the state of capitalist society is a representative assembly, which must deliberate before a public audience, and as law implementation must be conducted in private, the lawmaking power and the executive power must be separated. The government administration in the charge of this executive power then assumes a bureaucratic form. Marx writes in Critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state: the universal spirit of bureaucracy is secrecy, mystery, preserved on the inside by hierarchy, and from the outside as a closed corporation. Public stat esprit even state conviction is a PR de bureaucratie is a betrayal of its mystery. Authority is therefore the principle of its knowledge, and reverence to authority its conviction. 113. The successful implementation of the l'auspicide representative assembly rests on an administration's capacity for secrecy, that is, its capacity to control the disclosure of information to the public. Other things being equal, this capacity will vary with an administration's capacity to control the disclosure of information internally. The latter requires access to information to be made conditional on objective criteria that can be enforced, that is, to be attached to offices with defined areas of competence. A government administration must also be accountable, however, where to be accountable is to be liable to scrutiny, and to be subject to calls to justify decisions. If the aim of lawmaking is to regulate social life, by means of implementation, any executive power in charge of government administration must be responsible to the legislature, if the people is not to have alienated its will. As an executive power can only exercise this responsibility if it is in charge of a government administration that is accountable, government administration must be accountable. Accountability is only meaningful, however, if it can reveal information that is not already known, or not known with sufficient certainty. As a government administration must limit its internal disclosure of information and be accountable, it must be organized hierarchically. In an administrative hierarchy, the accountability of offices is asymmetrical. Office A is not accountable to B, but B is accountable to A, B is not accountable to C, but C is accountable to B, and so on. To describe government administration as a closed corporation, meanwhile, is to say that it controls its own appointments. If access to information depends on the office one holds, the disclosure of information is only controlled by controlling appointments via the same hierarchy that imposes accountability. Government administrators must then be appointed. As the implementation of laws passed by a representative assembly requires a single hierarchy both to impose accountability and to control appointments, government administration has the form of a bureaucracy, where a belief in administrative expertise underpins a belief in the legitimacy of the commands issued by one office holder to a subordinate office holder. The fact that the lawmaking power takes the form of a representative assembly, and a separate executive power is in charge of a bureaucratic government administration, produces an inherent conflict between them, however. From this discordant zwiespaltige nature if the lawmaking power as the actual lawmaking function, and as the representative, abstract political function, a peculiarity arises. A question only arouses special attention once it becomes political. Why this appearance? Because the lawmaking power is at the same time the representation of the political existence of civil society, because the political essence of a question in general exists in its relation to the various powers of the political state, and because the lawmaking power represents political consciousness, and this can prove itself to be political only in conflict with the power of government. 114. Not only is the executive power in charge of a state bureaucracy opposed in spirit to a representative lawmaking assembly, as bureaucratic authority to independent public discussion, or, as Marx puts it in the 18th Brumaire, as power without words to the power of words. 115 They are opposed in practice, as each is led by its own spirit into conflict with the other. A representative lawmaking assembly not only requires a separate executive to take charge of a government bureaucracy, it must also hold it to account. Its exercise of the capacity to hold members of the executive to account is one aspect of the assertion of its representative character. A representative assembly must be able to discuss any issue of principle that identifies its impact on its concretization of the Constitution, including in the executive's actions. Only by this means can it assert its monopoly. 116 on representation. Even if the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization introduces indeterminacy into what actions it will scrutinize, and what justifications it will accept. If a representative assembly were to concede its inability to deliberate on any issue, it would abdicate its representative character, while a state bureaucracy retains its capacity to act by disclosing as little information to it as possible. Paradoxically, the representative function that is supposed to integrate the people within the state leads its separated powers into conflict. The state of capitalist society is not the organism 117 that it would have to be, to realize freedom as self-legislative human community. Chapter 12. The Rights Antinomy and Class Struggle. What now remains to be shown is that classes are connected to the system of capitalist production and the state of capitalist society by a further antinomy. Insofar as the interaction recognition antinomy thesis belongs to commodity form philosophy, this second antinomy must also be traceable to the commodity form. The famous chapter of Capital Volume I entitled The Working Day 1 expounds the antinomy in question. The system of capitalist production is said to sustain the assertion of a right to an unlimited working day and the assertion of a right to a limited working day, both with equal justification. This antinomy of right against right, both equally licensed by the law of commodity exchange too, will be referred to as the rights antinomy, and the passage in which it appears capital's antinomy passage. The rights antinomy serves two functions. On the one hand, it connects the system of capitalist production to classes. Engendered by the system of capitalist production, the rights antinomy is the first form of the antagonistic interdependency that defines the capitalist and working classes. On the other hand, it connects classes to the state of capitalist society. Workers' practical response to the rights antinomy opens up a standpoint from which not only the rights antinomy but also the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization can be resolved. The rights antinomy is central, therefore, to the interaction recognition antinomy thesis, and this chapter offers a long overdue analysis of it. Notwithstanding the vast literature on capital, the antinomy it describes has yet to receive proper analysis. Only one author in the history of philosophy could claim to provide a concept with which to grasp its significance. The reasons for its neglect are multiple. One set of reasons stem from the official translations, discussed below. Point 3. Put simply, the official translations make it harder than it should be to identify an antinomy. Even commentators with no theoretical pre-commitments that would prevent them from grasping the rights antinomy are left flailing about in the dark. Second, some Marxist projects do not permit the rights antinomy to assume any importance. One project of this kind is analytical Marxism. Analytical Marxists have eschewed all argumentative figures that exceed thinking as understanding. Point 4. As such they cannot attend to an antinomy. A second project of this kind is Althusserian Marxism. According to Louis Althusser, one could and should approach ideologies in terms of ideological state apparatuses. Point 5. To follow this cue is to be condemned to neglect the root of the rights antinomy. The premises of its thesis and antithesis are supplied by the system of capitalist production, and its culture of recognition. Neither of the latter belongs to a so-called ideological state apparatus. If the premises underpinning the rights antinomy denote arise from an ideological state apparatus, then Althusserian Marxism too must remain silent. Symptomatically, half a dozen studies influenced by the projects of analytical Marxism or Althusserian Marxism that get as far as citing Capital's antinomy passage offer no analysis of it. Point 6. Others do not get this far. In a study subtitled The Political Theory of Capital, William Clare Roberts claims, the length of the working day is the crucial point of contestation. Point 7. Although the rights antinomy characterizes this crucial point of contestation and is relevant politically, Roberts does not mention it. Nor, thirdly, has the label Hegelian Marxism, under which interpretations of Marx from outside analytical Marxism and Althusserian Marxism have sometimes proceeded, encouraged attention to the rights antinomy. The label Hegelian Marxism emphasizes the author whom Marx, in Capital, identifies as the source of his interest in dialectical contradiction. Point 8. Yet it does so at the price of de-emphasizing ganother insights that Marx' analysis of the commodity form incorporates, and for which Hegel could not have been the source of Marx's interest. As the term antinomy may be associated with Kant, the label Hegelian Marxism need not encourage attention to how Marx's analysis of the commodity form makes use of the argumentative figure of antinomy. For their part, authors in the tradition of Kantian socialism have not analyzed the right's antinomy. 9 Kantian socialists have focused on defending the claim that Kant's ethics, and in particular the formula of humanity or the formula of the realm of ends, can provide a justification for socialism. Finally, the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice is not in a position to emphasize the right's antinomy. As shown in Chapter 8, Anglophone debate on Marx and justice has not proceeded either from a clear and correct understanding of the domain in which capitalist exploitation is located, or from a suitable conception of justice. If capitalist exploitation is located in the domain of value, itis naturaltergenese and assessment of capital's pronouncements and justicia injusticia of capitalism around a contrast between the exchange of equivalents in circulation, and the one-way appropriation of value in production. 10 is Capital's antinomy passage has no obvious place in this contrast. The antinomy it identifies concerns the working day. It is often ignored in this debate. Moreover, both to identify the premises of the right's antinomy, and to resolve it, it is necessary to reject the correlativity premise that Wood, Young, and Cohen have all affirmed. It has therefore come to pass that only one author in the history of philosophy has offered a concept with which to grasp the significance of Capital's antinomy passage, in a work that both reconstructs Marx's critique of capitalism and mounts a critique of Kant's theoretical philosophy, Lukács, in History and Class Consciousness. 11 As Lukács perceives, Capital's antinomy passage identifies the problem of labor time as the moment where a worker's consciousness as the consciousness of the commodity arises. 12 Only the antithesis of the right's antinomy exhibits the self-consciousness of the commodity. 13 If one way to understand Lukács's concept of an identical subject-object of the social process of development 14 is as an agent that need only reflect on its response to its conditions to identify principles that could be used to found a superior form of society, then Capital's antinomy passage can be read as beginning an argument for the working class as an identical subject-object. Sections 1-2 present an antagonistic interdependency account of the capitalist and the working classes. Section 3 then examines Lukács's concept of the self-consciousness of the commodity. 15 With its aid, Section 4 reconstructs Capital's antinomy passage. Sections 5-9 chart the significance of this right's antinomy for class struggle. Section 5 rebuts the claim that capitalist class interests are such as to render it of little import. Section 6 elaborates the concept of possible practical awareness, on which a standpoint rests, and suggests that interest privilege can arise from a learning process defined by antinomy, recognition, and real abstraction. Sections 7-8 then argue that working class organization and movements can initiate such a learning process. Finally, Section 9 argues that it is possible for this learning process to facilitate a resolution to the right's antinomy, and to the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. 1. An antagonistic interdependency conception of classes. In reading Capital, Althusser remarks of Marx's Capital, the reader will know how volume 3's a title, Classes. 40 lines then silence. 16 Whether the absence of a systematic account of classes is just evidence of capital's unfinished state, or, as Althusser more strongly claims, one of Marx's omissions. 17, implying that the material Marx published ought to have contained a systematic account of classes, can be left to one side. Either way, the fact remains that the absence of a systematic account of classes from Capital means that Marx's most explicit statement on the conditions for classes is found not in Capital but in the 18th Brumaire in the course of its analysis of the French peasantry. Insofar as millions of families live under economic conditions of existence that separate their mode of life, their interests, and their culture from those of the other classes, and place them in hostile confrontation feindlich gegenüberstellen, they form a class. Insofar as a merely local connection links these small-holding peasants, and the sameness of their interests generate has no commonality, national association or political organization among them, they do not form a class. 18. As noted in both English language and German language literature, This passage suggests trois distinct concepts of classes. 19 Its first sentence delineates own concept of classes, while both sentences taken together delineate a second, more demanding concept of classes. In the standard terminology, the first concept is termed class in itself, while the more demanding concept is termed class for itself. 20 Prepositions are not especially clarifying means to mark theoretical distinctions, however. It is more informative to say that the less demanding concept of classes posits antagonism at the micro-level only, while the more demanding concept of classes also includes the conditions for antagonism at the macro-level. In the first sentence of the passage, classes are defined by separation and opposition. That move admits various interpretations. It is ambiguous between a definition of classes in terms of the tendency of certain conditions to generate separation and opposition, and a definition of classes as separate and opposed. Are classes identical with or formed from this tendency? The latter reading is to be favored. In its comparison of Europe and North America, the 18th Brumaire asks if, when classes already exist, they have become fixed, or instead continually alter and transfer their component parts in a constant flux. 21 In other words, the 18th Brumaire raises the question of the degree of class mobility. The question of class mobility can only be raised if the tendency of certain conditions to separate and oppose individuals in class term Schachborn fruit. Aspiration and opposition must already exist before yon. Can compare the likelihood for individuals in different society estima from one class to another in spite of that separation and opposition. By implication members of classes are aspirati and opposed to another. They do not simply live under conditions that tend to produce that separation and opposition. Classes have memberships that do not overlap. That is not to say that everyone in a class society belongs to a class. A second ambiguity concerns the nature of class opposition. Is it merely causal, or is it characterized by interdependency? On a causal interpretation, classes have memberships that do not overlap, whose members' interests can be satisfied to different degrees, and whose satisfaction is inversely related to the satisfaction of the interests of members of another class. On an interdependency interpretation, classes are groups with non-overlapping memberships, whose members' ends presuppose standard actions of social affecting 22 to themselves by members of another class, and whose degree of achievement is inversely related. A group, in this definition, is a number of individuals who all have a certain property, and who all perform social action 23 related to that property to at least one other member of the group. A number of individuals form a reading group, for example, if they all read a text, and exchange opinions on it. 24 In expressing their opinion on the text to the group / a member of the group, an individual performs a social action related to the property of having read the text. By inviting others to consider their opinion of the text, they assume that others, like them, have read it. 25 Note, firstly, what the causal interpretation and the interdependency interpretation of the opposition requirement for classes have in common. Both make what Marx's 1859 preface refers to as antagonism growing up out of individuals' social conditions of life. 26 A defining feature of classes. As, for both of these interpretations, antagonism is a defining feature of classes, there is no such thing, on either interpretation, as class in the singular. Both interpretations differ in this respect from a modal definition of class. 27 To define class modally biwattage of and distribution of resources and a type of actor must do, is to define classes independently of one another, rather than by antagonism. Even if a description of what one type of actor must do refers to facts about others, if it avoids reference to facts about what others must do, it avoids reference to any other modally defined class position. Paul Weatherly, for example, describes the ownership position of proletarians as, proletarians, lacking ownership of means of production, apparently have no choice but to sell their labor power to a capitalist who does own means of production. 28 There is no reference, in this description of the proletarians' modally defined class position, to what a capitalist must do. Hence, the proletarians' class position is defined independently of the capitalist's class position. On a Modal definition of class: it is possible to conceive of a world in which there are proletarians but no capitalists, or a world in which there are capitalists but no proletarians. A modal definition of class is straightforwardly incompatible with the first sentence of the above passage from the 18th Brumaire. Therefore, if hostile confrontation 29 or antagonism defines classes, then one class is not even conceivable without another. Both the causal and the interdependency interpretation also differ from what Cohen calls a structural definition of class. 30 A structural definition of class, Cohen writes, is a definition of class purely in terms of production relations, where production relations, for Cohen, denote types of effective control over productive resources. 31 Types of effective control over productive resources place conditions on production. They may 32 give rise to antagonism. But they are not an antagonism. Their description as types of effective control is not even a description of a tendency of economic conditions to generate antagonism. The structural definition of class, like the modal definition, is straightforwardly incompatible with the first sentence of the above passage from the 18th Brumaire. Where the causal interpretation and the interdependency interpretation of the opposition requirement for classes differ is over interdependency. The causal interpretation does not imply interdependency. The causal interpretation construes opposition in terms of inversely related interests only. Inversely related interests can be interests in counterposed distributions of X, where the distribution of X does not require recipients with inversely related interests in its distribution to act to one another. Suppose a parent has a fixed amount of disposable income split between two children. On a causal construal that two children may have separate and opposed interests in the distribution of their parents' disposable income, even if they are raised in different households, do not act to one another, or even know of the other's existence. But if so, the children are not interdependent. The concept of causally opposed interests does not presuppose interdependence between those with opposed interests. There are two reasons to favor an interdependency interpretation of the opposition requirement for classes. One reason is that an interdependency interpretation is a better fit with Marx's general remarks on social relations. Social relations require standard actions of social affecting. 33 On the interdependency interpretation of the opposition requirement for classes: class sexist in virtue of social relations between members of different classes. The same cannot be said on the causal interpretation. The second reason is that the interdependency interpretation is a better fit with the above passage from the 18th Brumaire, which describes the relation between classes as hostile feindlich. A relation cannot be hostile unless it is an object of awareness. One may have an illness without being aware of it. But one cannot have an enemy, feigned, without being aware of them. The concept of an enemy presupposes the possibility of struggle, fought by the respective sides. There is only a possibility of struggle, however, if its possibility can be felt by the respective sides. By implication, an attributive reference to an enemy like feindlich, or hostilestance assumes an awareness of the possibility of struggle on the part of those to whom it is attributed. It presupposes an awareness of opposition on their part. By its use of this adverbial, which also features in the next passage cited, the 18th Brumaire implies that actors' awareness of opposition is constitutive of classes. It is one of the myths of Marx interpretation, then, that the difference between the two concepts of classes Marx outlines in the 18th Brumaire is a difference between a consciousness-free and a consciousness-inclusive concept of classes. 34 The phrase hostile confrontation appears in the first sentence of the aforecited passage. Thus, elements of consciousness define both its concepts of classes. It is unwarranted to suppose that, if Marx had a concept of classes besides that of classes in struggle, then he must have had a consciousness-free concept of classes. The difference between the two concepts of classes in the 18th Brumaire is that the less demanding concept of classes posits antagonism at the micro-level only. The more demanding concept of classes also includes the conditions for antagonism at the macro-level. Both concepts, however, are consciousness-inclusive concepts of classes. Whereas the interdependency interpretation of the opposition requirement for classes is sensitive to the implications of the adverbial feindlich, the causal interpretation is not. On the interdependency interpretation, the end of each member of a class presupposes a standard action of social affecting to that member by one or more members of another class. If so, class members can become aware, however dimly, of a class opposition, whenever they reflect on their end, if the ends of class members are opposed, that is, if the degree to which each achieves their end depends on opposed uses of the same determinant. For then by reflecting on their own end, they are at least implicitly reflecting on action by a member of another class belonging to the pursuit of an opposed end. Nothing about the causal interpretation of the opposition requirement, by contrast, ensures that class members can become aware of class opposition. As the case of the two children raised in different households illustrates, inversely related interests do not guarantee the possibility of an awareness of the other, let alone the possibility of an awareness of opposed interests. On an antagonistic interdependency conception of classes, the, perhaps only implicit, awareness of opposition that helps to define the capitalist and working classes arises in virtue of production. It cannot arise in virtue of distribution. From the perspective of distribution, Marx remarks in his economic manuscripts of 1861–63, it appears that different revenues flow from entirely different sources, one from land, another from capital, another from labor. They thus stand in no hostile feindlich connection, because in no interconnection at all. Insofar as an opposition Gegensatz arises between hem I tonli springs from competition as to which of the agents is to appropriate more of the product, more of the value they jointly created, and if it occasionally leads to a scrap, what then finally emerges as the end result of this competition between land, capital, and labor is that, by quarreling with one another over the division, they have, through their rivalry, so increased the value of the product that each receives a larger piece. 35. The value of the total social product can increase, if more socially necessary labor is performed within a given duration of time than was previously performed in the same duration of time. If more socially necessary labor is performed, the value that capital and labor each receive as profit and wages could both increase. But if profits and wages may rise, or fall, together, and the sources or ultimate determinants of each amount appear to be entirely different or independent, no opposition between capitalists and workers need be apparent from the perspective of distribution. As the 18th Brumaire requires an opposition to be apparent to class members for classes to exist, and as, on Marx's own analysis, the distribution of value as profit and wages need not reveal an opposition, Marx must look to a sphere logically prior to the distribution of value, to hold that capitalist and working classes exist. In other words, Marx must locate the awareness of opposition that is constitutive of these classes, and thus these classes themselves, in production. An awareness of opposition can be located in production, by identifying two ends that require opposed uses of labor power, where each end presupposes a standard action of social affecting by someone pursuing the other end. Two such ends are, production with wage labor for continuous money maximization, and minimization of labor, at a given wage. Every reduction of labor performed at a given wage impedes production for continuous money maximization, and if production is for continuous money maximization, more labor in the present would not be a means to less labor for the same wage in the future. Generalized production for continuous money maximization creates incentives for those who invest in and control production to use advances in productive power not to decrease the future labor time of their workforce, but instead to impose higher standards of what quantity of output is to be produced within a given period. 36 Some of Marx's statements corroborate the thought that an awareness of opposition of this kind can be located in capitalist production. Capital contrasts the capitalist's sole driving motive of an increasing appropriation of abstract wealth. 37 To the worker's need for free time. 38 It also suggests that there is an awareness of opposition. In reference to capitalist production, Capital comments, in this atmosphere, the formation of surplus value by surplus labor is no secret. 39 A capitalist firm controls its wage laborers' time to ensure that their output per time unit worked meets or exceeds the industry standard, that is, the standard for an industry when it is run for continuous money maximization, and to ensure that all its wage laborers' contracted time, or more time than that, is spent working. To this optimizing end, a capitalist firm monitors and keeps records in light of a plan to overcome potential reticence on wage laborers' part. Monitoring is necessary, as there are few circumstances in which an overlooker cannot fear that a skillfully concealed and only too comprehensible laziness may make him a laborer jf hold back half his strength, or fear that the hope of remaining employed longer on the same task may stay his hands and blunt his tools. 40 The experience of labor time discipline also leads to an awareness of opposition on the part of a wage laborer, moreover, for it is shaped by the imposition of upwardly revised targets in the event of advances in productive power, and by monitoring that anticipates their potential reticence. Capitalists are a group insofar as each seeks to supply or outdo other capitalists, and workers are a group insofar as each seeks to minimize their labor at a given wage in a context of a social process of work by snatching free time with, or at the expense of, co-workers. On an antagonistic interdependency conception, capitalists and workers are classes because both are groups, because their non-overlapping memberships seek to use labor power to the opposed ends of continuous money maximization, and the minimization of labor at a given wage, and because they are thereby aware of their antagonism. An antagonistic interdependence conception of classes, although consciousness inclusive, does not reduce classes to class struggle, therefore. Class struggle presupposes an opposition between distinct organizations, each of which is recognized by class members to act in their name. The awareness of opposition that is constitutive of capitalist and working classes does not presuppose such organizations. From a logical point of view, the system of capitalist production does not presuppose capitalist and working classes. Rather, the existence of capitalist and working classes presupposes the system of capitalist production. There are two reasons for this. One is that classes can only exist if certain activities to some extent fall to separate groups. Upward and downward class mobility is possible, but at any given point in time, some of those who adopt the end defining one class do not adopt the end defining another. For capitalist and working classes to exist, non-wage laborers must pursue continuous money maximization by hiring non-capitalists as wage laborers. As the same ends are conceivable without separate groups, however, the system of capitalist production does not logically presuppose classes. Second, the system of capitalist production does not presuppose an awareness of opposition. It is conceivable for a worker to identify with the capitalist firm that hires them, that is, to affirm the value of laboring for its benefit, and to affirm the steps they take to that end for no contrary value. Even if all workers identified with their firm, the system of capitalist production could still exist. But capitalist and working classes would not exist. If workers could be pre-programmed to identify with their firm, then, in that science fiction scenario, there would be no capitalist and working classes, even if the activities of capital and wage labor were performed by separate groups. Two implications may be noted. First, the relation between exploitation and classes is the reverse of that suggested by analytical Marxists. For Elster, exploitation tends to obtain between actors of different classes, as defined by some independent criterion. 41 The same belief informs Roemer's class exploitation correspondence principle. Exploitation corresponds to class, as already defined. 42 Likewise, Eric Olin Wright claims that the typical institutional form of capitalist class relations is capitalist shaving full ownership rights in the means of production and workers none, leading to exploitation based on property relations in means of production. 43 On the present account, all these claims are rejected. There can be no such thing as a class exploitation correspondence principle in the case of capitalism, because capitalist labor exploitation, which is a characterization of generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization, is logically prior to classes. The benefit condition for capitalist labor exploitation requires socially necessary labor to be appropriated by a party from which the exploitee is excluded. But this is logically consistent with an initially classless scheme in which each capitalist firm is run by the exploitees of another firm, and hence with the non-existence of a class who exploit, without being exploited. Only the competitive dynamic of capital accumulation over time, in other words, the system of capitalist production, explains why that hypothetical scenario is unsustainable. 44 Second, phrases like class relation between capital and labor 45 are to be avoided. Capital and labor do not imply either a differentiation of groups, or an awareness of opposition. 46 As capital and labor do not presuppose a differentiation of groups, capital cannot be attributed with any of the properties that individuals as members of groups possess. Marx says in Capital that a capitalist is personified capital, capital endowed with will and consciousness. 47 That strongly suggests that capital as such has neither will nor consciousness. If capital has neither will nor consciousness, then capitalisnete term in a class relation. For a class relation presuppose soul and consciousness and twosids. Likewise, capital as such cannot have interests. If an interest is something that an actor can believe if they have arius and todorto favor. Only capitalists either individually or collectively, through an association, can have interests. 2. Class antagonism at the macro level. We can now return to the second sentence of the aforecited passage from the 18th Brumaire. Insofar as a merely local connection links these small-holding peasants, and the sameness of their interests generates no commonality, Gemeinsamkeit, national association, or political organization among them, they do not form a class. 48. Marx here identifies 4 criteria that, together with antagonistic interdependency at the level of individual ends, yield a more demanding concept of classes. The ends of members of a class must be advanced by means of 1. Cooperation with other class members beyond a given locality, and 2. Generate a commonality, that is, a class-specific social interest. Further, 3. Some class members must have formed an organization capable of pursuing this class-specific social interest. Finally, 4. The class-specific social interest it pursues must inform, or sustain a stance vis-a-vis, a representative body. The key condition of the 4 is the requirement for a commonality, that is, a class-specific social interest. Gemeinsamkeit is an abstract noun built from the adjective gemeinsam, which means belonging to several people or things. If, for example, A, B and C share a mutual friend, D is the gemeinsamer Freund of A, B and C. Having D as a mutual friend is a Gemeinsamkeit of A, B and C. This example shows that the translation of Gemeinsamkeit as community is too demanding. A Gemeinsamkeit is insufficient for groupness, and thus insufficient for community, understood as an organized group. A, B and C need not be a group or community in virtue of D, their mutual friend. The actions of A, B and C to one another might be uninformed by the fact that D is a mutual friend, if they were unaware of that fact. A class-specific social interest is an interest common to all individuals of a class such that either I, no one member satisfies it without all other members satisfying it, or 2. Each member only tends to satisfy it in conditions that promote its satisfaction by all members. A class-specific social interest is thus a type of commonality, albeit one that does not suffice for groupness or community. It is possible for a number of individuals to have a social interest but not to act on it, and so not to be a group or community by virtue of it. However, if, as just argued, Gemeinsamkeit should not be translated as community, the objection to saying that the type of Gemeinsamkeit Marx had in mind could not have been a class-specific social interest falls away. It is not necessary to show that the existence of a class-specific social interest amounts to the existence of a community to defend the claim that a class-specific social interest is the type of Gemeinsamkeit that Marx had in mind. On this reading, class for itself requires members of a class in itself to share a social interest whose satisfaction is inversely related to the satisfaction of a social interest of another class. An inversely related class-specific social interest is analytically distinct from antagonistic interdependency at the micro level. To illustrate the distinction, imagine that there are a number of individuals who each need one and only one unit of a certain type of product that is sold only by suppliers who have no need for it. Each individual obtains it from a supplier only by paying for it. But imagine, further, that instead of the product having a general price, its price in an individual transaction is determined by a roll of dice, performed after buyer and seller agree to transact. In this scenario, the product's consumers and suppliers have separate and opposed interests. Each consumer wants the roll of dice governing the price of their transaction to be as low as possible, while their supplier wants it to be as high as possible. But without a general price, there can be neither a consumer-specific social interest in the general reduction of the product's price, nor a supplier-specific social interest in its general increase. The sameness of their interests generates no commonality. What this imaginary scenario puts into relief is that a class-specific social interest is an interest in a general state of affairs that favors all class members. Inversely related class-specific social interests can be identified in the case of the capitalist and working classes. With a given technology, wage, and work force, capitalist firms can increase their returns by extending the length and/or increasing the intensity of the working day. So, assuming that wage laborers can change employers in the pursuit of minimizing labor at a given wage, capitalist a class-specific social interest in the highest possible average length and intensity of the working day across all firms in a given space and time. As Marx writes in Capital Volume 3, every individual capitalist, like the entirety of all capitalists in each particular sphere of production, is involved in the exploitation of the entire working class by total capital, and in the degree of that exploitation not just out of general class sympathy, but directly economically because, other things being equal, including the value of the total constant capital advanced, the average rate of profit depends on the degree of exploitation's grad of total labor by total capital. Point 49. Capitalists have a class-specific social interest in the highest possible average length and intensity of the working day in a given space and time, because, other things being equal, each capitalist's ability to increase their profits is determined by the average length and intensity of the working day. Wage laborers, on the other hand, have a class-specific social interest in a reduction of the average length and intensity of the working day, relative to a given wage. Any reduction in that average reduces the labor that their capitalist employer, or another hiring firm, will expect to impose on someone they hire. A class-specific social interest is related to 1. Cooperation with other class members beyond a given locality, if it must be promoted by general norms, and the latter can only be enforced, demanded, or preserved by the actions of class members on a supralocal scale. A class-specific social interest is related to the third and fourth additional conditions for class at the macro level, if the general norms that uphold class-specific social interests are to be guaranteed and recognized by a representative government, which a separate class organization may need to influence. In respect of the capitalist class as a class for itself, the German ideology remarks, the bourgeoisie is already compelled, because it is a class and no longer an estate, to organize itself no longer locally but nationally and to give its average interest a general form. Point 50. The characteristic of an estate, Stahl writes, is that every estate, even a private estate, is nonetheless something public. Point 51. Occupations have a public character as estates if everyone has a fixed place in state life by virtue of their occupation, whose assumption may be subject to hereditary conditions. A society divided into estates can only be thought of as unified, then, on account of an otherworldly unifying power in whose name it has state rules. The hegemon interests of the estate are expressed in the particular locality. 52. Stahl writes, because the ultimate end of such a state, obedience and order, rests on continuity, and continuity is ensured by the official oversight of particular occupations in fixed locations. By contrast, capital, the German ideology says, is indifferent to whether it is put in this thing or that. Point 53. Just as money as capital must be transferable from one branch of production to another in pursuit of the greatest returns, it must be movable from one location to another on that basis. Capitalists' class-specific social interest in the highest possible average length and intensity of the working day is not guaranteed by subjecting investments to particular conditions designated to secure the efficient employment of a local population, the local quality or local circulation of a product, or other local interests. It is guaranteed by general norms of equal liberty enforced on any given area as just one area of territory among others. As Marx notes in Capital, if one law holds in Yorkshire, another in Lancashire, then, from Capital's point of view, that is a condition of things altogether abnormal and anarchical. 54 The organizational requirements for the capitalist class to be a class for itself are satisfied, therefore, with their establishment of a representative government that upholds equal liberty uniformly across its territory. Capital's explanation for the existence of organizations that advocate workers' class-specific social interest vis-a-vis, and even against, a representative government relates to its discovery of an antinomy. In over 150 years since Das Kapital's first publication in 1867, Lukács's History and Class Consciousness remains the only work to propose a concept that aids its understanding. What Lukács terms the self-consciousness of the commodity 55 is a wage labourer's practical awareness of their labour power as a value and a use value. Like any other commodity exchanger, a wage labourer must refrain from consuming or otherwise diminishing the use value of the commodity they wish to exchange, labour power. Yet a wage labourer, unlike any seller of a commodity produced for exchange, relates to their commodity as a use value even at its point of sale. It is only because a wage labourer relates to their labour power as a use value even at its point of sale that there is a rights antinomy. For a possessor to treat a product as is for them to treat it as a means to acquire whatever they want to acquire. To the end of treating it as just a means to acquire whatever they want to acquire, a possessor can attach no conditions to its use by a potential purchaser. Otherwise, it is no longer a means to acquire whatever its possessor wants to acquire, but a means to acquire what can be acquired from someone willing to accept those conditions. So, if and to the extent that a wage labourer attaches conditions to the use of the labour power they exchange, besides the receipt of a wage, they cannot be said to treat their labour power, at the point of sale, as just a value. A wage labourer relates indirectly to the use value of their labour power, at its point of sale by attaching conditions to its that seek to preserve it for hire for future periods in time, following the period of its current hire. To be able to hire out their labour power for a future period in time, a wage labourer must preserve its use value, for otherwise, no one would buy it. So, if, at the point of a given sale, a wage labourer attaches conditions to the use of their labour power designed to preserve it for hire for future periods of time, then, even at the point of sale, they relate to their labour power indirectly as a use value. It is necessary for a wage labourer to preserve their labour power for hire for future periods of time, following the period of its current hire. Generalized production with wage labour for continuous money maximization cannot relieve everyone who was already dependent on the sale of their labour power to live from having, in the future, to sell their labour power to live. By virtue of wage labour, wage labourers cannot all acquire the means with which to live without selling their labour power. For if only cooperative labour is viable in terms of productivity, then, as Marx argues in the Grundriss, for any wage labourer to live without selling their labour power their money, and/or credit, would have to become capital, i.e. purchase labour, in which case, the opposition that is to be cancelled at one point is created at another point. 56 At the end of each period of hire the same general compulsion on wage labourers to hire out their labour power reasserts itself, for as long as wage labourers continue to sell their labour power. Assuming that a wage labourer does not regard themselves as an exception to the rule that wage labourers must continue to perform wage labour to continue to live 57 and assuming that they are not indifferent to whether or not they continue to live, they must seek to attach conditions to the sale of their labour power to preserve it for hire for future periods. They must seek to negotiate conditions of sale that allow them to adopt a future perfect perspective on themselves as someone who, after any given period of sale apart from the very last one, will have preserved labour power that can be sold to a capitalist. To put this point into relief, imagine, by contrast, a stuntman who is to be hired to perform a dangerous stunt. The stunt is so dangerous that it is certain to leave physical or psychological scars so deep that its performer could not be expected to continue their career as a stuntman. In lieu of that fact, the stuntman is offered a fee that would allow them to enjoy, for the rest of their life, the standard of living that stuntmen are accustomed to, without having to perform any more stunts. There are just so many people who want to see the stunt that there is still a great deal of money to be made by hiring them. Let it also be stipulated that the stuntman has no other skill. Their penchant for stunts has rendered them otherwise unemployable. Now, the stuntman who agrees to perform the dangerous stunt may be said to sell their labor power. But from a phenomenological perspective, their relation to their labor power at the point of sale is unlike that of a wage laborer. At the point of sale, there is no future point in time from whose perspective the stuntman can picture themselves as having preserved their labor power for sale, although nor does the stuntman regard themselves at any point as a slave. The case of the stuntman reveals, contrastively, the type of condition that a wage laborer must seek to attach to the conditions of sale of their labor power, in respect of its use. They must seek to attach conditions to ensure that, however their labor power is used, its use will leave them in a position to hire out the quality and quantity of labor power that a capitalist firm requires a wage laborer to exercise, for the rest of their working life. The length of the latter can be defined as the future period for which wage laborers generally could hire out their labor power in the quality and quantity that capitalist firms require, for a wage they could live off, if their labor power was not prematurely damaged or destroyed. A wage laborer cannot will for their labor power to be sold for prosthetes like latodi privathemofit for in a period in that future, and so deprive them of their means of existence for any period in that future. Their will is then a will to preserve possession of their labor power's use value for capital, or, as Lukács says, the self-consciousness of the commodity. 58 By virtue of the will to attach this type of condition to its sale, a wage laborer's relation to their labor power at the point of sale is a more complex relation than a relation to it as just a value, that is, as that with which to acquire a wage to purchase means of existence. It is a relation to their labor power as a commodity. This relation is also distinct from and does not imply the claim that a wage laborer relates to their labor power as a good. To say that a wage laborer relates to their labor power as a good would be to say that they relate to it as that over which their will is the necessary and sufficient condition of its satisfying a want of theirs. However, a wage laborer does not relate to their labor power as a good, they cannot force anyone to purchase it, and their labor power is of little direct use to themselves if they lack the means to make a product with it that would relieve them of the compulsion to sell it. As a wage laborer does not relate to their labor power as a good, there is no self-consciousness of the good, and hence no economic theory of class struggle. One need giving content to the type of condition that a wage laborer must seek to attach to the conditions of sale of their labor power is the need for rest. Labor power consists of skills that, Capital says, exist in the physical form, in the living personality of a human being. 59 As these skills are developments of general human capacities, which require periods of rest to be restored, a wage laborer must rest periodically, to restore their labor power. Uses of labor power that disrupt or postpone this rest may damage or destroy labor power to an extent that jeopardizes its future use value for capital. A wage laborer must seek to attach conditions to the sale of their labor power in respect of its use that exclude such effects, unless the reward is so great that they need not work again, in which case like the stuntman they see a seat of a wage laborer, or the reward is great enough that they need not work until they have fully recovered. Even the latter possibility is generally unrealistic, however. The effects of work-induced exhaustion, injury, or illness that overly delay a wage laborer's return to full fitness could only be compensated for by a sharp increase in hourly earnings. 60 A capitalist will not pay that sharp increase if it is cheaper for them to hire another instead, and if labor power sells at its value, it is always cheaper. Given competition among wage laborers for jobs, therefore, a wage laborer must always seek to attach conditions to the use of their labor power that exclude disruptions or postponements of rest that may damage or destroy it, even leaving aside the fact that an individual can put a certain value on not enduring a condition of temporary powerlessness. In short, a wage laborer must seek to attach conditions to the use of their labor power that guard against excessive labor. Non-normative lidefinidation amount of labor in the short or medium term that, through exhaustion, injury or illness, would reduce significantly the total time, years and months, for which they could sell their labor power in the quality and quantity that capitalist firms would require if they were to not to impose excessive labor, for a living wage. 61 Other needs, besides the need for rest, may give content to the type of condition that a wage laborer must seek to attach to the use of their labor power. They include the need to avoid premature death, reflected in a will to attach conditions that guard against dangerous work, the need to avoid obsolescent labor power, reflected in a will to attach conditions of sale that render labor power suitable for future capitalist employment, and so on. In all these cases, the will in which the need is reflected differs in kind to the will to sell labor power for a watch that suffice to purchase the means of a wage laborer's reproduction. It is a will in respect to the use of labor power, rather than to its value. A wage laborer's will to sell labor power only for a wage above the threshold required for purchasing means of their reproduction is, of course, one aspect of the self-consciousness of the commodity. 62 But only one aspect. The difference is important for grasping the right's antinomy, for the following reason. In Capital, Marx claims prioritoits antinomy passage Thesis, a law of commodity exchange that equivalent is exchanged for equivalent. 63 Any antinomy rooted in the commodity form must be consistent with the operation of this law. In other words, it must be taken as a given both in the proof of the thesis and in the proof of the antithesis that labor power is purchased for the sum of money required to purchase the means of its reproduction. 64 The presence or absence of an appeal to the value of labor power cannot be what distinguishes one proof from the other, therefore. 65 Rather, one proof can only differ from the other in how it appeals to the value of labor power. Both proofs can appeal to the value of labor power, and yet support opposed claims, if each proof views its value in relation to different time periods, as equal to the value of the means required to reproduce labor power over its period of hire, or as equal to the value of the means required to reproduce it over a period proportional to the extent to which the labor performed uses it up. The worker will appeal to the latter period, because only the latter period anticipates the future use of their labor power by a capitalist firm. In other words, only the proof voiced by the worker will exhibit the self-consciousness of the commodity. 4 Capital's antinomy passage, a reconstruction. Reasoning first from the perspective of the capitalist and then from the perspective of the worker, Capital Volume I identifies the following right's antinomy. The capitalist has purchased labor power at its daily value. Its use value throughout a working day belongs to him. But what is a working day? It is certainly shorter than a natural day. But by how much? The capitalist has his own view of this ultima thule. The time the laborer works is the time in which the capitalist consumes the labor power he purchased from him. If the laborer consumes his disposable time for himself, he steals it from the capitalist. The capitalist thus appeals to the law of commodity exchange. Like every other buyer, he seeks to extract the greatest possible utility from the use value of his commodity. But all of a sudden a laborer's voice pipes up. The use of my daily labor power therefore belongs to you. But by means of its sale price for the day, I must be able to reproduce it daily, and hence be able to sell it anew. Leaving aside natural deterioration with age, etc., I must be able to work with the same normal amount of strength, health, and freshness tomorrow, as I do today. Like a sensible, thrifty innkeeper, I shall be economical with my singular fortune, labor power, and abstain from wildly squandering it. Each day I will realize, set in motion, put to work, only so much of it as its normal duration and healthy development can bear. The use of my labor power, and the deprivation beraubung of it, are entirely different things. I demand the normal working day, because, like any other seller, I demand the value of my commodity. The nature of commodity exchange itself provides no limit to the working day, hence no limit to surplus labor. The capitalist asserts his right as a purchaser when he tries to make the working day as long as possible and if possible toternoner working day in toto. On the other hand, the specific nature of the commodity sold includes a limitinous consumption by the purchaser and the laborer asserts his right as a seller when he wills to limit beschränken will the working day to a certain normal magnitude. An antinomy therefore arises, of right against right, both equally licensed by the law of commodity exchange. Between equal rights, force decides. Hence, in the history of capitalist production, the regulation of the working day presents itself as a struggle over the limits of the working day, a struggle between the collective capitalist, i.e. the class of capitalists, and the collective laborer, or working class. 66. On the conception of antinomy defended in Chapter 3, an antinomy is an oscillation of thought or will between two incompatible assertions that leave no middle ground and appear to be valid, but each of which rests on the same premises, at least one of which is false. Here, the oscillation is between the assertion of a right to an unlimited working day, and the assertion of a right to a limited working day. It cannot be the case that there ought to be a right to an unlimited working day, the thesis, and that there ought to be a right to a limited working day, the antithesis. Yet Capital says that the system of capitalist production sustains both assertions. A right is asserted even if its assertion must be inferred from conduct whose primary purpose is not to assert a right. Compare the two when clauses in the final paragraph. There are two reasons for saying that the right's antinomy is an antinomy of the type in which both assertions turn out to be false. One reason is that Capital leaves us in no doubt that the thesis and the antithesis both seem true to someone, while it cannot be disputed that they are in fact contradictory. If a thesis and an antithesis both seem equally justified, although they are in fact contradictory, then an oscillation of thought or will can occur between them if the arguments for each rest on the same premises, at least one of which is false. Second, both the thesis and the antithesis are asserted by a type of actor in a form of production of which capital I critique. Earlier on in Capital, Marx argues that commodity exchange, in which both of these types of actor engage, generates an illusion. 67 Capital itself provides grounds, prior to its antinomy passage, for believing that both assertions can rest on a common false premise. The form of the antinomy Capital identifies nonetheless involves a departure from Kant if its thesis and antithesis are not contradictory opposites, but assert rights to states of affairs that are contradictory opposites. I return to this below. The rights antinomy is an antinomy between assertions of rights by actors in a system of production. It is a separate matter whether a legal system contains an antinomy. There are several problems with saying that Capital has unearthed an antinomy of the bourgeois legal system. 68 Or insofar as there are two equally compelling legal arguments, it will be force that chooses between them. 69 In Capital's presentation, the actors who assert the rights that form the antinomy do not have any legal competence to legislate or adjudicate, they assert rights implicitly vis-a-vis one another, rather than explicitly before a competent legal instance, and neither is said to appeal to a positive legal provision. An antinomy between legal arguments could not, in any case, allow Marx to say, between equal rights, force decides. If no legal arguments can settle a matter, it is still possible that moral arguments can. Before reconstructing the proofs, it is instructive, first, to attend to some errors of translation and interpretation that relate to the concept of an antinomy, and, second, to reject three interpretations of the antithesis of the rights antinomy in German language scholarship. An alternative interpretation of the rights antinomy is then proposed. 3. And, finally, some implications drawn out. 4. First of all, readers of Capital in translation are misled by the Aveling/Moore and Fawkes rendering Goff beschränken, Talimit tor strict, as tortus. 70 Both translations state, the worker maintains his right as a seller when he wishes to reduce the working day. Read in conjunction with the previous sentence, in which Marx says that the capitalist tries to make the working day as long as possible. The phrase wishes to reduce spoils the antinomy. If one side seeks to make something's length as long as possible, and the other side seeks to reduce its length, there is a conflict between the two sides. Yet the two sides might still find some middle ground. Imagine that the broadcaster of a marathon sought to make its length as long as possible, while an association of marathon runners sought to reduce its length. The two sides could still find middle ground by leaving its length unaltered. No two endeavors that leave some middle ground can share a premise with an appearance of validity in which the housed the possible outcomes. Hence, there is no premise that could lead to an oscillation of thought or will between them. Without an oscillation of thought or will between two incompatible positions, there is no antinomy. The Aveling/Moore and Fowkes translations reduce Capital's antinomy passage to empty bluster. The two positions they describe do not form an antinomy. The assertion of the right to make X as long as possible and the assertion of the right to reduce X cannot form an antinomy. What Aristotle said of Anaxagoras, Marx could say of his official translators, that an intermediate exists between two contradictories, makes everything false. 71. Consider again, for the purpose of contrast, the case of a dispute over the proper length of a marathon. A judgment that kept the marathon's length unaltered might be acknowledged by both sides to balance their respective rights. Alternatively, the two sides could settle on a compromise that left the marathon's length unaltered. By contrast, there can be no balancing of a right to an unlimited working day and a right to a limited working day, if the arguments for both rights rest on common premises that leave the assertions of these rights as the only two possible positions. There can also be no possibility of compromise, if there is no middle ground between the presence and the absence of a limit. In Anglophone commentary, two types of mistake predominate, each of which goes wrong in exactly the same respect as the official translations. One type of mistake is to misconstrue the issue in such a quantified way that no antinomy can possibly arise. Harry Cleaver refers to Capital's analysis of the struggle over the length of the working day. 72. David Harvey claims, the only issue concerns how much use value the laborer is going to give up to the capitalist. 73. Frederick Jameson writes of that quantity that comes into play in the struggle to shorten the working day. 74. In Capital, Marx never refers to a struggle to shorten the working day, for good reason. A dispute over a length or a quantity or over how much always admits of compromise. It is in principle impossible for conflicting claims over quantities to form an antinomy. An antinomy can inform a struggle over the presence or absence of legal limits on the working day precisely because ethelateris knots imply a struggle over quantities. A second type of mistake is to fail to describe a thesis and antithesis between which there is no middle ground. Consider three recent examples. Capitalists are entitled to make workers work as long as humanly possible. Similarly, workers are entitled to make the working day as short as reasonably possible. From this Marx concludes that, T here is here therefore an antinomy. 75. T he worker wants as much as possible for her labor power, while the capitalist wants to buy it cheaply and extract the most value from it. As Marx writes, between equal rights, force decides. 76. The capitalist with his attempts to prolong the working day, as well as workers with their attempt to shorten it, there is therefore an antinomy. 77. An entitlement to make others work as long as humanly possible and an entitlement to work for as short as reasonably possible cannot provide the thesis and antithesis of an antinomy, for they leave some middle ground. A length need neither be short as reasonably possible nor as long as humanly possible. There is also middle ground between acting on a want to sell labor power for as much as possible and acting on a want to buy it cheaply and extracting the most value from it, purchase it for an amount less than the maximum, but not cheaply either. Finally, no antinomy can arise between attempts to prolong and to shorten the working day, for that suggests the option of keeping the working day at its current length. Besides the issue of translation, Heinrich is, after all, German. One possible diagnosis of these errors is as follows. A right's antinomy in the being of bourgeois society. 78. As Lukács puts it, must be socially explained and described. It is necessary to offer explanatory reasons for why each actor asserts a right, reasons that explain why someone acts as they do, and justifying reasons for each actor to assert that right, reasons that that actor can give for why what they assert is just. 79. These twin tasks have been confused. Maximizing behavior features in Marx's explanation for why the capitalist makes the rights claim they make. Insofar as the difference between describing the justification of a claim that belongs to an antinomy and explaining it is confused, maximizing language may enter the proof and description of the thesis or antithesis. Using maximizing language to describe counterposed positions will leave some middle ground between them, and encourage a view of the issue on which it is purely quantitative. There is then no antinomy. This confusion is not the only barrier to understanding Capital's antinomy passage, however. Everyone knows that Marx was on the side of the workers and against the capitalists. It is a layman's temptation, therefore, to read Marx as affirming any argument that capital has a worker voice against a capitalist. In Capital, a worker asserts one of the rights in the rights antinomy. It is a layman's temptation, therefore, to identify Marx's position with the argument for the right to a limited working day that capital has the worker voice. Any sympathy for Marx must then get in the way of reflection on what Capital says. To reflect on an antinomy is to reflect on the problematic status of two claims. If Marx's own view is equated with the argument that capital has the worker voice, any antinomy in which the worker's claim is implicated can only problematize Marx's own view. Victims of this layman's temptation who are sympathetic to Marx must withdraw from examining the features of the rights antinomy that make it an antinomy. It is this layman's temptation, however, that vitiates German language discussion of Capital's antinomy passage. In what is the most influential interpretation of Capital's antinomy passage in German language scholarship, A.D. Andreas Wild claims, even if Marx often asserted the contrary, at this point in Capital he, too, actually advocates a theory of just wages. 81 Heinrich, similarly, equates Marx's argumentation with the claim of the worker. 82 Wild and Heinrich treat the position that capital has the worker voice as if what it commits the worker to is something Marx is committed to. If Marx wanted to affirm the position that capital has the worker voice, or even merely an implicit presupposition of this position in respect of just wages, Marx would not present it as part of an antinomy. To treat what the worker is committed to as something Marx is committed to is to view the conflict as one where two claims seem true, although they are contradictory, and one is shown to be false. But both thesis and antithesis are shown to be false, for they both rest on the same premises. 2. As German language scholarship succumbs to this layman's temptation, it has focused on the worker's argument, the proof of the antithesis. Between them, Wild and Heinrich offer three interpretations of this argument, here labeled the total value interpretation, the basic right interpretation and the maximum advantage interpretation. All three interpretations fail to reconstruct the worker's argument for a right to a limited working day. Wild offers the following account of the worker's argument. The worker then argues, however, with a more extensive concept of the value of labor power, namely, with the concept of a total value of his substance of labor. This substance of labor, which relates to the entire life of the worker, determines the total value of his labor power. A boundless extension of the working day would be a deprivation or theft of the substance of labor, thereby of value, and so contrary to the law of commodity exchange. 83. There are two suggestions in Wild's account. One is a total value interpretation. In elaborating this interpretation, Wild remarks: the worker deploys his concept of the total value of the substance of labor of a complete working life to establish that, with the extension of the working day and the corresponding curtailment of a working life, constant wage evidently presupposed the capitalist only pays the worker a fraction of the daily value of his labor power. The issue of the length of the working day is thereby treated as a wage issue. 84. On the total value interpretation, the worker's argument seems to run as follows: 1. If someone totally consumes a commodity, they must pay its total value. 2. Excessive labor destroys labor power prematurely. 3. Therefore, the capitalist who imposes excessive labor and pays its daily value still has something to pay. 4. As the capitalist does not make this additional payment, the worker has a right to a limited working day. Only part of this argument is coherent, while 3 follows from 1 and 2, 4, which is needed to complete the argument, is incoherent. From the fact that a capitalist who imposes excessive labor and pays its daily value still has something to pay that they do not pay, it does not follow that a worker has a right to a limited working day. It follows that the capitalist still has something to pay. The right thighs argument gets closet a supporting worker's right to an additional payment. But that right is not a right in the correct dimension, of laboring activity. Wilt suggests a second interpretation, however, the plausibility of the position that Marx's worker voices is not, in the nature of the matter, dependent on any law of value. It can also be grounded directly on a basic right to an uncurtailed life and working life. 85 On this basic right interpretation, the worker's argument would have to run as follows: 1. Everyone has a basic right to an uncurtailed life, and, as one aspect of this, a basic right to an uncurtailed working life. 2. Excessive labor would deprive the worker of an uncurtailed working life. 3. Therefore, the worker has a right to a limited working day. The basic right argument is coherent, and does not depend on a premise about value. But the basic right argument is not only not an argument that capital has the worker voice. It is an argument that capital cannot have the worker voice. A basic right to an uncurtailed life gives everyone a right to an uncurtailed life, including those who cannot work. It gives people who are unable rights vis-a-vis the government for means with which to enjoy an uncurtailed life. To this end, a government must be entitled to finance its provision of these means by imposing taxes on the fruits of commodity exchange. Hence, actors who affirm this right must have rejected the principle of self-ownership. However, there is norius onathis stage ein capital for Marx to suppose a thought workers reject the principle of self-ownership, if, as argued in Chapter 9, a belief in this principle is encouraged by generalized purchase and sale. Before capital could have a worker voice appeal to this basic right, it would have to show that the worker can be led to reject the principle of self-ownership. The right's antinomy may contribute to this, but only if its premises do not already presuppose that the principle of self-ownership has been rejected. Let us now turn to Heinrich's maximum advantage interpretation, which is offered in response to Wilt's account. The point of Marx's argumentation consists, however, in the fact that it makes do without this normative foundation, a normative argument for a just wage. Jf. The worker's claim that his labor power will not be so heavily used up by its daily use that it leads to a shortening of its typical lifespan can be grounded solely on the fact that the worker relates to his labor power as a commodity. The normality that he claims is its normal physical lifespan, i.e. he, like the capitalist, wills to extract the maximum advantage from this commodity. 86. On the maximum advantage interpretation, the worker's argument to the conclusion that there is a right to a limited working day seems to run as follows: 1. Everyone ought to have a right to seek to extract the maximum advantage from their commodity, subject to its purchase at value. 87. 2. For the worker to extract the maximum advantage from their commodity, labor power, the working day must be limited. 3. Therefore, the worker has a right to a limited working day. The problem with the maximum advantage reading is that 3 does not follow from 1 and 2. If A has a right to seek to negotiate their preferred terms in a transaction with B, B respects A's right by not deceiving or coercing A during their negotiations. B is not bound to conclude an agreement with A on some of A's preferred terms. Thus, the right in 1 does not make 2 normatively relevant, nor, as part of an attempt to give 2 normative relevance, can 1 be revised to everyone has a right to what would result from extracting the maximum advantage from their commodity, subject to its purchase at value. That is not something that anyone could think everyone had a right to. 1 does not make 2 normatively relevant, and if 1 is revised to make 2 relevant, 1 is not a possible premise. At bottom, the maximum advantage interpretation confuses explanatory reasons and justifying reasons. Capital does indeed report that every buyer seeks to extract the greatest possible utility from the use value of his commodity. 88 Yet this report offers an explanatory reason for the capitalist's claim. Utility maximization explains why the capitalist, the buyer of labor power, asserts a right to an unlimited working day. But from the fact that utility maximization is an explanatory reason, it does not follow that it is a justifying reason. As an individual's utility maximization is of no concern to anyone but that individual, it cannot help to justify a rights claim. A capitalist cannot justify their right to an unlimited working day by arguing that only an unlimited working day allows them to extract the greatest possible utility from the labor power they purchase. 89 Even if we grant that the explanatory reason normal working day is theft, Muller and Neusis 1971, p. 48. If a premature depletion of labor power is its depletion prior to the maximum possible period of use, then this interpretation is also a maximum advantage interpretation, for the workers' rights claim is that a seller of labor power wishes to draw the maximum advantage from its sale to capitalists, by insisting on conditions of use that preserve it for the maximum possible period of future use by capitalists, as distinct, say, from a period of future use sufficient to raise children to a working age. We have not yet offered a justification for the antithesis. The total value interpretation cannot justify a right in the correct dimension. The basic right interpretation rests on a premise foreign to the nature of commodity exchange, and the maximum advantage interpretation is missing a possible premise about rights. If there is to be an antinomy of right against right, both equally licensed by the law of commodity exchange 90, both arguments, the proof for the thesis no less than the proof for the antithesis, must rest on a possible commodity exchange related premise about rights that has an implication beyond the dimension of value as well as a premise about value. If both the thesis and the antithesis rest on these premises, that may help to explain, in a manner conducive to a solution to the agency problem 91, why the first form of expression of class antagonism the part of workeristo assert a right in the dimension of laboring activity, a right to a limited working day, as distinct from a right in the dimension of value. Let us draw together the criticisms advanced thus far. In Capital, Marx reproaches the political economists Adam Smith and David Ricardo for treating the value form as something of complete indifference. 92 Capital says, in respect of labor and the form of value, that political economy has never even asked the question as to why this content assumes that form. 93 A similar sort of criticism can be leveled at the entire reception of Marx's Capital over the last 150 years, with the sole exception of Lukács's History and Class Consciousness. Interpreters of Capital have never even asked the question as to why class in itself must be expressed in the form of a rights antinomy. This is partly because class in itself has not been adequately understood. The modal, structural, and causal conceptions of class discussed above do not identify an antagonism that it is possible to articulate in the form of a rights antinomy. Yet it is also because the projects of analytical Marxism and Althusserian Marxism, the assignment of exploitation to the dimension of value, mistranslations, a failure to treat justifying reasons as distinct from explanatory reasons, a layman's temptation, and the difficulty of assimilating Capital's heterodox 94 concept of an antinomy, have all prevented considered analysis of this rights antinomy, or made it tougher. Even those who cite and interpret Capital's antinomy passage appear unexercised by the question of how its thesis can be justified by the same premises as its antithesis, in other words, unexercised by its form as an antinomy. 3. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis approaches Capital's antinomy passage on the following basis: a. Labor power is an object of two opposed ends on the part of the capitalist and the worker, each of which presupposes social affecting by the other. b. In pursuing these ends, capitalist and worker implicitly assert, respectively, a right to an unlimited working day, and a right to a limited working day. c. These rights form an antinomy, they conflict, leave no middle ground and appear valid yet rest on the same premise, s. Only or more of which is false. d. These premises include a premise about value as well as a premise about the recognition of rights. e. Marx is not committed to either the thesis or the antithesis. f. The opposed ends of a. Are expressed in the rights described in b. and c. because, in virtue of commodity exchange, capitalist and worker each conceive themselves to have a claim vis-a-vis the other to the labor or labor power they stand to lose on the other's account. In clarification of, C. Capital characterizes the antinomy as an antinomy of right against right 95 and not as an antinomy of right against no right. An antinomy of right against right is not an antinomy in which the antithesis is the contradictory negation of the thesis. Rather, both sides are positive assertions. The proofs are to take the form of latching on to a premise of the other side's argument, and reasoning to an incompatible positive position. The interpretation of Capital's antinomy passage defended here incorporates separate premises about value and the recognition of self-ownership. Hence, it will be termed the value and recognition of self-ownership interpretation. On this interpretation, the arguments for the thesis and the antithesis of the rights antinomy share two premises. 1. Commodities may only be purchased for a price proportional to value. 2. Commodity exchangers are to recognize one another as self-owners. What needs to beschouwnis that the system of capitalist productionalist has premises to be taken as given by both the capitalist and the worker, and that, once they are taken as given, they can support conclusive arguments for both the thesis and the antithesis of the rights antinomy. Premise 1 restates, in imperative form, Marx's claim, prior to Capital's antinomy passage, that it is a law of commodity exchange that equivalent is exchanged for equivalent. 96 The rights antinomy depends on premise 1, because an antinomy can only arise if at least one of its premises can be taken in different ways. An antinomy in respect of a limit to the working day can only arise if one of its premises is indeterminate, for the types of actor who raise its thesis and antithesis. In respect of thetomy periodrelative to hiklabur poweristobapaid. Ask both a capitalist and a worker, and you will not have a single determinate answer as to whether the value of labor power is to be calculated by its value for the period of hire, or by its value for a period proportional to the extent to which the labor performed uses up the worker's labor power. As the value of labor power is indeterminate in this respect, and 1. Introduces the concept of the value of labor power by stating that commodities, and thus labor power, may only be purchased for a price proportional to value. 1. Introduces an indeterminacy that the rights antinomy requires. Premise 1 is not sufficient to engender the rights antinomy, however. The rights antinomy is an antinomy of right against right. 97 and 1 cannot ground any rights claim. If, as 1 says, it is only permissible to purchase commodities for a price proportional to value, then no one has a right to purchase a commodity for less than that. If someone fails to pay a commodity's full price, they act impermissibly. But to say that action is impermissible is not to say that anyone's right is violated. Duties do not, by definition, have correlative rights. To say that another acts impermissibly by failing to pay a commodity's full price is not yet to say that anyone else's right to its full price is violated. As both the thesis and antithesis are assertions of rights, at least one further premise must be identified to produce the rights antinomy. To illustrate the insufficiency of premise 1, consider the antithesis: there is a right to a limited working day. From 1, it follows that labor power may not be purchased for a price less than proportional to its value. If excessive labor is effectively a purchase of labor power for a price less than proportional to its value, then, given 1, a purchaser of labor power acts impermissibly by imposing excessive labor. They have no right to impose it. But that conclusion is not the assertion of a right. In a recent account of the antithesis of the rights antinomy, Guido Starista argues that if the excessive prolongation of the working day actually involves the payment of labor power below its value, then the realization of the full value of labor power may give a worker reason for his refusal to let the capitalist impose her/his will on the determination of the length of the working day. 98 That may be all well and good. But a refusal of another's right to pay is not the assertion of a right to not pay. So, this reasoning cannot be the reasoning that justifies the antithesis of the right antinomy. As Capital makes plain, the worker's conclusion is not of the form, "you may not." It is of the form, "I demand." Premise 2 states, in imperative form, the result of the argument offered in Chapter 9, and supported by quotes from Capital that appear prior to its antinomy passage, that generalized purchase and sale leads commodity exchangers to articulate a belief in self-ownership. If commodity exchangers articulate a belief in self-ownership, they must believe that they ought to recognize one another as self-owners in commodity exchange. Accordingly, to the extent that generalized purchase and sale provides the context of belief for both capitalist and wage laborer, both can believe that they must recognize one another as self-owners in commodity exchange. If both the capitalist and the wage laborer have this belief, each can assert a right against the other, by asserting, respectively, that it is a condition for their, and consistent with the others, recognition as a self-owner that the working day should be unlimited or limited. Maybe premise 2 is not the only conceivable premise to allow the purchaser and the seller of labor power to assert rights to an unlimited or limited working day vis-a-vis the other. But what we require is a premise that supports these rights claims and can be taken as given if commodity exchange is generalized. 2. Satisfies both conditions, as we shall see. The only way to deny that, 2, is a premise of the rights antinomy is to argue that it is superfluous, on account of the availability of an alternative further premise that also satisfies these conditions. So, consider the following alternative premises. 3. There are to be no relations of personal dependence. 4. Labor power may only be purchased for a limited period. 5. People have a right to what is created by their labor premise. 3. Restates, in imperative form, Marx's claim, prior to Capital's antinomy passage, that commodity exchange includes, in and of itself, no other relations of dependence than those that arise from its own nature. 99 But, 3, is not a plausible alternative premise of the rights antinomy. The absence of relations of personal dependence is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for the worker to assert a right of their own. An absence of relations of personal dependence is consistent with the non-existence of rights in general. There are no relations of personal dependence in Nowheresville, where all duties are owed to a sovereign. 100 But there are no rights in Nowheresville either. As the antinomy is only a rights antinomy if both capitalist and worker can each assert a right of their own, and 3 does not suffice for this. 3 is not a possible alternative to 2. Premise 4 restates, in imperative form, Capital's claim, prior to its antinomy passage, that the continuation of this relation, that is, the purchase of labor power from the person whose power it is, presupposes that labor power is always purchased only for a limited period. 101 4 does not create a right, however. If labor power may only be purchased for a limited period, then the capitalist would act impermissibly if they were to attempt to purchase it without allowing the worker the option of terminating the agreement. But to say that action is impermissible is not to say that anyone's right is violated. Even if it were supposed that premise 4 did create a right, namely, a right of each side to terminate a labor contract, it would not be the kind of right that the rights antinomy requires. It is not sufficient, in conjunction with 1 and 3, to engender the rights antinomy. A wage laborer who has the right not to lease their labor power to a particular firm in the future does not just by virtue of that have a right to attach any conditions to its use of their labor power. As the right to a limited working day is a right that concerns the use of labor power by a firm, the right that 3 would establish would not be sufficient to justify the antithesis. To put the point a different way, the right to terminate a contract does not presuppose that, after the contract is terminated, the producer has any labor power to supply. Premise 5 The labor principle of property is sometimes regarded as a belief that commodity exchange encourages. 102 It is not, however, a premise of the rights antinomy. The rights antinomy rests on the worker's assertion of a right to their labor power. The deprivation that the worker holds the capitalist responsible for is a deprivation of their labor power. 5 cannot support this rights claim, as 5 says nothing about property in what is not created by labor. Labor power is not created by the labor of the person whose power it is, and no one could think that it was. Upbringing, culture, and formal schooling obviously also play their part. There is no alternative to premise 2, the premise that commodity exchangers auto-recognizione another self-owners that capitalist production, on capital's account of it, allows to be taken as given, and that can justify the worker's assertion of a right to a limited working day. 2 is a necessary premise of the rights antinomy. A comparison with premise 5. The labor principle of property is instructive for another reason. The aspects of self-ownership crucial to the rights antinomy are the exclusive rights to use and to alienate one's parts and capacities, rather than the exclusive right to enjoy the fruits of their use. The self-ownership rights whose recognition gives rise to the rights antinomy are just those self-ownership rights analogous to jus utendi and jus disponendi within private property ownership, rather than the self-ownership right analogous to jus fruendi. 103 The rights antinomy concerns the use of hired labor power during the working day, not the ultimate claims on its product. The antinomy would remain even if it was supposed that the government had a right to force the capitalist to pay part of their profits in tax that was not justified by the principle of self-ownership. We can now reconstruct the proofs. Depending on whether the payment of value and the recognition of self-ownership are taken to apply, in the sale of labor power, to that sale as a single sale, or to that sale as just one sale in the entire future series of the wage laborers' sales of their labor power. 104 There arises one of the following two claims. Thesis: there is a right to an unlimited working day. Proof: suppose the wage laborer has a right, against any hirer of their labor power, to a limited working day. They have that right, because they have exclusive property in their parts and capacities. But as a self-owner, they must also have the right to sell or not to sell the use of their labor power for the remaining hours in that day. They must have the right to sell the use of their labor power for any stretch of time within a given time frame. So, for whatever daily stretch of time the wage laborer sells the use of their labor power, they can have no objection to the hirer's use of it in that time if its value for this time frame is paid. If this value is paid, then when the wage laborer unilaterally slackens or breaks off from the use of their labor power, during the time they sell it for, however long that may be, they steal what the hirer has acquired by right from them. Antithesis: there is a right to a limited working day. Proof: suppose it is the capitalist's right to use the labor power they hire for whatever stretch of time in the day is agreed, provided its daily value is paid. For them to have acquired that right, its seller must have had the right to sell the use of their labor power to them for any stretch of time. The seller has that right, because they have exclusive property in their parts and capacities. But if so, their sale of the use of their labor power for one stretch of time cannot abrogate their right to sell its use for a later stretch of time. The seller of the use of a commodity for a definite period is entitled to receive it back, at the end of that period, in the same state as before, natural wear and tear excepted. If what was sold yesterday was the use of labor power for a day, the seller is entitled to receive back the same labor power at the end of that day. If, by excessive labor, the capitalist deprives the wage laborer of their labor power for any period beyond the period of hire, then, unless they pay its value for that future period as well, they steal the wage laborer's property in their labor power. As a self-owner, the capitalist does not offer to pay for something they have yet to hire. Still, the wage laborer can and must assert a right against them to a limit on the work in the period for which they are hired, to directly put a stop to the theft of their property. 4. 5 features of this interpretation may be noted. First, the value and recognition of self-ownership interpretation of Capital's antinomy passage allows the rights antinomy to take on a broader significance. The reason for this is that it allows both proofs to rest on the same premises, while allowing the proof of the antithesis a specific character. While both proofs rest on the same premises, only the proof of the antithesis exhibits the self-consciousness of the commodity. 105 Only the proof of the antithesis appeals to a wage laborer's relation to their labor power as a future use value for capital, as well as to their relation to it as a value. If it can be shown that, by virtue of workers' position in and practical response to the rights antinomy, participants in a working class movement can arrive at a privileged standpoint, then the self-consciousness of the commodity, by characterizing the proof of the antithesis, may help to explain this standpoint. 106 Second, the point of departure for capital's account of struggle between the capitalist and the worker is a struggle for recognition. This point is worth underscoring, for two reasons. Firstly, it implies a critique of existing interpretations of capital's account of this struggle. Its point of departure is not, as Postone claims, a struggle to gain some control over the conditions of sale 107 of labor power. Nor is it, as Harvey supposes, a struggle over control over time. 108 Conditions of sale and labor time in a firm are not the sort of things that can possibly be brought under one party's control. Capital says that conditions of sale and labor time in a firm are objects of a relation of will. 109 And no actor can control another's will. Nor is capital's account of the struggle between capitalist and worker reducible, as Honneth says, having endorsed Wilt's account of Capital's Antinomy passage, to a struggle for material resources. 110 As the premises of the right's antinomy and the proof of its antithesis dictate, the point of departure for Capital's account of struggle between capitalist and worker is a struggle in the dimension of laboring activity, and for recognition. For as long as a worker performs excessive labor, they experience a lack of recognition as a self-owner. This is significant, because the need for recognition cannot be extirpated. The criterion that the value and recognition of self-ownership interpretation imposes on a reconstruction of Marx's account of class struggle is that it must identify a moment of recognition in every subsequent phase in the working class's journey from a class in itself to a class for itself. Third, the value and recognition of self-ownership interpretation clarifies that the right's antinomy expresses class in itself, not class for itself. Capital attributus the rights claims thought form the rights antinomy to the individual capitalist and individual worker. Indeed, their opposed ends must be expressed in the assertion of these antinomic rights, for they are led, by commodity exchange, to conceive of themselves as exclusive claimants to the labor or labor power they stand to lose on the other's account. But it does not follow from this that class for itself is also expressed in antinomic rights. It is mistaken to say that the class struggle manifests itself as a conflict of right against right. 111 The struggle for and against limits on the working day only takes the form of a class struggle as the result of the right's antinomy, and the demand of workers in this class struggle is not for a right. It is for a legal limit on rights. Capital says, for protection from the serpent of their sorrows, laborers must, as a class, compel a state law, an irresistible social shackle, which prevents them, by voluntary contract with capital, from selling themselves, and their kin, into death and slavery. In place of the grandiose catalogue of inalienable human rights comes the modest Magna Carta of a legally limited working day. 112. If a legal norm is an irresistible social shackle that limits the right of contract, it is a rights-restricting norm, not a rights-creating norm. If a working class movement that struggles for a limited working day has a rights-restricting norm as its objective is not a right. If its objective is not a right, class struggle over excessive labor cannot take the form of a struggle right against right. Only antagonism at the micro-level takes the form of the assertion of two antinomic rights. Fourth, the value and recognition of self-ownership interpretation is instructive in respect of Marx's conception of justice. One aspect of this is that it shows that the author of Capital is not a meta-ethical relativist in respect of justice. A meta-ethical relativist is someone who believes that there are no objectively sound procedures for justifying one moral code or one set of moral judgments. 113 To claim that the author of Capital is a meta-ethical relativist in respect of justice is to claim that, judged by Capital, there is, in Marx's view, no objective standard for evaluating claims about justice. Robert Tucker suggests that Marx is a meta-ethical relativist in respect of justice by offering Capital's antinomy passage as evidence that, on the issue of the length of the working day, according to Marx, there is simply no determining what is right and just. 114. Now, the right's antinomy cannot support Tucker's claim, because its antithesis is not the contradictory negation of its thesis, and Marx does not endorse either. For all Capital's antinomy passage proves, Marx's view of the justice of limiting the working day may be any one of the views that remain after the thesis and antithesis are rejected. These views include the view, an unlimited working day is unjust, but not on grounds of right. Nor, more generally, can the rights antinomy support the idea that the author of Capital is a meta-ethical relativist in respect of justice? 115 It is conclusive proof against this idea. A thinker who identifies an antinomy of the type described above within a topic of belief can only believe that there is no standard for evaluating claims on that topic at the cost of renouncing reason itself. To take a meta-ethical relativist position in respect of justice while identifying a rights antinomy, it would be necessary to deny that there was any basis for saying that a set of beliefs about justice that does not include a claim that belongs to an antinomy is in one way better than a set of beliefs about justice that does include such a claim. That denial exhibits an indifference to reason itself. It is profoundly implausible, then, to regard the author of Capital as a meta-ethical relativist in respect of justice. Relatedly, Capital's antinomy passage offers a further reason to reject Wood's view that, according to Marx, the justice of an action consists in bearing a certain relation of adequacy, correspondence, or functionality to the social mode of production within which it takes place. 116 For a thinker to affirm this conception of justice in respect of what they take to be an antinomy-generating mode of production would be for them to affirm the logical contradiction between the thesis and antithesis of the antinomy it generates. If the rights antinomy arises from the nature of commodity exchange, then it cannot be denied that action on the thesis, and action on the antithesis, are both adequate to capitalist production. Someone with this conception of justice would have to say that both actions were just, and would thereby make a logical contradiction part of their own thought. Their identification of a rights antinomy would lead not just to a questioning of the state of affairs that generated it, but to the exposure of the logical inconsistency of their own thinking. No wonder, then, that in all his accounts of Marx and justice over the last 40 to 50 years, Wood has remained silent about Capital's antinomy passage. Capital's antinomy passage and a commitment to reason require the author of Capital to reject the conception of justice that Tucker and Wood attribute to Marx. It is symptomatic of the implausibility of Tucker's view, which Wood develops, that Marx regards the only applicable norms of justice those operative in the existing mode of production and exchange. That Tucker follows up this view by remarking of the rights antinomy, according to Marx, there is simply no determining what is right and just. 117 This remark is inadequate to Capital's antinomy passage, because it is unnecessary to identify an antinomy between two views on an issue to say that there is no determining it. One non-antinomic reason that there may be no determining an issue with certain principles is if the latter are insufficiently concrete, as when Hegel replies to Fichte that there is no determining, by principles of right, what the correct passport regulations should be. 118 Hegel does not thereby grant that principles of right generate an antinomy in respect of passport regulations. For an antinomy to pertain, it must be the case that there is no determining an issue because certain principles have contradictory implications, rather than insufficient implications, in respect of it. To identify a rights antinomy is to say that the same premises equally justify two rights between which there is a logical contradiction. That no one who offers a mode of production relative account of Marx's view of justice has got any further in the interpretation of Capital's antinomy passage than Tucker's inadequate no determining remark is symptomatic of the fact that Capital's antinomy passage is a nail in its coffin. A thinker who identifies an entity as rights antinomy generating would make a logical contradiction part of their own thought by affirming a view of justice on which the only applicable norms for judging the justice of the actions that belong to it were its own. Finally, the value and recognition of self-ownership interpretation reveals two aspects to Capital's oft-cited but only partially understood remark. Between equal rights, force decides. 119 One aspect is causal and the other is normative. The more straightforward causal aspect of Marx's remark is, force, of numbers, will decide. No government committed to upholding commodity exchange need intervene on its own initiative in favor of one side and against the other if both sides can claim to be in the right on the basis of commodity exchange. The nature of a government's intervention will be determined by the tide of public pressure, in which class struggle plays a role. There is, however, a normative aspect to Marx's remark, for which it must be kept in mind that the equal rights of which Marx is speaking belong to an antinomy of the type described above. If two sides genuinely have equal rights, then either side may be entitled to feel aggrieved if force is used against it, in favor of the other side. But if two sides assert rights that form an antinomy, there is nothing compelling about the argument of either side. The further aspect of Marx's remark is thus: there can be no complaint from either side of a rights antinomy if force decides. Between antinomic rights, there can be no complaint from right by either side if a normatively irrelevant factor, such as force, or tossing a coin, decides the matter. A contrast with Marx's assessment of the American Civil War provides one way to clarify and insist on this second aspect of Capital's remark. On Marx's assessment, the American Civil War was not a struggle between two sides equally in the right. On Marx's assessment, slavery was fundamental to the American Civil War, 120, and slavery in the American South must appear unjust, 121, even from the perspective of those whose beliefs chime with the system of capitalist production. On the premise that there are to be no relations of personal dependence, the American Civil War was a struggle of right and wrong. Yet, just because, from this perspective, the North was in the right and the South was in the wrong, the North did not cease to require force to beat the South. The judgment here is, between right and wrong, force may be used to prosecute the cause of those in the right. By contrast, the judgment in the case of two sides equally in the right, between which there is no rights antinomy, is, between equal rights, either side may feel aggrieved if force is used to prosecute the other side's cause. Finally, the judgment in the case of antinomic equal rights is, between equal rights, neither side may feel aggrieved if force is used to prosecute the other side's cause. This insistence on the twofold nature of Marx's remark is not, however, to grant that neither side can have any grounds to complain about an injustice if the other side wins. Commodity form philosophy, by virtue of the concept of use-value, avoids and diagnoses the misidentification of justice with rights. It permits duty to the whole-based arguments for exerting public pressure on a government to curtail equal liberty. Marx describes the North's victory in the American Civil War not as a victory for force, but as a victory for reason, 122, notwithstanding the fact that the North required force to beat the South. Likewise, if an enforced limit on the working day can be justified on non-rights-based grounds, that enforced limit, too, is a victory for reason, even if an initial appeal to an antinomic right was required for that victory. Insofar as the other side appeals to an antinomic right, they cannot complain. Insofar as Capital's tone is one that condemns the suffering experienced by those whose lives are mangled by excessive labor, 123, Marx implicitly adopts a non-rights-based perspective from which a limit on the working day ought to be enforced. But if, as Marx put it in 1843, the rational is actual in virtue of the contradiction of irrational reality, 124, that tone is not enough. Marx needs to show that a type of actor is able to adopt a non-rights-based perspective from which a limit on the working day ought to be enforced. On the above reconstruction of Capital's antinomy passage, both the purchaser and the seller of labor power affirm the principle of self-ownership, which prohibits all non-rights-based normative arguments about norms that ought to be enforced. So, if a type of actoristo adopt a non-rights-based perspective from which they can believe that a limit on the working day ought to be enforced, it must be shown that this perspective can become available to them by virtue of their practical response to the rights antinomy. 5. The rights antinomy and the capitalist class interest claim. Before considering workers' practical response to the rights antinomy, two claims are denied. First, it is denied, as Wilt and others claim, that legal limits on the working day that forestall excessive labor correspond to capital's objective interests, 125, or rather, since capital cannot have interests any more than it can be white, 126, it is denied that such limits are in capitalists' class interest. Unless this claim is denied, legal limits on the working day that forestall excessive labor could not be an object of genuine antagonism between the capitalist and working classes. Such limits are an object of genuine antagonism not just between individuals, but also at the macro level, between classes as a whole. Second, it is denied that, even if such legal limits were in the interest of the capitalist class, it would follow that the rights antinomy was not enduring. Wilt advances this second claim when he adds, On Marx's historical presentation The Antinomy of working days therefore no tenduring. 127 call the claim that legal limits on the working day that forestall excessive labor are in capitalists' class interest. The capitalist class interest claim. The capitalist class interest claim is a premise in some arguments for the view that Marx offers a functional explanation of the passage of the Factory Acts. 128 But the nature of Marx's explanation of the passage of the Factory Acts is not at issue here. To deny that Marx endorsed the capitalist class interest claim, it is neither sufficient nor necessary to reject functional explanation-based interpretations of Marx's account of the passage of the Factory Acts. The capitalist class interest claim could serve as a premise in an intentional explanation of their passage, and not every conceivable functional explanation of their passage need appeal to a dispositional fact with benefits for the capitalist class. 3 preliminary points may be made about the capitalist class interest claim. One is that it is a claim about the interest of all money-maximizing firms over an extended time and space, in circumstances of class division. Proponents of the capitalist class interest claim need not deny that there is an antagonism between the interest of an individual wage laborer, and a firm's interest in imposing excessive labor on them in its pursuit of continuous money maximization. They need only deny that there is genuine class antagonism over legal limits that forestall excessive labor at the macro level. Second, proponents of the capitalist class interest claim defend a possible position. It is conceivable for the imposition of excessive labor by individual firms to have a negative effect on capitalists' class interest. Assuming a constant wage, all capitalist firms over an extended time and space have a class-specific social interest in the highest possible average length and intensity of the working day over that time and space. Anything whose nature is such that it decreases this average, or increases the wage while keeping the length and intensity of the working day constant, is contrary to the capitalist class interest, even if it is in the capitalist class's short-term interest, or in the long-term interest of a few capitalists. If, as a result of individual firms' actions in imposing excessive labor power cannot be put to work for as long and as intense a period, over an extended time and space, then if those firms desisted from imposing excessive labor, the latter act against capitalists' class interest by imposing excessive labor. Accordingly, the imposition of excessive labor by individual firms can conceivably have detrimental consequences for capitalists' class interest in one or more of 3 ways, by I. Decreasing the average endurance of labor power to an extent that lowers the average length and intensity of work that can be sustained, or by 2. Eroding the supply of labor such that the average wage increases, if capitalists' appropriation of the additional labor fails to recoup the cost, or by 3. Creating more expenses. 129 to maintain labor power than otherwise, such as health-related expenses, if capitalists' appropriation of the additional labor fails to recoup the part of the cost of those expenses borne by capitalists. 3. Are all distinct from a concern with wage laborers' health in and of itself. If excessive labor leads to unhealthy but functioning wage laborers, that raises no immediate problem, as far as the capitalist class is concerned. To deny the capitalist class interest claim, it is not necessary to dispute these points. One may begin, rather, by noting some of its proponents' ambiguous formulations. Elster claims, the capitalists have an interest in the survival and reproduction of the workers. 130 Weatherly writes, the system requires reproduction of labor power, which in turn requires that the hours of labor be kept within the physical bounds of labor power. 131 Both formulations occlude the difference between the claim that capitalists require wage labor, and the claim that capitalists must rehire the current population of producers. If, between them all, capitalists in a given space had to rehire the current population of producers in that space at a living wage for the maximum possible period for which the latter could perform non-excessive capitalist wage labor, excessive labor would quite possibly 132 be detrimental to capitalists' class interest. If excessive labor was imposed, total labor per producer would probably not be optimal. But capitalists need not rehire the current population of producers, let alone rehire them for this maximum period. Hence, the capitalist class interest claim cannot be true in the abstract. It is only possibly true in particular contexts, in light of facts that make a capitalist class in a given space dependent on the long-term performance of its current population of producers. It is also Marx's view that, in the abstract, the capitalist class interest claim is false. In Capital, Marx is adamant that, so long as other wage laborers, from however far afield, and from whatever generation, remain to be hired, Capital does not inquire into labor power's length of life. 133 The existence of successive generations of wage laborers will live artificially short working lives due to excessive labor may be a mark of the degree to which capitalists' class interest in the highest possible average length and intensity of the working day is being met, provided capitalists avoid enough of any of the extra expenses, and there are enough bodies for the scrap heap. In the economic manuscripts of 1861–63, Marx insists that the capitalist class interest claim is also false for a particular period of history. The history of modern industry has shown that a continuous overpopulation is possible, even though it is a stream formed of human generations who are quickly ruined, swiftly succeed one another, and are picked unripe, so to speak. 134. If the average age of the generations of workers declines, there is an ever-superfluous and constantly increasing mass of short-lived generations on the market, and that is all that capitalist production requires. 135. Three factors intrinsic to capital, and thus common to all particular contexts in which the capitalist class interest claim could be advanced, distinguish the reproduction of labor power from the reproduction of the current population of producers for its maximum possible period. First, capital produces the transformation of women and children into wage laborers. 136 Money maximizers are indifferent to whom they hire, just as long as the labor of one is as good a means of money making as the next. So, if there is a latent surplus population in domestic households, it matters less, for the capitalist class, if current producers are prematurely exhausted. Second, capital also produces an absolute increase of the number of people, above all of the working class. 137 Capital, by generating advances in productive power, reduces the cost of means of individual reproduction, and thus the cost of raising children to a working age. It enables a more rapid replenishment of the human pool from which capitalists can draw to replace current producers. So again, it will matter less, for the capitalist class, if some proportion of them is prematurely exhausted. Third, capital extends the catchment area of the human pool available to each firm, by generating advances in transport and communication that ease prospective wage laborers' migration. Unless the globalized human pool of potential producers that capitalists in a given nation can draw from has dried up, it is in that national capitalist class's interest to extend its use of this human pool, ahead of restricting the labor of its current population of producers. Any unilateral move within a given territory to restrict working hours gives an advantage to the capitalist classes of other countries, who, by imposing excessive labor, perhaps using the same globalized human pool of potential producers spurned by the first, can accumulate quicker, and undercut them. As Capital puts it, après moi le déluge, is the watchword of every capitalist, and of every capitalist nation. 138 Elster and Weatherly ignore the final clause of this phrase. The pretext for an interpretive stance so at odds with the above passages from Capital and Marx's economic manuscripts of 1861–63 is a reading of a passage in Capital that discusses the reasons for the restriction of factory labor in England. Aside from the daily more threatening growth of the workers' movement, the restriction of factory labor was dictated by the same necessity with which guano was spread over the English fields. The same blind thirst for robbery which, in the former case, exhausted the soil, in the latter case, seized the life force of the nation at its root. Periodic epidemics speak as clearly on this point as the diminishing military standard of height in Germany and France. 139. Marx here explains the restriction of factory labor in England by a second factor alongside that of placating the workers' movement with concessions. Elster claims that this second factor is the advancement of the collective capitalist interest. 140 Others, too, hold that the life force of the nation is to be restored to satisfy capitalists' need for labor. 141 If the restriction of factory labor in England at this time was explained by Marx even partly to satisfy a collective capitalist interest in increasing the supply or endurance of labor, that would count as evidence for Marx's commitment to the capitalist class interest claim. In a particular context. There is arbitrary beyond the text. However, there is no mention here of a collective capitalist interest as an in-order to motive for restricting factory labor. The passage implies, rather, that capitalists' blind thirst for labor was a because motive for this restriction. 142 The second in-order to motive for restricting factory labor is elaborated in the final sentence, which refers to periodic epidemics. In the economic manuscripts of 1861–63, Marx claims that as a result of the excesses, pests broke out whose devastation was equally threatening to capitalists and workers. 143 Recurrent bouts of disease have general negative spillover effects in any type of society, if their effects cannot be localized. The second reason that Marx offers for the restriction of factory labor in England, therefore, was to preempt circumstances conducive to current bouts of disease. This second factor is independent of any desire to advance capitalists' class interest. If pests kill people of all classes, and unrestricted factory labor leads, in this one instance or quite generally, pests to spread, one reason to restrict factory labor, in this one instance or quite generally, is to root out a cause of people dying, whether or not pests leave enough of those that they do not kill able to sustain the length and intensity of labor that they would maintain in their absence. As Capital's suggestion that an interest in public safety contributed to the restriction of factory labor in England does not imply that Marx endorsed the capitalist class interest claim even in this one particular context, and proponents of this claim present no other genuine 144 evidence for believing that Marx endorsed it. There is no evidence that Marx endorsed the capitalist class interest claim. But suppose, for the sake of argument, that the capitalist class interest claim is in fact true in all particular contexts in which excessive labor is imposed. Would it follow that the antinomy of the working day is therefore not enduring? 145 No, the capitalist class interest claim is a macro-level claim. The right's antinomy is a form of antagonistic interdependency at the micro-level. As there is an enduring difference between an individual capitalist's interest and capitalist's class interest, the truth of the capitalist class interest claim cannot establish that the right's antinomy is not enduring. If the capitalist class interest claim is true in a particular context, an association of the capitalist class can argue for legal limits on the working day to forestall excessive labor on the basis of enlightened class interest, and, being enlightened, it would not seek to repeal such limits once passed. But the achievement of a legally limited working day on this basis would not cause the premises that engender the rights antinomitis as it obelievable. Even if duetto legal limits forestalling excessive labor, no conduct in production implicitly asserts the rights of the rights antinomy, the proofs can still be articulated, either by capitalists who resent these limits, or in reply to them. The rights antinomy could still be of practical import in production, moreover, for two reasons. If a capitalist firm uses the means at its disposal to evade any profit-reducing effects of a limit on its own operations, then it may succeed in imposing excessive labor in spite of the law, if the law lacks adequate sanctions, and/or is not enforced reliably or timely. Moreover, as competition encourages capitalist firms to invest in more profitable technologies and techniques, including by intensifying the labor performed within a given time period, a legal limit need not permanently prevent excessive labor even on the assumption that capitalist firms act within the law. New technologies and techniques may so intensify labor that observance of a legal limit dating from T1, whose observance at T1 prevented excessive labor at T1, nonetheless allows capitalist firms using technologies and techniques discovered since T1 to impose excessive labor at T2. Capital suggests the tendency of capital, as soon as it is cut off by the law, once and for all, from an extension of the working day, is to feast on sich gutlixiutun a systematic increase in the degree of intensity of labor, and to twist every improvement in machinery into a means for a greater sapping of labor power, which must soon spell another new turning point, where a further reduction of working hours becomes unavoidable. 146. A distinction can be drawn between the conditions of the right's antinomy, and the conditions for the right's antinomy to be of practical import in production. If purchase and sale and production with wage labor for continuous money maximization are essential to capitalism, and sustain a belief in the principle of self-ownership, the right's antinomy is an essential ideological feature of capitalism. But the right's antinomy conan libio of practical import in production on the further condition that the amount of labor actually performed is excessive. Whether or not it is excessive rests on empirical facts related to different dynamics, i.e., the technologies and techniques used, 2. the length and intensity of the working day, and 3. the time and energy required to satisfy needs that are recognized as needs, such as commuting, raising a family or entertainment, whose satisfaction then ought not to depend on a worker sacrificing the rest they require to reproduce their labor power for the maximum possible period. While I relates to the development of productive power, 2. is influenced by class struggle, and 3. is affected by what capital describes as the historical customs and lifestyle demands the class of free laborers has cultivated. 147 Even if excessive labor is an always reinstatable possibility under capitalism, it need not be a current reality, due to the class struggle it and the right's antinomy occasion. So, the right's antinomy need not always be of practical import in production. 6. Interest privilege and possible practical awareness. A standpoint is defined by interest privilege and capacity privilege. A type of actor has interest privilege if, by virtue of their pursuit of their initial in order to motive, they can come to will a principle that there is an impartial reason to apply, while at least one other type of actor in the same society cannot. A type of actor has capacity privilege if, by virtue of their pursuit of their initial in order to motive, actors of their type can develop the capacity to bring about a form of society in which a principle that there is an impartial reason to apply is applied, without entering into coalition with one specific other type of actor. The latter type of actor must also be incapable of bringing about this form of society without entering into a coalition that includes the first. An actor is a bearer of an interaction only if the in order to motive they pursue an unreasonable dange unintentionally constrained with the generalist existence of that type of interaction. Any in order to motive, such as working in return for a wage in order to live, is an intellectual construct reflecting the interests of its constructor. But bearers are thought of as pursuing in order to motive in types of interaction with the generalist existentian self-reinforcing dynamic. To study the possible practical awareness of an actor insofar as they are the bearer of one or more types of interaction is to investigate the possible practical awareness of a type of actor non-incidental to a form of society with such a dynamic. As the bearer of one or more types of interaction, an actor is ascribed with a minimal initial stock of experiences, and a minimal initial set of capacities and external resources. Their initial stock of experiences consists simply of their awareness of the type of end state they are to bring about, by pursuing their in order to motive, as a possible end state for them to bring about, and their awareness of the means by which they bring it about as possible means for them to bring it about. Their initial set of capacities and external resources consist simply of the capacities and external resources necessary for them to bring about the type of end state they are to bring about by pursuing their in order to motive. In the pursuit of their in order to motive, an actor interprets the actions of those they relate to, and may acquire new beliefs and interests. Any practically relevant belief or interest that an actor can acquire in pursuit of their in order to motive and in the light of their stock of experiences belongs to their possible practical awareness. Belief B belongs to the possible practical awareness of actor A, the bearer of relation R, if B is a belief that A can hold in light of A's pursuit of their in order to motive in R and A's stock of experiences, or, more derivatively, if B is a belief that A can hold in light of A's in order to motive in R, A's stock of experiences, and any further action A performs on account of the beliefs A can hold. An interest is what an actor, in light of their will, can believe they have a reason to do or to favor. An actor's will is initially defined by their in order to motive as a bearer of one or more types of interaction. Their interests depend on their initial in order to motive, stock of experiences, capacities, and resources, and any beliefs, will, capacities and resources they can acquire from that starting point. There can be no guarantee that an actor can acquire the capacities and external resources they require to successfully act on the beliefs and will they can acquire. In other words, it is conceivable for an actor to have interests they cannot satisfy. But an actor's interests are defined from that actor's perspective, not from an observer's perspective. The steps that an actor takes in pursuit of their in-order-to motive may include an experience of recognition. An actor can then want to be moved all the way to exercise the qualities for which they are recognized. That may create new interests. They may be more prepared than before to adopt the means for something they want to achieve, despite the fact that their adoption is undesirable in some other respect. The beliefs and will that an actor can acquire need not be confined, moreover, to the discovery of means that better serve the achievement of their in-order-to motive as a bearer of one or more types of interaction, or to greater determination in the pursuit of that in-order-to motive, or to renewed belief in it. The horizon of an actor's possible practical awareness may exceed the horizon of their initial in-order-to motive. An actor's possible practical awareness records a potential to acquire new in-order-to motives. By virtue of A's possible practical awareness, A may be able to evaluate action that forms no part of the interaction, S, of which they are the bearer as having a value that is independent of, or more important than, the value A places on their in-order-to motive as a bearer of such interaction, S. A may prioritize action to which their in-order-to motive as a bearer has led them, over action that defines them as a bearer. To ascertain that an actor's possible practical awareness includes all the beliefs and interests they would have to act on, to achieve a certain goal, is not to predict that they will act to achieve it, or to say that they will succeed if they do. It may be that, in the normal course of things, many actors will simply continue to pursue their initial in-order-to motive as a bearer of one or more types of interaction. But in respect of an actor's possible practical awareness, it is not a matter of what this or that proletarian, or even the whole proletariat, for the time being regards as its aim. 148 as Marx puts it in The Holy Family. It is a matter of objective possibility. There is no inconsistency in affirming a standpoint while believing that, in the normal course of things, few will approach its horizon, or that there will be few occasions on which its horizon will be approached, no more than a Rawlsian need admit to a problem in their theory of justice just by virtue of believing that, in the normal course of things, few will adopt the original position. To generate a standpoint, a type of actor must be able to undergo a distinctive learning process, in which they acquire all the beliefs and interests they would have to act on, to apply a principle to a domain of action that should be applied to that domain. If the system of capitalist production engenders a rights antinomy, therefore, in which two types of actor assert antinomic rights, it is possible to consider whether a standpoint can arise from the distinctive learning process set in train by one type of actor's position in and practical response to the rights antinomy. 149 The rights antinomy also provides a measure if interest privilege a type if actor age interest privilege if by virtue of their position in the rights antinomy, they can acquire the beliefs and interests they would have to act on, to will a principle that resolves the rights antinomy. If, moreover, the system of capitalist production contains real abstractions, it is possible to ask whether these real abstractions compound the distinctiveness of this learning process. For if a type of interaction is characterized by a real abstraction, and one type of actor, unlike their counterpart, has an interest in acting on the knowledge that that real abstraction reveals, then that actor will have a distinctive learning process. 7. The rights antinomy, recognition, and union organization. The rights antinomy is the first form in which the antagonistic interdependency of class in itself is expressed. Unregulated production with wage labor for continuous money maximization must lead to excessive labor, and the first response of a wage laborer who, like the capitalist, adopts the self-conception of a self-owner sustained by generalized purchase and sale, is to implicitly assert a right to a limited working day, by unilaterally snatching free time. The all-important question, the question that Lukács poses is, how far it lies in the nature of the interests of a given class to go beyond this immediacy. 150 In other words, to what extent is the rights antinomy a productive antinomy? The above denial of the capitalist class interest claim in the abstract suggests that, if either party to the right's antinomy is to undergo a macro-level learning process creating an interest in a principle that can be recommended on the impartial ground that antinomies in the social world ought to be resolved, it will be the wage laborer. Perhaps this learning process can bear out the German ideology's claim that proletarians only approach this revolutionary unity JF through a long process of development, a process of development in which the appeal to their right also plays a role. This appeal to their right is simply a means to make them into a they. 151. This passage does not say that appeals to right are without effect. 152. On the contrary, it asserts that workers' appeals to rights can serve to promote revolutionary unity. Nonetheless, it displays an instrumental attitude to workers' appeals to rights. The premises of this instrumental attitude are: I. Workers' appeals to rights can make the working class a they, that is, organize them and give rise to a spirit of recognition among them. 2. There is more to value in this result than in the appeals to rights that initially give rise to it. The rights antinomy identified in Capital suggests a qualified defense of I. 2. If two rights form an antinomy, a critical distance from them is a rational requirement, to avoid the skeptical hopelessness or dogmatic stubbornness 153 that an antinomy can produce. It is permissible for this critical distance to translate into an instrumental attitude to the right asserted in the antithesis if workers, by virtue of their position in and practical response to the right's antinomy, can unite in a spirit that suggests a principle with which they can resolve it. In Capital's presentation of the right's antinomy, the proof of the thesis is assigned to a capitalist, while the proof of the antithesis is voiced by a worker. That pairing is a result of their initial in order to motives. A capitalist's pursuit of continuous money maximization leaves them indifferent to who supplies the labor. They must construe the payment of value and the recognition of self-ownership, in any given purchase of labor power, to apply to that sale as a single sale. They cannot entertain any concern the worker raises in respect of future periods, for which they have yet to hire them. By contrast, a wage laborer's in order to motive of working in return for a wage in order to live gives them an interest in continuing to be able to sell their labor power for the duration of their working life. A wage leaves them dependent on the sale of their labor power for future periods. It is in their interest to construe the payment of value and the recognition of their self-ownership, in any given purchase of labor power, to apply to that sale as a sale in an ongoing series of sales of their labor power. To that end, the worker must assert a right to a limited working day that puts a stop to the theft of their property. For as long as a wage laborer performs successive labor, a capitalist believes that self-ownership is recognized, while a wage laborer experiences a lack of recognition as a self-owner. To demand their recognition as a self-owner, the worker must assert a right to a limited working day. But as their appeal to a right to a limited working day is met by a capitalist's appeal to their right to an unlimited working day, and each of these appeals is licensed by the nature of commodity exchange, neither the capitalist nor the government volunteers to recognize the worker's right. A worker can only obtain recognition as a self-owner if they are prepared to struggle for it. Between a capitalist and a worker, the silent compulsion of economic circumstances seals the domination of the capitalist over the worker. 154 If anyone may hire anyone, workers must compete with each other for jobs that not all are guaranteed to get, but on which, if labor power is purchased at value, each immediately depends. This leaves an individual worker with insufficient bargaining power, in the form of credible warnings and/or promises about the future, to negotiate a limited working day, when a capitalist has the power to fire and hire. Paradoxically, a worker cannot obtain recognition as a self-owner by themselves. If a capitalist firm has greater bargaining power than an individual worker, and it is the capitalist firm that initiates production, its bargaining advantage can only be eroded as an unintended consequence of its exercise of this initiative. Indeed, one way to maximize monetary returns is to increase the scale of production, which increases the number of wage laborers hired. Insofar as cooperation in an enlarged division of labor brings efficiency savings, such moves tend to impose a certain minimum size of workforce on competitors as well. Each capitalist firm in a given branch then employs a number of wage laborers, and is as interested in increasing the degree of exploitation of the one as it is of the other. That circumstance reduces the capitalist's bargaining advantage. If the bargaining power of an entire workforce to withdraw all its labor at once is a greater threat to the firm's continuous money maximization, the larger the workforce. As Marx's instructions for the delegates of the Provisional General Council remark, the only social power of the workmen is their number. 155 To the extent that a workforce has power in number, a limited working day in the firm is a workforce-specific social interest. In the face of an individual worker's lack of bargaining power, each member of a workforce can only satisfy their interest in a limited working day by obtaining a limit for all workers across the firm. But Marx's instructions add, the force of numbers, however, is broken by disunion. 156 Even a single workforce is divided by competition for jobs, and by advancement in the hierarchy of command. If a workforce ceased to overcome those divisions and to act jointly to limit its working day, that can only be because there are factors relativizing those sources of division. Two real abstractions may have this effect. One is that a capitalist firm treats all the wage laborers it hires as if they had no determinate end, beyond receipt of a wage, by attaching no conditions to its use. Yet it must know that wage laborers have a further end to pursue, individual reproduction. For wage laborers to become aware of that real abstraction is for them to become aware of their firm's common indifference to their reproduction. Second, a capitalist firm must correct any behavior or delay within its workforce that hampers its total output, calculated in light of likely future behavior. It must exercise its commanding power to that end, as if its workforce intended that calculated target, although it must know that the contract to which each wage laborer agrees is merely an input for this calculation. For wage laborers to become aware of that real abstraction is for them to become aware of their firm's common indifference to their will. The members of a workforce pursue a workforce-specific social interest in a limited working day in the firm by engaging in collective bargaining. Collective bargaining is based on an agreement between the members of a workforce. The latter agree with one another to cease contracting with a third party, the employer, until his offer meets certain conditions. 157 The agreement facilitates the raising of a threat to collectively withdraw labor power from some capitalist, without offering it to any other. 158 To bargain collectively, the members of a workforce must agree to refrain from selling their labor power to their employer until a particular condition is met for all. If each member of the workforce can believe in the greater bargaining power of a larger number, then, whether or not any member believes that there is a duty on each member to redress the workforce disadvantage of excessive labor, each has an interest to act in accordance with what a belief in that duty would require. Marx remarks in Notes on Wagner that commodity exchangers already do this act as if they recognize one another while offering their goods to one another and reaching agreement on the deal. 159 By the same token, in seeking to agree to bargain collectively for a limited working day in the firm, the members of a workforce begin to recognize one another as entitled to, and as prepared to bargain collectively for, a limited working day. They are genuinely recognized by one another as entitled to a limited working day, for each can believe of every other member that every other member, like them, regards the objective of their agreement, a limited working day, as something to which every member is entitled. Each can believe this of every other, as each knows that every other could make the same argument they made in asserting the antithesis of the right's antinomy. They are genuinely recognized by one another as prepared to bargain collectively, because each also knows that every other regards this preparedness, signaled in the act of agreeing to bargain collectively, as a preparedness to consciously seek a valued objective. If, by seeking to agree to bargain collectively, the members of a workforce recognize one another in these respects, then each is recognized as having an equal basis to complain if their objective is foiled on account of any member's violation of the agreement to bargain collectively. It is not only one particular individual within the group, to the exclusion of others, who may complain. The dudatorkedness, the preparedness to bargain collectively satudathathuhal. To undermine this preparedness would be to undermine a valued property of the workforce. Each member also has a reason to articulate a belief in a duty to recognize the preparedness to bargain collectively. Its articulation reinforces how each has acted in agreeing to bargain collectively. Each can believe that violations of the agreement are less likely to occur if a belief in this duty is articulated. Those who conform to the principles they know others believe will be encouraged to conform to it. Indeed, it is possible for members of a workforce to regard disunion created by those among them who have yet to agree to bargain collectively as a wrong. What makes this possible is an author recognition tension in a voluntary agreement whose objective is to bring about a type of equality among those who conclude it. Through a voluntary agreement whose objective is to bring about such an equality, a difference can arise between a. the original beliefs its authors have concerning what entitles them to conclude the agreement, why its objective ought to be realized, and what binds each to pursue it, and b. what each recognizes the others as soon as agreement is sought. B. may supply an alternative reason for each to believe that they are entitled to make the agreement, or that its objective ought to be realized, or that each is bound to pursue it. A tension exists if, in any of these respects, the alternative reason is incompatible with the original belief. In the case of workplace collective bargaining for a limited working day in the firm, a difference arises between the answer to, what does a member of the workforce believe entitles them to agree to bargain collectively for a limited working day, why is the objective to be realized, and what binds each to pursue it, answer, self-ownership in a voluntary agreement, and the answer to, what do members of the workforce begin to recognize one another as soon as they seek to agree to bargain collectively for a limited working day, answer, a sequel entitled to and prepared to bargain collectively for a limited working day. What this mutual recognition adds is members' positive evaluation of one another's preparedness to bargain collectively. If a preparedness to bargain collectively for a limited working day in the firm is valued, a belief may arise that it is of sufficient value that those who display it are owed assistance from others who have a capacity to assist, and who would be relieved of the same disadvantage were the objective achieved. The idea that this assistance was owed could only be resisted on the basis that all duties must be assumed voluntarily, or that the objective could be achieved by other means. But the former belief is discredited in the eyes of workforce collective bargainers by the fact that it echoes the capitalists' argument for the thesis of the rights antinomy, which they are committed to oppose, and the latter belief is also discredited, in light of the imbalance of bargaining power at the individual level. In the case of workforce collective bargaining for a limited working day in the firm, the author recognition tension is productive of a new belief. It allows members of a workforce to believe that members of a workforce ought to assist any critical mass of co-workers who decide to bargain collectively for a limited working day. Insofar as this assistance must take the form of agreeing to bargain collectively, the author recognition tension is productive of a belief that there is a duty on each member to redress the workforce disadvantage of excessive labor by bargaining collectively. A duty to redress a group disadvantage is distinct from solidarity. Solidarity isal so kind of to detathuhal. But solidarity isa to detathuhal reciprocated by the whole to each. If X equals a disadvantage, and Y equals action to redress that disadvantage, the concept of solidarity is, if any member of a group acquires X, each member has a duty to Y, if they can assist. 160 A duty to redress a group disadvantage, by contrast, has the form, if every member of a group acquires X, each member has a duty to Y, if they can assist, and if a critical mass of other members is prepared to redress X. A belief in a duty to redress a group disadvantage can generate a belief in a duty of solidarity, however, through the possibility for anyone who discharges it to be singled out for punishment. A workforce's attempt to limit its working day cannot succeed, however. The prospective gain for any firm in abandoning any voluntary limit on working hours would increase, at the expense of firms maintaining a limit. With every increase in the number of firms maintaining it. Collective bargaining by a workforce for a limited working day must reveal a firm's resistance to a limited working day, on account of the competitive handicap it would bring for that firm. According to the aforementioned instructions for the delegates of the Provisional General Council, trades unions originally sprang up from the spontaneous attempts of workmen at removing or at least checking that competition among workers (JF), in order to conquer such terms of contract as might raise them at least above the condition of mere slaves. 161. Slaves have no right to a limited working day. So, although wage laborers are free agents, their condition may still have something in common with slaves: excessive labor. One reason to say that workers form unions to raise themselves above the condition of mere slaves is if workers form unions to resist excessive labor. If excessive labor is to lead workers to form a union, ununionist workers must be able to believe that all the workers of their trade are more likely to obtain a limited working day in their branch of production, than all the members of their workforce are to limit the working day of their employer. They can believe this, if workplace collective bargaining has failed, and branch-level collective bargaining has yet to be attempted. The strength of that belief must also outweigh the costs and difficulties of maintaining a union, however. So to some extent, the workers who are led to form a union must believe that it is important for the workers of their trade to in a limited working day in their branch of production. One reason for workers to believe this is their occupational identity. Occupational identities arise from occupational confinement, such as the system of capitalist production induces. 162 Occupational identities move actors to action by the value they bestow on themselves, as practitioners of an occupation on which value is bestowed. In the context of a struggle against the firms of a particular branch of production, an occupational identity can provide a source of worth separate from and opposed to the identity of any firm whose excessive labor is to be limited. By prematurely ruining the labor power of workers in a given trade, excessive labor ruins the power to perform such work that those who embrace its occupational identity can identify and value. From the perspective of an occupational identity, fellow workers of a trade, employed in other firms, are entitled to nothing less than the members of one's own workforce. A shared occupational identity allows workers who believe in a duty on all members of their workforce to redress the workforce disadvantage of excessive labor, if they can assist, and a critical mass of co-workers are prepared to redress it, to believe that there is a duty on all workers of their trade to redress the general disadvantage of excessive labor in their trade, if they can assist, and a critical mass of workers in the trade are prepared to redress it. But if the members of various workforces of a given trade can believe in a duty on all workers in that trade to redress the disadvantage of excessive labor in their trade, they can value a union that acts in the name of all the workers of their trade, as a means to coordinate their efforts to limit the working day in their trade, even, perhaps, to the extent of putting up with the costs and difficulties of maintaining the union. Attempts by individual unions to limit the working day in their branch of production face a problem, however. Just as an unlimited working day in a small minority of firms gives them an individual advantage vis-à-vis their competitors, so an unlimited working day in a small minority of branches would allow firms in those branches to reap a higher than average profit. Again, therefore, capitalist competition will unravel any voluntary agreement between an individual union and trade representatives to limit the working day in a single branch of production. The formation of trade unions can nonetheless lead to new beliefs, not only from an evaluation of their failures, but also on account of the capacities that their formation first creates. The formation of individual trade unions makes it possible to form a point of union in a National Association of United Trades. 163 That prospect allows union members to believe that it is more likely that a legal limit on the working day could be obtained for all if an association of unions were formed than that the union wills its members' sectional interest in a limited working day in their branch of production. They can believe a thought were a general legal limit on working hours to be declared, and violations reliably and timely enforced and adequately sanctioned, each firm could rest assured that no route to continuous money maximization required it to violate that limit. In his economic manuscripts of 1861-63, Marx reports, the struggle had first to assume the form of a class struggle, and thereby provoke the intervention of state power, before the daily total labor time received certain limits. 164 A struggle over excessive labor whose first form is provided by individuals' antinomic rights claims only assumes the form of a class struggle, that is, the form of a struggle between classes each of which is a class for itself one shared a conditions. Workers' objective in this struggle must be to advance their class-specific social interest in a general legal norm limiting working hours. The pursuit of this objective must enjoy, formally and/or in spirit, the backing of an organization that all workers can recognize to act in the name of their class. No struggle is a class struggle unless workers can recognize it as a struggle of their class, for which it must enjoy, formally and/or in spirit, the backing of an organization that all workers can recognize to act in their name. Finally, this struggle must be waged vis-a-vis a representative government that is recognized by capitalists as guaranteeing their class interest, by guaranteeing the status quo. Workers can recognize an association of unions as an organization of their class by virtue of the mutual recognition that begins with its foundation. Already by forming an association of unions to bring about a general legal limit on the working day, each associated union recognizes every other as entitled to a limited working day, and as prepared to support the association. Associated unions genuinely mutually recognize one another as entitled to a limited working day, for each knows that every other associated union could make the same type of argument it made for preserving its members' power to perform their type of work. Associated unions genuinely mutually recognize one another as prepared to support the association, because each knows that every other regards this preparedness, signaled in the act of agreeing to join the association, as a preparedness to consciously seek a valued objective. Indeed, each associated union has a reason to articulate a belief in a duty on all associated unions to redress the working class disadvantage of excessive labor. The articulation of that duty reinforces how each has acted in negotiating the formation of the association. Each can believe that a violation of the association is less likely to occur if a belief in that duty is articulated. The effects of mutual recognition in the formation of an association of unions extend to ordinary union members. If a worker of a given trade is able to identify themselves with their union by virtue of their occupational identity, then a worker of a trade whose union is accepted into an association of unions can identify themselves with an association that their union joins as an equal. From this newly acquired perspective, the workers of one trade of the association are owed nothing less than those of any other trade. A belief in a duty on all workers of a trade to redress excessive labor in their trade, if they can and a critical mass of other workers in that trade are prepared to do so, can become a belief in a duty on all workers of various trades to redress the working class disadvantage of excessive labor, if they can, and a critical mass of other workers are prepared to do so. Moreover, associated unions are committed to allowing any further union to join the association, and so to partake in offering and receiving support. Each knows that any worker can assert the antithesis of the right's antinomy, and that any trade union can make the same type of argument the associated unions made for preserving its members' power to perform their type of work. Hence, each knows that there is no reason not to recognize any union as an associated union, if it is prepared to support the association. If the association is seen to welcome, on these terms, any union as an associated union, it can be recognized as an organization of the working class. It can speak in the name of the working class on account of a belief that even those workers who have not joined it, can and ought to join it, to redress a working class disadvantage. By maintaining an openness based on a criterion created by the mutual recognition in its formation, an association of unions enables the working class to become a class for itself. The formal terms of an association of unions need not, however, settle the scope of a duty to redress working class disadvantages. Any voluntary agreement whose objective is a type of equality among those who conclude it may give rise to a formal spirit tension as well as an author recognition tension. A formal spirit tension is a tension between the formal terms of an agreement, the terms that have in fact been agreed upon, and the terms that ought to be agreed by those who recognize one another as its authors recognize one another. A formal term is in the spirit of an agreement if it can be viewed as a term that ought to be agreed by those who recognize one another as entitled to, and prepared to bring about, what all authors of the agreement are owed. If a formal term can be assessed in this way, then so can any merely hypothetical term. One may ask of any term, formally approved or not, whether it falls within this spirit. A tension arises between the formal terms of an agreement, and its spirit, if the spirit of an agreement licenses terms that have not been formally agreed, or if it cannot license terms that have been formally agreed. If unions agree to form an association of unions, a formal spirit tension takes the form of a tension between the answers to the questions, what are the formally agreed terms of the association of unions, and what terms ought, now, to be agreed by unions that recognize one another as prepared to support an association of unions in the pursuit of what all its members are owed. A tension between the formal terms and the spirit of an association of unions could arise if, say, its spirit licensed the association to use means that its formal terms prohibit, illegal means, for example, or if the formal terms narrowly focus on one objective, ending excessive labor, but ignore others, ending dangerous labor or unequal pay. Accordingly, even if a struggle is only a class struggle if it enjoys the backing of an organization that can be recognized as a class organization, such backing need not be formal. Any class-specific social interest counts as an objective of a class struggle if it is articulated and accepted as an objective of struggle by those who recognize one another as prepared to support an association of unions in the pursuit of what all its members are owed. It is not necessary to offer a criterion for judging when an objective qualifies as an objective of a class struggle to insist that the conditions for working class struggle do not allow its scope to be formally limited in advance. 8. Working class movements. The conditions for working class struggle just outlined are also conditions of what Marx calls a working class movement. Marx writes in a letter to Friedrich Bolt, "Every movement in which the working class, as a class, confronts the ruling classes, and seeks to compel them by pressure from without, is a political movement. E.g. the attempt to enforce a restriction of labor time Beschränkung der Arbeitszeit upon individual capitalists in a single factory, or even in a single trade, through strikes etc., is a purely economic movement. By contrast, the movement to compel an 8-hour etc. law is a political movement. And in this way, from all the isolated economic movements of workers, a political movement springs up, i.e. a movement of the class, to implement its interests in a general form, in a form with general, socially binding force. 165. A movement is a number of actions interlinked in the beliefs of the participants in the latest action. At least some of its participants must be able to recollect previous actions as attempts to achieve the same goal and to conceive of future reactions to thought goal. That is relatively straightforward if the objective is a change in the law. A statute law ties legal consequences to general antecedent conditions, without temporal limitation. A participant in a movement whose objective is a change in the law recollects previous actions or projects future actions as attempts to achieve the same goal by recollecting or projecting such actions as attempts to bring about the same type of legal advantage for the same type of actor. A movement is a working class movement, therefore, if the participants in its latest action can regard that action, and actions they recollect and project as having the same goal, as enjoying, formally or in spirit, the backing of an association of unions, and as aiming at a change in the law that would redress a working class disadvantage. A working class movement becomes a political movement, however, only if it exerts pressure from without on a ruling class. A class is a ruling class if it can count on constituted power being exercised to observe its members' instructions and/or to accede to its members' bargaining power, and not, or only exceptionally, to observe the instructions or to accede to the bargaining power of an opposed class. The capitalist class is a ruling class, therefore, notwithstanding the formal independence of representative government, if it can count on the latter heeding the instructions its members issue through employer associations or ownership of the press, and/or if it can count on its members' power of investment to ensure that the government will anticipate and tailor its policies to its members' interests, to achieve its own goals. 166 To compel a representative government by pressure from without is to challenge the power of the capitalist class as a ruling class by demanding that the government take particularst betwudotherwise reluctant to take an account of the power of the capitalist class. To hand in a petition is to acknowledge that its recipient is to have the final say. To apply pressure from without is to act as if one believes that it is justified to instruct a representative government to take a particular step. That when features that a working class movement must display to count, for Marx, as a political movement, mirror the double nature of the challenge posed by use of the press and associations to oppose monarchical sovereignty. 167 A working class movement is political not just by virtue of what it seeks, but how it seeks it. A movement has no formal power to instruct a representative government, of course. Elections are the only context in which representative institutions lead representatives to regard their claim to represent the people to be challengeable. The participants in a movement can only regard it as entitled to instruct a representative government by regarding it as entitled to sanction the government's non-observance of its demand. For that, it must reserve to itself the right to commit acts of civil disobedience in the event of the government's non-observance of its demand. A working class movement applies pressure from without, then, if its participants invoke the backing of an association of unions to raise a credible warning about how its power may be used to inconvenience government if no concession is made to the movement's demands. A working class movement must resort to pressure from without, to the extent that it must create a counterweight to ruling class power. The existence of a ruling class will tend to render ineffective forms of mass action, such as mass petitioning that stop short of pressure from without, when their objective is to redress a working class disadvantage. An extra-parliamentary class movement can succeed in prompting reforms, Marx here implies, because a representative government may be swayed by capitalists' concessionary response to its pressure. 9a Resolution of both antinomies. Can participation in a working class movement to limit the working day suggest a principle with which to resolve the right's antinomy? A type of actor can resolve an antinomy if they can conceive of and will a principle with which to resolve it. A participant in a working class movement to limit the working day can will a principle, if participation in this movement provides them with a positive reason to will it. To resolve an antinomy, it is necessary to reject a common premise of both of the proofs while better satisfying any need expressed in but separable from a rejected premise. For a working class movement to exist, its participants must be able to believe that it is backed, formally and/or in spirit, by an organization that is recognized as a class organization. They can therefore formulate the concept of a duty to redress a working class disadvantage. They formulate this concept by abstracting from the content of the movement, and focusing on the form of a class organization's commitment to it. They then have the concept, if every member of the working class acquires a disadvantage, each member of the working class has a duty to redress it, if they can, and a critical mass of workers is prepared to redress it. The concept of a duty to redress a working class disadvantage is a stepping stone to a principle with which to resolve the right's antinomy. If a duty to redress a working class disadvantage requires each worker to redress a disadvantage acquired by every worker, it presupposes that that duty can conceivably be discharged by all workers. Only if all those bound by a duty can conceivably discharge it caniac subjectoit. There can benajit yonalto do what all cannot conceivably do. The concept of a duty to redress a working class disadvantage suggests a test of universalisability, if only as a limit on what the duty to redress a working class disadvantage may entail. The concept of a duty to redress a working class disadvantage is a stepping stone to a resolution of the right's antinomy, because the latter can be resolved with the aid of a universalisability principle. On the recognition and self-ownership interpretation of the right's antinomy, both the proof of a right to an unlimited working day and the proof of a right to a limited working day rest on two premises. 1. Commodities may only be purchased for a price proportional to value. 2. Commodity exchangers are to recognize one another as self-owners. A universalisability principle can be used to resolve the right's antinomy if it can be used to reject one or other of these premises. Consider how a universalisability principle can be used to reject premise 2. 2. Can be rejected by rejecting the adethetic person has exclusive property in their parts and capacities, and is therefore to be recognized as such. A universalisability principle can be used to reject 2. Because it entails that no one may do what everyone cannot conceivably achieve, even if such action would not interfere with anyone's self-ownership. No one is to be recognized as a self-owner, for that would be to recognize a license to do what everyone cannot conceivably achieve. All rights claims based on an appeal to the recognition of self-ownership must then be rejected. As both rights of the right's antinomy rest on an appeal to the recognition of self-ownership in commodity exchange, both must then be rejected. A universalisability principle also undermines premise 1. A universalisability principle can be used to reject 1. By rejecting the system of which 1. Is but a part, if the conditions under which 1. Can apply are the conditions of a system that reinforces the pursuit of a maxim that cannot be universalist. For it to be a law that commodities are purchased at prices proportional to value, labor power must be a commodity, and be purchased for a wage that purchases the means of reproducing labor power. These are the conditions of the system of capitalist production. If labor power generally is purchased for this wage, a competitive dynamic will lead wage labor to be put to work for continuous money maximization. But not all firms and all wage laborers can simultaneously maximize their monetary wealth by performing the functions of capital and wage labor. 168 If 1 is but a component of a system that reinforces the pursuit of continuous money maximization, which cannot be universalist, 1 can be rejected on the same basis as 2. A participant in a working class movement to limit the working day can will the principle that a system reinforced and that cannot be universalist is prohibited. First of all, this principle is consistent with participation in a working class movement. It is not contrary to this principle to discharge a duty to redress a working class disadvantage by participating in a movement. Yet something more needs to be said, for it is not consistent with all of the premises of the antithesis of the right's antinomy that there is a right to a limited working day. Assertion of this right allowed workers to recognize one another as equally entitled to a limited working day in the first place. If a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day is to be able to will a principle that requires them to reject the premises of the proof of this right, it must serve to fill the void left by abandoning the right's claim it undermines. It must supply an independent justification for the movement's objective. The justification supplied by a system universalisability principle is, a limit on the working day in capitalist firms is a restriction of money maximization, and hence a restriction of the pursuit of what no one is permitted to do. It is consistent with a commitment to a movement to limit the working day to will this principle, for it offers a participant a non-rights-based reason to value their participation in it. A participant in a working class movement to limit the working day also has a more positive reason to will the principle that a system reinforced and that cannot be universalist is prohibited. For it is relevant for them to resolve the right's antinomy. If the thesis and antithesis of the right's antinomy rest on the same premises, anyone who articulates one of its proofs cannot entirely escape the intellectual force of the other. A doubt about either argument must remain, if these rights form an antinomy. In the workers' case, this doubt could affect the resoluteness with which they prosecute their interest in a limited working day by participating in a movement to limit it. As the principle that a system reinforced and that cannot be universalist is prohibited offers a non-antinomic reason to participate in a working class movement to limit the working day, a participant in this movement has a positive reason to adopt it, to have a principle with which they can value their participation in it without the doubt induced by appeal to a right that is part of an antinomy. This is not the end of the matter, however. As the system universalisability principle condemns the system of capitalist production, it is necessary to show that a participant in a working class movement has a reason to condemn the system of capitalist production, to show that they have a positive reason to adopt it, and to show that the need for recognition that is separable from premise 2, can be better satisfied, if not only 2, is rejected, but the system of capitalist production is abolished. It is necessary, in other words, to show that the revolutionary watchword, abolition of the wages system, 169 voices an interest of a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day. The latter has an interest in the abolition of the system of capitalist production if they can believe that its abolition would remove the cause of the type of effect that this movement seeks to cancel. For it is wearisome, as Marx writes in Value, Price, and Profit, to be fighting with effects, but not with the causes of those effects. 170 Consider, first, what the failure of workplace and trade-specific struggles to limit the working day that precede this working class movement reveals. It reveals that capitalist firms are compelled to impose excessive labor by the competitive handicap they would suffer if they did not impose it. If the compulsion to impose excessive labor is known to result from competition, it is known to be a tendency inherent to all capitalist firms, in the absence of legal limits preventing it. So, from these failures, a participant in the working class movement to limit the working day can believe a fatal capitalist firm sera indifferent to whom they hire, as long as one individual's labor is as good a means for their money maximization as the next's. In light of this, they can conclude that capitalist firms, both individually and collectively, will always oppose restrictions on labor contracts or taxes on their returns that seek to guarantee the reproduction of the current population of producers for no further reason than that they are producers, which is to say, whether or not the conditions of the labor market leave capitalist firms dependent on rehiring them. By implication, they can believe that any movement to guarantee their reproduction just as such will encounter capitalist firms' opposition. As long as the system of capitalist production remains, movements to guarantee current producers' reproduction for no further reason than that they are producers will have to struggle against it. Yet the movement to limit the working day to forestall excessive labor is but one such type of movement. It is but one such type of movement that an association of unions may support, in the pursuit of way to its members erode. So even if excessive labor is suspended by the success of a movement to limit the working day, any other measure to reproduce the current population of producers for no further reason than that they are producers that would place a restriction on labor contracts or a tax on firms will have to be fought for. Only if the system of capitalist production is itself abolished can the cause of such struggles be removed. A participant in a working class movement to limit the working day has a positive reason to adopt a principle that condemns the system of capitalist production, for its application would abolish the cause of the type of effect that it is foreseeable that working class movements like the one to limit the working day may always have to combat. The application of the system universalizability principle would also satisfy the need for recognition that is expressed in the form of premise 2. 2. Gives expression to the need for recognition in a form, self-ownership, that sustains an antinomy. While commodity exchangers cannot recognize one another in some other form, it is possible to satisfy the need for recognition in a form of production that lacks commodity exchange. Commodity exchange is an independent exchange, products exchange as separate products. As the exchange of commodities is not guided by a policy in respect of the total social product, there can be no recognition, in commodity exchange, of actors as members of society as a whole. In commodity exchange, recognition is founded on non-recognition, that is, on commodity possession. 171 The application of a system universalizability principle in the context of other principles of self-legislative human community could better satisfy the need for recognition, than, if such principles enable the recognition, in production, of actors as members of society. They do this if they inform a form of society in which actors engage in rewarding and evidently harmonious activity. For then actors are recognized as its members, in virtue of knowing that structures are in place that encourage them to contribute to a total product through rewarding and evidently harmonious activity. Foring knowing these each can asymptothers like them put a value on productive activities being harmonious, and so each can assume that they have more than just an instrumental status in valued others' ends. While a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day to forestall excessive labor can will a principle with which to resolve the rights antinomy even if it condemns capitalism, a capitalist cannot. It is impossible to will two incompatible states of affairs. As a capitalist pursues continuous money maximization, a capitalist cannot will anything that prohibits its pursuit. If the system universalizability principle is the only principle with which to resolve the rights antinomy, then the capitalist is not able to resolve it. If so, a participant in a working class movement has interest privilege over a capitalist, for only the former could will a principle that there is an impartial reason to apply, the latter being that of resolving an antinomy in the world's own principles. 172 Imagine for the sake of argument that a different defensible principle other than the system universalizability principle, could resolve the rights antinomy. The mere availability of such a principle would not compromise the existence of a standpoint of the proletariat. 173 To reject the claim of interest privilege, it would be necessary to argue that a capitalist is able to conceive of and will such a principle. This is denied. As argued in denying the capitalist class interest claim, the fact of excessive labor is not, in and of itself, contrary to the interest of the capitalist class. As excessive labor may accord with the capitalist class interest, a capitalist cannot be led by their class interest to develop an interest in a principle that, if applied, would root out the cause of excessive labor. Class interest does not give a capitalist a principled reason to reject any premises of the rights antinomy. Depending on the conditions of the labor market, the risks for public health or the levels of unrest that may be provoked, it may be advantageous for a capitalist class in a particular time and place to refrain from imposing excessive labor. But as it is only ever advantageous for a capitalist class to do so under certain contingent conditions, and not as a matter of principle, a capitalist cannot will to reject a premise of the rights antinomy by virtue of willing a principle. Hence, a capitalist cannot resolve the rights antinomy. The rights antinomy is not the only antinomy of the commodity form. The commodity form also generates an antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. 174 It seems to be the case both that government action is only justified if and because it guarantee natural rights, and thought government action is only justified if and because it is authorized by a decision of the people for equal liberty. It is a further question whether a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day can resolve this antinomy. Before asking whether a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day can affirm a principle with which to resolve the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization, a question of relevance arises. It is directly relevant for them to resolve the rights antinomy. A resolution of the rights antinomy removes a doubt that could only lessen their resoluteness in the pursuit of this movement's stated objective. By contrast, the relevance of a resolution of the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization may seem open to question. It is not this movement's express objective to remove a type of justification for government action. Yet it is still relevant for a participant in this movement to resolve the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. A working class movement to limit the working day is likely to confront conduct licensed by its thesis, and conduct licensed by its antithesis. It is likely to confront government inaction justified by non-interference in the natural right of contract, and police measures to curtail a movement whose objective is to restrict equal liberty, even, perhaps, at the cost of its participants' rights. To the extent that a working class movement confronts actions that draw on each of these justifications, a resolution of the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization can only embolden its participants. As a resolution of the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization is relevant for a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day, we can turn to the question of whether they possess the concept and the will to resolve it. To resolve an antinomy, it is necessary to reject one or more of its premises. In the case of the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization, both proofs rest on the premises, each individual has an exclusive claim to their parts and capacities, and government action is justified in relation to this. So, the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization rests on a premise similar to premise 2 of the rights antinomy, both posit self-ownership. The system universalizability principle used to reject 2 can also, therefore, be used to reject a premise of the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. If the same principle can be used to reject premises of both antinomies, the argument for why a participant in the working class movement to limit the working day has the concept and will to resolve the rights antinomy is also an argument to the effect that they can reject a premise of the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. An antinomy is only resolved, however, by showing that any need separable from it can be better satisfied after the rejected premise is rejected. If a need for constituted power under a constitution remains even after both antinomies of the commodity form are avoided, it is necessary to show that, if the premise of self-ownership is rejected, government action can be justified in some other way. Even if constituted power is to operate under the kind of communal constitution 175 Marx praised in the Civil War in France, it requires some sort of justification. A participant in a working class movement to limit the working day is committed to popular sovereignty, in virtue of the fact that this informal movement applies pressure from without vis-a-vis a representative form of government to achieve its end. So, the justification of government action to be given after both antinomies of the commodity form are avoided must be consistent not only with a resolution of the rights antinomy, but also with popular sovereignty. The resolution of the rights antinomy rests on a duty to the whole, the system universalizability principle. So, to resolve the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization, it must be possible to justify a government that upholds a duty to the whole as normatively more fundamental than rights as a more radical realization of popular sovereignty. Just as a need for recognition can be said to be better satisfied if recognition is freed from non-recognition, so a need for a popular constituted power can be said to be better satisfied if it is freed from something opposed to popular sovereignty. A government is no longer based on something opposed to popular sovereignty if it ceases to presuppose an executive power in charge of a government administration whose spirit is bureaucratic authority. For if the aim of lawmaking is to regulate social life, to have laws implemented in a spirit opposed to the spirit in which they are proclaimed is for the people to have alienated its will in respect of their implementation. A government that upholds a duty to the whole as normatively more fundamental than rights can free popular sovereignty from what is opposed to it, by enforcing duties to the whole that make all its powers public powers. All that remains is to relate the possibility of resolving both antinomies to the thesis of political awareness from without. In What is to be done, Lenin advances the thesis that workers can acquire class political awareness only from without their movements to improve their terms of employment. 176 The thesis admits of two versions, however. The strong version says that both a. the sociological understanding required for the comprehensive context-dependent judgment of bads, and b. the capacity to identify and order bad principles from a revolutionary socialist point of view, can only be acquired by workers from without the movements to improve their terms of employment. The weak version merely says that a. can only be acquired by workers from without such movements. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis rejects the strong version of the thesis of political awareness from without. Workers' position in and practical response to the rights antinomy allow a participant in a working-class movement to limit working day to resolve both antinomies from the revolutionary socialist point of view of the system universalisability principle, which rests on the value of social humanity. 177 Not all of the conditions for class political awareness must be acquired from without the movements to improve workers' terms of employment. To be sure, the limited goals of movements to improve workers' terms of employment do not require participants to reflect on all the conditions of life they would need to grasp to take an informed public stance on every issue. That being said, the thesis of political awareness from without is of limited value. The tricky part is to explain, by appeal to antinomy, real abstraction, and recognition, why its strong version is false. As a first step, the problem of labor time 178 must be singled out from other terms of employment, such as wages. The thesis of political awareness from without is as much an unclear statement of a problem as a thesis. Conclusion. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis connects capitalist production, the state, and classes through a conception of interaction, recognition and antinomy. Rather than recapitulate the overall argument of the thesis, the significance of three specific points may be brought out, concerning the nature and injustice of exploitation, the derivation of the state, and the transition from class in itself to class for itself. The first suggests a novel explanation for analytical Marxism's total disappearance. 1. Exploitation and injustice. Production with wage labor for continuous money maximization was characterized as exploitative by adopting a system universalisability conception of exploitation. As this conception of exploitation rests on a system-level universalisability test, it raises the challenge of explaining why some maxims cannot be thought as universal laws of human nature. An interactional account of a social relation suggests an answer. A maxim may require another to perform a standard action of social affecting to the one who adopts it. The conception of a hypothetical world that includes a maxim's counterpart universal law of human nature will contain a logical contradiction if this standard action of social affecting is incompatible with how others must act once the maxim is known to be permissible, and adopted by all who satisfy its conditions. To characterize capital as exploitative, there must be a logical contradiction in the conception of a hypothetical world that includes the universal law of human nature. Everyone, when their monetary wealth is at stake, cannot but put their possessions to economic use, and cannot but thereby maximize their monetary wealth. Thesis whether all capitalist firms and those who perform the function of wage labor can maximize their monetary wealth, just by virtue of these functions. Wage laborers cannot succeed, owing to capitalist firms' money-maximizing response. Marx's value theory is relevant for a conception of capitalist labor exploitation, for its distinction between use value and value explains why this is so. The system universalizability conception of exploitation facilitates a system universalizability principle of justice, which says, exclusive advantages obtained by pursuing system-reinforced ends that cannot be universalist are unjust. A system universalizability principle is a principle of justice if it is enforceable, and if it can be recommended on the basis that antinomies in the social world ought to be resolved. A system universalizability principle of justice condemns capitalism as unjust, because money maximization fails the system-level universalizability test. This principle of justice shows up the mistake in Cohen's argument that advocates of Marx's value theory can only believe that it can serve as a premise in an argument for the injustice of capitalist exploitation by embracing the different, and, according to Marx's value theory, false, view that labor and labor alone creates value. Point 2 On the system universalizability conception of exploitation, the argument for saying that capitalist production is exploitative is elaborated by distinguishing use value and value. It does not require a premise about the creation of value, such as the premise that producers create value, which, according to Marx's value theory, is false, since the socially necessary labor time that determines value is that required now, not that required when the commodity was produced. Point 3 Cohen's argument, supposedly a demolition for of the relevancy of Marx's value theory for a charge of exploitation against capitalism, is a symptom of Cohen's own false belief that exploitation rests on the premise that labor creates something. For Cohen, what matters, ideologically, is what creates that thing. 5 The product. Rather than confronting value-based charges of capitalist exploitation on their own terms, Cohen ungraciously saddled them all with a version of this belief. Cohen assumed that advocates of Marx's value theory could only concoct a charge of capitalist exploitation by illegitimately transferring this creation claim into the dimension of value, which is the object of this theory. Point 6 But a charge of capitalist exploitation need not rest on any creation claim. It may rest on a claim about the non-universalizability of a system-reinforced end. By supporting this claim, Marx's value theory supports a charge of exploitation against capitalism. The value underpinning the system universalizability principle of justice is the autonomy of social humanity. 7 Or self-legislative human community. The general concept of freedom as autonomy is freedom in obeying a self-given law. Human autonomy can be conceived at the level of a human community, for it is the human community that has the power to act universally. If autonomy is conceived at the level of a human community, it consists in acting in accordance with public principles that accurately reflect the harmonious dynamics of generalized relations. The system of capitalist production is contrary to self-legislative human community, because it is systematically divisive. One reason for believing that the system universalizability principle of justice can belong to a reconstruction of Marx's thought is that it reconciles two far less controversial commitments. No one could reasonably doubt that Marx advocated the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism in favor of a classless society initially based on enforceable principles that treat everyone equally in the relevant respect, or that he valued freedom. The system universalizability principle of justice, unlike many other principles, can reconcile the implications of these views. This is what the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem aim to test. Those who seek to overthrow a wealthy and powerful class must be prepared to, threaten to, use force against them, and to call on all their supporters to make sacrifices, for the sake of their objective. But for socialists like Marx, this entails a commitment to a principle of justice, for otherwise, the revolution is not a preparation for socialism. Further, for Marx, freedom requires an institutionalized awareness that individuals' rewarding activities are harmonious. This awareness presupposes public principles that accurately reflect harmonious social dynamics. As a legal code whose basic principle is a principle of right would tacitly recognize disharmonious social dynamics that are not publicly proclaimed, a free association cannot rest on such a legal code. Marx's commitments to socialist revolution and freedom in association can only be reconciled, therefore, by a principle of justice that avoids appeal to right. The system universalizability principle of justice answers to this need. Indeed, the interaction recognition antinomy thesis shows that Marx's writings suggest an argumentative strategy for affirming this principle that those who reject the idea that Marx affirms any principle of justice have not anticipated. For this argumentative strategy is consistent with believing that Marx does not condemn capitalism by appeal to eternal truths, moral goods, rights, or post-capitalist standards of distribution, that a principle of justice must be recommended on impartial grounds, and that the best society, for Marx, is beyond right and beyond justice. It has been repeatedly noted that questions of justice are irreducible to questions of rights. The enforcement of a duty need not give anyone a right, understood as an unconditional advantage. An analysis of the concept of use value and how it differs from the concept of an economic good allowed questions of justice to be posed as irreducible to questions of rights. The value of self. Legislative human community explains the importance of principles of justice that are not principles of rights. If a value underpins a principle of justice, the latter must be enforced in a form that respects this value. If freedom of choice is the value underpinning a principle of justice, this principle must be enforced in a form that allows individual preferences to be respected, namely, in the form of rights. But if the value that underpins a principle of justice is self-legislative human community, this principle need not be enforced in the form of rights. As the system universalizability principle of justice is underpinned by the value of self-legislative human community, it is not enforced in the form of rights. The account of the injustice of capitalism defended here is therefore distinct from all three existing positions within the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice, although it asks a different question. The question addressed in the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice is, did Marx think that capitalism is unjust? Three positions are defended. Marx was consistent in never condemning capitalism on grounds of justice or right. Marx consistently condemned capitalism as unjust by appeal to right. Marx condemned capitalism as unjust by appeal to right but did not always realize that he did so. The arguments for these positions all rest on two false premises. They rest on the false substantive premise that all duties have correlative rights, and on the false interpretive premise that capitalist exploitation belongs to the dimension of value. Marxists who believe that Marx is confused about justice are themselves confused about justice. Accordingly, it is possible to hold a fourth position, namely, Marx condemned the use of labor in capitalism as unjust, but did not condemn capitalism by appeal to right, and simply by virtue of this, Marx is not inconsistent. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis is compatible with taking this fourth position. But it is not addressed to the same question. A reconstruction extends an author's claims in a direction consistent with the text, to bring out an underlying thesis. It is distinct from an interpretation of what an author had in mind. The system universalizability principle of justice belongs to a reconstruction, because it justifies the Grundrist's description of labor for the capitalist as a usurpation of free time that wrongs society 8 by developing the thought behind its counterfactual thought experiment. As Marx never put these thoughts together, however, or connected them to capital's account of recognition and the rights antinomy, the system universalizability principle of justice is not offered as an interpretation. Rather, what the interaction recognition antinomy thesis says is that an assessment of the justice of capitalism that is of value to Marx's project and suggested by Marx's texts is, the use of laboring capitalism is unjust not with standard of a rights creating principle, but by a system universalizability principle of justice. 2 points in favor of this claim are that the interaction recognition antinomy thesis is able to offer a critique of capitalist labor domination and thestat of capitalist society from the perspective of the same value that underpins this principle, self-legislative human community, and that it is able to show that a participant in a working class movement can will this principle, to resolve the rights antinomy that capital describes. What may be added here is a note to diffuse a kind of skepticism towards the system universalizability principle of justice. A skeptic might hold that this principle imports an idea from Kant that is foreign to Marx. One response to this skepticism was given above. The system universalizability principle of justice can belong to a reconstruction of Marx's texts, because, without departing from Marx's value theory, it reconciles Marx's commitments to socialist revolution and freedom. One additional reason to regard this extension of Marx's texts as fruitful is that it can solve the exploitation and need problem. But a further response can be suggested. It is one thing to engage explicitly with a thinker and another to accept their premises. The argument for the system universalizability principle of justice engaged with Kant. Nonetheless, it rejects two features of Kant's thought that some contributions to the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice cannot claim to reject, even if they do not engage with Kant. Kant divides the doctrine of right and the doctrine of virtue on the basis that duties belonging to the former are grounded without appeal to ends. 9 Further, the universalizability test that belongs to Kant's Thesis an individual level test, not a system level test. The system universalizability principle of justice departs from Kant on both scores. It is a system level test that presupposes that a principle of justice can evaluate ends. By contrast, some contributions to the Anglophone debate on Marx and justice cannot claim to depart from Kant on these scores. Insofar as some contributions conclude that Marx condemns capitalism on grounds of distributive justice, Marx is not taken to raise a charge of injustice against capitalism based on an evaluation of ends. The charge Marx is taken to raise can be raised while holding that principles of justice abstract from ends. Moreover, insofar as authors like Cohen and Romer evaluate candidate principles of exploitation by their implications for two-person societies, and no two-person society can contain a system of relations, some contributions suppose that the Marxist charge of exploitation that is to be leveled against capitalism is not aimed at a system. The charge of exploitation these contributions defend is consistent with the anti-Marxist view that, contrary to hat Marx's in the prefacito first edition of Capital, principles of justice may make the individual responsible for relations was creature ethe socially remain. 11 On both these scores, the system universalizability principle of justice is both less Kantian and closer to Marx than some contemporary thinking about justice among Marx scholars that does not engage explicitly with Kant. If, as the Grundrisse claims, there is theft of alien fremder labor time 12 it must be possible for a principle of justice to evaluate ends. If, as the German ideology says, the central relations of exploitation are determined independently of the will of individuals by production as a whole 13 it must be possible to define capitalist labor exploitation at the level of a system. The further response to the skeptic of the system universalizability principle of justice who believes that it has too much of a Kantian whiff about it, therefore, is this: you cannot oppose the inclusion of the system universalizability principle of justice within a Marxist thesis on the grounds that it is too Kantian for a Marxist thesis only to return to a position that is tacitly even more Kantian. But how is that not the effect of opposing the inclusion of this principle in a Marxist thesis, if the consequence of opposingits inclusionistica return to conception of justice, whether positively taken up or negatively dismissed, that both abstracts from ends and focuses on individuals? 2. The disappearance of analytical Marxism. If a system universalizability principle of justice can belong to a Marxist thesis, it is possible to shatter the self-told narrative around the disappearance of analytical Marxism. Analytical Marxism has long ceased to be a live movement, of course. But it is one thing for analytical Marxism to cease as a live movement, and another for its influence on how Marx is read or viewed to die out. One reason to undermine the self-told narrative around analytical Marxism's disappearance is to embolden other Marxist projects. Cohen's account of analytical Marxism's disappearance is that analytical Marxism led to its undoing. By contrast, the interaction recognition antinomy thesis suggests that the analytical constraints of analytical Marxism led to its undoing. Consider, first, how Cohen could view his intellectual trajectory, from Karl Marx's Theory of History, 1978, to Self-Ownership, Freedom and Equality, 1995, Point 14 in the former Historias Presentadas het development of productive power and the rise and fall of forms of society as they enable and constrain that development. Point 15 This theory of history, Cohen comes to concede, ignores some of the trends that make it harder for the final form of society it predicts, socialism, to come about. It overstates the level of material wealth that socialism can promise, 16, and it exaggerates the growth of the agent that is to bring socialism about, the working class, and the coincidence of its characteristics. 17 As Marx's theory of history is in part wrong about the facts, the coming of socialism requires a task that Marx did not sufficiently anticipate. People will have to be more convinced of socialism's normative superiority to capitalism in the context of scarcity than Marx had thought, by more finely grained arguments than Marx provides. On Cohen's account, then, the disappearance of analytical Marxism is explained by the fact that analytical Marxists acknowledged an intellectual task that Marxism was not equipped to tackle. For in Cohen's view, scientific socialism offers no ideals or values to the proletariat. 18 The interaction recognition antinomy thesis allows and requires this explanation of analytical Marxism's disappearance to be rejected. The fact that it is true that socialism will in lycomia but if at least some people are convinced of its ethical superiority in a context of scarcity, and hence that an intellectual project in its defense will need to come up with some such argument to be politically relevant, is not a reason to downgrade the Marxist character of its intellectual defense. It is possible to argue for socialism's normative superiority from a Marxist perspective by appeal to the value of self-legislative human community. This value informs a system universalisability principle of justice that condemns the system of capitalist production as unjust. This value and principle can be defended by reconstructing Marx's texts. Arguably, they cannot be defended without reconstructing Marx's texts. If the system universalisability principle of justice can belong to a Marxist thesis, it is false that an interest in normative questions left analytical Marxists acknowledging an intellectual task that Marxism was not equipped to tackle. Analytical Marxism's disappearance cannot then be explained by the fact that it took on a task that Marxism was not equipped to tackle. A different explanation must be sought. Analytical Marxism disappeared because it could only look to Marx's texts for answers to its normative questions from within its own analytical constraints. The reason why analytical Marxism disappeared is found in Cohen's self-ownership, freedom, and equality, SFE, which largely expands articles dating from the mid-1980s to the early 1990s. 19 Cohen's aim in SFE was to diminish the appeal 20 of the libertarian principle of self-ownership. The idea of socialism was on the defensive, and libertarianism was a thorn in the side of arguments against the retrenchment of the welfare state. 21 In seeking to diminish the appeal of the principle of self-ownership, SFE judged Marx unhelpful at best and complicit at worst. According to SFE, Marx's critique of capitalism and vision of communism either avoid normative arguments about justice 22 or tacitly rely on the principle of self-ownership. 23 To oppose self-ownership, it concluded, in the spirit of Marxism, it is necessary to embrace the anti-self-ownership tenet in the doctrines of distributive justice proposed by Ronald Dworkin and John Rawls, that people's talents are resource over the fruits of whose exercise the community as a whole may legitimately dispose. 24 To support this reading of Marx's attitude to self-ownership, Cohen misquote da text angitalize translation. 25 This philological tangle might be unremarkable if it were not a symptom of the fact that the analytical constraints of analytical Marxism are obstacles on using Marx's texts to diminish the appeal of self-ownership. As the interaction recognition antinomy thesis shows, Marx's texts can be read to suggest that as if mutual recognition in purchase and sale explains, and so problematizes, the belief in a principle of self-ownership, that the principle of self-ownership maximizes equal liberty and therefore licenses an exploitative system that reinforces the pursuit of ends that cannot be universalist, and that it serves as a premise in antinomies. The analytical constraints of analytical Marxism preclude the uptake of these arguments, however. Mutual recognition veriacake Taurus both recognici and isen lithen because ethiart heather has a structure beyond the purview of analysis ns. The latter choose any explanans in which actors are conditioned by others in the same respect in which they condition those others. Tellingly, analytical Marxists do not examine capital's account of mutual recognition in commodity exchange that was once said to be the most prominent remark of all 26 in German language debate on Marx's view of law. Analysis NS also precludes any universalizability test that tests if everyone can successfully adopt a maxim if it is hypothetically assumed that any one performance of it is but an instance of everyone in the same conditions performing it by causal necessity. Tellingly, Elster misconstrues Kant's CC test as a test for a fallacy of composition, which is consistent with analysis NS. The argumentative figure of antinomy, which exceeds thinking as understanding 27 also appears to lie beyond analysis BS. Tellingly, even those analytical Marxist commentaries that get as far as citing a part of Capital's antinomy passage offer no account of the right's antinomy it describes. Point 28 If, therefore, SFE regarded Marx's texts as unhelpful for constructing arguments with which to diminish the appeal of self-ownership, that had little to do with Marx's texts. But that did not stop SFE from having a fateful consequence for Marx's texts. It had set a practical political problem that any socialist had to answer, but any analytical Marxist must struggle to answer, from an analytical Marxist reading of Marx's texts. SFE thus provided sufficient cause for any analytical Marxist to move away from Marx's texts. It had to spell the end of analytical Marxism, notwithstanding the fact that an anti-self-ownership Marxist who is not an analytical Marxist can get further with the Grundriss and Capital than an anti-self-ownership socialist can get with Dworkin's or Rawls's doctrines of distributive justice. 3. The state of capitalist society. Capital and notes on Wagner suggest a distinctive, commodity form-based approach to the state of capitalist society. Other than Pashukhani's, however, few have attempted to develop these suggestions. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis develops them by relating them to Marx's writings from the 1840s. As if mutual recognition of private property ownership and personhood in purchase and sale can be linked to a social interest in security, to explain the freedom of will that encourages commodity exchangers to demand equal liberty. This demand is related to popular sovereignty, by imagining how the system of capitalist production would lead actors to respond to a sovereign monarch. Developing Marx's remarks in this way led to the formulation of an antinomy in the justification of government action, and to a derivation of the juridical logic of freedom of choice and the political logic of representation. The first step was to outline a pragmatic conception of recognition on which recognition consists of action that a recognizee can experience as another's positive evaluation of them. Whether an actor can experience another's action as extending positive evaluation to them will depend on the in order to motive they can ascribe to the other, in light of their own stock of experiences and projects. This pragmatic conception of recognition was used to give contour to Pashukhani's notion of as if recognition. The challenge that then arose can be represented as one of reconciling three premises: only genuine recognition enables freedom of will, purchase and sale does not provide genuine recognition, actors in capitalism possess freedom of will in virtue of purchase and sale. Given the latter premise, and the absence of genuine recognition in purchase and sale, there is a temptation to water down the conception of recognition. The result of giving in to that temptation is illustrated by Hanetha's account of recognition in Freedom's Right. In attempting to defend a reformed capitalism from the perspective of a social theory of recognition, Freedom's Right adopts a watered-down conception of recognition on which it suffices for recognition to experiencing other dispersing plans that enable one's own. Point 29 This is some way off the earlier, expressive conception of recognition that Haneth defended in Struggle for Recognition, and which was examined in Chapter 9. The challenge, then, is to offer a recognition-based account of the fact that actors in capitalism exhibit the freedom of will of persons in virtue of purchase and sale, while retaining a robust conception of recognition and entertaining no illusions about commodity exchangers' motivations. The strategy pursued was to identify a social interest in security leading commodity exchangers to articulate the principle that animus domini accompanying detention ought to be respected, and to argue that, by virtue of that articulation, commodity exchangers can recognize one another as persons. If, as a consequence, commodity exchangers are moved to use their parts, capacities, and possessions without regard to another's permission or instruction, then that explains their belief in a principle of self-ownership, in a form that undercuts this belief. Each commodity exchanger, as a person and private property owner, has a guarantee-related reason and a recognition-related reason to call for absolute innate rights, as the basis of government. Further, capital accumulation cannot be guaranteed by sovereign monarch. Any confrontation between tatwa must lead to authorizing a demand for equilibrium and Antinomy of the people. Two incompatible supralegal justifications for government action then arise: natural rights and the popular decision for equilibrium. It appears that government action is justified only if it guarantee natural rights, and that government action is justified only if it adopts the means to, including the means for preserving itself as the condition to, uphold equal liberty. This antinomy implies that a lawmaking assembly's representation of the people is only limited one way or the other if and insofar as a constitutional court recognizes a relation of priority in favor of norms that guarantee rights or norms that acknowledge a government's authorization, a decision that is not itself determined one way or the other by a constitution. Even then, if a representative assembly holds the executive to account for its actions in what is understood to be a new situation, the antinomy introduces indeterminacy into what actions it will scrutinize, and what justifications it will hear and accept. A derivation is a type of causal explanation that shows that an explanandum must register its explanans as just one of the phenomena subject to its logic. Commodity form philosophy permits derivations in which the commodity form, or something explained by the commodity form, provides the starting point. The juridical logic of freedom of choice is derived from personhood, because the legal code guaranteeing freedom of choice that persons demand guarantees freedom of choice even for those who do not have the will of a person. Political representation is the making present of a people before a public audience by an elected, responsible, independent lawmaking assembly that claims a monopoly on representation. It is explained by the popular mandate for equal liberty given to the constitution-making power that must be brought into being if a system of capitalist production encounters monarchical sovereignty. The logic of political representation is a derived logic, for by this logic, the image of the people as mandators of equal liberty is just one possible representation of the people. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis offers a variant of state derivation theory, therefore, because its explanation for the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization relies on a derivation of the juridical logic of freedom of choice, and because it also derives the political logic of representation. The antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization, the derivation of these logics and the above concept of political representation offer elements for a commodity form-based approach to the state of capitalist society that remains true to Marx's critique of political economy, through its employment of the argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction. What is specific and fundamental to modern politics, the logic of political representation, is understood as the form of appearance of its opposite, popular mandate. Bourgeois society must mandate a lawmaking power to establish the independence of a lawmaking power from mandate. For revolutionary awareness. The second antinomy identified by the interaction recognition antinomy thesis is the rights antinomy. The rights antinomy provides the first form in which the micro-level antagonism between capitalist and worker is expressed. Grasping this point is instructive in three respects. Firstly, it can serve as a guide for the theorization of classes. Respect for the fact that the rights antinomy is the first form in which micro-level antagonism between capitalist and worker is expressed can serve as a criterion for assessing conceptions of these classes. The main aim of a Marxist theorization of classes is to explain how groups related to each other in virtue of a form of production come to engage in class struggle. If the assertions of the rights belonging to the rights antinomy are the first form of expression of the micro-level antagonism between capitalist and worker, and prompt wider macro-level struggle, any Marxist conception of classes must be based on features that are expressed in and result from this rights antinomy. In other words, a Marxist conception of class in itself must define the capitalist and working classes by the interdependent pursuit of antagonistic ends that, if combined with beliefs explained by the relations that these ends have in common, yield the claims forming the rights antinomy. As modal and all consciousness-free conceptions of class in itself fail in this regard, they are all inadequate. Only an antagonistic interdependency conception of class in itself is adequate to the right's antinomy. A developed account of class in itself would, among other things, connect the antagonistic interdependency between capitalist and wage laborer to capitalist labor domination, to differentiate middling strata between them. This was not attempted. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis is merely a starting point for a more developed account of classes from the perspective of commodity form philosophy. Secondly, an analysis of the right's antinomy offers a way to understand what kind of awareness revolutionary awareness is. On the value and recognition of self-ownership interpretation, one of the premises of the right's antinomy is, commodity exchangers are to recognize one another as self-owners. Now, the practical response set in train by the right's antinomy is a learning process by which a participant in a working class movement can come to possess the concept and the will to reject this premise, and resolve the right's antinomy. So, to say that a belief provides a premise of the right's antinomy is not to say that those who voice its claims are destined to maintain it. But even if it is the case that a participant in a working class movement can resolve the right's antinomy by means of rejecting this premise, that is not to say that everything about it is rejected. A need for recognition cannot be extirpated. Even if a participant in a working class movement can come to reject the recognition of self-ownership, they cannot extirpate their need for recognition. They can only alter the form in which this need is asserted. One implication of the value and recognition of self-ownership interpretation of the right's antinomy, therefore, is that capital's account of the antagonism between capitalist and worker is an account of an antagonism that, from the outset, is reflected in a struggle for recognition. As the need for recognition cannot be extirpated, even if the course of working class struggle leads to a rejection of the recognition of self-ownership, it is permanently a struggle for recognition. If working class struggle is permanently a struggle for recognition, a need for recognition must be reflected in every phase of its development, up to and including its final objective. If working class struggle is to adopt the abolition of value production as an objective, then that can only be because its abolition can be regarded by a participant in a working class movement as answering to a need for recognition. As commodity exchange is an independent exchange, there can be no recognition, in commodity exchange, of actors as members of society. Recognition is instead founded on non-recognition. The application of a system universalisability principle along with other principles of self-legislative human community could better satisfy a need for recognition, therefore freeing recognition from non-recognition in virtue of freeing production from the independent exchange of products. The need for recognition as a member of a human community could then be satisfied by virtue of the institutionalized awareness that the principles that structures encourage people to observe are principles that harmonize rewarding activities. Accordingly, revolutionary awareness is the awareness that an existing form of society is unable to become a free association, and of the steps necessary to achieve it. Or, put the other way around, Marxism, by theorizing such an association as the outcome of the abolition of value production through class struggle, is, in Lukács's phrase, the theory of proletarian class struggle. 30 Finally, an analysis of the right's antinomy provides a starting point for explaining how revolutionary awareness is possible. To ground the possibility for a type of actor to assume a critical stance towards the essential features of capitalism is a necessary task for any critical theory of capitalism that aims to locate a potential in its object to raise itself into a higher form. An antinomy-based account of how a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day can believe that value production ought to be abolished provides a solution to the agency problem that entails a modification of the idea that to assert strong claims of necessity, and, to ground revolutionary politics, stands or falls with his Marx's use of dialectical logic. 31 The grounding of revolutionary politics can at most stand or fall with the use of argumentative figures that exceed what Hegel termed thinking as understanding. 32 The latter include, besides dialectical contradiction, the argumentative figure of antinomy. If not even the tradition of Hegelian Marxism has subjected Capital's antinomy passage to detailed analysis, perhaps this unmodified idea helps to explain why it is possible for a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day to will to abolish value production just by virtue of that participation, because this participant can affirm a system universalisability principle of justice that prohibits the pursuit of continuous money maximization. The working class response to excessive labor represented by this movement has the form of a duty to redress a working class disadvantage. Implicit in this belief is the concept of a prohibition on action that cannot be universalist. A participant in a working class movement to limit the working day can affirm this prohibition, for, by resolving the right's antinomy, it removes a doubt that must plague their resoluteness, and, by condemning the system of capitalist production, it condemns the cause of the effects against which working class movements of its type must otherwise struggle. Nodal features of class political awareness need be acquired only from without.